In this video, I'm going to show you a step-by-step tutorial on how to create an e-commerce website using WooCommerce and Elementor Pro. And during the video, I'm also going to show you how you can use a powerful email marketing solution to increase your e-commerce revenue. I'm talking about Omnisend, which is also sponsoring this video. Thanks to Omnisend. The e-commerce website that we're going to create together is going to be professional, modern, good-looking, and perfect to sell any kind of products, physical, digital, or services. Not only that, it's going to be easy and fun. Even if you're a beginner and you never used before WordPress, Elementor Pro, or WooCommerce, don't worry because it's going to be very easy for you to follow along step by step. I will also provide you access to my free resources to help you reproduce exactly what I'm doing in the video. And remember that the tools that we're going to use are code-free. And so you will be able to create everything in a visual way using a simple drag-and-drop editor. In fact, I will show you how you can leverage the power of Elementor Pro to customize every little tiny detail of your e-commerce website. And I guarantee by the end of this video, you will become an expert in Elementor and WooCommerce. And now let me show to you the website that we're going to create together during this tutorial. And there it is, our fantastic e-commerce created with WordPress, WooCommerce, and Elementor Pro. This is going to be the homepage. I'm going to show you step by step how you can reproduce the same elements that you see here. We're also going to get creative using this kind of interactions. I'm going to show you how you can create some custom cards to show your latest products or your best-selling products, for example. Here you will be able to customize literally everything. You see here, we have the on sale badge that is going to be completely customized with a smooth animation like you see here. And then I'm going to show you how to recreate the same structure for the cards. And of course, once you learn how to do it, you will be free to create your own design. And this is going to be a creative idea to create some call to actions throughout your website to let your customers easily discover your products and navigate the shop. We're going to create a beautiful shop page. I will show you how you can provide a search bar, filter by price, categories, filter by color, size, and whatever attributes you're using on your store. I will show you how you can customize all these filters and how you can test them to see how your users will use them. Look, now I search for a shirt, and here I have my active filter shirt, and I see all my shirt products. I can also filter by price and say that I want to see only products that are between 12 and 19 euros. And voila! I can filter by category, by color, by size, and if I want, I can easily reset all the filters or simply remove the one that I do not need anymore. I will also show you how you can create a search widget like this one with an advanced search feature. In fact, here I will have some live results. Look, I will show you how you can customize this completely step by step using Elementor loop items, and also how you can customize the search results page if you need to do so. We will also see in detail how you can customize perfectly and optimize the single product template. Look how beautiful it is. We're going to have the sale badge customized completely as you wish. We're going to have the product image, the gallery. In this case, as you can see, I have used a custom design for my gallery. Then I'm going to show you how you can use breadcrumbs, title, customer reviews, the pricing, the add to wish list functionality, the product short description, how to configure and use these variable swatches to let users easily select colors, sites, or any other attributes that you're using into your e-commerce. I will show you how you can optimize the design of the add to cart button, how you can add quick payment methods like Apple Pay or Google Pay. I will show you here how you can enhance the single product page using some upsells. And then I will show you how you can customize everything in a professional and clean way. Down here, there will be some upsells and some related products. We will create a navigation menu like this one and also a mega menu to let your users easily navigate through all the categories of your e-commerce website. I will show you how you can customize also the category pages if you need to do so. We will see then how to easily create an advanced features to manage the wish list. As you can see now, I can add some products to the wish list, and then I can go here and see all the products that I have on my wish list, and I can easily go and add to cart some products, share the wish list with my friends or family, or go and create an account if I want to save it. Let me add some products to the cart now. All right, perfect. And as you can see here, all my products are now added to the cart. And if I open my mini cart here, it's gonna look very nice. I can click on view cart, and this is gonna be the cart page. I'm going to show you how to create this kind of call to action using cross-sells. And this is gonna be a great way to increase your revenue. Because based on the products that are in the cart, I'm going to show you how you can suggest some related products using the cross-sell system provided by WooCommerce. Look here, I can easily add to cart with a single click. There it is. And I'm also going to show you different ways that you can use to provide this kind of call to action. This one down here or this one up here. Let's proceed to the checkout. This is going to be a very well optimized checkout page customized using Elementor Pro. And when the user finish completing the checkout, they can go and place the order, and we will see how you can customize the purchase confirmation page exactly as the one that you see right here. Thank you for your purchase. Glad to welcome you on board, test. And this, of course, is going to be the name of the customer. Here I have my order details, and here I have a clear call to action to go to my account or follow on social media. Let's click on go to your account and see what happens. I will show you how you can customize completely the user account by showing exclusive offers in a beautiful carousel like this one and creating a customized design for the whole dashboard. And as always, each part of the e-commerce website will be perfectly optimized for tablet and mobile, to make it easy for your customers to buy from any device. And now let's go and explore the backend. I'm going to show you how you can manage your orders, create coupons, manage all your products catalog, set up the wishlist functionality using a free plugin, integrate with Omnisend email marketing solution to reach your customers and increase your e-commerce revenue with an advanced integration with WooCommerce. I'm going to show you how to set up Stripe, PayPal, and even WooCommerce payments if you want to start immediately receiving your payments. I will show you how you can set up taxes and any kind of tax rate that you need to apply in your e-commerce. In this example, I have shown how you can integrate with all the different rates in Europe about VAT. I'm going to show you how you can set up shipping to provide different shipping methods based on the different countries that you sell to. Here we will see how you can provide free shipping, a flat fee shipping cost, local pickup, weight-based shipping, and I'm going to show you even how you can use some advanced formulas to calculate the shipping costs. I will show you how to manage the account creation process by the customers when they buy at checkout. I will show you how you can customize all the transactional emails that notifies the store owner or the customers about their orders or anything that's going on the store. I will show you how you can easily customize using your logo and your brand colors to get a professional and well-designed transactional email. And these are just some of the features that you're going to learn to use and set up during this tutorial, where I'm going to show you step by step how you can create from scratch a fantastic and professional e-commerce, modern, good-looking, effective, and ready to start selling. So now, if you're excited to create a beautiful e-commerce like this one, relax, hit the like button, and let's get started. Now, to get started, let me recap for you all the steps of this tutorial. In the first part, we're going to buy a hosting and a domain name. If you already have hosting and domain, you can skip this part. But if you're starting from scratch, I strongly recommend you to follow each and every step. In the second part of the video, we're going to install WordPress, Elementor Pro, and WooCommerce to set up and prepare everything you need to create your own professional e-commerce website. In the third part of the video, I'm going to show you how you can create a design system using Elementor Pro. And at that point, you will be able to access my free resources to install my design system and save a huge amount of time. In the fourth part of the tutorial, we're going to concentrate on the structure and design of your e-commerce by creating the header, the footer, but also the templates to manage all your different e-commerce parts. Then in the fifth and last part of the video, we will dive deep into all WooCommerce settings. We will see how you can create and manage all different kind of products, and we will see how to set up advanced configurations and also custom functionalities like the wishlist, weight-based shipping, Omnisend advanced email marketing integration, and many other important and powerful features. So in 5 simple steps, you will have your custom professional e-commerce. In the description box down below, you will find the timestamps to reach all the different parts of the video. You will also find the links to all the resources that are mentioned during the video. And as always, I invite you to comment and ask any question if you get stuck or you need some help. Remember that if you're watching this on YouTube, you have some features if you want to slow down the video, if you need to do it, or if you want to speed up the video. You can also go forward or backward very easily just by typing the right or left arrows on the keyboard. If you will enjoy this tutorial and you want to thank me, you can use my affiliate links that you find in the description box down below to buy the products that I'm showing you in the video. And you can also like the video. It is free and it helps me a lot. My name is Pascal and I'm the creator of WPROADS, the YouTube channel and the website where I share with you my passion and knowledge about creating websites using WordPress. So if you like this kind of content, make sure to subscribe and activate the notification bell. And now let's start with the first step, buying your hosting and domain. 3, 2, 1, let's go! Now to get started, we need to buy your hosting plan. It is the most important part of the video because it is going to be the root of your project, of your e-commerce website. So make sure to type into your browser wproads.com/hostinger so that you're using my affiliate link. If you use my affiliate link, I might receive a small commission, so I thank you in advance for your support. You will also find this link in the description box down below. wproads.com/hostinger. Once you click, you will land on this page where you will be able to buy your Hostinger plan at a huge discount. Hostinger has a perfect pricing, great support, and a huge and powerful infrastructure built for speed. And you also have a 30-day money-back guarantee in case you want just to test it out. When you click on Start Now, you will see that Hostinger is also recommended by WordPress.org. So it means that it is among one of the best hosting in the world to run WordPress. I use it myself since a few years now, and I must say that I'm very happy. Let's scroll down and see all the plans that are available here, and you will see that we have the Premium, the Business, and the Cloud Startup plan. Now, since we are creating an e-commerce, I strongly suggest you to choose the Business or the Cloud plan, since the Premium plan is very limited and too basic to run a professional e-commerce. But if you want to start small, of course, you can always choose the Premium. In my case, I will suggest you to start with the Business plan because it's the best plan that you can choose when you want to start running an e-commerce business. And you will always be able to upgrade later. Let's scroll down and see what is included in the Business plan. You will have all the things that are included in the Premium plan, so free domain for 1 year, SSL certificate, daily and on-demand backups, which is very important to keep your site safe and be able to restore it if something goes wrong. Email marketing, but in my case, I will suggest you to use Omnisend, which provides a much more advanced solution to manage the email marketing for e-commerce websites with a powerful integration with WooCommerce. You can also migrate your existing website for free with no downtime, and this is awesome. You can use their AI builder. And by choosing Hostinger, you will be able to have a strong infrastructure always up to date to make your websites run smoothly. Then, when you choose the Business plan, you will see that you will have the ability to install up to 50 websites, 50 GB of NVMe storage, which is a specific kind of SSD, much faster and much secure. You will also have 5 mailboxes per website, free for the first year, with up to 1 GB of storage per email box. You will have access to the new Cody AI agents that will help you run and maintain your website by simply chatting. And then you will have access for free through Hostinger's CDN, a powerful content delivery network that will optimize your website speed for traffic that comes from all over the world. If you need more resources, priority support, and an easy way to scale supporting a high peak of traffic, I would suggest you to start with the Cloud Startup. Okay, now I will show you how you can leverage the discount that Hostinger offers, and I will also give you my special coupon to have an extra discount at checkout. Let's choose the Business plan and see how this is going to work. In this screen here, we can choose the billing period. We have pre-selected 48 months, which means that we are paying hosting for 4 years. But if you want, you can also downgrade here and you can go 24 months if you prefer, or you can go 12 months or 1 month. Of course, the less you pay in advance, the less discount you will have. In fact, if I pay here just for 12 months, of course, the discount will be huge, but not as huge as paying 48 months. Look here, I'm just paying less than $200 and I will have 4 years of business hosting. This is awesome, right? And by choosing 48 months, you will also have a free domain for the first year, plus 3 months for free. And of course, a 30-day money-back guarantee. Keep in mind that the renewal will be at $13.99 per month, which is still a very affordable price, by the way. You will also have to consider that at the end of the first year, you will have to buy separately your mailboxes. But even there is a very cheap pricing. Let's scroll down now and see how you can save even more by using my special coupon that you can find only in this tutorial, and you can type inside here WPROADS, like this. Then you click on Apply, and you will have an extra 10% off. That's cool, right? Let's continue. And now you will need to register. You create a password and you click on Register. All right, here you can fill your billing address, so first name, last name, country, then your phone number. It is not mandatory, as you can see here. If you wanted to provide your address, you can do it, but even here it is not mandatory. Of course, it is important if you're buying as a business, and you can also add your company details. Now, since I'm in Europe, in France, if I buy as a business, it will require my company name and my VAT number. Then we can continue, and we can choose the payment method. You will be able to choose to pay by card, PayPal, Google Pay, Apple Pay, or Alipay or Congate. Keep in mind that if you choose these payment methods, you will have to wait 1 business day, while all the other payment methods will create your account immediately. Voila! Congratulations! Now you bought your domain name and hosting at Hostinger, and you're ready to get started using WordPress, Elementor Pro, and WooCommerce. In the next steps, we're going to see how you can install WordPress and configure everything to have the perfect foundation to start the construction of your website. If you have any question, feel free to drop me a line in the comment section below. And now, let's go on! And after the purchase, you will see this screen. From here, you can start a step-by-step configuration to create and install your first WordPress website with Hostinger. So let's go and click on Create a new website in this case. Okay, and here we can click on Next. Now we have to choose WordPress in our case, and we can click on Next again. Pretty easy. On this screen, you will need to provide some details for the WordPress administration. So basically, you will need this email and this password that you are going to create here to access your WordPress website. Don't worry, because you can always later on change the language, the email, and so on, the password. But it is pretty important to choose well and to save the email and the password that you are going to use to access your WordPress website, of course. So let's create it. And when you're ready here, you can click on Next. Okay, now let's get rid of this. We can choose between create a website with AI or pre-built website and themes, but in our case, we will just click on create a blank site. We just want a clean WordPress install. So let's click here. Okay. And now this is a very important screen because in this step, we can claim our free domain. This is awesome. You see, I have a free domain available and I can just start typing to use it. Or you can choose if you want to connect your already owned domain, if you already have one, or if you prefer, you can also use a temporary domain. And this is also a good solution if you just want to create your website using a temporary domain and then connect it with your free domain for the first year later on. You can always do it later on, or with another domain that you already own. In my case, I will claim my free domain here and I will show you how this works. I will call my website makeyourecommerce.com. And as you can see, this domain here is free for the first year. And the price that you can see here is the renewal price. So after the first year, this is what I'm going to pay. So I will select it and then I will click on Next. And in this step, we will need to provide our contact information to register our domain. We have to choose the country in which we are based. If we are buying this domain for personal use or as an organization, as a business, in my case, I'm buying as a business, and then we can click on Next Step. Here we have to provide the contact details for the domain registration. Keep in mind that the email that you provide here will be used to verify the domain ownership. So basically, the email here is going to be the owner of the domain. So this is very important. You can then provide all your company details. And here it will remind you that this domain will be registered using these details. Your email and phone number may be used to verify ownership. Providing incorrect details may lead to domain suspension. So this step is very important. Let's click here on Finish Registration. We have to confirm our email address. Okay. And now we just need to wait a few seconds and Hostinger is going to finish here our domain registration. Perfect. Now in this screen, we have to select the data center for our website files. Keep in mind also that Hostinger has a free CDN that will create multiple copies of your website all over the world. But it is still very important to select the data center, which is the closest to the countries where you expect your traffic to come from. So for example, if I expect my traffic to come mostly from Europe, I can select this one or this other one here, whatever data center is in Europe. Or if I expect my traffic to come from North America, I can select this one. From South America, I can select this one and so on. So you just get the idea here. In my case, I will expect my traffic to come from worldwide. So I can select this one or this one or this one, no matter. And I will go with this one. You can also use this drop down here to see all the different data centers that are available. You can also switch the data center later on directly from your Hostinger panel if you prefer. So this is something that you can also change later if you want. And when you see this green leaf here, it means that the data center is powered by some 100% renewable energy. So this is also great to know. Now we are ready to install WordPress finally. 3, 2, 1, let's go. In a few minutes, we're going to see our WordPress dashboard. And regarding the domain ownership, don't worry because you can always change the data about the domain registration later on from your Hostinger panel. So you can specify if you want, for example, to change the email ownership and put the email of your client, you can do it later on. And all the domain management in general is pretty flexible in the Hostinger panel. So don't worry, you can change it later. All right, now you should see something similar to this dashboard, which is the WordPress dashboard. Congratulations, you have a new WordPress website ready to be customized into an e-commerce. So now, before diving deep into the settings that we have here, let's go and check the emails that you received from Hostinger. Right now, the most important thing is that you go and verify the email notifications that you received. The first one is this one. You have to verify the email address associated with your Hostinger account. Make sure to go and check this out. The second one, if you just claimed your free domain for the first year, or in general, if you just registered a new domain, you will receive this email directly to the inbox that you provided when you had to register the contact details for your domain registration. So make sure to go here and click on this button, Verify Email. And keep in mind that you will receive this email only if you registered a new domain, of course. Now let's go back to our dashboard. Once you click on the link to register your domain, you will see domain active here. And don't worry, because at the beginning you might see something strange here and weird like this one here. Dark golden eland and a weird number and so on. This is just a temporary domain. And it's gonna stay like this until there is a connection with your actual domain. And now if you want to get rid of this and see your actual website with the good URL, the domain that you just claimed, we can open up the Hostinger dashboard. We can go to Websites, Website List, and here you should see your website with WordPress installed, makeyourecommerce.com. Now I can click here on WP Admin, and basically that button is going to be logging me into my WordPress website automatically, and here we are. And now we see our website correctly, you see? There's no more that temporary domain, but there is our actual domain, makeyourecommerce.com. And if I want to visit the website from the front end and see how it looks, it's gonna be like this. Okay, don't worry, we're going to transform it into a beautiful e-commerce together. Now let's see how you can log in and log out from your website. When you hover the upper right side of the website, you will see a logout button. And doing like this, you can go to your website and basically you can see it here how everybody's going to see the website when they type the URL in their browser. So if you type makeyourecommerce.com, in my case, I will see this page. Okay, we need to do some work here, of course. What happens if you want to log back into your website? You have two methods. The easiest one is going back to your Hostinger dashboard and simply go and locate your website in the website list and click on WP Admin. This is pretty cool because it's automated. You do not have to insert your email and password, and it's just going to log into your website like this. As you can see here, now we are again into our dashboard, and if we go and visit our website from the front end and we refresh the cache, we refresh the page, we see this top bar appearing, which means that we are logged into our website as administrators in our case. But what happens if you do not want to open up here each time the Hostinger panel and you want just to log into your website from the browser? You can just do like this. I'll show you. I'm logged out from my website here, and I simply write my domain here, makeyourecommerce.com, and I go here and type /wp-admin, and I press enter, and it's gonna show me the login screen, this one. So here we can use our login details, the one we provided when we installed WordPress. And voila, we can even save the email and password. And this is our WordPress dashboard. So now this is the famous WordPress dashboard. It looks pretty old, right? Pretty old school. But don't worry, we're going to be able to customize it. And most of all, the front end is going to look very modern and beautiful. It's going to load fast and it's going to host all your products and shop page and so on. So now the first thing we need to do is go to plugins. And basically, we're going to clean up a little bit everything. So we're going to install the plugins. And these are all the plugins that are installed by default by Hostinger. So we just need to deactivate them. Yes, let's go and do it like this. And we just leave the Lightspeed cache. This is a very powerful plugin that we can use to optimize our website. And it's free and it works very well with Hostinger. Now I can go and delete all those plugins. So I click on the first one and I click on OK. And I delete all the others because we do not need them right now. So, okay. Let's go now to Appearance, Themes, and we will do the same. We will going to delete all the themes that are not active. The current active theme is this one, and the others, we're just going to delete them. Let's click on this one. Let's click on Delete and on OK. So let's clean up everything here. We delete also this other theme. Okay. We will just leave this one active right now. We're going to change it later on. Now we can go on pages and we just go and delete all the pages that we find here. We can trash this one. We go to the trash and we empty the trash. We go to the posts, all posts, and we can delete this default post, which is created by default when you install WordPress, and we do not need it. So let's trash it, trash and empty trash. Okay. Now we can go to the settings page, to the general tab, and here we can give a name to our website, and we can then use a tagline. This should be just a short sentence that introduces your branding, your website in general. Awesome store to buy awesome stuff. Here you can change the site icon, basically the icon that will appear here in the tabs when you navigate the website. Here we have to leave exactly as it is. This is the administration email address, which is very important. So keep in mind that this is the address that's going to be used to administrate the e-commerce website. Now we can continue scrolling down here. We can change the language of the website if you prefer. And here, very important, you choose your time zone. In my case, the Paris time zone. Okay. Here we can change the date format and time format. I will go with this one. And I think I will go also with this one. It's okay. And then you can also change the week starting day. In my case, I will leave it like this. Save changes. Now we can go on permalinks. And here make sure to select post name. This is very important for SEO and usability in general. So we keep it like this, post name, and then we save. And now we can go to your profile, which is to the upper right side of the screen. You can quickly go to edit your profile here. You can change the admin color scheme if you prefer. I like the modern one, for example. This is just going to be in the backend, so just for you as an administrator in this case. And we can go here and yeah, you can use your first and last name. You can change your display name if you will need to show your name in the front end dynamically. You can change your email, which is associated with your user in this case. You can also associate a website. You can write a short bio if you want here, and you can change your profile picture using Gravatar. You can also set a new password for your account if you want. And then we can go and update the profile. That's it. So when I go now on all users, I see that my user here is the administrator of the website, and it's just right now the only user present on the website. Now let's go and visit the dashboard, and we can also get rid of all these widgets. You see this one, the welcome to WordPress and all those other widgets. We do not need them, so we can dismiss this one. We can open the screen options, and we can also uncheck all the others. Okay, so we can have a clean dashboard screen. Great. By the way, if you want to customize what your clients, for example, will see in this dashboard, I have a full tutorial dedicated to this, and I will leave you the link in the description box down below. Now I like to enable automatic updates for my plugins, and when you go on plugin and install plugins, you see that there is no way here at the moment to enable automatic updates. This is pretty important to do because it will keep your plugins safe and always up to date. To do so, you just need to go on Hostinger, you log into your account, you go to My Websites here, website list, okay? And you search for your website. In our case is Make Your E-commerce. We just go here to the dashboard. We do not click to the WP admin, but we click on the dashboard link. And here we can go on WordPress Overview. And we click on the WordPress Updates Change button. We go here, WordPress Updates, Change. We make sure here to select Native Auto Updates. We open up Customize, and we leave it on minor updates only, and then we save. Okay, now it says that the automatic update settings are saved. We can go back to the website, and when we reload the page, we will see that there is this new option here called automatic updates, and we can go and enable them right here. Now, each time there's going to be an automatic update on our website, we will receive an email that will notify us of the update on our website, plugins, and themes. We can do the same for themes. We go to Appearance, Themes, and we see that we have now this link here that we can use to enable auto updates. Okay, let's do it. Now, a quick disclaimer. When you will be running your e-commerce, I would suggest you to keep the automatic updates enabled only for minor plugins. But for your main theme and for your main WooCommerce plugin, I will suggest you to keep automatic updates disabled and to perform them manually once a week, just to be sure that after each update, everything is going to work smooth. But anyway, during the creation process, it's a best practice to keep all the automatic updates always enabled, so you're sure to create your website with the latest version of plugins and themes. Now we are ready to install all the tools that we need to create our e-commerce website. And if you go now and visit your website from the front end, and you click here, for example, you will see something like this. So a really basic theme, and how we can go from this screen here to something like this or like this is gonna be very easy and fun if you follow step by step this video. So now the first thing to do is to go back into our dashboard and go and install all the themes and plugins that we need in order to create our e-commerce. We go to Appearance, Themes, and we will need one theme which is free, and it's called Hello Elementor. Let's go and click on Add Theme. Now we can go here and search for Hello Elementor. And this is the theme that we're going to install. We click on Install. This is a free, lightweight theme provided by the Elementor team. Once it's installed, we can click on Activate. Okay, and then it asks to install Elementor. We can click here on Install Elementor, or the same thing, we can just go on Plugins, Add a Plugin, and we simply type here Elementor. Now this is the most used page builder for WordPress. It has more than 10 million active installations, and it has frequent updates, and it works very well with WooCommerce, letting you create professional e-commerce exactly the way you want. Let's go and install Elementor. This is the free version. We're going to need also the premium version in order to create our e-commerce. But now let's just start using the free version, and we will activate it. Okay. And now here we can just skip here. Where's the skip button? It's a very tiny X icon right here to the top right. So let's click on the X here and let's close the screen. Perfect. We can now go to the screen options and we can get rid of the Elementor overview. Okay. And then we can go and upgrade to Elementor Pro. But no, do not click here. Please click on my affiliate link down below this video. Now, in order to be able to create the same professional website that you see here with a mega menu, with a header, with a mini cart, and all you need to create a professional website and, of course, a professional e-commerce, you will need to buy the Pro version of Elementor. By using Elementor Pro and a few extra free plugins, we will be able to create everything you see here from scratch, and you will be able to organize and control the design of each and every element, including, for example, the shop cards, the filters, the single product page, and I will show you how to customize each and every detail, from the main templates to the sale badges. And we will also see how you can customize the cart and the checkout page to make them look highly professional and highly converting. So now you can click on my affiliate link down below if you want to reach this page where you can buy Elementor Pro. If you do not have Elementor Pro yet, this is the perfect time to buy it, because with the Pro license, you will be able to follow step by step all the instructions that I will give you during the tutorial, and you will be able to create a professional e-commerce website. In fact, when you click here on View Plans, you will see that the Advanced Solo, Advanced and Expert plans are perfect for professional websites, but also for e-commerce websites. And this is exactly what we need. In fact, when you scroll down and you go and click on Pro Widgets, you will see that we will have all the e-commerce features that we need. When I click here on Advanced, Expert or Agency, I will see all the e-commerce modules: product title, product breadcrumbs, product images, product price, and so on. Using these modules here, you will be able to create all the structure of your e-commerce, exactly as we saw at the beginning of the video. You will be able to create a professional shop with everything you need to sell online with a modern e-commerce website. Okay, now you can click here and you should choose now the license based on your needs. The Advanced Solo license, it's perfect if you just need to manage one website, but if you need to manage multiple websites and multiple e-commerce, maybe for your clients, you should choose the Advanced or Expert license. Keep in mind that if you need more than 25 sites license, you can switch here to 1000 websites license. Beside the number of websites, the only other difference between all these three licenses is also the number of cloud templates that you can save and store on your Elementor cloud. This is a very useful feature that lets you save and reuse in all your Elementor websites the same templates. For example, if I want to save my header and reuse it, or the same here for my footer, or even my call to action, I can easily save them to the cloud and then reuse them across all my Elementor websites. So depending on your needs, you can choose which is the best license for you. Of course, if you're managing multiple websites for your clients, the agency plan is the best one. Now I will quickly show you the buy process. Before proceeding, just keep in mind that you shouldn't choose the essential license because this one is limited and it doesn't have all the e-commerce features that we need to create our e-commerce website. I will show you now how to proceed with the purchase. You choose your license, you click on Buy Now, and here you will need to create an account. If you do not have an Elementor account, you can create one easily by using Google, Facebook, Apple, or just creating an account using your email. Once you create your account, you can confirm your plan. Then you can enter your billing address, and keep in mind that if you're buying from Europe, you can insert here your VAT number to avoid paying VAT on the transaction. Then you just need to choose a payment method. You can choose credit card or PayPal, and then you can go and pay now. You will receive a confirmation message, and you will be able to log into your Elementor account and download your Elementor Pro plugin. To do so, you just need to log into your account, then you click here on this icon, and you choose Elementor Pro. So in this case, I have my license here, and by clicking it, I can easily download the zip file of the Elementor Pro plugin. There it is. Here we are now, ready to get started with a design system. A design system is a structure that will allow you to create a beautiful website, even if you're not a professional web designer. In fact, I'm going to offer you a free access to my resources, where I have created a starting point, which is a pre-designed settings with 2 files that you can upload on your Elementor Pro website. The first one will be the website template settings that will allow you to install and import all my CSS framework and custom design options. And the second file is the style guide page that you can use to have a bird's eye view of all the design settings of your website and change them as you wish. I will show you how you can customize colors, fonts, buttons, border radius, and whatever you need to customize when you're designing your website. The files that I'm going to provide you here are going to save you a huge amount of time. If you feel grateful after this part of the video, don't hesitate to comment down below and hit the thumbs up button. Thank you in advance. When you create websites using Elementor and WooCommerce, you often spend a lot of time in crafting all the design system, colors, fonts, shapes of your buttons, of your sections, of your call to actions, and so on. And to make you save a lot of time, I have created a full complete design system that you can use. You can just subscribe here for free and you will be able to download it and upload this system directly into your Elementor and WooCommerce website to have a beautiful starting point. You see here, basically here you will have global colors in place, you will have global fonts in place, fluid typography, and you do not have to worry about anything because everything will be in place for you. And I will show you how you can change whatever you want. If you want to change the shape of your buttons, if you want to change colors, if you want to change the fonts, it's going to be very easy to do so. And as I was mentioning, when you go and inspect this from different devices, you will see that the typography, the texts, will be shrinking perfectly. You see here, and and this is thanks to the fact that this is all fluid typography. It is called, and is one of the best approaches to make your website perfectly responsive on every device. So basically, if you want all this beautiful stuff that I have prepared for you for free, I repeat, and I have spent a lot of hours in crafting all this, you can head to my free resources page, which is linked down below. You can subscribe here by entering your name. You will be subscribed to my newsletter, of course, and you can unsubscribe at any time if you do not want to stay subscribed. Keep in mind that I will send to you once a week, plus, yes, more or less, news about my tutorials, about WordPress, about creating e-commerce websites with WooCommerce, and with also many other tools that you have when you use WordPress. So if you are interested, you're going to receive a lot of high-value stuff. You can subscribe here, and you will land on this page, which is the page where I have collected for you all my e-commerce and Elementor resources. Basically, you will find again the video if you want to follow it directly from this page. You will find some important links, which are the links to the Hostinger page, to the Elementor Pro Advanced Solo license, to the Omnisend account that you can create if you want to start collecting emails and then yes, contact back your potential customers. I will show you something very interesting using Omnisend, which is a very, very powerful service to collect email addresses and contact people using a very advanced email builder. It is one of the best email marketing providers nowadays. And you can start for free And yeah, I will talk to you about Omnisend in a few minutes. Then we can create also an account on AutoKit, which is a system that you can use to connect Omnisend to Elementor. And most of all, you can use it also to create advanced automations using AI. And this is very nice if you want to automate some of the tasks that you have to do when you manage an e-commerce website. By the way, we're going to talk about this in a few minutes. Let's go here. This is the most important part, Elementor Pro Styling Kit. You should download here the global settings. This is the first thing we need to do. This is the part that we use. It is a zip file. And basically, when you go back to your website, you will be able now to go to the dashboard. Okay. Then you find Elementor. Where is it? There it is. You go to Tools and you go to Website Templates. They have just renamed this. Once it was called differently, but now you find this Website Templates, which is a bit awkward in my opinion, but it is how it is. And you can find this Import Website Templates. You click on Import here, okay? You click on Import Files from Files, and you simply drag and drop your zip file. In my case, I have it here. You see, Elementor Global Settings file. Open. When you open it, you will see also a pop-up which says a warning to the fact that you are importing a JSON or a zip file, and this may cause some potential issues. Don't worry about it. Just get rid of that message. Say, okay, don't mind, I will proceed like this, and then you will be able to install your file. You see here that it asks you to have Elementor and Elementor Pro installed into your WordPress website. Then we can click on Next to the bottom of the page here. And it says to you that we are importing global colors, global fonts, theme style settings, layout settings, and also here, even if it is not written, CSS settings. So let's go and import. It will take a few seconds, and this is going to speed up a lot your workflow. You see here we have imported also some custom CSS and a lot of other different things. So let's go and click on Got It. Okay, now when we go and visit our website in the front end, we see that the fonts and the colors has changed, which is awesome. But to make sure that all the global colors and global fonts are in place correctly, we need to go back to the dashboard. This is very important. Keep attention here. You go on Elementor, you go on Settings, and this is very important. You go and disable default colors, and you go and disable default fonts, because in this way Elementor will correctly use its own theme styles. So let's save changes. This is very, very important in order to make your design system work correctly. And now when we go and visit our website, voila, this is what we're going to see. So nothing special. Okay, you see? This is pretty simple. But if you want, you can also download now my style guide page, which is this one. Okay, let's go and download it and then upload it to our website. To do so, we go back to the resources and we go now and download the global style guide page. Awesome, right? It is going to be a zip file, but you need to open it and to upload the JSON file, which is contained into this zip file. Okay, so once you open this zip file here, the one that contains the global style guide page, we can go back to our website. We can go now to the backend. We go to templates in this case, and we go and add a new template, or we can go to save templates and import a template, like clicking here, import template. Choose file. Okay, it's going to be this one. You see, I have opened up my zip file, and inside there is going to be a JSON file called global style guide page. Let's open it. Let's import now. And here also you're going to see a message which says, oh, JSON files might be dangerous. And don't worry, just enable, click on enable and proceed. And you will be importing your files. Perfect. Okay, so now we have the Elementor global settings file and we have the global style guide page. Okay, if we go and click on view page now in this global style guide page, you will see something like this. Awesome, right? So basically here we have an entire design system right for you and ready to be customized. To be able to customize it, we just go and enable Elementor for the first time. So we click on edit with Elementor. You might see a pop-up or something telling you that there are many AI features waiting for you. You just skip that, you just close that pop-up, and this is what you're going to see. So basically this is the interface of Elementor. And we can start by clicking here on the page settings. You see this gear icon here. Will let you see here on the left all the page settings. We can get rid of the title of the website and the title of the page because we just need to see our global style page like this. And in order to do so, we go to the page layout, you see. So we clicked here on the settings, we go to the page layout, And instead of using default, we choose Elementor Canvas. By the way, if I'm going too fast, don't worry, because you can go forward and backward using the keyboard just by typing backward or forward with the keyboard, left and right with the keyboard. I just discovered this, and YouTube is a very useful feature, so if you need to do so, don't hesitate to do it, and don't hesitate also to give me a thumbs up. Thank you in advance. So here you see, this is a page that I have spent a lot of hours of time on it, and when you publish now, you will see that all the changes will take place. Perfect. And let me show you what happens when you want to change fonts, colors, and shapes of buttons and border radius and so on. Now, let's see how you can change your fonts. Let's say that you want to upgrade and change the global font throughout the whole website. You just need to open up here the site settings when you are editing with Elementor, and you have to go to global fonts. So you see that into the design system here, we have the global fonts, and you will see here that the first values, the primary, secondary, text, and accent, are not used, in fact. So the system fonts, you do not consider them, and when you scroll down, you will see the whole system based on custom fonts, which are the fonts that I have created for you, and as you can control globally in a very easy way. As you can see here, we have the 3XL title, which is the font that you can use when you are creating hero sections like the one that you have in the homepage, for example, or in other call to action throughout the website. Then we have other values, the 2XL, XL, L, M, S, and XS, which are all the font sizes that I have assigned to H1, H2, H3, H4, and H5 and H6 titles throughout the website. Then we have the subtitles. Look here. This is the style that we have into our subtitles. Then we have the buttons and navigation links, which are these styles here that you can use into your menu, for example, here, and into your buttons, like in this case here, this one. Then we have all the styling regarding the base text, the extra large text, and the extra small text. For example, this is the extra large, this is the extra small. And this is very handy when you're creating, for example, big text that needs to be very highlighted, like in this case, or small text that needs to be not so much highlighted, like in this case, like in the footer. And yes, this is going to be very handy and useful when we are going to create the whole system of our website, like you see here. And now, what happens if you want to change the global font? Let's say that you want to change the font throughout the whole website. You will see that the only one that has a value is the text base. In fact, here, if you open up any other value, you will see that they are all family default. While if you open up the text base, the family is assigned here. The font family, in my case here, is Albert Sans, but you can just open it up and choose whatever you want. Basically here you will see all the Google fonts. If you do not see them, you just need to go to your Elementor settings. Let's go back here to our settings, to the dashboard of your website. Okay, let's go to the dashboard. And when you are into Elementor and settings, here you just need to go to advanced, and you make sure to have Google Fonts enabled and Google Font Load Swap. Once you checked that these two settings are enabled like this, you can go back here and you will be able to find all the Google fonts right here. So let's say that you want to use Alara, for example, and voila, in one click, all the fonts are changed. If you want to change it, you can go and use, I don't know, maybe Roboto or Alazzi. We are on the A letter here. Okay, you can change it very easily like this. Let's say that you want a more classical one. Okay, this is weird. We can go and use, for example, this one, and you can make all your testing, you see? In my case, I will keep Alata. Okay. Now, if you need to make some changes to the 3XL title, to the 2XL title, and so on, you just go inside each and every custom font here and you do whatever you want. For example, here, I can change my 3XL title and I can make it, from a different family if I want. So I can go here and choose a different family. I can choose, for example, this one. I can save changes and reload the page, and I will see it applied correctly. And if I want to keep the fluid typography and change the values here, I can use the website that I have linked to you in my free resources. When you go to the global typography settings, you can go and click this free fluid typography calculator. And basically here you can create different values. For example, let's say that you want a bigger 3XL title and you want to differentiate from the dimensioning of all the other values, all the other fonts. You can go yes here and you can create a different clamp value. So you say that the minimum value of this font should be, for example, 4 rem. You can also have a preview here. Okay. There are some errors. Minimum value must be less. Okay, of course, here we have a maximum value that should be, let's say 5. Okay, we can have a live font example. Let's see if it is something that we like. Okay, why not? Here I would suggest you just to put 140 as a value, and voila, you have the new value right here. Let's copy it. Let's paste it inside our settings here. And you will still have a fluid typography value, but it's going to be a bigger one. Look, very easy, right? Let's change the font here. If you want to revert it to the default one, you go to default and it's going to fall back to the text-based font. Awesome, right? If I want, I can also go and change the subtitles. Let's say that I want it a little bit bigger and I want to change the font. So the font is going to be this one, Protest Revolution, okay. Great. Even if you do not see the preview, don't worry, because it's going to be taken later. And I will change also the minimum and maximum value here of this font. I will make it bigger. I want it to be 1.5 rem. And I want it to be here, let's say, a maximum of 2.5 rem. Let's see if it works fine. Okay. A little bit less. Let's say 2.0 or just 2 here. Yeah, this is okay for me. Copy. And basically, this is the minimum value that we'll have on the screens, on smaller screens. And the maximum value is going to be attained here. And then, of course, on bigger screens. Let's go here and change the clamp value. Okay. So this is going to be the new dimensions. You see here, it's bigger. And that's exactly what I wanted to obtain. I save changes. And for the rest, I will keep it like this. You see? I just gave it to you the idea that you can use, how you can just customize the whole font system. Then when I click here on the X icon, if I reload the page, I will see it correctly in action. I will see all my font design system correctly in action. If I want, I can even change the line height. For example, here, I see that the line height is a little bit too heavy and I want to decrease it a little bit. I can go here on the global fonts. And when I go to my 3XL title, I can change it. So I can really go and make it very, very exactly as I want. Okay, like this, I like it. It's better for me like this, okay. Just 1 EM. Perfect, so now I can get rid of this tab. And if I want, I can even go in here and open this page into a separate page just to have a preview and see how it will look like on the front end. Okay. Let's give it a look. There it is, our global settings page, global styles page. Looks beautiful. You see here my new font here for my subtitles, okay? All the rest is working fine. And this is my new dimension for my 3XL title. When I go and inspect the page and I open up here the responsive settings, I see that the fonts are working perfectly because they are fluid fonts. Awesome, right? Look. They're working very nice. Okay, very smooth, and they are decreasing in the correctly. Beautiful. Okay, now we are ready to talk about colors. Let's close here. Okay, and let's leave this page open like this, and let's just click on Edit with Elementor. So we are editing this page with Elementor now, and we just go and open up our resources here. And when you scroll down, you will see a section dedicated to colors, and there's going to be this link here. By the way, I will upgrade this page by adding new content from time to time, so be sure to check all the resources that are available right here. And this color is a free, this website is a free website which lets you create color palettes. In this case, you see you can explore already present color palettes, or you can just generate one randomly. Let's go here and open up the color palette generator. Okay, and from this generator, you can just press the spacebar on your keyboard and you will be able to generate new colors. Let's say that I like this smoky black here. Okay, let's keep it locked. And I press the space bar and I see all the other colors will be regenerated. And I will also save this ghost white here. I like it. Let's go on here. This pair here can be interesting. Why not? And then that's interesting too. This bright pink. And yes, why not? This is a very, very interesting color palette. By the way, you also have some interesting tools here. You have a list of colors if you want to check it out. You can go here and filter by color, orange, brown, yellow, and it's going to give you some interesting suggestions here if you want to use them into your design. And you can also go and see gradients, generate gradients, make a gradient palette, use the color picker, collage maker, and so on. The color picker is also very interesting because you can see, for example, for one color, all the different settings that, not settings, but shades, tints, and mostly also the different complementary colors, split complementary, triadic colors, and this is very interesting when you are creating different designs. Okay, now let's go back to the color palette that we generated before. Fortunately, there are some links that are being generated and there are unique links you see here. You can even go and save this link to your favorite bookmarks. And let's say that this is the tutorial palette, the WooCommerce tutorial palette. And I will keep it in my bar. And then when I'm ready, I can go and copy and paste all these colors inside my design system. How to do so? You just need to go back to your website. You open up Elementor on the page that we are here. This is better because you can have a quick preview of your colors. But you can open up whatever page you want with Elementor. You go here to the site settings. Okay. And then you go to global colors. Perfect. You see here we have primary, secondary text and titles, and then we have all the custom colors. Borders dark, borders light, global white, which you can apply whatever you want to where you need to have a white color or even something light in general. This is the background light color that we use, for example, to separate headers and footers or different sections into a page, like in this case here. And so this is a very important color throughout the whole website. Then we have the background dark that we can use when you want to have a dark mode or simply a dark background. Then we have the two gradients that we can apply to the primary color and to the secondary color to create some gradients, like in this case. Then we have the text light and the titles light that we can apply when we have a dark background. And then we have the soft gray color that we can apply to text when we do not need them to be highlighted, but something mandatory. For example, like into our footer here, this text maybe is something just legal required, but it shouldn't be very visible. Or in this case, if you want just to be elegant and simple in some of the texts that you're using throughout your whole design. So this is a very, very basic but functional color palette system, and you can just use it, of course, because it's ready for you, just by changing the colors. Let's say that our primary color now is going to be different. It's going to be this bright pink Crayola. Let's go here and copy this color. I will just insert this color here as my primary one. Beautiful, okay? Then I will go and change the secondary color, which is going to be this one, the pear one. It is pretty aggressive, but I like it. I will test it out and see how it's going to work into my design system. The text color is the one that I'm using throughout the whole website for the text, and the titles is assigned to H1, H2, and so on. If I change it here, for example, let's say that I want to test something different, it's going to be applied throughout the whole website. You see all the titles they're going to be different. In this case, I will just leave it like this. But if I want, I can also test this smoky black, which is a little bit different. Okay, so let's go back here. I will use smoky black, and I will apply also smoky black to my titles. No, it is already applied to my titles. I will apply it also to my text. Okay, smoky black. I will also apply this one to my dark background. I like it, so I will do it like this. Perfect. And then here, my border dark, I will use the same smoky black. Okay. Border light, I will keep them like this. Global white, I will keep it like this. Background light, I will change it, and I will use this one, this ghost white, which is very interesting. is just to show you how you can just apply your own global colors throughout the website just by editing here the global design system, the global color system. And then I will also change the gradient primary and secondary colors. All the rest I will keep it like this. So the gradient primary and secondary colors, they're gonna be colors that match well my gradients, my main and primary and secondary colors. And to do so, I'm just using some shades. So I go to the first one, bright pink Crayola, and open up here the view shades. And I will try to create a gradient using this dark shade here. I will copy it and paste it here into my primary gradient. Wow, beautiful. Look here, you see? It's kind of gives a 3D effect. I like it. Perfect. Now I need to go to my gradient secondary, okay? And I will generate a shade of this one. This one, okay. Let's copy it. Okay. And it looks very nice. You see here, very simple. We have two gradients, and then I have all the rest in place. Save changes. Now, what happens if I want to change how these colors behave, for example, in my links? You see here, my links, they are not so visible. They are using the secondary color here. And also my buttons, when I hover them, the text is not very visible. So how to do so? I just need to go back here, and now I will change how these colors are going to be applied to my typography, to my buttons, to my form fields. Let's go to the typography, for example. And here I can see that I can assign the text color globally. So if I want to change it, I can do it. If I do not see all of my colors here, don't worry. I just need to save my changes and reload the page. Sometimes it loses styles and settings. And this is just how it is working with software nowadays. Now we open up here the site settings, and we see that in the typography, when I go finally to the text global, I can finally see all the rest of my colors. I can change, of course, here, but I will suggest you to keep the text base, of course. And I can go here and change the typography. As you can see here, it is assigned to use the text base throughout the whole website, and so on. My links here, I can invert. For example, I can use the primary color. Let's see here in real time. If I apply the primary color to my links, they are more visible. And when I hover them, I can even change and not to use the secondary. I can choose a secondary color here, you see. Or if I want, I can use the gradient primary, for example, just to make them like this, a little bit darker. I like this. Yeah, honestly, it works fine. But if I want, I can also just keep it secondary like this. And maybe I can choose a darker color as a secondary color. Anyway, let's keep it like this for now. And you can also change the colors for your H1, H2s if you want, if you prefer. But in this case, they're all assigned automatically to your titles color. So if you decide to change them, you will be able to change them very easily by going back to your global colors, as I showed you before, and just changing the titles color. Let's say that you want all your titles throughout the whole website to be, I don't know, maybe something like this. Tack. In a single click, we have changed all our titles colors. If you do not see them, you just need to save changes and reload the page as always. Sorry about it, but this is just Elementor by, maybe it is just a conflict with some caching system, I don't know. You see, all my titles have changed now, and my base text is still the same because they are controlled here by global colors. This is a very smart way to proceed when you are creating the global design of your website. All right. Now let's go back to the colors that I had at the beginning, and let's change now how the buttons behave. So we go back here to our buttons, and we see that if you want to change color when I hover, in my case, I want my text color to be dark. So when I hover here, I will use as a text color. I need to reload the page again here. Sorry again. This is the right perfect moment to give a thumbs up to the video. Thanks in advance. It is one of the best things you can do if you want to thank me. It is to give me a thumbs up. And if you really want to thank me a lot, you can also comment by telling me where are you watching this video from and which kind of e-commerce are you creating. It is for yourself, it is for your clients. Tell me, I'm very curious to know and to read it in the comments. Now, let's go back to our buttons. Let's go back to the over color, and let's choose finally here the dark text. Okay, this is exactly what I wanted to select. And you see here that now my links, my buttons are behaving very nicely. Beautiful. Okay, Links are working fine. Okay. And the colors here are working fine. Let's save changes. Right. Let's go back to normal here. If I want, I can also change the colors. When I am into the form fields, for example, I can change the text color inside the form here. Inside the fields, I can change the text color of the labels, for example, here, and the typography and whatever I want. As you can see here, they are already standardly configured by me by using all the global colors that we have and all the global typography that we have in place. You see? Pretty awesome, right? You can also assign it here. You save changes, you reload the page as always, and you can go back there. If you want, you can change the colors of the border of the elements here, and you can change the background of the elements of the form. And keep in mind that these forms, these global forms, they are controlling not only contact forms throughout the website, but also some other forms like the review forms or comment forms if you want to create a blog later on during the on your website and so on. And sometimes also they control some elements inside the checkout and the cart page, as we will see later on. But at the moment, I will suggest you to leave them exactly as they are, unless you want to use, for example, a different color for their border. Let's say that you want to enable here a solid border, a border width about 1 pixel. And you can change here the border colors. You can use the dark one or the light one. As you can see now, everything has changed. Now I'm using the light one. Let's save changes. And regarding global colors, that's it. Now, what happens if you want to change the border radius, for example, of your buttons, of your elements? You see here, this is just an example. I'm using a CSS class. I will show you later on how this works. And if you want to change also how your forms are, being the border radius like this, you see, and also the images. Now, since I'm working in a very smart way, all these border radius are controlled by a single value, which is applied into your CSS framework, the one that you just uploaded a few minutes ago when you subscribe to my free resources. Basically, now when you go and open up here your custom CSS, in fact, you will see that there are many values. Don't worry, even if you do not know nothing about CSS, you won't be asked to code, of course, here. You just need, if you want, to change some values. For example, if you want to change the border radius, you can proceed in different ways. But the easiest and the fastest way, since we are using a CSS framework right now, is this one. You open up the custom CSS, you go and find here the global radius value, and you just change it. As easy as that. Let's go and see what happens if you modify this global radius. Very easy. Let's say that we want a 0 EM, and voila, you see all the buttons are now squared, all the elements that has this class are squared, all the form fields are squared, and so on. Even the images, you see. And if I change this value, let's say to 1.5, look, everything becomes a pill-shaped. Wow, beautiful, you see? And everything has the same value globally. Then if you want, you can go 1.1, for example. If you want, you can go 0.7, and so on. Oh, sorry, not 10.7, 0.7. I just want 0.7. Voila. In my case, I like 0.5, so I will leave it like this. But this is a very smart way to control everything into your website in a global way, you see? So if your clients change his mind and they want squared buttons and square radius all over the place, you just need to go here and you say, okay, I will do it for you, tac, 0, and that's it. And we change all the look and feel of the whole website. Now let's go back to 0.5 and so on. You can save changes, and if you want to know when and how to use these global variables and the classes and so on, everything is explained here into the CSS framework section. You see here, these are the variables that you can use inside all the different settings, and these are some classes that you can apply throughout the website if you want to use some global values. Don't worry, it seems maybe a little bit difficult right now, but it's going to be very easy because I will guide you step by step and you do not need to change anything. You do not need to write anything about the code. Go back here. Okay, and now let's say that you want to change in a singular way all the elements. Let's say that you want your buttons to be squared and your inputs here to be rounded. Don't worry, you can just enter your buttons, for example. Okay, let's reload the page to be sure that we are using the latest changes. Okay, let's open up the buttons and I will show you where I am inserting the value that is controlling globally everything. As you can see here in the border radius, you can select different values. You can assign them by pixels, percentage, EM, RAM, and then we have this pencil here, which means that you can use variables exactly as we are using right here. You see here, this variable is exactly the one that we modified in a few seconds ago, you see? Global radius. If I get rid of this and let's say I want to assign a pixel value here, I can do it. I'm completely free to do it, you see? I can use 10 pixels, I can use 100 pixels, and I can have pill-shaped buttons, and I can do whatever I want. But I will suggest you here, if you want to keep it separate, but still use global variables, you choose the pencil here, and you see that when you're using my CSS framework, you can use all these variables here just by copying and pasting them. You see, there is a variable that will control the radius, which is this one. And yes, let's say that you want to apply a large radius. So a variable radius, not S, but large. Let's say that let's see how this works. I will copy this. I'll go back to my website, I will select here the border radius custom, and then I will copy and paste here my variable radius S, but instead of using S, I will delete S and I will write down L. Look, even if I'm not satisfied, I will write XL, and look, this is a pill-shaped button, it's going to be applied throughout all the buttons in the website, and all the rest is going to stay as always, as before, using the global radius value. If I want to go back to the global radius value, I can go here, I can copy the global radius value, and that's it. I copy and paste here, global radius, and we are using the global radius. If you prefer, as I show you before, you can use pixels if you want, but in this case, you're using global values, which is a very, very smart way to control everything, as you saw. Okay, you can do the same also for padding, but in my case, I will keep the padding as it is, since I'm pretty okay with the padding throughout the website and throughout the buttons. And if I want to keep the padding also global, if I prefer, I can assign here a value, a global value. Okay, let's go here. Let's unlink values. And I will say that the top and the right, they should be like this. For this, I can assign them in pixels. Why not? Or even in RAM. Let's say that I want one RAM to the top and one RAM to the bottom. Okay, it works fine. And maybe also right and left, a little bit too much maybe. Right, you see, and all my buttons will be following the same structure. If I prefer, I can go on pixels. Let's say 15 top and bottom. Okay, and let's say that right and left I want 10 pixels. I'll go here and make it 10 pixels. What? Why is this? Okay, 15. Okay, perfect. That's quite nice, but I will prefer here to keep it a little bit more spacious in the left and right. You see, now it's also working fine. So it's up to you how you want to proceed here in padding. I will leave it like this in my case. And if you want, you can also change the values for form fields if you prefer. Right here, you have everything about text color and typography and the label colors, field typography, and so on. In my case, as you can see here, globally, I have assigned automatically text extra small, you see, but if you prefer, you can change it. For example, you can say that you want to use the base text. So we just need to reload here, go back to our form fields, global styles, to the size settings, of course. Form fields, okay. And you can change the typography. Let's say that you want to use the normal text base, this one, and it's going to be bigger, and you can do the same here to the fields content. Let's use the text base here. Okay, it's going to look a little bit bigger like this, and you can change the colors, the accent color, and so on. For example, the text color inside the fields, you see here, you can change it if you want to make it different, primary, for example. Or in my case, I will leave it normal text. It is okay. But maybe when I'm focusing, I can change it to primary. Look. So now when I'm focusing on the text, it's going to be primary like this. Why not? This can be interesting if you want. Or in my case, I'll keep it simple, just text. Okay. Maybe when it is normal, I can change it to a soft gray text. So the one that I see when I go and make this full screen, right? Can I make it full screen? Yes, entire screen. Yep, like this. Text soft gray. You see now it is like this. And I can change also the background color of the elements, even when they are on focus, for example. The background color can change to primary. Look, this is also very interesting if you want to make your form stand out a little bit more. But in my case, I will keep it a little bit like this, background light. So you see, it becomes highlighted, but not difficult to read. Okay, perfect. That's awesome, right? Okay. Here, I'll just keep the focus text here a little bit more visible like this. And I can change also the accent color. Normally, the accent color should be the color that we have when we highlight, but it is not working here. And when I focus here, what happens if I change the accent color? Nothing happens. Okay. So let's keep the accent color disabled right now. And I just want to put again here a background color light because I like it to be a little bit highlighted when I am typing inside the content. We can see that we have also a border radius here that we have when we are on normal. It is solid. If you want, it is 1 pixel width, and it is also here controlled by our global radius, you see? By the way, here, if you want, you can also use as a border width the global thickness, which is also a variable that you have when you are here. If you plan to use a design system that plays also around the thickness of lines that divides different elements like forms or any other element. For example, you want to apply a border to your images or a border to the header and footer or a border to buttons, for example, you can use the global thickness, for example. You see here, you can apply a custom value here, you use global thickness. And as you can see here now, I still have 1 pixel, but if I want to upgrade this and apply the same variable to other elements, let's say to the buttons or maybe to the images, and I want to have a border there too, I can use the same thickness here throughout the whole website, exactly as I'm doing when I'm using the global radius. Let's see how this works. I can go to my custom CSS here, and I see that I have this global thickness right here. And if I want to change the value here, it is pretty easy. Look, I go 5 pixel, I go 4 pixel, go 2 pixel, and so on. And wherever I'm working with this global class, this value is going to be updated, which is awesome, right? So let's keep it 1 pixel right now. Let's save changes. Okay. And let's go back now to our buttons. Let's say that you want to apply also a border here to your buttons. You go here, solid, and you can apply the global thickness here. Okay. And you can change the border color. Let's say that you want to use the secondary one, you see? Or maybe you want to use the text color here, which is a little bit more visible. Look, so basically when you save changes and you reload the page, let's say that we do not use the text color, in fact, but we use the border dark color. Let's see if we can see it in the buttons here. In the border color, we should use the border dark. We can even go with the border light color, but it is less visible. So we go with the dark one. And this is awesome, right? Looks fine. And now when you want to change the border thickness, you can do it in a single place. So you go back to the custom CSS. You change the global thickness to be 2 pixels, or maybe to be 3 pixels, and so on. So when you change it here and you reload the page, it's going to be changed wherever you're using the same value. Look, you see? Now we have the same thickness here and here. In my case, I will go back to a simple thickness. So I'll go to custom CSS and keep it 1 pixel. I like it like this. It is pretty nice, actually. Okay. And that's it. So we changed our buttons, we changed our form fields, we changed our colors. And if you want, you can also go to the images, of course. You can go here, and if you do not want to have a border radius to images, you just get rid of this, and they will be just squared images. But if you want to assign globally a border radius, as you saw, you can use the variable, or you can use different sides of radius. For example, you can use radius S, radius L, and so on. As you can see here, if I use radius XL, for example, I will apply a very, very strong border radius. But in my case, I just want to keep my global radius, this one. Save changes. Voila. Now we can go and have a preview of our page here into the eye. We click here, And this is going to be our design system, our starting point for our design. It looks very nice, you see. We have beautiful buttons, we have gradients, we have all our colors in place, we have our navigation links, styles, our titles, and so on. If you want, you can also preview your fluid typography by inspecting here, enabling the responsive settings, and just stretching here to see how your fonts will behave in different devices. Look here, they look beautiful. Look, very, very, very nice. Okay, we are ready to go on now. Now I'm going to show you how you can create a custom coming soon page. This is very important because it's a key page when you want to be sure that no one can access the website when you are creating it, and at the same time you can also use this page and leverage its possibilities because you can insert an opt-in, a countdown timer, and you can already start sponsoring your e-commerce even before going live. In fact, we will also see how you can create an opt-in to collect some leads and then contact them later on when the store will be live. This is a great solution if you want to launch your store and receive immediately a great amount of traffic and sales. In this part, I'm going to show you how you can integrate this opt-in using Omnisend, which is an intuitive and advanced email marketing solution that integrates perfectly with WooCommerce. Let's get started with the coming soon page. Now that we have our global styling page, I will show you how you can create a coming soon page. This is perfect, and it's going to be a page that we're going to show to all the website visitors while we are creating the e-commerce. This is perfect if you are creating your e-commerce for yourself or your own business, or even for a client, because if you create a page like this one where you offer, for example, a 30% off or something in exchange, if the visitors of your e-commerce want to subscribe here to your newsletter, you're going to be able to collect a lot of leads in advance, and so when you launch the website, you will be able to receive a lot of traffic and yes, make your first sales in a very easy and smart way. I will show you now how you can create this page by providing you a step-by-step tutorial on how to design using Elementor, and we're going to do it together. Then I will show you how you can create this subscription form and connect it to Omnisend. By the way, Omnisend is free. You can start for free and collect up to 250 contacts, so this is perfect just to launch your e-commerce. And if you want to do an upgrade, by using my link that I provide you below in the description box, you will also have a 30% discount. If you want to upgrade, of course. And when you will create your free account, I will also suggest you to check the pricing and to consider to upgrading directly to the standard plan with my special coupon WPROADS. By doing so, you will be able to increase your contact number from 250 to 500, and most of all, you will get 600,000 emails per month. And this is very important when you start setting up some email automation like abandoned checkout or welcoming email series. In fact, in the free plan, you only have 500 emails per month, and upgrading to the standard plan is the best way to avoid hitting the limits. Not only that, you will also be able to remove the Omnisend branding in the footer of your email, so you will make them look more professional. That said, let's go on. I strongly recommend Omnisend if you're getting started with email marketing because it's very, very powerful. You have intuitive email builder. You can use it to build your list, do automations, send campaigns. We will see together how you can set up everything step by step, and it's gonna be very, very fun. But most of all, very effective. Okay, let's go back to our website now and let's create a new template that we're going to call Coming Soon. We go back to our dashboard, we go to the Elementor templates. So we scroll down here and we see that we have Elementor and templates. We go to save the templates and we simply go and create a new one, add a new template. Okay, this one is going to be just a coming soon template. So we're going to use a simple single page. We're going to use a single page template, this one, page. Okay, we're going to call it coming soon. Okay, and then we're going to create this template. Now this is our Elementor. So the first thing we need to do here is to change the settings. We go here to the page settings. We need to be sure to have Elementor Canvas selected. This is very important. So the content that is going to be shown here to our visitors is going to be just the content that we are creating. And then we can start creating the content. The first element is going to be added by clicking here on this plus icon, and it's going to be a Flexbox container. Let's go and add a two columns container, but without selecting this one. We're going to start using this one. Look, This one is the container, so it is the main brick, the main structure that we use when we design using Elementor. We can switch between Flexbox and grid containers. If you use grid, you see you have a structure based on grids. If you use Flexbox, you have a more complex, a more flexible way to create your designs. We will use both of them when we create some of the designs that I'm going to show you in this video. And let's go and start with the Flexbox. This is the result that we want to achieve. So in my case, I will open up Elementor even here just to show you the structure. And we're going to replicate it together. So we have a main container. We have a container on the left and then a grid on the right. Perfect. And let's go and do it. We have a container here. So we drag and drop a first container inside the first one, you see, and then you can duplicate it by clicking here on with the right part of the mouse here, and you duplicate the container. Okay. So when we open up here the structure, you see this one is the structure icon. We will have the vision of what we are building. Basically, there is a first container here that we can call, I don't know, maybe coming soon, main container. Then we open up here. And we have a first container that we can call optin, and a second container that we can call, for example, or countdown. Okay, now we're going to select the first coming soon main container, and we're going to apply some spacing to make it breathe. You see here, we have some spacing to the top and some spacing to the bottom. In order to achieve this result, we can proceed in different ways. We can go to the Advanced tab when we are selecting here this one. We go to the Advanced tab and we can use some padding to the top and to the bottom. This is the easiest way. You see here, you unlink values. You select, for example, RAM, and you say that you want 5 RAM to the top and 5 RAM to the bottom. You see, very easy. We have some space here and some space here. But if you want to use some global space, you can add some CSS classes. Here in the free resources under the CSS framework part, you can go and apply, for example, the global vertical spacing. This is a spacing that is going to be applied. You can apply globally using this class just by copying and pasting the class inside the CSS class box. Look, we have the same result using a class. So if you change your mind and you want a different vertical spacing in the section of your website, you can just go back to the site settings, to the custom CSS, and you change the value, which is very, very easy to do. Okay, let's publish here. And we have our first settings. Let's go into our first container here, and we want this container to be a box, a card. You see here, this is a card that people can use to, yes, subscribe. So let's place some content inside the card. We will have a heading. So let's, yes, use this heading here. In this heading, we will write down get a 30% off when we go live. This is a very nice call to action, something good to do if you want to create a very huge following before launching your website. We can place it H1 since this is going to be the title of our page. We do not need to link it to anything, so just leave it like this. Okay. We can go now and insert a text. This one is going to be just a simple paragraph. Okay. Let's go back here and add a paragraph, text editor. Okay. We'll go and paste here the content. We can change the style here, and we can change the global typography to be an extra large text. Okay. So now it's very, very visible. Now we can go and insert a form. It's going to be the form that we're going to link to Omnisend. Okay. And we're going to get rid of the message, and we're going to get rid of the labels, and we're going to place the name and the email input at 50%. Look, 50% here and 50% there. Look how beautiful it is in a few seconds. Now, if you want, you can create a grid to the right here, where we show some images from our e-commerce and some other call to actions, but most of all, a countdown timer to make people just, having to wait, feel the weight pressure. We select the countdown timer here with the countdown container, here, and we switch from Flexbox to grid. Now we choose this grid to have only 2 columns and 2 rows. Perfect. In the first column here, we will paste an image, and we're going to duplicate this image. So we have 2 images, you see here. And the first image, we're going to click here, and we're going to upload our image. You can upload whatever image you want. In my case, I will use this one, for example. Okay. And you can access the same images I use if you want to have some placeholder images when you're creating the website by accessing them on my free resources here and clicking on my dedicated Drive folder. You will open up here, there's going to be different folders, and you can use the same placeholder logos here if you want, the same product images and so on. In my case, I will use a few product images, yes. And as you can see here, the file size is not very optimized. They are a little bit big, but this is just for placeholder purpose, of course. And you should have very, very lightweight images anyway, in general, when you use e-commerce websites images. But by the way, I will talk about images later on, and you can use them if you want to by downloading them from my Drive folder. In my case here, for the second one, for example, I will just start importing a few images to test my designs. Okay, I will choose this one. And maybe this one, I will change it with this one. Okay, now it looks fine. Perfect. And here to the bottom here, I will just make something like this. I will use a container to insert the title here, a countdown timer, and coming soon. A coming soon title. Okay. I can even decide to place this at the top, maybe. Anyway, let's go and create this design here. I will select this here and place inside here a container. So I will use a container here and I will place it here. Then inside this container, I will go to the Advanced tab and I will see that I have a grid item span that I can change. For example, in my case, I will change my column span or my row span. Let's change the column span and see if I change it to 2. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to do. You see here, I am building a grid and I have my 2 elements here, but here I have a third element that is occupying 2 columns, exactly what I wanted to do. Here we can enter a countdown timer. You see countdown, this one is the right one. And if you do not see it, it means that it is white. And we can proceed by using a background, a different background, for example, background color, this one, you see, and now it shows up correctly. Great. We can go and change the border radius, and we can go and do it by using our global variables. Here there are global variables. Where are you? Here we are, global radius. Let's go and see if this is going to work fine. Border radius. Altogether, global variables. Perfect. You see here? Now we can click here on this little item to have a preview. And this is how our page will look like. Let's also increase a little bit the spacing between the 2 elements here, the 2 containers. And to do so, we just need to select the first one, the main one, and increase here by clicking by going on gaps here and make it 50. Okay, it's gonna work well, better. Okay, now it looks fine. Okay, and then we just need to write there coming soon. So we need another heading. And this is going to be a coming soon. We can leave it on H2. The style is going to be right in the center. And the typography is going to be our subtitle typography. And it's going to be coming soon, the content here. Coming soon. Voila. Nice, right? We can even change the color if you want. Yes, looks good. Coming soon. Great. If you want to change the date, of course, it's pretty intuitive. You just need to go here and change the value into the content. Voila, very easy, you see. And you can change it here to an evergreen timer or to a due date, a specific date. You can change if you want to show the seconds also, or just you can change whatever you want here. For if you want to get rid of the seconds, you can go like this. If you just want to go like this, 29 days and 23 hours and so on. I will keep it like this. I like it. You can change if you want to show or not the label, or if you want to use custom labels here and change the values here, of course. Now you can choose what you want to do when the countdown timer will expire. You can redirect to another page, you can hide the timer, or you can show a custom message. For example, the custom message can be, we're going online in a few hours, for example, no? And then you can go to the style tab and you can also change the message behavior. You can center it. For example, you can change the color, make it primary. You can change the typography and maybe make it X-style title. And then you can test it by going simply to the countdown, timer, content, and changing it to be in a few seconds, for example. You see? Great. In my case, I will leave it like this. I'll publish. Okay. I'll go and see here a preview. Looks very nice. Now that we have designed our coming soon page, we just need to connect this form to Omnisend. Using Omnisend, you will be able to start from free and collect up to 250 free contacts, which is awesome. And you will be able to send, still for free, an email when your e-commerce goes live. And by the way, if you use my affiliate link down below to subscribe, you will also have a 30% discount in the case that you want to make an upgrade and go with a premium Omnisend plan. I will suggest you to use Omnisend not only because you can start for free, but also because it integrates perfectly with WooCommerce and it will let you create great email automations showing dynamically all the products that you have on your e-commerce store based on different variables. I will show you how easy it is to set up your campaigns in some of the next steps of this tutorial. But now to get started, you just need to click on my affiliate link down below and you will land on this Omnisend page here where you can click on sign up now and you can create a new account. You can sign up with Shopify, sign up with Google, or sign up with your simple email, which is exactly what I'm going to do right now. I will insert here my business email. I will create a password. My business, in this case, it is an e-commerce, so I will select e-commerce. I agree with the terms of use, privacy policy, and anti-spam. And if I want, I can also sign up for the Omnisend's marketing newsletter. Let's sign up. Okay. Let's click here on sign up. And voila, you got mail. We sent an email to info@ with a confirmation link. Open the link to activate your account. Okay, let's do it. Let's save here and let's open up our email inbox. Voila, this is the email that I have just received. Perfect. I will just need to click here to verify my email address. Okay, let's get to know each other. We'll use this information to personalize your account. First name, Pascal. Yes. Last name, Claro. Store name, WooCommerce Tutorial 2025. Store website is going to be this one. In my case, I will copy and paste the link of my website, which is this one, makeyourecommerce.com. Okay. I do not need the HTTPS in front. I will just keep it like this. Which platform are you using? And it is WooCommerce. Great. Which email or marketing automation software are you currently using? None. Let's continue. Whoa, wow, how much information we have to provide. But this is cool because we can set up everything about our email marketing and then we can start sending emails for free to our customers. So you can complete here this form, you can continue to Omnisend, and in a few seconds you will see the beautiful and intuitive Omnisend dashboard. Look how beautiful it is. You can click here if you want to connect your WooCommerce store, and this is exactly what we're going to do. So let's click on connect to WooCommerce, and we see that we can download the Omnisend plugin here. We can install and activate the plugin, and we can connect to our Omnisend account. Okay, let's go and download it. This is going to be the Omnisend WooCommerce plugin. Okay, we can download it. Perfect. Or if you prefer, you can just go to your website. You go to the backend, to the dashboard, and you go to plugins, add new. It's just the same. You go to plugins, add new plugin, and you search for Omnisend WooCommerce. Okay. Once you type this, you will see that this is the plugin. Don't be confused because there are two plugins. You need to choose the one which is going to have WooCommerce written inside here. Omnisend WooCommerce. Install now. Okay. We just need to activate this plugin right now. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Connect your store to Omnisend. You see here, this is the new plugin. Okay. Connect your account. It's going to recognize immediately that you have an account where you are logged in. You see here. And yes, I'm ready. Approve. Okay, now here this is quite nice because we can set up our logo and set up our colors and our fonts. Once you set up your logo, your colors, your headings, fonts, and so on, you can also add your social links if you want. And here you have a preview of how your emails will look like. Let's save brand assets. You can also do it later if you want to, and you will be able to change it wherever you want into your settings, of course. And now we can keep the Omnisend logo because we want to use the free version. If you want to upgrade, you have a 30% discount and you can go and see the plans, of course. You can also reach the same plans page when you click on upgrade with 30% off in your account. And let me quickly illustrate you what is the benefit to immediately upgrade to the standard plan, for example. This is a good choice if you want to be sure to have your e-commerce email marketing running smoothly from the day zero. Because by upgrading immediately here, you will be able to reach up to 500 contacts. Instead of having just the basic limits of 250 contacts, you will have no more the Omnisend branding in the footer of your emails. You can try SMS marketing, you have priority support, but most of all, you will get access to 6,000 emails per month instead of just 500 emails per month. So this is going to make sure that all the automations that you're going to set up in your store will work smoothly without hitting the limits. If you want to upgrade, I will also suggest you to uncheck this checkbox because otherwise you will have to pay 3 months upfront to get this discount. And I will invite you to scroll down and use this discount code box and type inside here WPROADS. In this way, you will have 30% off even if you do not pay 3 months upfront. Voila! So you can choose to start immediately with the standard plan or you can go on with the free one. Now let's go on. Now let's go into the next step here. Okay. Next step. Okay, we do not need to follow this because I'm going to show you step by step now what to do. Now, the first thing we need to do is to go back to Omnisend here and we can choose how you want to configure this. In my case, I will leave it like this, very easy, perfect. And I will assign a tag to all the users that are going to be imported when they buy something into our store, into my store. So in my case, I will assign this specific tag, which is going to be WooCommerce 25, for example, and I save this tag so that I know that each time that a customer comes from my store, they will be tagged like this, Woo25. Okay, save tag is going to be saved. Synchronization, we will come back later here because we can synchronize all our products and our orders and contacts and categories with our Omnisend dashboard, of course. And now we just need another free plugin. We go to plugins, add plugin. And this plugin is called AutoKit. You can go here and search for it, or you can just reach the AutoKit website to create a free account. I will leave you my affiliate link down below in case you want to support my work. And when you click on that link, you will land here and you can start free and you can create your AutoKit account. This is a great service that you can use to connect between each other many different apps that you use and plugins that you use when you're managing your e-commerce on WordPress. You can create as many automations as you want and you can start for free also here. This is great. I use this myself to manage different workflows. And in this case, we're going to use this plugin to connect Omnisend with Elementor. Let's go and insert here our full name, our email, and then we create a password. Excellent. Sign up. Okay, let's save. Oh, yes, I'm new to automation. Perfect. I want to skip this. Okay, skip, please. Okay, now we are ready. We can just keep the free plan here. We get started for free. And voila, we can enjoy 14 days of the business plan. No, we do not need 14 days of the business plan. No, I'll start with the free plan. Thank you. So just click here. We just want the free plan. Okay. And then this is the beautiful dashboard that we can use to create different kind of automations. We need to confirm our email address before going forward. So let's do it. Let's click here to confirm. Let's send the confirmation code. This is the mail that we are going to receive. Let's copy the code and paste it inside here. Email verified. Great. We can start our workflow using AI. I don't know if this is something that, yes, yeah, why not? Let's try it. We need to connect Elementor Pro form to Omnisend and subscribe a contact each time there is a new form completion. Okay, in Omnisend, Elementor form. Voila. Let's go and create this workflow using AI. It's going to be very easy. And then we're going to configure this workflow in a few steps. Now, while we wait here AI to generate our flow, we just need to go back to our website and install a plugin called AutoKit. Simply as simple as that. So we go here to plugins, add new plugin. We type inside here AutoKit, and we're going to install this plugin. It's going to be very useful for many different tasks, not only to connect Omnisend with Elementor, but you will see that this plugin can come in handy with many different cases. Okay, now we can click on Get Started Now, and we can connect, you see here, our account with our website. That's great. Authorize and connect. Great, so now we're going to be able to see the same exact dashboard we had when we were on AutoKit website here, but right inside WordPress, right? Awesome. Now let's go back to AutoKit website, and we see that the workflow has been created. We can click on Try Workflow, and so we see that we have an Elementor Pro form submitted, which is deprecated, which is something that we need to change, of course, because this is not going to be good. And we can create a contact in Omnisend. Oh, awesome. We go to Elementor Pro, and we change, actually, we need to change this, this automation here. We change the trigger. Okay, let's change this trigger here. Okay, the app is Elementor Pro, and we're not going to use the deprecated form submit, but the new one. Okay, this is right. Perfect. So select Elementor Pro form submitted. Okay, and select the connection. It is already connected, as you can see here, because I have done the connection by installing the plugin right here. Awesome. So we can go on here by configuring now the form. We need to give the form a name. So let's go back to our page here, and into our coming soon page, we need to select the form and give it a name. This name is going to be coming soon. Okay. We're going to publish now this page, and we're going back to AutoKit, and we're going to reload this page. We save draft, we reload the page. Oh, actually, we can just use this to update all the data, and we're going to find the new coming soon form. Great. So we are connecting that form with this automation. We can continue, and we can test. To test it, we just need to submit something. So we go to the coming soon here, and we subscribe here. I will show you now how you can also, how do you say, even do something better here, because you can also show a custom message when someone subscribes, for example. Instead of showing this, we can also change this sentence if you want to. And when we go back here to AutoKit, you see all the data has been transmitted correctly. Wow, beautiful. Save. Okay, now we connect with Omnisend. The app is going to be Omnisend. We're going to create a new contact, and the connection is going to be a new one, create a new connection. Now it's going to ask us for the Omnisend API key. Okay, let's go and do it. When we go on Omnisend, we can go and click on Store Settings. We scroll down until we find API. And then here we can create a new API key and call it, for example, AutoKit Connection. Okay, let's go and click Create API Key. We copy the API key. Make sure to save it somewhere, because later on you won't be able to access it anymore. So just copy and save it somewhere. And in my case, I will paste it here. Okay, connect to Omnisend. Beautiful. Omnisend has been successfully connected. Great. Now let's go and continue. We configure now the type. Here is going to be the email. Okay. This is the email, is going to be subscribed. Then we can add also a tag. In this case, it's going to be a tag called WooCommerce coming soon, for example. We can also show optional fields here. Let's say that the first name, okay, and the last name. The first name will be, okay, this one, you see Elementor Pro here. This one, perfect. And the last name, we are not collecting the last name. We are not collecting the city, country, and the status, date. We are not collecting it. But we can also add a tag if you want. For example, this one, coming soon form, or the form ID, for example, if you want. But in this case, it's not mandatory. So let's just remove this tag, and we'll just keep this tag here. And let's go and continue and test action. Okay, so we have all the content here, contact ID, first name, Pascal, perfect. Save, it is working fine. So now we just need to publish this action here. We can change the name. In this case, it is pretty good, okay. We can even decide to show runs, perfect, you see 0 runs, perfect. And let's get started. So now we go back to our coming soon page, we reload the page, and we subscribe, and we will see our contact inside Omnisend. Let's open the Omnisend page where we can see the contacts. So we go to the audience, contacts. At the moment, we just have one or two contacts. You see Pascal at WPROADS and Pascal at Pascal Claro. Let's go and subscribe with a new one. And I'll change the email. I will use this one. Let's send. Your submission was successful. And now here, when I reload the page, I will see my new email. Voila, beautiful. Subscribed. It is working fine, you see? Now, when we go back here, we can further customize our subscription, our opt-in, if you want, by selecting the form and change the actions after submit. As you can see here, you can collect submissions in the backend. This means that when someone fills the form, not only they are being collected here on Omnisend, you will be also able to see all the submissions directly from Elementor submissions right here. This can be just a backup in case you miss something, and you will be able to also export all your submissions in a CSV file if you want. So this is kind of a backup, which is always a good best practice if you want. And if you want, you can also collect some email notifications, but in this case, I will disable them. You can also enable a redirect to redirect someone to a different page, or you can also go and choose whatever you want. You can even trigger a pop-up after someone fills the form. In my case, I will just use the additional options and I will customize my messages to write something different here. Check your inbox, see the coupon. Okay, perfect. I will go here and style it. If I want, I can go to the messages here and style it differently. Let's make it a little bit bigger so it's going to be more visible. And let's change the color to be more visible. Yeah, in this case, I'm just going to make everything full screen and change the color here to be primary. Okay, this is great. Okay, let's save, publish. And now, the last thing, in Omnisend, we will create an automation. So in this automation, we will be able to send the coupon, and we're going to create a campaign as soon as our e-commerce will be live, of course. But the automation is very important because it's going to be the first email that our user is going to receive as soon as they subscribe. So let's go and preview and start our new workflow. We'll click on Start Workflow. Okay, let's show workflows. In this case, I do not need to... I will just disable these two because I just want, okay, I just need to disable them and I just need to create a new one. Let's create a new workflow. It's going to be a welcome email like this one. And let's go and customize it. Okay. The first trigger here will be when someone is subscribed to the marketing. In the trigger filters, we just delete everything here. Okay. Let's just delete. Perfect. And we're just going to use an audience filter in this case. So we're going to be sure to send this email only to the people that have the tag, which is WooCommerce coming soon. So only the people that are subscribing to our coming soon page there, they're going to receive this message. You see here, as soon as someone is subscribed to marketing and it has the tag WooCommerce coming soon, they're going to receive this message. We do not need to have exit conditions here. And then we can also choose to skip contacts that has already been in this automation. This is also a good best practice. Okay, let's click on update now. We can wait for 1 minute, but in this case, we'll not wait. We'll just send the email immediately. Okay, let's click on update and we just can customize now the email. We select the welcome email here. We can change the subject line, get your 30% off. And then here we can insert the name, for example, first name. Place the pre-header is going to be this one. Here's a 30% discount off for your first order to celebrate you joining us. It's good. Sender's name, you can change the sender's name. Sender's email address, you can change it here. I think that this is a premium feature. And then you can choose if you want to receive replies into a different email, for example, into my email. All the replies will go there. Perfect. Let's edit the content right now and let's save, of course, our workflow. And here we're going to just change the content to be 30% and we're going to create a new coupon inside WooCommerce. So let's go to WooCommerce, let's go to marketing, coupons, and this is going to be very easy. We're just not going to spend a lot of time into the coupon creations because we're going to see this in a very deep way in one of the next steps of the video. We just create a new coupon. We can generate here a coupon code, or we can just write down whatever we want. I will use a generated one. We can describe it here for just our internal reminder, this. And then we can use a percentage discount and we can place it at 30%. We can decide to allow free shipping. We can give this coupon an expiry date. We can set up usage restriction, but in this case, I will leave it just like this. I will publish and copy this coupon code right inside the email. Let's go back to Omnisend. Here, we're going to copy and paste the discount code. We can change the colors, discount, paddings, whatever we want. This is going to be linked to our website, so this is awesome. We will keep it simple, so like this is going to be okay. And if you want, you can change everything here. You can change the color, the footer. You cannot remove the Omnisend badge here because we are using the free version, of course. But you can play around. You can even add new elements if you need to add buttons or images and so on. And let's also just give this button here a simple border radius. To do so, we just use the button settings. The primary button should be with a simple different border radius. This one is going to be perfect, right? And then we can keep it like this. Okay, let's just make it a little bit more visible. And I think it's okay. The expiration date is not necessary. Okay, here you can change whatever you want. As soon as we go live, you can apply this coupon, whatever you want, you can change. You can also, of course, here upgrade all the different social media elements or just do not show them. And I think that this is perfect. Finish editing. Okay, start the workflow. Now let's make a quick test. The workflow is running, is enabled. Let's go back to the coming soon page. I will subscribe here. And check your inbox to see the 30% off coupon. Wow, this is working perfectly. Look how fast it is. The email is there. I have my subject here, perfect. I have my name, you see here, personalized, perfect. And then I can reply if I hit reply here. I am replying to my email, info@pascalclaro.com. Perfect. It is working perfectly. And if I click here I can copy, of course, here the coupon code. And if I click here on shop now, okay, I'm on my website, makeyourecommerce.com. And if I go to Omnisend, I will see that the statistics are being updated. Sent 1, open rate 0, click rate sent 100%, revenue 0. So basically here it will calculate also the revenue that is being generated by this workflow, by this specific automation. Because now if I buy something on the website, when there will be, of course, all the products and stuff like this, everything will be recorded, not only, of course, in WooCommerce, but also inside Omnisend. This is great also to keep track on how all your workflows are working into Omnisend, and to keep an eye on what is working best. Now, if you want to launch this coming soon page and make it active to hide your website when you're creating the website, of course, you can go back to Elementor Settings. So we go back here, we go to Elementor and we click on Tools here. When we are on Tools, we see that there is a maintenance mode here, and we can enable the coming soon mode, and we can go and select coming soon, which is the template that we just created together. Let's save changes. Now we have this maintenance mode on badge here, which says that we are using this. And if you try to visit the website from an incognito window without being logged in, you will see this page. It looks beautiful, right? And when someone subscribes here, it will be sent to Omnisend, of course, and they will receive the 30% discount coupon. And when you go live, you will be able to write them an email and start selling right away. Now it's time to structure and design all your e-commerce website. This part is my favorite part of the tutorial because we're going to get creative and structure the header, the footer, and all the templates that will manage your e-commerce. For example, the single product page, the shop page with all the filters and loop items to showcase your products, the cart page, the checkout page, the search results page, and many other aspects of your e-commerce. I hope that you will find everything you need to set up your own e-commerce in this phase. To get started, I will show you how you can upload some dummy products using WooCommerce to be able to test everything as we were using already our own products. And don't worry, I will show you how you can upload your own products in the next phase of the video. If you have any question, as always, don't hesitate to drop me a line in the comment section below. And if you're liking the video or enjoying it right now, leave me a thumbs up. It will help me a lot, and it is a way that you have to thank me. Thank you in advance. Now that we have our coming soon page and our Omnisend integration in place, and so we are starting to collect maybe some leads while we are working, we can start by creating a customized header and footer for our e-commerce website. And this is going to be a lot of fun, and we're going to inspire ourselves to this website here, which is the basic website that I created in order for you to show you how we can proceed. And the header was going to be this one. You're going to see we're going to add a logo, a menu here, some quick links, also this mega menu. Then we're going to add a link to our account and a mini cart. That's it. And then we're going to create also a footer like this one, which is going to look very professional with the logo again here, some links that you can customize, of course, the link to your social media, and some sentences and some maybe something about your privacy policy and so on. So we're going to create all this together, and let's get started. The first thing we need to do here maybe is going to customize the theme, hello theme, to get rid of the title of the website and also get rid of the standard footer and of the page title. So to do so, we go to the dashboard and we scroll until we find hello here. Okay, when we find this hello, we can go to the settings here, and then we can go to the structure and layout. Here we can decide to disable theme header and footer, and we can also disable the page title. Okay, that's great. Now when we go back to our website and we empty the cache here, we purge cache if you are using Lightspeed cache, or anyway, you just need to reload the page, you will see that is going to be a simple blank page. Now we are ready to get started with the header. So to create a new header here, you will need to go to your Command E, okay, to your Finder. If you want to open up this Finder, you just need to type on your keyboard Command E or Ctrl-E, and it's gonna open up this. If you want, you can also go to your dashboard and just where is it? Here, go to Templates and Theme Builder. You see, this is just what we are going to reach now to create our header. But I just wanted to show you that this is a quick shortcut. In fact, you can type here Theme Builder, and you can open up your theme builder wherever you are on your website. Okay, so now that we are on our theme builder, we can start creating our header. Okay, let's go to header, let's go to add new, and let's close the pop-up that's going to appear here, because we're going to create our header from scratch. Okay, here the first very important thing to do is to open up the header settings. Here, the header settings will let us give it this header a title. This is going to be the main header, because maybe we can also create more than one header if we want. The HTML tag should be header. Where is it? Here. Okay, perfect. And that's it. We can now start creating our header. We click on the plus icon here and we use a Flexbox container. We will use a Flexbox container from left to right. Okay. And we will start by adding a logo. So here, when we click on the plus icon, we see that we can search for some widget, and we can type logo here. And this is the site logo. Basically, this is a logo that we can apply globally throughout the whole website. And we can go and do it by clicking here on Change Site Logo. This is just going to open up the site settings into the site identity. You see here, site identity. Here we can change the site title, we can change the site description and so on. And not now, thank you. And we can go and upload our logo. Here I have uploaded some logos already, so I have this one, which is here for me. And keep in mind that it is also best practice to upload maybe SVG files for your logos so that they're going to look perfectly on each and every screen and on each and every resolution. But if you prefer, you can also upload a PNG logo or a JPG logo, whatever you want. In this case, the SVG logo is going to work fine. And I'm going to give this logo a name here. You can also use an alt text. You can optimize here your image. Basically, the title is the most important one, mostly for SEO. So it should contain maybe the name of your brand, for example, and the alt text should describe the purpose of the image. In this case, it's not very important because it's just a logo. So we can just copy and paste the same as the title, Shopee logo. Okay, let's go and select this. Okay, and let's go also and add a site favicon. This is the icon that appears when we navigate the website here in the top bar, you see, in each browser. In our case, the favicon should be maybe this one, and we select it, okay, and then we can save changes. You should use an horizontal logo here for optimal results and a squared logo here for optimal results. Of course, here is not mandatory to use an horizontal logo. If you have a squared or a round logo, you can also use it. It's okay. Now let's close here and we will see our logo in place. It's gonna be too small in this case, so we go and select the logo again. If you do not find it, you just open up the structure here and you can select the site logo. And we go to the style here and we change the width to be a pixel width of 150 in my case. It's perfect. Then we can go and publish. When we publish our header, you have to keep in mind that you are creating a template. So this is a dynamic part of your website that's going to be shown based on the conditions that you choose here. In our case, we want to show it on the entire website. So let's save and close. Easy as that. Great. Now we can go on by selecting all the other elements. We're going to use here a menu and with a mega menu, and then here a single menu and then a mini cart. Let's add all the elements. We click on the plus icon here. We go on by inserting a menu. This is going to be not the WordPress menu, but the Elementor menu, which is more complex and advanced, most of all if you want to create mega menus. So let's go and drag and drop this one here. If it doesn't work, don't worry. You just need to be sure to be here in the logo. You click again in the plus icon. You go to the menu. And if the drag and drop just gets stuck, you just need to go here and click on the element. And when you click on the element, wow, the magic happens. It appears right here. Now we can go on the style tab and we can change styling using our global styling, in the one that you created and you uploaded, when you used my free resources at the beginning of the video. So here, in fact, when you go to the global settings, you will see that we have everything in place for us. And in this case, we have the buttons and navigation links style, which is awesome. Great. We can then add a color. The normal color should be the text color. Then we can change the hover color here to be, for example, the primary one. Look how beautiful it is. And also the active color, we'll use the primary one. When some link will be active, will be highlighted with the primary color. We can change also the background color, the shadow, and so on. But in this case, I will leave it like this because I like it like this, very simple and easy. And if you want to create a mega menu, you just need to go to the content, to the item number 3 in our case. Maybe we could call it categories. Don't worry, because we're going to get back here when we are going to create the next steps of the next parts of our e-commerce, but we're going step by step here. This is the first step, and we can enable a drop-down content, and we can change also the icon, but in this case we'll leave it like this. And when we go here and open it up, you see that we can drag and drop all the widgets that we need inside our mega menu. My advice here is to create a simple 3 columns mega menu by using a left to right flexbox container. So we select this one and we can duplicate basically here the container by going with the right click of the mouse here, with the right button of the mouse, and we can duplicate here. Let's duplicate. Don't worry if you see it like this, because it means that there is a problem. We just need to go back here to the main container and make sure that the direction is horizontal like this. Okay, so now you see here, we can also rename this to mega menu. Okay, this is gonna be the second item, this is the first item, and this is the menu. Okay, this is the mega menu item. And when we open it up, you see that we have 3 containers that we can use then to insert whatever we want. Let's insert just some placeholder content right now. Let's say that we want an image here. We want maybe here a title, a heading. Yes, and maybe we duplicate this into the last one. You see here, we can say man and woman, for example, for the categories. If this is an e-commerce of clothes, for example, and then you can paste inside here all the links. And the most important thing here is to select these containers and make them vertical, you see, because now if we want to add some more content, it is important to make them vertical. For example, if I want to add a list of items, we can go here, icon list, for example, and I can place it here. I can duplicate this list and I can also place it here. You see here, now I have the basic structure of my mega menu. I can also select the main container here of the mega menu, and I can go to the advanced tab to change the padding. I can insert some padding top and bottom, And I can unlink values if I want to do so. You see here, you unlink values. You can select RAM, for example. You go top 2 and bottom 2 so that there's going to be more space around all the elements. And then if you prefer, you can use my global classes. If you're using my framework, CSS framework, if you are using my free resources that you have uploaded at the beginning of the video, and you can use my classes. For example, I have a class called vertical spacing S. Oh, sorry, vertical spacing S, that's perfect. And this is going to control the vertical spacing for the sections where we need some padding to the top or to the bottom. And it is good to use this because it is global. So if one day I want to change all my different vertical spacing, my small one, I can go into my CSS and I can change the value and it will be updated throughout the whole website. So this is the advantage of using classes. Of course, if you're more comfortable using padding values, putting them by hand, you can do it, of course. But if you are smart enough, you will use classes, of course. Now we can also go and go back to the menu. So we scroll here to the menu, we select it, we go to the items here, and we can, for example, here link to our home page. We can choose here a dynamic tag to be the site URL. Okay, so this is going to be basically the home page. Here we can link the shop page, for example. We can change it to shop. So here we're going to link the shop page. It's going to be like this. We just type shop and it's going to find our page called shop. Okay, if you do not find it, you just need to go to your pages, and if you have correctly installed WooCommerce, you should have all the main pages like the shop page, the cart, and checkout, and so on. Just go to view page and you copy the link here, the URL. So in my case, it is this one. You see here, makeyourecommerce.com/shop. Okay, this is going to be the main menu. Okay, perfect. I've changed the name. And we're going to leave it like this for now. Just make sure now to add some padding in the header. So we select the main container that we can call menu container. No, maybe header container. And we can go and activate some padding. So we go to the advanced tab here. You can simply go and do by hand, like I'm going to do right here. RAM, this is a simple part of my website where I just need a few pixels, a few RAM of space. Let's publish again. Okay, if you want, you can have a preview of these changes. This is going to be the base of our header. You see the mega menu is already working. All the elements here are working. The home page is working fine. Okay, the mega menu is working fine. Let's go on now and add another element, which is going to be the My Account element. We can add this element here to the same menu if you want, or we can create a second menu. To do so, we can duplicate this one, for example, with the right button of my mouse, of course. Duplicate, okay? And I can go here and just change the elements. Now I just need one element, so I delete all the others, and this is going to be My Account, okay? And I can also add an icon here. So in my case, I will keep it simple. I will use the basic Elementor icons. User, we're going to use this icon here. Insert, this is my account icon. Okay, yes, if I want, I can also change the positioning of the icon by going to the style here, icon, and I can change the position you see here. But in my case, I like to have my icon here on the left. I can change the spacing between the icon and the text. 10 pixels will be enough for me. I can change the color and so on. In my case, the color of my icon, I will keep it as it is. And when I hover, it is already like this, which is exactly what I wanted. Okay, perfect. And the link here is going to be my account link. So it's going to be the link that I have in my pages here. Pages, my account page, which is this one. I will just copy and paste this link here. Okay, my account. So actually I can go and publish. Okay, the last thing that I need here is, of course, the mini cart, which is very important for each and every e-commerce website. And this mini cart will be very useful when I'm shopping on my shop, of course. When I start adding products, I will see here the icon appearing and the products being available here in my mini cart so that I can remove them, or I can simply go back to the products. I can view the cart, I can go to the checkout and so on. It's pretty useful. To add this mini cart, we can just go here to the plus icon and type in mini cart. or just cart, okay? And it's gonna be this one, menu cart. Okay, menu cart. We drag and drop the menu cart to the right side of the menu, and we can style it if you want. Just go to the style and start styling. But before doing so, just have a quick preview, and you will see that in fact here, okay, the styling will be the same styling as we have on our buttons, the same one. Okay, we can change a little bit of styling here. Yeah, just the basics, and then we're going to, of course, work on the mini cart later on during the video. Let's scroll down to the typography here and select the buttons and navigation links typography. Okay. The items indicator, this is going to be just the little badge with the number here that appears when we start adding products to the cart. And it's important that it should stay always visible on hover and also on a normal state. So in this case, the text I'm going to keep it white. So we'll keep global white, and I'm going to use a background color, which is going to work fine on both colors. So in my case, the background dark. You see here, I have my badge icon now, which is working fine, but I'm not happy with the numbers here. You see, they're too big for me, and the padding is weird. So yeah, in order to make everything look more organized, I can go here to the main container, and I can decide to align the layout to be vertically centered. Align items to the center. You see here, align items to the center vertically. This is very important. Okay, now it's quite better. Okay, if I go back to my homepage, I will see my header starting to have a good shape now. Okay, and I will keep it like this for now. I will just change the icon and the icon color. So I go to the cart here, go to the content. The icon, I can change it here, or I can even use a custom one if I prefer. And it's going to be this one. And I can change the color and all the rest. Okay. I will go to the badge here, and I will hide the badge when it's empty. I prefer to do so. Okay. I can choose to show or not the subtitle. And in this case, I think that it's maybe even better. You see? Alignment is going to be okay. And the cart here is going to be a different color in the style tab. So here, menu icon, and this icon here is going to be a different color. Let's say global white. And when I hover, it's going to be the black color, black text color. Beautiful. Now it works fine. Publish. Okay, if I go back to my homepage, this is going to be my cart icon. I like it. It's pretty nice, you see? It's minimalistic and it works fine. Now I just need to move this element here to the right. So I select it and I make sure that the item position is going to be to the end. And I also go to the advanced tab and I make it shrink. So I go to the sides and I make it shrink. Okay, so that it will occupy only the place that it needs. Now here I will have a quick preview on different devices. So we see that we are on desktop here. We can choose laptop. Okay. We can choose tablet portrait. Okay. This is something weird that we need to change, and we can choose mobile portrait. Okay, perfect. Now let's go and edit the responsive settings. And to do so, we're going to create a special menu that is going to be available only for mobile devices. Let me show you here what I mean. If I go and open up this website here from mobile, let's say that we are on a telephone here, we see that I have a logo here. I still have the mini cart, which is going to be very useful even from mobile, but I will have a single button that will trigger my menu here. Look, this is a beautiful menu created custom creation. It has a search bar, it has a social media icons, the menu, of course, the logo, and so on. If you want to do the same, we just need to follow the steps that we're going to see right now. We're going to click on the plus icon, okay? And this is going to be an element called off canvas. Let's place the off canvas at the end of our menu here, or even just yes, here it's the same. It's just going to be invisible, so don't worry. And then we're going to start creating our menu. You see here, this is the on canvas of canvas. If we click on it and we enable the editing mode, we're going to see this panel here, which is going to be open when we are on mobile, and it's going to contain the mobile menu. All right, let's go and create it. We're going to call this mobile menu. And then we're going to change the position. In my case, I will place it to the center because I love centered mobile menus, but you can choose, of course, to the end or to the left, whatever you want. The vertical positioning, in my case, I will place it to the center because I want to create a menu similar to this one. Yeah, let's say pretty much the same style of menu. You see here, I really, really like this style here. So let's go on like this. Let's place the width at 90%. Okay, and let's place also the custom height at 90%. So in this case, you see that the menu is going to cover pretty much all the space that the page will offer. And in this case, it's going to be active on mobile. But we're going to work on desktop so that we are sure that these options will take effect whatever we want to use this kind of menu. We're going to insert here our first element, which is going to be a logo, the site logo. And we're going to change the style to be in pixels, about 300 pixels maximum, maybe even something less. 150 should look fine. Then we can insert a menu, a single menu. And in this case, we're going to use a simple WordPress menu because it behaves well and better when we are on mobile. And so to create one, we just can drag and drop this one here. But before doing so, we have to go and create a menu into our menu builder in WordPress. So we can go here, we hover over our website title here, and we see that we can easily access menus, or we can do the same by going here to appearance and to menus. Okay, depending also on the theme that you're using, you can see something different. You might see something different here. So in general, this works if you're using Hello theme or a classic theme. So we go to appearance, menus, and then here we can create a new menu. Here you should see nothing, so I'll show you what you should see when you come here. This is the screen. And let's give this menu a name. We will call it main mobile menu. And of course, this is just the basics. And then when we will have all the categories of our e-commerce and all the pages and so on in place, we will be able to come back here and to update our menu. But now I will show you the basics. Let's create this menu called the main mobile menu. And then we can decide what do we want to add to this menu. We can click here on view all so that we can add, for example, the home page. We can add the shop page. And when you add to menu, you will see all the pages appearing here. And when you save the menu, you will see it in place here. So this is going to be the main mobile menu. Let's add a few more pages. Let's add also my account page and the checkout and the cart page. And we will create, actually here we will create also a sub menu. So we will create my account and checkout page. Sorry, the checkout and the cart page will be the sub page of my account. This is just to show you how this works and how this can be organized in the front end. Later on, we will be able also to add some categories, and if you need, you can also add some WooCommerce endpoints like the orders page, the logout page, and so on. And by the way, this is pretty important, but I will show you how to add a logout button later on during the video. So now let's save the menu. If your menu doesn't get saved, it means that there is a conflict with the plugin, and I found out that if you deactivate Lightspeed Cache temporarily and you go back to the menus and you create them and save them, they're going to be saved correctly. So if you are also seeing this kind of error, just deactivate Lightspeed Cache if you're using it, and be sure to save your menu. And then when you finish saving your menus, you can go back to my plugins and activate your, your Lightspeed Cache plugin. This is just a quick hint. Then let's go back to our menu here. When we drag and drop the WordPress menu now to our page, we should be able to see our menu, the menu that we just created together. So basically, this is the menu that we just created. You see here, main mobile menu. You can find it here. And if you want to manage it, you can go back to the menu screen and you will see again the screen. You can change the positioning of pages, enable or disable sub-items like we did here, and so on. So now we can start styling it in order to make it look beautiful on mobile, most of all. So we select the menu here, and we make sure here to select the layout, not horizontal, not vertical, but drop down. Because if you choose vertical, the drop down here won't work. I don't know why it is like this, but it is like this. If you choose drop down, by the way, you will need to toggle button here, select not hamburger, but none. So in this case, you see the menu, it's going to behave perfectly. And if you are going to click here, we're going to have also the sub menu, which is great, not only in this case for my account, checkout and cart, but also if you are managing different categories, for example, with subcategories. So we will see this later on when we are going to create all our shop categories. But let's just continue now styling our menu, and we can align the text to the center if you prefer, but in my case I will keep it aside here. I like it to have it on the left. By the way, I'm also going here to the image style and I'm going to place it on the left. Going back here to the menu, I'm going to the style tab here and I'm going to change a little bit of styling here. The text color should be the text color that I'm using globally. The background color is going to be just white color. And the typography is going to be the one that I'm using for buttons and navigation links. Okay, it looks beautiful. Here I can even exaggerate a little bit and use maybe some extra small, not extra small, but some small titles, which is going to be a little bit bigger, you see. And on mobile, maybe is going to be better like this. On hover, I need to change the text color to primary, this one. And the background color, it should be global white. Okay. You see it works fine. And when an item is active, I want the color to be primary. Okay, so basically when I'm on the home page, it's going to be highlighted like this, for example. And the background color is going to be always global white. Perfect. So now the menu is working fine. I just need to go on by styling a little bit of padding here. So the horizontal padding, I want it to be 0. So that is correctly aligned, you see. And the vertical padding, I will place it to 10. Okay. So here I have my menu working perfectly, and now I'm ready to go on by adding some more details, some more elements to my menu. So now let's go and click on the plus icon and let's add a divider. Okay, that's gonna be, yeah, of course it's up to you based on your design, but I'm going to show you how this works if you want to enable it. We are going to use this border light color to style it, and we're going to decrease the gap to 0. So here we are having this beautiful situation here. And let's also go back to our menu and make sure that we do not have any padding to the top. I think that here on the styling tab, when we go to the distance here, we can go and make it 0. You see here, so that we see that our menu has no extra padding to the top. Perfect. So now we can go and duplicate this element here. We can just go with a right click of the mouse and duplicate. Or we can even use just, how do you say here, the structure builder. And we can place this second divider below the menu. Then we can go and add a social media element. So when we go here, we have the social icons, you see. And these icons basically are already styled because if you're using my free resources, I have styled them for you and they are already prepared like this. We can go and see how this works. So basically here you can get rid of all the icons that you do not need, and you can go and choose the social media networks that you want to find, that you want to link here. Let's say that you want to use Instagram, you just paste your Instagram code here, URL here, and here don't worry because they will always open into a new window. You can add a new item here and you can click here and you can select the icon. Let's say you want to add your Telegram account, you insert here, you copy your Telegram link here, and you can go on by adding more items. Let's say that the last one will be my YouTube. I search for YouTube and I keep it here, and so on. But basically, when you have all your icons in place, you just, of course, don't forget to put inside here your links. You can then go and choose the shape, rounded, square, or circle. You can choose the number of columns, the alignment, if you want to place them differently. And then to the Style tab, we can choose the colors. In this case, you can choose the official colors or custom colors. If you're using custom colors like me, you can choose them here for the primary and secondary. And when you scroll down, you have the hover colors when the mouse is hovering. And in my case, I want to change this one to be my text colors so that they are going to stand out a little bit more, you see? I like this effect. You can change also the hover animation if you want, and this just will change how your icons will behave when they are being hovered. I like the float one, so I will leave this one. And basically, that's it. So you get the idea here. You can keep on adding stuff here, and we will see also later on how you can add a search bar like this one and any other thing you want to this mobile menu. Let's publish now, and let's go and see how we can change the gap between the elements here. We can select the main container, and we can go simply to layout and scroll down until we find gaps. The default value should be something like 20, and I quite like it, but if you want to change it, you can go 10, for example, or you can go even 0 or a 5, whatever you want. I will leave 20 because, yeah, I think that it breathes pretty well like this, you see. And we can also have a preview here on mobile, and it looks pretty nice like this, well organized. Okay, now we should do another thing. So we go back to desktop and we make sure to enable, if you want, a border radius. And to do so, we just need to open up the structure and select the off canvas. Okay, so we have the off canvas now selected. And when we go to style, we see that there is the border radius settings here. We can select the pencil if you want to, and we can type inside here our global variable. Or if you prefer, you can just go with pixels. If you're using pixels, you go here, for example, 20, it looks really nice. But in my case, I'm working globally. So I will just go here and use my variable, which is the one that you find also in my free resources. When you're here, basically, you can scroll down and you see all the variables available for you. And in my case, this is the one that controls the global border radius of all the elements that I'm creating and I'm designing on my website. And as you can see, voila, it's now been applied. The advantage you saw before, which is the advantage, is the fact that if you decide to upgrade your global radius, you can do it in one position instead of entering each and every part of the website where you entered your global radius, of course. So this is it. Now we can continue styling by opening up the overlay settings. And here we have the ability to switch on or off this overlay. I recommend you to switch it on, and you can change the background type. We can keep it classic or use a gradient. I will keep it classic now, and I can change my color. I will use my primary color like this, and I will select this and just make it a little bit more transparent. In my case here, I will not use a global color since when you make it transparent, you see here, it's not going to be global. But yeah, this is just one of the exceptions that I'm using. But if you want, you can even save this as a global color just by picking the plus icon here. And we call this new, we'll call it primary transparent. So that each time we want to use this transparent color is going to be the same throughout the whole website. Wow, beautiful. And you can even use an image if you prefer as a background. But in my case, I'm pretty happy with this and I will keep it as it is. Let's go and publish now. And now let's go back to the content and we can continue editing some settings here by scrolling down and going to settings. Here we can choose to have an entrance and an exit animation. For example, we can choose a fade-in animation or a fade-in right animation, which is going to work pretty fine. I'm going to show you how this works. Use the fade in right and the fade out right, and then we can change the animation duration. I strongly recommend you here to use 0.3 or 0.4, 0.5 maximum, because otherwise it's going to be too slow. And I quite like 0.3, so I would leave it like this. And also in the interaction part, make sure to prevent closing on overlay so that when people clicks here or tap here, they won't close the menu, and prevent closing on ESC, and disable page scrolling when the menu is active. Okay, so now we are ready to save, publish, and let's go and see by clicking on layout a quick preview of the animation. So when I disable the editing mode, you see that it's going to slide out and fade out on the right, and when I enable this, it's going to slide in from the right. So this is the animation that we just applied together a few seconds ago. Of course, here in the settings tab, you see that there are many different animations, but I will recommend you here to use just the fading animations, which are the most professional and good looking. Okay, now we can publish. And the last thing we need to do is to add two buttons. The one that will trigger this menu from mobile, exactly as we see here. And the second button should be this one, the close button. Let's do it. To add the close button, we just need to click on the plus icon here and we search for icon. Okay, we have the icon here in place. We can drag and drop the icon here, and we can change this icon to be times. So we search for times. Okay, and we can use this one, for example. We insert this icon, and then we change the little bit of a styling. But before styling it, we have to connect this icon to the closing of canvas. So let's go to the link here and to the dynamic tags icon. So we click here on dynamic tags. And when we are here, we see that we can choose between different elements, including actions and off canvas. When you go on actions and off canvas, you will see that then we will have this gear icon here that we can choose to open, close, or toggle our off canvas. In our case, we need to associate this action to the closing of the off canvas, and we should select the off canvas that we just created, which is called mobile menu in my case. Perfect. So now we can change also the styling. We can go to the style tab. We can go and change the primary color, make it, for example, oh, it is already like this. It is already fine, but the primary should be also this one on hover. Okay. Then I can go here to size and I want to make it 25 pixels and to make it appear in the right position. So here on the upper right side of the page of the off canvas, I need to go to the advanced tab and just select here the position absolute. See here, advanced position absolute. Now we can place it on the right and we can give it a little bit of offset from the top and from the right. Okay, looks very nice. Look. Beautiful. Now when we are on tablet, we can easily close the off canvas, and when we are also mobile, we can do the same here. And now we need to create the button that will trigger the off canvas. So basically here, the button that will appear on tablet and on mobile when someone wants to visit the menu. Okay, let's do it. We will add another icon. So we click on the plus icon. We go here and type down icon, and we drag and drop the icon here at the end of the menu. If it doesn't work, as always, you can select the widget before, in this case, the cart. We go to the plus icon, we type inside here icon, and we just click on the icon here instead of using the drag and drop. And as you can see, the icon is going to be correctly added here on the right. Now we have to change. Instead of using a star, we will use a bars, which is the correct icon to show a menu, of course. And we can change the link using dynamic tags, as we also did before. In this case, we are going to connect our off canvas, but instead of closing it, we're going to keep it on open off canvas. Great. We select our widget, which is the mobile menu of canvas. Perfect. And then we can go and proceed with the styling. In the styling tab, we can change the size to 25. We can rotate if you want, but in this case, it's not useful. We can go to the hover and make it primary, for example. We can also have a hover animation, but in my case, I won't use it. And in the advanced tab, I'm just going to unlink the values of my margin, and I'm going to put a negative margin to the bottom of -8, because as you can see here, there is a little bit of a spacing, I don't know why, below the icon. So in order to make it align vertically correctly, I'm just using this. Negative margin to the bottom. Publish. Now let's go and have a quick preview. And when I click here on this button, it should trigger the off canvas. And voila, perfect. It's working fine. Now we just need to show this button here only on tablet and mobile. And we need to hide the other two menus exactly for when we are on tablet and mobile. How to do so? Let's go here and see how to do it. We're just going to start by hiding this first menu when we are on tablet. You see that they both appear like this, and we just need to get rid of them. So the first one, when we are on tablet, we select it, and we can go to the advanced tab, and we can scroll down until we find responsive, and we just say that we want to hide this element here when we are on tablet and when we are on mobile. We'll do the same here with this other element here. We go to the advanced tab, and we hide it in the responsive settings on tablet and mobile. Perfect. And now we're going to adjust this button here, because we're going to make it visible only when we are on tablet and mobile. We go to the advanced tab here, responsive, and we hide this element on desktop and on laptop view. So basically now when we are working in different devices, we will see the related menus. You see here that this is hidden and these are being shown. When we are on tablet, these are hidden and this is being shown. Okay. Now, if you go and make a quick preview, you will see that there is a problem because the menu and the cart will just stack on the left of the header. How you can avoid this? It is pretty simple. You just need to select the main element that need to be on the left, and in my case, it's the logo. And then in this element, you go to the advanced tab and you choose to make it grow into the sides. So we go sides and we make it grow. And then you can go to style and make sure that this element is aligned to the left, in my case. And when we go and have a preview, you see that the menu is correctly aligned to the right and the logo to the left. Okay, this is perfect. Let's publish. We can have a quick preview now. Okay, And if we go and visit our home page, which is still empty, we just see the header with all the styling applied correctly. And when we go and preview from different mobile devices, you see that our menu is working perfectly. Look, this is gorgeous. Wow, I really like it. Great. And when we go and stretch, okay, this is desktop, laptop, this is tablet, and this is mobile. Perfect. Now, before going on creating a footer, we will add just a little detail, one last detail, which is going to be from desktop, the background color. So we can select our main container here, the main header container. And if you want, you can also open up here and select the main header container. And we can assign a style, a global background color. So we can enable a classic color, and we can go here in the global colors and select, for example, the background light that I'm using throughout my whole website. Look how beautiful it is. Very subtle, but it's going to be very useful to make the navigation in our website easier and more professional. You see, it is very subtle, but it works well. Now that we have our beautiful header in place, we can start creating the footer. So basically the part that is going to be visible at the end of our pages on all our website. This is very important to make our website look perfectly professional and with all the different data that users need to access if they need. For example, contact details or I don't know, maybe privacy policy, terms and conditions, and so on. So let's go and create a professional footer like this one. And to design it, you can open up your theme builder just by going here on Elementor and theme builder, or you can just type Command E or Control E and write inside here theme builder. Okay, we select the theme builder, we open it up, and we go now and click on footer, and we create a new footer, add new. The first thing, as always, is to give this page a name. So we get rid of this pop-up here. We go on the page settings, in this case on the footer settings, and we're going to call this main footer. Okay, perfect. Make sure here that the HTML tag is correctly assigned, so it's footer. And we can go and publish it, and we can add a condition to make this footer visible on the entire website. Save and close. Now we can start creating it. The first thing is to go here and add the first Flexbox container, and the first one will be from left to right. Then we're going to add a second container, which is going to be the secondary footer, and this one is going to be from top to bottom. Okay, in this secondary footer, we can just start dropping in some content. In my case, it's going to be something similar to this, you see? So with a simple sentence where we can put all the main data of our business, the address, for example, some information about the, I don't know, the VAT number or whatever we need to put inside there. And let's do it by adding a simple text editor. And we will place this as a style to the center, and we're going to change the typography to be text extra small in our case, because we have prepared this into all our global styling. I'm going to change the global color here to, where is it, to the text soft gray, this one. And then I'm going to change the background of the container. So I will select the container. I can even open up here the structure to make sure to see correctly all my elements, and I will call this container actually secondary footer. Then this one is going to be the primary footer, the other one. Okay, so I can go back to my secondary footer, I go to the style tab and I change the background. I'm going to use a dark background, so basically this one, background dark, and I'm going to use also an advanced the advanced tab to add a padding. You can either add a padding manually if you want, for example, by selecting rem, unlink values, and you use, for example, 2 and 2, or you can use my global classes if you're using my settings, my Elementor global settings, and you upload them correctly at the beginning of the video. You can go here and type inside here vertical spacing and then S, for example, or if you want a larger one, you can type L or M or XL and so on. You see? You got an automatic vertical spacing. In my case, I will leave it vertical spacing S, so this class is controlling all my small vertical spacing throughout my whole website. And then I'm finally ready to go here into the main primary footer, and I can select the container and I can start styling it. The first thing I want to do is to add some containers inside it. So I will place inside 3 containers. I can also use a grid if I want, but in my case, I will just go with containers, I prefer. And I can duplicate this by going here, Command D, or CTRL-D. I duplicate and I have 3 different columns where I can add as many widgets as I can, as I want. And the first thing I want to do now is to go to the main primary footer container and to increase the layout spacing gaps between columns and rows. So I go here and use 50 pixels. You see here, this is now the space that is going to be between the different columns, between the different containers. Okay. And it's going to be also the same when we are on tablet and mobile. So let's go here and add a few elements. The first one is going to be the site logo. Then we're going to have a paragraph here. Oh, not paragraph, but a text editor, sorry. This one. Then we're going to have social media icons. Okay. And that's it. Then here we're going to have a simple title, a simple heading. I'm going to duplicate this heading here, and I'm going to use it also for my third container. And you can place whatever link you want or whatever element you want. Of course, this is just an example, and I'm going to show you here how you can set up your footer in a professional, perfect way with just this simple example. So you can make this header now be, I would say, H4 or H5. H4 is going to be great. We can go and copy and paste the style here to use the same. It doesn't work, okay? Let's go and do it here by hand, H4. And we can also use here a simple icon list. You see, icon list to insert all your links. So we can duplicate this and we can have 2 different how do you say, 2 different lists of links. So if you want, you can go here and you can link your home page. You can just type inside here home and you're going to find your home page. If you do not find it, you can just simply go here to the dynamic tags and use the site URL. Then we can go to the second one and we can place the shop page here and so on. This is just a quick example. Shop. You're going to see here your shop page. Then we're going to go to the last one and my account. When you have more pages and you want to link them here, you can do it, of course. You can link your categories, you can link your contact page, whatever you want. In my case, this is just a simple example. And you can also get rid of the icons if you want to. You can just delete them here, or you can change them. You can assign different icon to all the different elements. But in your case, I will keep it simple here since we are just into a footer and we can go here and get rid of the icons like this. Okay. So basically we have our list here of different elements. The site URL is working fine, okay? And we can basically go and duplicate and use it also here so that we have just a placeholder for our styling. Okay, now let's go to the main container of the primary footer and let's go to the advanced tab. Also here, if you want, you can apply the padding manually or you can use my class, which is always the same. So vertical dash spacing dash S in my case. And even if here we can go with a little bit more spacing, M. Okay, you see that the M space works better here. And we can assign also a global background color. So let's go to style and let's change the global color to be, let me check here if we have something, the background light. Okay, this looks fine. We can even try with a gradient. Maybe we can assign here as a primary second color, the background light, and this color is going to be white. Let's see. Looks fine, you see? It is very subtle, but I really like the effect here. Okay, let's publish. Okay, so now this is going to be the footer of all our website pages. Now let's finish styling up. We go to the logo here. We need it to be a little bit smaller. So we go here and we make it 200 pixels and we place it on the left. Then we can go here and change the styling of our text here. So we can go here and make the typography different. Let's say that we want bigger text. We can go like this. And actually, no, I was happy with the one that I had before. So base text. Okay. I will keep it like this, and then I will see how everything is going to behave when we are on different devices. So let's go here on laptop. It is good. Let's go on tablet. It is quite good. And let's go on mobile. Okay. It is pretty cool, right? Yeah, I think that it works fine. If you want, you can change also the order of the elements. For example, if you prefer this element here to be at the end of the footer when we are on mobile, you can select it and you can go to the advanced tab and choose to put the order to the end. Look, it's very easy. This is pretty cool, right? You can keep it like this. And you can even decide to align everything to the center if you prefer. And if you want to do so, you can go to the main element here, to the layout, and you can center everything. But since they are all text-based elements, you can just go and do it by hand into each and every element. Style to the center, style to the center, and so on. So this is going to be applied only on mobile, as you can see. Let's go here to the style tab, alignment to the center, image is going to be to the center, and also here we're going to align everything to the center. This is just to show you how you can manage all the different design settings when you are on different devices. You see, this looks very interesting. And when we are on tablet, if you want, you can change also this all those elements. We can go and change the direction and place it vertical, but we have to do it for the whole container, sorry. So we select the primary footer and we change the direction only when we are on tablet, you see here. And as you can see, it looks very interesting like this. If you prefer to have more control, you can even leave the direction on row horizontal, but you can apply the wrap element. Look what happens now. I enable the wrap and you see everything becomes aligned vertically, but I can still change how this is going to behave. For example, I want this element here to be only 50%. And now you can select, for example, this first icon, first widget, and you can assign a custom width, a custom percentage width. Let's say that you want to place this beside this one. So you type inside here 46 is going to work with 46. And here we do the same, 46. And as you can see, all the elements are correctly now aligned. We have this first one, which is going to take up all the space at the top. And then we have this one and this one. And we can even decide if we prefer to align all this to the center. It's going to be quite nice also if you want. And then we have all the other elements down here. Pretty cool, right? Publish, and when we go back to our desktop, it's going to look like this. So we have desktop, laptop, we have tablet, and we have mobile footer. Now we can publish, save, we go back to our desktop view, and we can have a quick preview of our website. You see, we go and visit, for example, the home page, and we're going to see the header and the footer are going to be in place correctly. Now, before proceeding, let's make a quick test, a quick check, which is very important. When you go to pages and all pages, you should see beside all the different pages which are being generated automatically by WooCommerce, the name of the page in black. You see here, for example, on cart, you should see cart page. Then on checkout, you should see checkout page, and so on. We have also the My Account page. You should see My Account page. Privacy policy, you should see this, and then into your shop page, you should see shop page. This means that WooCommerce has connected correctly all your pages to its own system, and they're being recognized correctly. In fact, when you go on WooCommerce and you go on settings, you should see all your pages onto the advanced tab, and you should be able here to, if you want, also to change and switch them. You see, this is the cart page, this is the checkout, My Account, and so on. You can also change the terms and conditions page. If you do not have one yet, don't worry, you can create one, and then you can go here and connect it, and then you can save this page. But in my case, what happens if I do not have all those pages in place? I just need to connect them with WooCommerce. I can go here on WooCommerce, and I can go on settings, and simply go to the advanced tab and connect them like this. So we go to the cart page and we select the one that is containing our cart, which is this one. We go to the checkout page and we go and type checkout. This one, My Account, we're going to do the same, My Account. Okay. And then the terms and conditions, we still do not have one, so we leave it like this. I'm going to save changes now, and when I go back to my pages list, I will see that all those pages are being connected correctly. I just need to connect now my shop page. And regarding the shop page, if you want to connect it into your pages, you just need to go to WooCommerce Settings, and then you click on Products. I don't know why they changed the position of this page, but you will find it here. Shop Pages, Shop Page. And you can assign the shop page right here. In this case, it's going to be this one. Perfect. Now we're going to create together the single product template, like this one, and we're going to create the shop archive. Look here. Beautiful. Okay, to do so, we're going to start creating some products, and you have different solutions to create products, of course, in WooCommerce. You can go in the back end of your website, you click on the dashboard, and you can see that if you go on WooCommerce, you have also products, payments, analytics, and marketing. So basically, all these are all the elements and settings about WooCommerce. We can go here on products, we can go on all products, and we see that we have nothing in place here, you see? So we can choose different ways. We can create a physical product or a digital one, whatever we want, a variable product, and go on like this. Or we can also import products from a CSV file. Or if you click on view more product types, we can see that there is a way to load sample products. This is perfect to get started and to create the basic structure of our website without having to create products by hand. Anyway, I will show you quickly if you want to proceed by hand how to do so, and I will show you then if you load sample products how this is going to work. So in my case, I will go to products, add new product, and I'm going to add a new product called, for example, t-shirt gray. Okay, and then I will go here and add a description. This is going to be the long description of the product, where you can put on all the details about your product. You can add media images, you can add links, paragraphs, titles, and so on. And then we can go here and choose all the characteristics or the variables of your products. It's going to be a simple product, it's going to be just a grouped product, a variable, an external affiliate product, you choose. And in my case, I will go with a simple product. You can choose if this is going to be a virtual one or if this product has also associated a file, a downloadable file. And in my case, it's going to be just a simple one with a price, 34 euros. I'm going to add a simple image. Okay, it's going to be, let's say, this one. Okay, and then I'm going to go here to the inventory, and I can choose if I want to assign a stock keeping unit, if I have a code to assign, if I want to manage a quantity. For example, I can see that I have only 10 of these elements on stock. I can assign different other advanced options that we're going to see later on. I can set up shipping, of course, and I can link products from upsells and cross sells. We're going to see this later on. And we can choose if you have to add some attributes. We're going to talk about this later. And we can go and set also some advanced settings. Okay, here this is just an upsell of different products. So basically now we are creating a simple product. I will leave the product without category, and then here we can use a short description. Okay, so now when you have filled all the basic data of your product, you can go and publish it. And if you have a preview in the front end, if you go click here on view product, you will see that the design is not going to be very interesting. It's very basic, you see. We have some weird colors going on here. The button is not following the global styling that we set in Elementor. And in order to control this template here, we're going to be able to do it by creating a single product template using Elementor Theme Builder. And we're going to do something like this, for example. You see, we can completely control everything and make it look professional, modern, and good looking. Now, you just saw how to add some new products, but I'm going to show you how you can add in bulk some placeholder products, just to be able to structure our website with some placeholder content, to see how the shop archive will work, and to see how the single product, of course, will work. Let's go and do it together. We go back to the dashboard, we click on WooCommerce Home, and we see that we have a section called Add Your Products. We can click on this section, and here we can click on View More Products. Okay. And we can see that there is this link here, which is called Load Sample Products. Okay, let's go and click on it. And we click on Import Sample Products. Let's click. Loading sample products. We are loading 9 sample products into your store. This is the best way to start seeing how all the products behave, how we can customize them, how we can organize them, and most of all, how to create a single product template and a single archive template. Let's go and see now our store. If we go and visit our store in the front end, we're going to see it like this now with some random products, okay, including also the product that we added together. And we are ready to get started, creating all our templates. Okay, now since we are using this maintenance mode, so basically we are hiding the website from the external traffic by using our template, which is the one that we created together at the beginning of the video, so this one with the lead generation contact form and with a countdown timer, we can basically get rid of this store coming soon here, you see. So basically when you go here on the store coming soon badge, you see that there is this site visibility setting, which is inside WooCommerce. So basically we are in WooCommerce Settings and Site Visibility. Here you can unlink the coming soon or deactivate just the coming soon by clicking here on live. Let's save changes and now let's go on. We are ready now to create the first template that is going to be the template of our single product. For example, now if we go and visit a single product, we see that it's going to behave like this. So basically we have a part that is going to control the breadcrumbs, the title, the picture of our product, the price, and so on. We're going to completely customize this to make it look more modern and nice, and you're gonna be able to apply your own design styles. Let's go and see how you can do it. We can just open up the theme builder, and then we go and create a new single product. It's gonna be this one, you see? Let's create a new single product now. And you can, of course, create a single product template also based on the category of your products, for example, or on the tag of your products. In our case, we're going to keep it simple. We're going to create one product template and we're going to apply it to all our products. Let's go here to the single product settings. This is going to be the name of our template. It's going to be single product. And we're going to have as a preview settings our product called hat. Okay, let's apply and have a preview. Perfect. Now we can click on the plus icon and start adding our content. We're going to use a flexbox container here from left to right, and we're going to use a class in the advanced tab, which is going to be a spacing class as always. So we're going to go vertical spacing S, or in this case, vertical spacing M. Okay. Now, of course, if you do not want to use classes, you can just use padding to the top and to the bottom. And then here we can go and start adding some content. The first one will be a simple container. So we will add a new container here. We can also do it by dragging and dropping here the container just by typing container. Okay, you drag and drop a container and we duplicate it to have two containers. You see, one on the left and one on the right. The first thing we're going to add here is the product image, and we're going to use this widget called product images. So we drag and drop this widget here, and we also are going to disable the sale flash because we're going to create a sale badge, which is going to be customized by us. And we're going to use, if you want, you can change the border type, border radius, and so on. But in my case, I will keep all the rest like this. You're going to see also the thumbnails when your product has thumbnails. We're going to see it in a few seconds. And then I think that that's it at the moment here for this element here. And we can keep it like this for the moment. We go now on the right and we add the product title. It's going to be this one. Okay. Then we add also other widgets, the product price, also the reviews, of course, the product reviews. Okay. Product rating is going to be here. Then we can add also the add to cart button and also the short description up here. Where is it? Short description. Okay, let's place it below the price. Okay, so basically we have all that we need right here. If you want, you can also add some breadcrumbs, the breadcrumbs of your product. Let's go here and see how you can do so. WooCommerce breadcrumbs, here they are. And you can place them, for example, above the title. And in the breadcrumbs, we can also change a little bit of the color and all the elements. So let's go and style this breadcrumbs. We go to the text color and we're going to use actually the soft gray text that we have throughout all our website. We're going to change also the link color here to be a little bit more soft. Okay. And then we're going to change the typography to be small. So text small. Okay. Alignment, I will keep it like this. And I will just try to have a little bit less of bottom spacing. So I'll go to the advanced tab and I will use a negative margin here to the bottom. I will go with a -10 pixels. Okay, perfect. Let's have a quick preview. Okay, it looks quite good. And I'm going on now by editing my hat here. I will keep it on H1 since this is going to be the title, the main title of my product page. And I do not want some link, so I will keep it like this. And my typography, it's okay like this. If I want, I can change it. I can use the 2XL title if I prefer, which is the one that is already assigned, or the simple XL title. Yes, in my case, it's going to work better like this. I can change the text color, but I do not need to do so. I can change here the settings of our star, okay, of our reviews. We can also, of course, change all this later on when we are going to work on reviews, but we can start styling it right away, right now, if you want. We can use the primary color for the star colors. We can use a gray soft color for the empty stars. And as a link color, I will use my primary color. Typography, I will place it on text base. And the star size, I will leave it like this. Okay, I will leave everything else like this. I'll go now here and select the pricing, and I will change the color of my pricing to be, yes, my dark text style. And I will change the typography to be a little bit more visible, like this. Okay. Then I will also change the sale price. When we have sales going on, I will make it stand out and assigning it the primary color. And I will change the typography of the sale price to be a little bit bigger, so M. I can change also the positioning of the sale price and the spacing. In my case, I will keep everything like this. Okay, now we can go here and style the simple description. We can change the text color, but I will keep it like this, or I can be sure that it's going to be the text color, but this should be automatic, of course. And we can change the typography to be the text extra large. Okay. Now look, it just looks really, really nice. It starts looking nice. We can change the button styling here by changing the layout of the button if you prefer, and also by going and style everything else. So the button, for example, here should be, you can change also to be, full width, why not? It's going to be nice like this. And the typography of the button is going to be, of course, buttons and navigation. The border type is going to be, in our case, solid. And we're going to use the same values that we have for all our different buttons. You can proceed by using pixels here, of course, and create your own styling. But in our case, we're going to use variables. So here, let's look for the variable in my free resources. And it's going to be this one for the thickness. The global one, okay, variable global thickness. And this is the thickness that I'm going to apply to all the borders of my buttons, of my forms, and whatever it has a border on my website. Perfect, border width, global thickness. Let's go also with the border radius and assign a global variable, which is going to be this one, variable global radius. So we go here to the pencil, border radius, okay. And then the padding, I will leave it like this. Let's go and change the text color and the background color of the button. The background should be the primary color, okay, works fine. And the text color, let's make sure to use a global white, perfect. Also, the border color should be also a different one. So let's assign our borders dark color. Looks beautiful, look, wow. Then we change also the hover settings. The text color should change to the text dark. The background color should change to the secondary. And the border color will stay like this. So it's going to be border dark, exactly as all the other buttons on our website. It works fine, okay? And make sure also to change the color of the view cart call to action. In this case, we're going to use the primary color, and the typography is going to be a little bit bigger, buttons and navigation, and the spacing 10 pixels. Okay. Let's publish it. And we're going to choose where we want to display this template. And as a condition, we will say all the WooCommerce products. Of course, here, if you want, you can select only specific products which belong to specific brands, to specific child of brands, to specific categories, of course, product categories, or only child products of specific product categories, tags, and so on, even products by author. And so you can get granular here, and you can assign this template only to specific category of products. But in our case, we'll keep it just to all products. Save and close. Publish, okay. Now, when we go and see our products, let's go and see how it's going to look like in the front end. Okay, we go to the shop page, we select this product, for example, and we see that it's going to look like this. Beautiful, right? When we add to cart, we see that there is this message here. We can customize it, of course, and then we have this. Okay, the icon has disappeared there, but it's just a caching problem. Perfect. It works fine. You see, we have the cart working. And inside here, we have all the different elements that we need. Now we can go on by styling all the other elements of the single product page, which are the reviews, related products, and so on. Let's open up again the single product builder here on the theme builder of Elementor. And then let's continue adding some content. We're going to add now the element, which is going to be this one here, the description and reviews section. And let's do it. We're going just to look here for tabs, product data tabs, which is this one. And we can drag and drop the product data tabs right here. Okay, you see we have the description and the reviews, perfect. And we can change all the different styling here. The text color should be, for example, this one. The background color, I will leave it like this. The border color, maybe we can change it to be our light borders. Then we can go and change the typography. We can make it, for example, text-based. Then we can change the border radius to be, in this case, maybe 0 pixels. And, or even, yes, we can go on with our global radius. Variable global radius. I'm using my variables here. Okay, perfect. And then when I go to the active tab, I can change the border color. Oh, actually here the border color can be also white, so that it looks like everything is, you see it like this. And when an active tab is selected, the border color is going to be light, like this. Okay, well, yeah, I was hoping a little bit different. Let's say that we have this color here, border light. Yeah, we keep it like this there too. Okay. Now, when the tab is also active, we're going to change the color to global white. Sorry, what is normal. We're going to change the color to border light, maybe. Border light, no, it doesn't work fine. Let's say background light. And when the tab is active, we're going to assign a background color global white. Perfect. Let's also highlight the text color here and make it primary. Okay, works fine. Now we can go to the panel settings. Okay, we have the text color inside the panel is going to be the global one. We can change here the typography if we need to do so to this. Oh, I think this one is a little bit too much. Let's go with the text space. Okay, and we can change also the heading. Let's say that we want to make it more visible. No, I will keep it with a single titles color. Okay, and then I'll change the typography to be a little bit smaller. Let's say XL title or maybe just L title. Okay, now it's good. And I can change the border width and the border radius. Okay, the border width should be, in my case, global. So we go here with the global thickness. And the border radius is going to be my global one. Okay, global radius. Now, if you want to have a preview also of your reviews, you can go and publish and leave a fake review. Okay, just a placeholder review. We can go into whatever product you want. Let's keep here inside the hat. We can go 4 stars, and I can place it like this here. I can submit, and voila. So that I can see a preview of how they're going to look like. And if I want, I can style them differently. Now all the basic elements for our products are in place. So we can save, publish, and we can go and have a quick preview of our product template in the front end. We go to the shop page and we see that everything is in place when we click here on our product. And we see the customer review. We can read it correctly. And we have everything in place. When we add to cart here, we have this message here. Actually, this is the last thing we're going to edit right now. So we go back to our template here and we're going to add the custom notice. So we type notice and we have WooCommerce notice. We can drag and drop the notice here below all the, how do you call this, the breadcrumbs. And then we can have a quick preview. Perfect. You see that the breadcrumbs are no more aligned. So to be sure that they are going to be aligned correctly, we select this notice here. We go to the advanced tab and we unlink all the margin and padding values, and we give a -20 padding to the bottom. You see that now when we are going back like this, here is going to be correctly aligned. Perfect. Great. Let's go now and publish, and let's go and make the last test of our product template page. When we are on this page now and we add to cart a product, we see that the notice appears right here. It looks already very nice. But now the most important thing is that we just created a beautiful template for our product. Now that we have created our single product template, let's go to the shop page and let's create a new template for our shop archive. We're going to transform our shop archive from this to this. Okay, let's get started. We go on our website and we open up the theme builder. And then we select the products archive. Let's click on plus, okay. Now we can click on the X icon here. We can give this template here a name. We can call it shop archive, for example, shop archive. Okay, and we can have a preview settings. No, we just need to start adding some content here. The first element is going to be a Flexbox container, and it will contain the title and maybe also the breadcrumbs if you want. And it's going to be from left to right. Here we're going to go to the Advanced tab and insert a vertical spacing, a medium vertical spacing, M. And of course, as always, I repeat, if you want, you can, if you prefer, you can use the simple padding here. And then I can go here and insert the archive title, or simply give this page a title that I want. For example, by using a heading element. Okay. And I can say, welcome to our shop. If you want, you can also work a little bit with styling. I'll show you a simple styling, which is this one. I will leave you also this code in the free resources. Basically, if you wrap your word, in this case, the shop word, with this specific span with a style assigned, this one, I'm going to leave all this code into my free resources, you will obtain this effect here. Welcome to our shop. And the word shop is going to use the primary color that we are using throughout the whole website. That is quite cool, right? Okay, now that we have this title here in place, we can maybe put the capital letter here. We can go and add a second element here, which is going to be the archive. But before doing so, I want to assign here a background color to this element here. Go to the Style tab, and I'm going to assign a gradient. I'm going to assign the same effect that we have on our footer, so a gradient that goes to the light color to the bright white. Let's go and do it. The first color is going to be the bright light, and the second color is going to be simply white. Beautiful, right? It's going to be very subtle, but it's going to add this kind of movement, subtle movement and soft movement to our design. Okay. Now let's go and click on the plus icon here, Flexbox container. We're going to use left to right, and we're going to use two containers here. The first container, it will contain the filters, and the second one, it will contain all the different elements that we have here. Okay, let's go and do it together. Plus icon. We're going to use now two containers. So let's add a first container, and let's duplicate this container. The first one is going to be, let's say, 25% width. Okay, 25. And the second one is going to be just 75. Let's see if this is going to work good. I think yes, we are quite of a good proportion. And here we're going to place the filters, and on the right, we're going to place just the products. We have many ways that we have when we want to add an archive of products. The easiest way and the most simple is to use this widget called Archive Products. We can drag and drop the archive products here, and that's it, you see? So we cannot do very much inside this archive product because it's controlled by WooCommerce. But in this case, we will leave it like this and let's publish. And it's going to ask, where do we want to display this specific template? Let's add a condition, and we're going to display this actually to all our product archives. This implies also the product categories. If you do not want to apply the same template also to product categories, but you want to create another template and assign it to your product categories, you should choose only shop page. Let's do like this. Let's choose only shop page. Let's save and close it. And let's go and see how this is going to work in the front end now when we go and visit our shop. So when we go to the shop, we see the custom title here, perfect. And we see all the different elements here correctly displaying into our shop. You see? Okay, they're working fine. Great. But now what happens if you want to customize everything and make it more professional, and most of all, completely customized as we want it, and maybe we want to create some custom cards like those here? Well, we have to create a loop item. Let's go and see how this works together. Then we're also going to see how to create some filters, of course. Now, from this page, or from whatever page you are opening into your website, we can open up the Finder, Command E or Control E, and we open up the theme builder. Okay. Let's click here, and in the theme builder, we're going to create a new loop item. So we click on the plus icon here, and this loop item is going to be the card that we're going to create to manage our products into the shop page, and maybe also into the category pages and so on. So the first thing, as always, we go here into the loop item settings, and we change the name. This is going to be the product card. And we're going to call number 1, because maybe we're going to create different product cards for different uses, of course. In the preview settings here, we should choose product, and we can apply and preview. If you want, you can also preview with a specific product. Oh, sorry, here. Okay. So when we are here in the settings, we can preview with, I don't know, maybe we can have the hat product, the one that we used before to create our template. And let's go now with the content. So we can insert all the content we want. We can use a Flexbox container from top to bottom. And we can insert as the first element a simple image. It's going to be the product image. So let's say that, sorry, we have to go back here to the settings here in order to have the right elements. And to the query part, we select products. Okay, let's apply. So now basically when we are going to add some content, it's going to, yes, say if we want to use some product elements. In fact, we want to use the featured image now. Okay. And it's going to be the hat image. And we're going to change it to be a simple thumbnail or a medium image. In this case, a medium image is going to work fine. Perfect. And we're going to the style tab, and we're going to make the height, specific height. Let's say that we want it to be 200 pixels. And we're going to use the object fit fill or cover. Cover is going to work fine. Let's go back to the content. Yes, the medium size is going to work fine in our case. Let's try also the small one. It's a little bit too much. You see that the image loses a little bit too much of quality. We can also go custom if you want. Yes, so let's go custom, and let's go 250 pixel. Okay. Okay, let's go back to the style. It's going to be like this, and this is going to be cover. Okay, and here we can also go into pixels and let's say 200. So we are sure that the image is going to be squared like this. Okay, now we can change also the dimensions of our element here. For example, we select the main container and we can change the dimension by using a full width. Okay, and by changing it to, let's say in pixels, or maybe 250. Okay, that's a little bit too small. Maybe 300 is going to be fine. Okay. Then we can also add some more elements. Let's say that we want the product price, the product title, of course, below here. Let's also place the image here on the left, maybe. Okay. This is going to be too much. You should not use an H1, but you should use an H3 in this case. Okay. And we can also link this element here to the post URL. In this case, to the product URL is going to be. Okay, let's click post URL. And then we can also link the image here to the post URL. So we go to the content, link custom URL, dynamic tag post URL. So that if someone clicks on the image or on the title, they're going to be directed to the product, directly to the product page. Here we can insert the review product rating. Okay, perfect. Then we can also change maybe the star size to be a little bit smaller, something like this. And we can change the typography of the link. It's going to be a small one. And we're going to change also the star color to be primary and the empty star color to be soft gray and the link color to be a little bit less visible like this. Perfect. We can even get rid of it. Is there a way to do so? No. Okay. Let's keep it like this. And okay, let's go on by adding also some more content. We just need to here the add to cart button. Okay. And we need to style it. You see here. Okay. So the button is going to be, well, we do not need here the quantity. So we go to quantity and we hide it. We just need the simple add to cart button, and we change the variations also. No, we're not going to style them right now. We're going to the symbol bottom now, and we're going to make it full width, and we're going to change the typography to match all our buttons and navigation styles. We're going to change the border type to be solid. We're going to use here our global variable. This is just up to you, of course, if you want to use the same structure that I'm using here, or if you want to design differently. Okay, then we're going to use the global border radius. It's going to be here, global radius. Okay, and then we're going to use the padding is going to be the same. Now the text color is going to be white and the background color is going to be primary and the border color is going to be borders dark. Beautiful. And on hover, we're going to have the text color on black, the background color on secondary, and the border color still on border dark. Beautiful. The transition duration is going to be 0.3, since it's the value that Elementor uses by default in many different places, and I quite like it. And the view card is going to be of a different color, primary. Typography is going to be, let's say text base, and the spacing is going to be 15 pixels. Okay, let's go and have a publish. Okay. So basically, this is a very, very basic design of a card, of a product card. We just need a background color and maybe also a little bit of padding and radius and a border. And to do so, we can proceed by selecting the main container here and styling it, of course. If you want, you can also use a class that I have in my CSS framework, if you're using it, if you have uploaded at the beginning of this tutorial. And you can type inside here card-1, and you see card1, simply structure the card like this with a simple effect also when we hover over the element. If you want, you can use it. Otherwise, you can style it by hand. I'm going to show you how to do so. If you want to style it by hand, you go to style and you change, for example, the background, the border, and so on. Let's add a border. Let's say that we want a solid border, and this is going to be, as always, a border with our variables or with pixels. I'm going to show you a quick way to do it with simple pixels. The border color is going to be, for example, the border is light. Then we're going to have a specific border radius, let's say 10 pixels. This is just a quick way to show you how you can style all this. We can go then to the advanced tab and add some padding using rem, let's say 1 rem of padding. And then basically this is your card. You see? Very easy, right? If you want, you can also go to the advanced tab and add also transformation. So when someone hovers the card, you're going to make them, for example, scale or skew or offset. Let's go with the offset. And let's say that the epsilon offset should be 10 pixels or minus 10, even better. Look, now when I hover the card, you see that there is a subtle movement that brings the card to the top, that makes the card float. It makes it float. But in my case, I will just use the class because I prefer. So we'll go back here to my settings and I will just unlink all these values here to the style tab. I will get rid of the border. I will keep none. Oh, I will keep default actually. And I'm changing also here this. Now what happens if I go back to the advanced tab? I will use my simple class card1. I love it. If I want, I can go to the style tab and I can change the color of my, how do you call this, of my border. And I can see if it works well and better when I'm using my solid and not 2 pixels, but this is going to be okay like this, and my border light color. Yes, border light. Pretty nice. Okay. I like it. It's very minimalistic and functional, and you get the idea here. So you can add all the elements that you need in your product cards. You can even add some sale badges. We're going to see it in the next step, this. And let's now publish and see how this is going to work in the archive. So let's go back to our shop page and let's reload the shop page editor. So we can just go, actually we can even just go here. Anyway, you just go to the theme builder and you edit your shop archive. Perfect. And in my case, I'm going to change now. I'm going to use not this element here, but another widget. So I'm going to delete this widget here. Okay. And I'm going to use a new one. I'm going to click on the plus icon and I'm going to type inside widget here, loop. And it's going to be a loop grid. Okay. This is a magic widget. It's going to be a products grid. And the card is going to be the product card number 1. Okay. Look how beautiful it is. You see that all the different heights are a little bit, different. To have the same height, we can equalize the height, you see, like this. And it's going to work fine. And if you want, you can also place the button to the bottom of the cards to align it to the bottom. I'm going to show it. I'm going to show it to you in a few seconds. And the query, it should be not the latest products, but the current query. This is very important. Current query. Okay. We can exclude or include some specific products here if you want to do so. We can change the pagination. I'm going to place the pagination on load on click, and I'm going to change the text to load more products. Okay. Okay. And then I'm going to align the message here, no more products to show. Okay. And this is the message that is going to appear when someone loads all the products. And in the additional options, I can also add a nothing found message in the eventuality that I'm using this how do you say this, grid item also into a search page or into another archive, of course. Let's publish now. And we see that there is an error here because actually I made a mistake because I assigned a specific width to my elements here, to my cards. Let's go and fix this. We can go back to our cards just by clicking here on Edit Template. And when we are editing our card template, actually, we need to change the content width and not to assign a specific value, but leave it as it is. You see that now it's going to adjust automatically to the width that it can fill into the position where these cards will be. So let's save and go back. Okay, perfect. It looks very nice. Let's go and check this from tablet and also from mobile. It looks fine, beautiful. Okay, and from tablet we can keep it like this. I say yes. We can even get a little bit smaller with the titles. You see they are too big in my opinion. And let's do it by just editing the template from here. Okay. We go to the title and we assign a different style to the typography. It's going to be simply an S title or even just an extra small title. Let's see if it's going to work fine. Maybe it's too small. Let's say S title. Okay. Perfect. Publish. Okay. Now what happens if you want to align the button here towards the end of your elements? You just need to make it grow, and actually you need to make grow the elements that are before the Add to Cart button. In this case, we forgot to add the pricing, so we click on the plus icon. We add the product price. Okay, perfect. We can style it. Let's change the color to be this one. Let's change the typography to be like this. We'll change also the sale price, and the typography of the sale price is going to be like this. And it's going to be not stacked, but like this. And the spacing, we're going to keep it like this. Perfect. Now that we have the price here in place, we can apply a single element to the pricing, a single setting, which is going to be into the advanced tab. And it's going to be this size grow. So that is going to push down the buttons towards the end of the cards. Let's go and see. Let's publish. Actually, we have to save and go back here. And now we're seeing all our changes correctly applied. As you can see here, now the button is towards the ends of the cards, and it looks fine. Perfect. And then we have all the rest. We have the stars, the customer review, and so on. Let's see a quick preview from here. Beautiful. There is a little bit of a problem here with our stars. No worry, because I have all the CSS and styling that you need to make everything look perfectly. Before going to define a little bit of styling errors like this one, let's go and have a quick preview in the front end to see if everything works fine from the front end into the shop page. Okay, let's be sure to reload the shop page here. And here is our shop page. It works fine, okay. And if we click on the image or on the, on the title here, it's going to land on the product page. It works fine, perfect. And if we click into the Add to Cart button, it's going to add cart, the element, view cart, and this is the cart page. Okay, we're going to go back here in a few steps. So basically this is our basic grid, and there are a few elements that we need to adjust. For example, these stars here that do not work fine, and the pagination here, as you saw, it is not respecting what we wanted to do when we were editing it inside here, because for example here we have 3 columns, for example, but we do not have 6 items per page. Why not? Because there is a little bit of an error that we need to correct together, and we're going to do so in a moment. And let's go and correct this first error. Now, if you want to hide the review link that says the number of reviews and that messes up the design here of the review widget, we can just click here on the right click of the mouse, go and inspect, and we see that basically there is this element called with a class of WooCommerce review link, which needs to be hidden because it doesn't work, firstly, and second, it is not useful because in my case, I do not want to show the number of reviews here. I just want to show the number of stars that this product has received. So I can go here and make display none. You see, this is going to be the final result. It looks more nice. And by the way, the people can see the number of reviews inside the product itself. We're basically now going back to our product card number 1. I actually made a mistake, a spelling mistake. So I need to change here. The title is going to be product card, not cart. And I'm going to remove this customer review link here by going to the advanced tab when I selected here this element. And I'm going here to the custom CSS and I will add this simple system, which is going to be this one. WooCommerce review link. Look, it's going to be this one. All these codes, I'm going to leave them to you into my free resources if you need to copy and paste them directly. And I'm simply going to open and close the column, not the column, that stuff. I don't know how to call it. And then I'm going to place here a display none. Yes, display none. Look what happens now. There's no more the count. You see here, one customer review, no more that. So we can publish and this is okay, perfect. Now we go to the shop page and we see that it looks very, very nice, okay. And the other error was the fact that you see here, basically all the products are being shown now here, while we need to have a pagination and decide how many products we want to show in the main shop archive page. So we go here to open up the shop archive now, okay. And we just make sure to have everything in place. So we select here our loop grid and we say, let's say that we want, for example, 9 items per page, or maybe just, yes, 6, why not? 3 columns and 6 items per page. You see here, this is not being respected because we have way more than 6 products here. We have 10 products. And let's go and see how to fix it. We leave this page open here and we just go and open up, we exit WordPress this into a new tab. Or we just can go into our dashboard, of course. And from here, we open up this website from the front end and we open up the customizer. Maybe it's even better if you open up the shop page and you open up the customizer. Okay. Now that we are here, we can go on WooCommerce, you see. And we make sure to go to the product catalog. And here we just change the number of products per row. We put it to 1. This is very weird, but it works. When it is to 1, you can go here and choose the number of products that you want per page. You can choose 1, for example. And here it's going to respect your solution, you see. And if you choose 6, it's going to be 6. And if you choose 9, it's going to be 9, you see. So basically, this is the place that you can use to control the number of products that are being shown on your main pages. Let's go and say 6, for example. Okay. Let's go and publish now. And basically, I think that this is going to override the settings that you have set up into your shop page, into the loop grid. Let's go and see if this is real. Okay, when we go now to view the page, we go to the shop page and we should see just 6 products. It is already like this, perfect. You see? And then here I can load more products and it's working fine. No more products to show is the sentence that I have customized here into my archive when I was into the pagination setup. You see here, no more products to show. You can even disable this if you want. But if you want to keep it, you can do it like this. Okay, now it's working fine. And basically our archive is working and we have everything in place to go on into the next steps. Now, in order to add these beautiful filters here on the left, we're going to use a simple plugin, a free one, which is called Filter Everything. We just can go to our backend here. We go to Plugins, Add New, and we type Filter Everything right inside here in the bar. Filter Everything. Okay, this is the plugin that we need. Install now. It has more than 50,000 active installations and it has frequent updates. We activate the plugin and then we have this plugin here activated. We can go on the settings and we can go and change a few things. Here we can go and change the primary color. In my case, I will use my Elementor primary color. So let's go and check this out. It's going to be this one. Okay, I'll pick up this color here. Perfect. And I'm going to paste it here. Okay, perfect. And then here I can change the maximum height for my filter container. I will leave it as it is for now. Here I will make sure to have everything before and also before. Perfect. Here I will disable the debug mode. And I will go here and change the class, and I will change it to something that I will apply to my archive. In my case, I will just go and call it shop content. Okay, shop content. I will copy this class now, and I will go and paste it into my page. Let's save changes. Let's go back to our shop archive. And then here inside my elements, I'll go and change the class to the advanced tab. Okay, in my loop grid, I will apply the class, which is going to be this one, the shop content class. Now here I will be ready to paste inside my filters, but before doing so, I need to publish and reload my page. And if you don't find it, you just need to scroll down until you find the WordPress widgets, these, okay? And here you just look for the, where is it? Filter everything filters, okay? We place it here, okay? And we can give this filter widget title, so filters, if you want to, and we can apply. Okay, now we are ready to insert our filters. So we go to filters, filter set, and we go and add a new filter set. It's going to be our shop page. Okay, shop page filters. We're going to filter products. Okay, and then we're going to add our filters. The first one is going to be maybe, let's see what I did here, the search bar, but we're going to add it separately. And so we will start with pricing filter. Okay. Let's go and add this. It's a little bit complex, so let's do it together. We're going to use a custom field numeric, okay? Then the meta key, it's very important. You will start with an underscore and you will type price, okay? If you do not do like this, it won't work, so be careful. And this is going to be the filter title, the name, so filter by price, for example. And here we're going to have... we're going to keep it like this, and the last setting is going to be a numeric range. Numeric range, perfect. Let's go on now, and let's see if this is going to work fine. So we publish our filter set. There's just one filter, and it says that there is an error. Okay, let's go and see. Okay, the variation name for the URL, we can give it a specific name, for example, price in our case. Okay, let's go here and give it the price name. Let's go and save it, publish. Okay, so basically now we have just one filter, which is the filter by price. And when we want to add these filters to our shop page, we just go and edit our shop page. In my case, I will reload my shop page. Okay. I'm going to search for my filters. If you do not find your filter widget, you just need to scroll down until you find the section called WordPress, this one down here. And then here you will find your filter everything. We're going to use this filter everything filters, okay? Perfect. And yes, we're going to use it like this. No, this one, no need. No need, okay. Let's see if it works fine. Let's publish. Let's go and see from the front end the page. And when we go and click on our shop page, you see that the filter is now working. Let's test it. Let's say that we want to see only products that costs under 17 euros, and it works fine. Look, beautiful, right? Okay, so this is our filter, and it works very well. And it's very fast, by the way, you see? It works very fast, it's instantaneous. Okay, now this, we can get rid of this because we will place all the data about our filters right above the archive. So for example, here we do not need this number of product found, so we can go back here and we do not show the number of product posts found. We can publish now, okay? And we can just go and add another element, another widget, by going back here to our WordPress widgets, and we see that we have the filter everything chips. We will place it above here, perfect. We will show it on mobile, show chips only if set with no, okay, title, active filters. Okay, let's see if this is gonna work fine. Okay, let's publish now. Let's go back to our shop page and we will have the active filters. You see here, active filters, and we will have everything here. This is kind of weird because it should show up only if we have active filters. But yeah, if there is no way to do so, we can just simply go back here where we were. Okay, and we just can deactivate this. Okay, let's do it. And here, basically, you do not write nothing and you publish. And when you are on your shop page now and you apply any filter, you will see that those elements will appear here. So you can reset filters and you see that you have active filters right here. Perfect. And so when you want, you can, of course, delete a single filter, because if you have multiples, of course, you can do it, or you can reset all like this. Pretty easy. Let's go on now by adding all the other filters. We'll go back to our filter set here and we continue adding more filters. The second one will be a category filter. We're going to give it a title. And it's going to be checkboxes. Why not? Then we're going to add another filter. You can use, for example, product color or product size and so on. And these are elements that are going to be connected with your product attributes. And we're going to see this later when we're going to create products with attributes and variables. Let's just place one here. And let's write product colors, filter by color. And here the variable name will be colors or just color. And here the variable name will be category. Okay, so now we have added a few filters. We can go and update. Perfect. And when we reload our shop page, we should see them here. You see, filter by color, and there's no filter by category, which is weird. Let's go back here and see why this is happening. You see that it says that this filter is inactive because it's not related to the selected post type. In fact, I made a mistake here because I needed, oh, let's delete it, okay. I needed to select the correct product categories, not categories, okay, product categories, perfect. Okay, let's go and save, update. Now when I go back to my shop page, I will see my categories perfectly. Look how beautiful it is and how fast it works, you see? So these are all the filters. You see that they're working fine. There is a category selected and there is a maximum price selected, and it's working very, very nice out of the box. So you can keep on adding all your filters there and you will be able to have everything in place. We can even add a quick search bar. And to add a search bar here, we just need to go back to our settings, our filter settings, and we can scroll down here and show the search field. We can keep it like this. Okay, and let's go and update. When we reload our shop page now, we will see also a search bar. There it is. And we can place it also to the top just by going back to our settings here. And we see that there is this new element that has appeared and we can place it right above here. Okay, update, back to the shop, and voila. Beautiful, right? If I type, for example, hat, I will see that, and I press enter, I will see that the search works very fast and very well. Okay. And if I type something that it is not present in my shop, it's going to show nothing. So here it is important to go back to our shop archive, select here our template, and use also as an additional option a nothing found message. So in this case, we can keep it like this if you want. We can change also the HTML tag and so on. And we can change also the styling of our nothing found message, you see. For example, we can change the space from the top. Let's say we want 20 pixels. Space from the bottom, 20 pixels. Typography, let's make it a little bit like this. Color, let's place it like this. And that's it. Publish. Now, when I go back here and I perform a search and there's nothing found, I will see this message. It seems that we can't find what you're looking for. Pretty cool, right? If you want to enhance your filters here and, for example, hide the number of elements for each filter, hide empty filters and so on, you just need to go here and edit the filter set. So we go to the settings in this case, and we go here on the experimental tab, and we just go and enable the other colors watches for filters. Okay, so we can select the taxonomy here, which is going to be just product color, this one. And we're going to use rounded swatches, and we're going to save changes. Okay, all right. Now when we go on WooCommerce products and we click on attributes, we will see that our colors, they have a new setting here to set up basically a color. Okay, let's go and edit this. Okay, we can select the color here. And this is beige, okay. Voila, update. Let's go and see if this works fine. Let's go to the store page. And wow, it is working fine actually. And I can even set an image if I prefer. And if you want to continue to enhance all this, you can also hide the number of elements contained into each and every filter. For example, yes, 1 green product or 9 clothing products and so on. Just by going back to your filter settings here, to your filter settings, you scroll down and you go here and you do not show counters. Then you update. When you go back to your shop page, you will see that the counter has disappeared, so we just have a cleaner view if you prefer. And you can also go and decide to hide all the empty categories. For example, if you do not want to show them, you go here and the empty terms, you just go here and always hide them. So you update and you are sure that if there is a category or a term that has no content, it's going to be hidden from your filters. Okay, now it's working very, very fine. Now, regarding filters, there is a small additions that you can do to optimize them. And you can see here from mobile, when we are visiting our shop page, instead of having all the filters open by default like this, I'm going to show you how you can apply this button here to have filters only if the user wants to filter. It's pretty easy. You just need to go to your filter settings. So you go to filters, settings, and then from this page, general, you go to the filter widget on mobile, should be, and you choose here collapsed and expand. Okay, you save changes. And then when you go to your shop page and you visit it from mobile, instead of seeing your filters all like this, you will see a simple filters button where the user can choose if they want to filter or if they want just to navigate the shop page. Now that we have created a custom shop page like this one with some custom shop product cards and a single template like this one, we are ready to create a section dedicated to related products, as you can see here. Let's go and do it together. We're going just to open up our single product template right now. Okay. And we're going to create a new related product section. So we scroll down here at the bottom of the page and we create a new section called using a flexbox, of course, from top to bottom. And we're going to apply here to this container a padding. So we go to the advanced tab and we can use a padding by hand, inserting some values here, or by using our custom classes. In my case, vertical spacing, medium. Okay. I also remind you that all these classes are available here in my free resources. And if you're using my files, you can apply these classes very easily. You see here, this is the vertical spacing class. Now I'm ready to go here and insert a heading. It's going to be this one. It's going to be an H3 and it's going to be related products. I can add some more elements. I can use a loop grid or a loop carousel, is the same. And in my case, I'm going to show you how to use a loop carousel. So let's drop it here. Now we just have a single loop grid item, and it is the same that we are using on our shop page. So if I write here card, I will find out my product card number 1, you see? And if I apply it, I will see all the related products coming up like this. If I do not see nothing, it means that I need to change the query. So I can scroll down to query, and I can go here and select in the layout, I should select here products. Okay. Now in the query, it is very important to go and select here related products. Perfect. So now I'm sure that it's going to show only products based on related product, of course. By default, related products are assigned to products that are in the same category. So you can choose here how you want to order them. If you have maybe 100 products or 1000 products and so on, you can order by title, price, popularity, rating, random, menu order. In my case, I will leave them by date. So I know that the most recent products are being shown here, are going to be shown here. And it's going to be the most recent products that are of the same category. In my case, accessories. When I publish now and I go and visit my product page from the front end, let's go to the shop page and let's go and visit, for example, the shirt. Okay, I'm going to see here the related products are going to be only products that are in the same category, in the shirt category, you see? Great. Now, since I'm using a carousel, they are going to be shown the duplicated products you see here because I have an infinite scroll. And so basically it's going to show only the same products in the same category. And since here I have not a lot of products belonging to the same category, This is the problem. So I invite you to use the carousel only if you have many products. Otherwise, instead of using the carousel, you can use the simple loop grid and control exactly as many products you want to show in the related product section. In my case, for example, I'm going to show you quickly how this works. If I add a new product belonging to the shirt category, I will see it here in the related products. Let's go and do it. Plus product. Okay, I have created my product here and I can add the category. It's going to be shirts and it's going to belong also to the main clothing category. And let's go and see what happens now when I publish. I will see that this product is going to be, yes, visible, of course. And voila, this is the product. Great. And here I have all the other related products. And if I visit another t-shirt like this one, I will see the new product now available here. And it's going to be the first one because it's going to show automatically the latest added product. Now, if you're using the carousel too, and you see that there is this, you see here, this problem that if you're using this effect of hover, it's going to hide a part of the element. It's going to be solved with a simple line of CSS. So you can go back here to your related products. You select the loop grid and you go to the advanced tab, the loop carousel, sorry, in this case, you go to the advanced tab and you go to the custom CSS. And so here, this is the line of code that is going to solve the problem. Just go to my free resources and it's going to be this one. You see, Swiper Elementor loop container padding top 10 pixel. When you copy this and you paste it here, okay, you will see that, you see, is going to, yeah, kind of give some spacing here to the top so that now when we are hovering here, it's going to be shown correctly. Look, looks beautiful, right? Great. So I invite you to use the carousel only if you have many products. If you have not a lot of products, you can use a simple loop grid as we saw before in the shop archive. So you apply the same principle here to the related product. Let me go and show you here how you can continue styling this element here. We can see that the loop carousel, if you go back to the content, you can change the number of slides, of course, the number of slides to display, and the number of slides to scroll. Here you can choose if you want or not to equalize the height, and it's going to look better, so I invite you to do so. And then in the query, of course, you have to choose related product, but you can change here if you want to organize all the products by title, by date, by price, and so on, or popularity. Then you can change the order if you want descending or ascending. And then let's go to settings. Here you can change the autoplay behavior if you want them to scroll automatically, the scroll speed. If you want them to pause on hover, I strongly suggest you to keep all this enabled. Also the pause on interaction, so when the mouse is interacting, the slide will pause. And the infinite scroll, it makes the carousel slide infinitely. Yeah, okay, without an end. Here we can change the transition duration, let's say 300 milliseconds, the direction and the offset slides. This is interesting because you can have a preview of the upcoming and of the previous slides. If you want to make both, you see that it's going to be like this. You're going to have a preview on left and on the right. And you're going to say, you can choose also if you want just on the left or just on the right. You can just choose as you wish. And in my case, I will keep it on none. And the navigation here, it's pretty good because you can customize everything regarding navigation, regarding the left and right arrows, the dots that you have here on to the bottom. And you can place, for example, the arrows to the bottom, let's say like this, and also this one, left and right to the bottom, or to the top. You can change whatever you want, and you can change after the positioning and most of all the colors and background. Let me show you what happens here if I change the position. Let's say that I want to place it a little bit more, let's say 40 pixels down here. Let's see if this works. 40 pixels, and to the pagination here I will make none. Okay, so I will hide it. Navigation, let's go back here and make 50 pixel. It's gonna work better, I think. Okay, and then I'm going to the style tab and I'm changing now the navigation. So I'm going to the navigation and I'm changing the icons size. Let me do something bigger. Yeah, maybe something like this, 45. I'm changing the color to be white, global white, and I'm changing the background to be, let's say, the secondary one. Okay, you see that now they are pretty visible and it is not quite nice. So I will go with the primary one maybe. Or I can even go with a dark background. Yes, this is gonna work better. I'm going to change now the border to be border radius of 900. Okay, I want it to be completely rounded. Or if I want, I can also use my global variables. Let's go and see how they work. Go back here and I will copy and paste my global border radius variables so that I know that it's going to use the same value throughout the whole website. And in my case, it's going to obtain the same effect because the padding is as it is. If I want, I can change the padding too, of course. I can make it, for example, in pixels, unlink the values. And let's say that I want right and left a few margin like this. And then I can change also the positioning. If I put them outside, they're going to be shown like this, you see? Pretty cool. And I can change also the hover effect. So the color of the icon should change to be this one. And the background type, I'm going to change it to secondary. Aha, cool. Okay. Border type, I keep it on default. And all the rest should stay like this. I can also increase the gap between slides if I want. Let's say that I want them to be 50 pixels. And I can publish them when I'm ready. Look how beautiful now it is, this related products carousel. And we can go here and basically see all the different related products in this way. If you prefer, of course, you can also change completely the card and create a separate card to show all the related products, because we will be able also to use this customized card throughout the whole website, also in other different parts in the homepage or whatever we want. Okay, so now this is the related products section. Congratulations! Now we have created a beautiful shop page with all the different filters to navigate categories, filters by attributes. We're going to see this section here, how to create attributes and how to assign them to different products, of course, in the next steps. And this is pretty cool, right? Because it works very well and you can navigate very easily between different categories and variables around your shop. But what happens if someone tries to visit right now a category page? They're going to see a simple page without a template. For example, here, if I go on the shirts category, I will see something like this. You see, it is not controlled by us in this case. How you can take control also of the single category template, you can do like this. You can go to the shop page. We can open up here the shop archive product template here, the shop archive template. Okay. And we can decide where we want to assign it. At the beginning of the tutorial, when I showed you this part, I had as a display condition the simple shop page. So in this case, you see that this specific archive is just controlling the shop page. But if you want, you can also assign it to all the product archives, which means that this is going to be assigned also to brand pages, search results, product categories, and product tags. Let's go and do it. All product archives, save and close. Okay, now when we go back to our category page and we try to visit it, let's go and see how this works. We go to the shirts page, we're going to see the same shop page. But in my case, I have added to my template a dynamic sentence like this one that is going to show to the user that they are visiting a specific category page. How to do so? We're going to see it together. Let's go back to the shop page and let's open up the theme builder, shop archive in this case. Okay. And we're going to add a dynamic element that is going to show up only when we are on a specific category page. And yes, so let's do it. Let's click on the plus icon here and let's add a new container. And we can place this container right beside the title of the shop page. Now we can select here the main container that contains also the title of the shop. And we make sure to have the horizontal direction and to use the space between. We can also align items to the end or to the center. In my case, I will keep them to the end. Okay. Now in this container here, I can add whatever I want. In my case, I just want to add all the elements that is going to make my users understand that they're visiting a specific category page. So let's go here and let's add a text editor. Okay. And here I'm going to write down a simple sentence, but I'm going to use a dynamic tag value. So I'm opening up the dynamic tags. I'm using the archive title, okay? And I'm going to modify it to not include the context, okay? And in the advanced section, I will write a sentence before, okay? hey, you are on our shop page. In this case, this is going to be hidden in the shop page and it's going to show up only when you are on a category page. So here is going to show, for example, hey, you're on our t-shirts page, for example. Now we can also use here, if you go here, for example, and you place at the end some code, like for example, this one, B and maybe B and U, like this. You see that is going to underline and also make it bold. And then here you can close the tag. So we simply go and close B and U. Okay. And then if I go and see how this is working now, you see, hey, you're visiting our shop page. In this case, it is the shop page, but this is going to be hidden on the shop page. And then we can also add a link to go back to the main shop page. So let's go here. It's going to be a simple text editor again. And inside this container, we're going to place the elements horizontally. And the second one here is going to say simply, go back to the main shop page. This is just an example of how you can organize the elements. Main shop page, and here you just assign a link, which is going to be the shop page link, of course. So shop, this is going to be the link. Okay. I think we are okay, perfect. Here we can select now the title and make sure to the advanced tab to select grow so that we have the full size of our title. Okay, and then here we can select all the elements, perfect, to be aligned at the end, for example. Okay, that's great. And let's go and see if this container here, we go to the advanced tab and we make it shrink. No, it doesn't work. So let's leave it like this. We're going now to publish this. And if you're going to visit now your shop page, you're going to see that this sentence is going to be visible also on the shop page, which has no sense, which makes no sense. But it's going to make sense when we are on a category page. Hey, you're visiting our shirts page. Go back to the main shop page. Perfect. You see? Now we just need to hide this sentence when we are on the shop page. Okay, so we select our container here, we go to the advanced tab and we scroll until we find display conditions. We open this up and we add a condition. It's going to be a simple condition. We're using here the dynamic tags condition. The title is not shop. This is a simple condition. Dynamic tag title is not shop. Save and close, publish. When we go and visit our shop page now, the sentence has disappeared, perfect. But if we are on a category page, we're going to see it like this. Hey, you're visiting our clothing page, go back to the main shop page. Okay, maybe this is quite confusing, so you can change it as you wish, depending also on the structure that you assigned to your e-commerce. And we can change also here the styling maybe of the second sentence to make it feel less, distracting. Okay, like this. And we can change the text color to this one and also the link color to this one. Okay, beautiful. Okay, and the styling here, we're going to be sure here to have all the elements aligned correctly to the bottom. Okay, or maybe to the center. Yes, why not? Publish. Let's go and see again our t-shirt or our category pages. Hey, you're visiting our clothing page. Go back to the main shop page. See, this is just an example of how you can manage the single category pages if you do not want to create a separate template. In fact, if you want, you can also avoid to use the same template for the category pages, but you can create a new template, a totally new template just for the single category pages. And you can do it by following the same steps that we followed when we created the shop template. The only difference is that when you finish creating the category template, you just need to go here to the display conditions, and instead of using shop page or all product archives, you just go and select product categories. So when you select this, you will be able to leave on all, so that specific template is going to be assigned to all categories, or you can choose specific categories. Let's say that you want a different template only for the t-shirt category. You can go here, create one, and then you go here and select t-shirt or shirt in this case. Okay, and this template is going to be applied only to shirts. You see, pretty easy. Now in my case, I will leave it on all product archives and I save and close, and I'll leave it like this. Let me show you now what happens when you want to create a separate template to manage your categories. For example, here I have created a separate template from the shop page. You see here in the shop page, I have the simple filters on the right, on the left, and grid on the right. But when I'm on my categories, for example, on jackets or accessories, you see here, there is another template that comes in place that has a different structure, you see. So if you need to do so in your e-commerce, I'm going to show you here how to do it. I already showed you how you can keep the same template and when you are on the categories, you see, you're going to see this specific sentence for each different category. But in the eventuality you want to change the template, now let's follow these steps. So you just go and open up the theme builder as always, and you create a new template for an archive. It's going to be a product archive template. Okay, let's go and create one, and we're going to use it with a different structure. So let's give it this template a name. It's going to be product categories, and then we're going to use all the different kind of content. So we place some Flexbox container. The first one is going to be from top to bottom. We're going to use actually a similar structure to this one. So we're going to place the image of our category, because we can assign to each different category a separate image if we want to do so. And we're going to do it now. So the first one is going to be the image. Okay, and it's going to be a simple image widget. We're going to change here the dimension to be medium. So 300 per 300, so it's going to be optimized also and not too heavy. And we're going to use a dynamic tag, which is going to be taken from our WooCommerce category image. You see here. So now that we have selected the category image, we can also style it a little bit differently. We can go on pixels here and make sure that this is going to be just about 150 pixels. Okay. And maybe we can also have a preview. If we go on the product archive settings, we can click on preview settings and we can change here to be on products categories archive. Apply and preview. Okay. Perfect. So now we have the preview in place. Of course, now I do not have any image on my categories, so it won't show here, but it will show when we're going to apply this to our effective categories. Let's go and assign a title. Okay, it's going to be a heading in this case. And this heading here is going to be the title of the page. So we're going to use an H1. And we're going to style it to the center. And of course, to the content here, we're going to assign a dynamic tag. This is going to be the archive. I think that this is going to be just the archive title. So the archive title, this one. Let's get rid of the context. Okay. Accessories. Okay. And then we're going to have also a description. Let me go and check if in the archive we can also pull out a description. I think that it is possible, but I just need to check it. So we are on products. We go on categories. We see that we have all the random categories created when we just uploaded together the placeholder products. And if you do not have categories here, of course, you can create them by hand. And we're going to see here, for example, in accessories, yes, I have a description here. So let's place a placeholder description. Our selection of beautiful accessories. Okay, we can also upload a thumbnail. Let's say that this is going to be the thumbnail. Okay. Yes, it's going to work fine. Let's use this image and we will update our category. Sometimes when you use the plugin Lightspeed Cache, it will look like it isn't saved, but actually it will be saved. Let's try it here to purge our caching and see if something changes. If nothing changes, we can just go to plugins. And as you saw also before, sometimes it is good to deactivate this plugin while we are creating the website. And we can just go back here and reactivate it when we finish creating all the pages and structure and so on. In fact, now when we go back to products and categories, we should see correctly all the settings that we modified, you see? So actually they were saved, but the caching was hiding them. So basically it's nothing serious here, but yeah, just to show you if you are in the same situation. Now, when we go back to our accessories page here and we publish it, we can choose where we want to show this. So we add a condition, and this is going to be just on the product categories. Okay, and it's going to apply to all product categories. Let's save and close. Okay, let's go and just make a quick test here and view our category page. Okay, you see that the template is already in place. Of course, now we need to output also the products, which is very important, and all the rest of the elements. So let's go back here and add another text element. It's going to be text editor. And we're going to center it as a style, and we're going to change the content to be dynamic. Let's see if we can see also the excerpt. Yes, this one is going to be the archive description. Okay. And you see our selection of beautiful accessories just for you. You see, in fact, here, when I edit my category, this is exactly the description that I have assigned to my category. And of course, as you saw, the image is also taking effect correctly. We can go now and edit the content. So we can basically maybe just go here to the first container and let's style it a little bit before jumping to the next one. And I'm going to use the same gradient effect that I was using in all the other pages to keep also my design consistent. So I will also add here a layout spacing. And this is going to be okay. So here we can go and add also my spacing. As always, I go to the advanced tab. In my case, I will use my class since I love using global classes. Vertical spacing medium. And then I'm going to use also a second container. So let's place here the second container. It's going to be Flexbox. And inside this one, I'm going to place, I can choose the archive products, of course, or I can simply go with my loop grid. So I will choose loop grid. Okay. And I will place it here. And here I can change to products. I can change here to card. I can choose between the card number 1 or the card number 2. Let's go with the number 1, okay, which is the same that I'm using, by the way, in my shop page. So this is great. And I can choose if I want to place on this page also the filters, or if I want to keep these pages just for each each category without having the filters. So it's up to you to choose if you want to keep the filters or not. In this case, I'm going to keep this page simple. And I can choose number of columns, number of items per page, masonry, equal height. Yes, I want to equal height. And I can go to the query here, and I need to choose current query. This is very important, otherwise this is not going to work. And we're going to add as a last option here, we can change the pagination if you want. Use, for example, load on click, load more products. And then here, no more product to show. Okay. Oh, no, so this is the, sorry, on pagination, we have to choose here a custom as no more products. Okay. This is the message that will appear if there is no products in that specific category. Okay. So we can go and publish this. And when we go and visit, for example, our accessories category, we can see that the page is going to look like this. So you see basically here I have assigned a different template for my category pages, while if I am on my shop page, I will see all the different products like this. So up to you if you want to keep the same page as I showed you before and just show a simple sentence when you are on a different category, or if you want a totally different template as we saw here. For example, I go into the t-shirt page and you're going to see it like this and so on. Of course, for each and every category, if you assign a different template, you should have a description also here. You can update. And then when you visit the category, you will see all the elements in place. Okay. So basically we just created this, this page here. We can also have a fixed height. If, for example, you want a squared image, and we can go here to cover. Okay. Let's go and publish and see how this is going to look like in the front end. Okay. Perfect. And if I go back to my, for example, to my accessories, I'm going to see it like this. It looks nice, you see? So up to you if you want to organize differently or your elements, and they work fine like this. And of course, if you want, you can also assign the same template to your tags pages or to whatever archive you want. Now let's go and see how you can create a product search system that is going to be advanced. So not only having this search box here that already works well, because if you type whatever you want to search here, you're going to find it very fast, but you can have the same search bar up here, for example, in the header or whatever you want on the website, even just on the shop page here, whatever you want. Also having, for example, a live preview of all your products dropping down here when someone starts typing, for example. And let's see how this happens, how you can configure this. In my case, I will show you how you can create a custom search bar up here in the header to search throughout the whole website. And you can also not only put it here in the desktop header, but also in the mobile header. So let's go and see how to do so. We're just going to open up the main header, and we're going to create a simple search bar here. Okay, plus search. Perfect. It's going to be this one. We place it here. The widget is going to look weird like this because it has many different styling out of the box like this. I don't know why, but it is as it is. We can change here, search product. Okay. Then we can go and change the icon if you want. In this case, there is no icon, but we can use a simple icon, not in the input. So we'll keep it like this. The auto-completion, we will keep it hidden. Then the clear icon is going to be this one. Okay. The submit is going to be, you can choose the enter key, the submit button, or both. I will leave it on both right now. Okay. And the text is going to be search, but in my case, I can also decide to delete the text and use only a simple icon. I go to the icon library and I go to search here. I want to use this one. Okay. And I'll go to the results here, and I want to enable live results, but I have not yet created a template dedicated to that, so I will keep it disabled for now. I will show you in the next steps how you can do so. In the query, I will go here and search only in products. I do not want the users to see posts, pages, or other elements. Just products. Perfect. I can decide also if I want to exclude some specific products by category, by tag, and so on, or to include only specific products. In my case, I will leave it like this, everything. The query ID, I do not need it right now. And I go to the additional settings here, and I can change the pagination. But in my case, I will leave it as it is. Let's go to the style tab now. We can change the typography here to be our text-based typography, or something more small, so we can change the text extra small. We can change the placeholder color to be this one, okay. We can change the background type. In my case, I will keep it white, it is okay for me. The text color in the placeholder, okay, in the input box here is gonna be maybe a little bit different, this one, when I'm typing it. You see here when I'm typing, this is the text color. Yes, I'm gonna keep it like this. The icon color is gonna be, let's keep it white like this. It's okay. I'm going to assign it. And the border type is going to be solid. Okay. I can use my global border variable if I want. Global thickness. Okay. And I'm changing the border color to be borders dark. Okay. The border radius is going to be also my global variable. And the padding here, I'm going to change it a little bit because it's too high, actually. So let's see what happens when I go and unlink all the values. Okay, actually, I can keep it also just as it is, because the problem here is the padding that is being assigned now to the button. So when I go to the submit button, I see that I can change actually here the padding, maybe make it to 0. And now it is, yes, looking a little bit better. And when I go back now to my search field and I change the padding maybe to 0, everything is going to be like this. Okay, perfect. So now from here, I can go and unlink values maybe. Okay, and try to, yes, style this as I want. Let's say that to the top, I just want 10 pixels and 10 pixels. And then to the right and left, I want 20 pixels. And like this is working fine. Okay, let's go and do the same here for the submit button. I just want here the elements to be different, but actually here I can change the background to be simply transparent. Beautiful. And I can change the icon color. So the icon color will change to be this one, primary color. And on hover, I can change it to be like this. And the text color is going to be the same here, like this. Okay. Beautiful. So now when I hover here, I know that I can search inside my website. It looks very nice, very minimalistic. And I can also increase or decrease the gap between the text and icon, the icon size, and so on. Actually, the icon size should be a little bit smaller, maybe. Let's go and find, yes, a good dimension. 20 pixels is going to be okay. Okay, just 20 pixels. Perfect. The clear button should have also a different color. I'm going to use a global color, which is going to be my text soft gray. Okay, it works fine now. And this is my search bar. So my style is done. I can publish it. And if I go and try to perform a search right now, since I'm not controlling expressly a search results page, it should give me the same template of my shop because I have applied it to all my products archives. So if I go and try to type inside here hat, for example, and I press enter, I see that I am on this page, which is the same page that I have assigned to my shop categories. In this search bar, it is already working. You see, we have the search results for the hat here. We can type inside here something else, shirt, and it's gonna work fine, of course. We can go back here and type shirt. It's gonna be also working fine. And here we're just going to see all the different products that contains that specific keyword. But what happens if you want to, just control a little bit better how you can see this search results? Maybe you want to hide the sentence here, or you want to do something different. You can create a separate template. It is the same principle that applies if you want to create a different template for a specific category or for a specific product, for example. Let's go and see how this works. We can go into the theme builder in this case, and we can create a new template. So we go to the search results in this page. In this case, we click on the plus icon, and we're going to create a new template, but we're going to start using the already created template for our product archive, the shop archive. So we will insert the same, apply, so that we do not have to start again from scratch. And we can change just the title part. So in my case, for example, I will change this one, and I will change the title to be a specific title, and to be, how do you say, to be a dynamic title. So here we need to show the search results. So we're going to use a dynamic data here. We just need to click outside here, outside, and then click on dynamic tags. And it's going to be the archive title, okay? Search results for, we're going to place it on H1 and to the center, okay? And if you want, you can change the typography and so on. We will also add a second sentence down here, just telling people that they can search again if they didn't find what they were looking for. We need to change the directioning here. So the direction here is going to be from top to bottom, and we're going to align everything like this and everything like this. And we're going to align this also to the center, and also this is going to be aligned to the center. Perfect. Let's change here the content. So we're going to say, if you did not find what you were looking for, please search again with different keywords, for example, no? And let's go and publish. And this is going to be applied to search results. You see here? Okay, perfect. Include search results, save and close. And now when we go back to our website and we try to perform a research, so we go to the shop page and we search, for example, a hat, we're going to find this new template. And if this is not working, it is because this shop page template, this one, the product archive, it is overriding our search results. So we need to select this, okay? And we need to go here to the display conditions. And since we are using all products archive, we need to exclude search results. So we create another condition. We exclude search results. We save and close. We publish, okay? And then when we go back to the website, let's go and visit. Let's go to the shop page and let's search for a hat. It's going to use the correct template. This one, the search results template. You see here, if you did not find what you were looking for, please search again, okay, with different keywords. It is working fine, okay. And if I go back here and I type hat, it's gonna search again right here. And if I type shirt, it's gonna search a shirt, and so on. Works fine, right? When I go back to the shop page, I try to search here, and it's gonna use the shop template. Now let's create a specific card like this one, but we're going to create it just for the live search results here, so that if someone starts typing something, they're going to see a search results, a live search result appearing down here. And we're going to create some very simple and minimalistic cards. So let's go and create them together. It's going to be something like this. You see, you start typing and you see the different elements appearing right here with the live search results. Let's go and see how you can create this cards. We go here to our website, we open up our theme builder as always, and we create a new loop item. It's going to be the loop item used in live search results. So let's get rid of this, Let's click here on the loop item settings. It's going to be 2, so that we know that we can use this in many different situations, not only in search results. And it's going to be just a second variation of our main product cards. The preview settings is going to be on products. We can apply all or a specific product. Let's apply it to hats. Okay. And then I'm going to change also the query to be, let's go back here, the query to be not posts, but products. Okay, apply. Perfect. That's great. We can start working. And the first element should be the Flexbox container. As always, is going to be from left to right. And we're going to make it also full width. Okay. Now inside here, we need to add all the elements that we need. Let's say that we want the featured image. It is the main one. Okay. We should have a very small one. This thumbnail here is okay, but also this one is okay. Okay, perfect. Then we're going to the link here, and we're going to link this thumbnail here to the custom URL if you want. But in this case, it's better to leave it on none because we're going to assign a link to the whole container. So let's keep it on none. Let's go to the style tab here, and let's change a little bit the width here of this image to make it a little bit less big. Let's say 50. Yeah, maybe something more. 70. 70, it's okay. We can actually, it can become a little bit, yes, 50 is okay, perfect. We go now and change the, nothing, we just go and add new elements. We're going to add another container here. So let's type container, perfect. Okay, it's going to be right after the image. If it doesn't work, you just click on container here and it's going to work fine. Also, this container is going to be full width, and the distance between the different containers, we're going to click here on the main one, and we're going to make sure here to have a gap of 5 pixels maybe, or something less. 5 pixels is okay. We go here inside the second container and we use a title, the product title. We need to place it in H5. Okay, and actually we can also use H4, and we can go to the style tab and change the typography to be a little bit subtle like this, or even less, extra small title. It's gonna work fine. Then we can add a price if you want to. Product price, okay. We can change the, okay, let's go and select the container here, and into the layout settings, we decrease the gaps to be 5 pixels, okay. We change here the color, maybe we can make it soft gray like this. We can change the typography to be also extra small, but even something less here in this case. Let's go extra small text. Okay, beautiful. Then we should go here to the sale price. We can change it if you want to. We can make it bolder like this, and we can change also the typography of the sale price, but we keep it, yes, extra small text. Spacing is going to be just 5 pixels between them. And I'm going also to put inside here, if you want, you can put the category. To put the category, you can use the product meta. Let's see if this works fine. Okay, and we can, let me check here if you can disable the school, stop keeping units. It's not possible to disable it. Okay, so we can get rid of this, and we can use just a simple icon list. Okay. And we're going to use some dynamic data inside here. So we get rid of all the elements. We just need one element in our case, and we can go to the style tab and make it very, very, very small. So go to the icon here and make sure that this is going to be even something less, 10 pixels. We're going to change the icon color to be the soft gray. We're going to change also the text, of course, which is going to be soft gray too. And the typography here is going to be very, very small. If I do not see it, I should increase here, go full screen, and place it like this. Perfect. Let's go back as we will, like this. And we can then change the spacing here. You see that this pricing has a spacing, has too much space. So we go to the advanced tab and we decrease the bottom margin to -20 is a little bit too much. -15 is gonna work fine. Okay, let's have a quick preview. Yes, it's okay. Okay, and we can change here the value of this element to be dynamic. So we go to the content here, we click here on the dynamic tag. Okay, and then we choose post terms. Be careful here not to choose product terms, the WooCommerce one, but just go to post and select post terms. Because now here we can select the product categories, which are the terms that we want to highlight here. And here we can unlink them, which is very important. Look here, do not link this to anything, so unlink it. If there are multiple values, they're going to be separated by comma. And in the advanced tab, you can get rid of the category, you see? If you do not want to write category like this, for example, you can get rid of it. And we can keep it like this, and we can change the icon here to be something more close to a tag or a category. Okay, like this. Maybe also this one, tags, perfect. Okay, looks fine, you see? And we're also going to change in the style tab now, the text on hover is going to be a simple text soft like this. Okay, like this. There's going to be nothing strange from a design perspective. Okay, so now let's have a quick preview. This is going to be the card, the simple card, and we can also change the positioning also of this accessories element here, maybe placing it to the right or somewhere else, because like this it's a little bit too much. We can duplicate this container, and we can just get rid of this here and get rid of all the other data here. Okay, perfect. So now it's working fine, I think. Let's make grow also the image. Let's start with the image here and make it grow. And we can go here to the accessories, for example, and we can align items inside here to the end so that this card here is going to appear like this. Beautiful. Okay. Now we have everything in place. We just need to link the whole settings here, the whole container to that specific product. So we select the main container, we go to the advanced tab, we go to the layout tab, we scroll down to the additional options, and we go and select this as a link, okay? And we place a dynamic tag, which is gonna be a post URL. Now we are ready to go to the advanced tab and also add a card class if you want. Let's see if this works fine. It is a little bit too much. So we can go and select a padding by hand. Let's say that we want to increase by 5 pixels. Yeah, even something more. 8 pixels should work fine. And we can also give this element here a background or a separator and so on. But we will start like this. So let's publish now. This is going to be our search results card. You see, pretty simple. And we're going now to assign this to our search bar. So we go to the shop archive, for example. Okay. We go and select our header. Perfect. And now we select our search results here. And we can say that we want live results. So we click on results, live results, and we select here our card number 2, product card number 2. Okay, let's give it a try. Now when we search, we see that our cards are being applied correctly, but we have to change a few things. For example, we need to have a different width. So we go to the style tab here, and we go to the live results, this, okay? And we change the distance. If you want to, we can place it to 0, okay? We can change also the custom, we can give them a custom width or a widget width. Let's see how this works. No, it is not enough for us. You see that it is still too much, not as much space as we need. So we give it a custom width, and we can go, let's say 300. It's a little bit too much. Maybe let's search. No, it's okay actually. So we can even go 350. Okay, now it looks fine. You see. So the results are going to look very nice. We can change now all the rest. So all the rest of the styling. We can go here to the results, to the background type. We can keep it like this if you want. We can change the border type. We can make it solid. We can make the border width 1 pixel, for example, or using our global variable. Yes, why not? Then we can change the border color to be dark. Okay, we can change the border radius also, as always. I will use my variable here. I like to keep everything connected. Beautiful. You see now how beautiful it's going to look. Let's type for something that has more than one result. Okay, looks fine. Okay, let's increase a little bit this distance from the field here for the search field. We can change here the maximum height. If you want, for example, to have a maximum height and then the user to be able to scroll here, you can do it like this. Or if you leave it empty, it's just going to take up all the space that is necessary. We can increase or decrease the gap between columns and between rows. You see here. In my case, we do not have columns. We just have rows. And yes, we can actually keep it 0. Okay. And nothing found message, you can change it if you want. You can change the typography and also all the rest. Let's make it like this. Let's give it a color like this. And that's it. Space from top, 20 pixels. Space from bottom, 20 pixels. So if I type inside here something that is not existing, pretty nice, you see. Okay. And we can also change, I believe, the nothing found message normally. Yeah, this is the nothing found. So oops, nothing matches that search there. Okay. So here you can customize your search results when nothing is found. And you can also go here and yeah, minimum search characters to launch the live results. The number of columns, if you want, you can also increase it. But of course, in this case, it's not going to work fine. If I go and search for a shirt, for example, you see that, yeah, this can work well when you have many different, if you want to showcase your products differently. But in my case, I will keep in 1 column. In items per search, I will keep 5. If you want, you can equalize the height of the search results. In this case, this is gonna work fine, but look, you see, it is better maybe to keep them like this. Loader, you can change the loader, look. You see, this is the default loader, but you can change it. You can show it, of course, and you can change it here in the style tab. When you go to results, we're going to see here all the loader settings. You can change the color and you can change also the icon size. Let's say 25. Now, when we go and type something, the loader is going to be like this. Okay. Let's publish and go and see in the front end if everything works as expected. So we go to the shop page or to the home page or whatever you want, and we type here whatever we want. Hat is going to work fine. Shirt is going to work fine. Perfect. There's just a little bit of a problem here in the design. You see here, the category is not very well aligned when it is too long or when there are more than one term. And so, yes, it's up to you now here to just refine everything, of course, as you prefer. We can even just make all this a little bit smaller because it's a little bit too much, in my opinion here. And you can choose basically what do you want to show here. And if I click on some element, I'm going to land directly on that specific product. This is pretty cool, right? Shirt. I'm gonna see here, this is a cool shirt and so on. Now let's define how this search bar will work on mobile. So we can basically go here into our header, main header. Okay, we open it up and we're going to adjust our visibility. So here, when we are on, let's say, laptop, it's going to be a little bit weird. So we can change a few things. We're going back here, okay? And we're going to make sure, first of all, to make this element here grow. So we go to the Advanced tab when we are on the menu, and we make it grow. As you can see now, everything works fine, even from laptop. So we are on desktop here. And on tablet, it's going to look like this. And on mobile, it's going to look like this. We should hide it on mobile and tablet. So let's do so. We're going just to select this search bar here, to the Style tab, to the Advanced tab, to the Responsive Settings, and we're going to hide it on tablets and mobile. Perfect. So that we know that now, when we are on tablet and mobile, we're going to insert the search bar right inside our menu, our mobile menu. Okay, let's go now to desktop view again, and we're just going to copy and paste this same search bar inside the mobile menu. So right click of the mouse, copy, perfect. Then we go inside our off canvas and we paste it here at the end of our off canvas menu. We can also duplicate our divider here so that we separate each and every widget like this. And this is going to be our search bar. If you want, you can also insert a sentence or something, but I will keep it simple for now. I will keep it like this. And I will make sure here to hide this bar when we are on desktop and laptop. So I'm going here, I'm going to the responsive settings, and I will hide this bar on desktop and laptop, and I will keep it visible on tablet and mobile. So let's publish now. Okay. When I go and visit my website from mobile right now, I see that I have now my bar inside the menu. Perfect. And when I go back to my laptop and desktop view, it will look like this. Perfect. So it looks very, very nice. You see? Great. I have my search bar right here. And if I start typing something, I will see also my live search results right here. So I also have to optimize my loop item here for mobile. Let's go and do it. Let's open up our theme builder. We're going to modify our loop items. And in specifically the product card number 2, we're going to edit this. And we're going to change the visibility from the elements from mobile. So we go in here. Let's make also another quick difference here. We're going to make this one text extra small, and also this one make sure to be small, even smaller than that. I will say 8 pixels. Okay, and I will do the same here with the categories. Let's go here and modify how this is going to work on tablet and mobile most of all. Okay, now here we can go and select the main container, and we can select in the layout wrap, no wrap. Okay, now it should work fine. We publish. We go and see how this is working from mobile. I just reload the page here, open up my menu, start typing, and it's working fine. Perfect. Now, if you want to give a little final touch to your search results, live search results, you can add a subtle animation, for example, a similar one that we have here, just by going back to your card here. In my case, I do not know why I do not see them right here, but I need to open up the theme builder, no problem. I go to my loop item here, to my product card number 2. I edit it, okay? And I just select the whole container here and make it grow when I hover with the mouse. I go to the advanced tab, okay? I can go here to the transform settings, and I can go on hover, and I can change. I can go and give an offset, a scale, a skew, whatever I want. In my case, I'll go with an offset here. An offset of -5. Look, pretty easy, you see? Okay. And the transition duration should be 0.3 in my case, because it's the one that I'm using throughout my website. Sorry, here is in milliseconds, so it should be 300 milliseconds, like this. Okay. Publish. And when I go and visit my website in the front end and I search for something, okay, look, beautiful, you see? This is just a subtle animation that gives a very modern and good looking feeling to our search, live search results. They work like a charm. Now I'm going to show you how you can create a great effect like this one to enhance the sale badges on your shop page and also on a single product page. You see here, so we're going to see this sale badges. We're going to see how you can customize them completely. You can write inside here whatever you want, of course, and we will be able to use them, of course, on the shop page, on a single product page, but also on the search page. If you are searching something that has a discount, you can also place here the badge that says that this specific product is in the sale, for example. Yes, let's go and see how you can do it. You see it is going to be very, very easy and most of all, very effective. So let's go back to our product card. We can go in the product card number 1. So basically, we're going to add this badge to our product item. Okay, so here we're going to add a simple text element. You can use a heading, you can use a text editor as you prefer. I'm going to use a heading in my case, and I'm going to place it to the top here. Now here I can use a dynamic tag so that this specific heading is going to be shown only for products that have that are currently on sale. So in my case, this is going to be a WooCommerce dynamic tag, and it's going to be a product sale dynamic tag. Look, now when I click on the icon here, I can change the text, and I can also go to the advanced tab if I want to enter something before or after as a simple fallback. In my case, I will leave it like this, just with a simple settings here. I will write, for example, on sale. Okay. And I can even add an emoji or whatever I want here, but I will keep it like this, pretty simple. And then I will change the tag to be a simple paragraph. Okay, if I want to have a preview, I can publish and I can go to my settings here, to my loop item settings, and I can change the preview settings to be a specific product that has a sale. For example, in my e-commerce, in my shop, let me see if there is something with a sale here. I'm going to the shop page now. And this is, for example, another great t-shirt has a sale, or this shirt here has a sale. Okay, let's go and change it. Okay, another great shirt, apply and preview. Great, you see that now the on sale badge is going to be visible, and we can change it. So we can style it differently if we want. You can go to the advanced tab and we can choose, for example, to position it absolute so that we can place it wherever we want in this card. Okay, and let's say that we want to make it appear at the top right. Okay, we can also add, I will add a padding actually here. So I will go here to the values. I will keep them linked together. I will use rem value to 1 rem, okay? And then I will place this element here a little bit with a little bit of an offset, a -10, okay? And a -10 here. Okay, so that is going to be like that. Maybe also -15 is gonna work fine. -15, perfect. Now what I need to do, I need to add a border background, sorry. So I go to the style tab and I add to the advanced tab and I add a background. It's gonna be a gradient background, and I'm going to use my primary color and my secondary color. It's gonna be too much like this. I'm gonna use my secondary gradient. Okay, let's see what happens when I change the color of my text here and the typography. It's gonna be maybe this one, okay, and the text color is gonna be white. Nice, but I can improve it. Okay, like this, I like it more. It's better for me. And I will change now the angle to be 90 degrees here, okay? And I will change also the border radius. It looks very nice. And I can also add a little subtle box shadow, very, very subtle. So let's place it more like this. Okay, perfect. And I can go and publish. Now, when I go back to my shop page, since here I'm already using my loop grid item, this one, you see that there was just this one. When I reload the page, I will see the sale badge appearing like this. Pretty nice, right? And if I go on the shop page, I will see it like this. Okay, that's cool. You can place it whatever you want and you can change the styling if you want. For example, here, I noticed that the padding is a little bit too much. So I can go back here to my element and I can say that the layout should be different. I will add a pixel padding and I will unlink the values. I will use from the top and the bottom just 10 padding and left and right 20. This is going to be a little bit better. And I can also make the text a little bit smaller if I want. But like this, it's already, yes, it's better, you see. So that it highlights all the the products that are on sale. I can change the style if I want. I can do all my different tests until I find my perfect result. In my case, I've tried like this, but I also another styling. Yes, I prefer this one. Yeah, it is more more visible on sale. Okay. So now basically this sale badge is going to appear everywhere I'm using the same loop item. So on the shop page, on the category pages, you see here if I go and visit my category page, I will see my sale badge appearing there. And also on my single product template, when I visit it, I will see that all the sale badges are being visible here on sale. Perfect. Now what happens when I want to add the badge also to my single product template? You can simply go and edit I can simply go here and edit my single product template and do the same thing. So I can add now an element, which is going to be in my case a simple heading that I can use to introduce my sale badge. So I'll place it here. I will change the tags to be a dynamic tag. I will use the product sale. Okay. I can change the content here. Okay, perfect. I can change the styling now. Let's go here and make it a little bit less intrusive. Maybe something like this. I can go here to the advanced tab and change also the padding. I will also align it to the left like this. And no, actually I will go absolute with the positioning. So it will be as always. And I'm going to have an offset now from the top No, from the horizontally, I'm going to -15, and vertically, I'm going -30. Oh, sorry, I'm going +30, or even +40, yes, like this. So now we can go here and change the background. Okay. And I'm going to assign my secondary color background, and I'm going to assign a border, my variable border, my global variable border. So like this, var global dash radius, like this. Beautiful. Let's see. Let's have a quick preview now, and it's going to work very well. Perfect. Let's publish, and let's visit, and it's going to work fine like this. Now, the last thing, if you want to add the same badge also to your search results here, you can do it by simply going to your second product card. You can open up the theme builder. So in my case, I have the loop items here. The number 1 has already a badge. The number 2, it hasn't a badge, so I can edit it. And I can add a really tiny little badge when a product is on sale. Let's add it as always using a heading, or in this case, I will use a simple text editor. Yes, I will place it here, and I will use a dynamic tag product on sale. Okay, perfect. I will write here, yeah, I will just keep it sale like this. And I will change the style to be very, very small, like this, text extra small, even something smaller. I can go 12 pixels here. I can go on pixels and go on 12 pixels. And actually, to see a preview, I just need to change here the preview. So I can go here and choose a t-shirt. Maybe this one, okay. Apply and preview, so that I can see the sale badge correctly. And actually here I need to change the typography, you see. So it's going to be in pixels, and it's going to be just 12 pixels, okay. Now I'm going to change the background. So I'm going here to the background. Okay, and it's going to be my green, my secondary green color, this one. And I'm going to have a border radius. I will use my global one. So it's going to be the variable. Okay, and then I'm going to add a few pixels of padding. Let's say 5 pixels. It's going to be too much, 5. Let's say 2 pixels, okay. And I'm going to use an absolute positioning. Okay, perfect. And I can place this actually, before putting it absolute, I will leave it on default. And actually I want this to be in the same container as the image, yes. And I will place it absolute. Okay, now it works better, I think. I can see if I place it, for example, on this side, it can work, but near the image is better for me. And I will make sure that this is going to be maybe -30. No, it's too much. No, here I can keep it like this. Actually, this secondary offset, the vertical one, I want it to be maybe 20 pixels. Or yeah, maybe we can even, actually we can place it to the bottom, you see here. I think that this is going to work fine. Okay, publish. Great. And now when we are searching on our website, when we go here, perform a search here, shirt, for example, we see that the sale badge is going to be there. Oh, look, there's a problem here. It is most likely a caching problem. Sometimes on some pages where you do not have Elementor in the content, some stylings can be weird, and I'm pretty sure that this is the case, because if I visit the shop page, for example, and I try to search here, the content is going to look perfectly, but I need to change the color actually of the sale badge. It is working fine, but I need to change the color. So let's go back to our card. Where were we? Here? No, this is not the right one, sorry. Let's go to our theme builder, loop item. Let's go to the product number 2, edit. And actually we need to specify the color of the text, otherwise it's going to take the link color in my case. So in my case here, I'm going to style tab, text color is going to be text, link color is going to be text, and when we are on hover, it's going to be the same exact color. So always this one. Publish. Let's go back to our shop page and visit it. Okay. Shop page. Go back here. Shirt. And voila, it looks beautiful, you see? You see, this tiny little improvements will make your e-commerce look very professional and effective. So here, this product is on sale. We have all the badges in place. We have them also here in the related products. They work fine, and we have them, of course, also here on our main shop page and on our category pages. Perfect. Now let's improve our mega menu by, inserting here some content, linking our categories here, and I'm going to show you how you can make it look a little bit better. Okay, so let's go and open up the main header here. We can select our mega menu if you're using it on your website, of course. It is pretty cool to use it on an e-commerce website because it lets you display a lot of different categories and content as you wish. And we select here the category here. We can open up the mega menu in this case. And as you was able to do before, it is very easy to enable this mega menu. You just need to use a menu widget. And inside the item that you want to transform into a mega menu, you just open up here and you enable the drop-down content. This is going to enable you to create a mega menu like this one. Inside here, you can change also a lot of different elements. But in my case, I will leave the link as it is, so empty, because it is best practice here not to link the primary mega menu trigger here, but just to insert the content down here. Okay. Now, in the first element here, we're going to create a call to action to bring some traffic to our latest products or to our latest collection, whatever we want. So let's get rid of this image here. We're just going to insert inside here a call to action. So to do so, we're going to apply a class to this container or just style it as a call to action. If you want to style it without applying a class, you can go and insert a padding, you can insert a border and create basically a box, a call to action box. If you want, you can also use my classes if you are using my files, and you can go here and use card number 1. Card-1. You see here that now we have created a box that works like this, where we can insert whatever we want inside. I will also go and separate a little bit more all the different columns here. To do so, I'm going to select the main container. To the layout tab here, I'm going to increase the gaps between columns and rows. It's going to be for me 50 pixels. It's going to work better. Then I'm going inside here. I'm going to start entering some content. Let's say that I want an image, for example, to display my latest collection. Okay, and I can insert some content. Let's go and use this one, for example. I can also go and use a small image. A medium one will work fine for me. And I'm also going to make sure to have a different styling here. For example, I want the width to be, no, let's say in percentage actually. I want it to be 100%. And I also want the height to be 100%. No, sorry, not 100%, but this one is going to be in pixels. Is going to be 200 pixels, and I'm going to cover here. Perfect, and now that we have our image like this, to make it cover all the space available, we just go to the Advanced tab, and we choose to have a width about full width. Okay, so now we see that in the Style tab, we just set our height to be 200 pixels. We can also decrease or increase as we need. 200 works fine for me right now, and the width should be, in this case, 100%, you see. Then we can change here to fill or to cover, contain, scale down, and so on. In my case, cover works fine, so I will leave it like this. And I can change also the centering here of the image. If I go, for example, bottom center like this, I can go top center like this, and I can change whatever I want. Let's leave it like this, center. Center is gonna work fine. Okay. Now I can go and add a call to action, a button, for example. Let's add a button. Okay. I will place it here, and I will change the direction of this element here, of this container. In the layout, I will use a vertical direction. I will place the button to the bottom, and I will make it full width. So I will go to the Style tab and make it stretch. And here I will write down simply check our latest collection. Or maybe I can also write shop now, and I can write the call to action here using a simple heading. This is going to be an H5 title. Okay, it's going to be styled to the center. And here I can simply link to my collection page. If I have a collection, the latest one, I can create a tag to isolate this collection, or I can create a category page to assign it to that specific collection, or I can simply go and, in my case, I will link to the shop page. Okay, perfect. Let's publish now, and let's adjust a little bit all the styling of our menu. For example, here we can change the background here. We can go to the Style tab. Our call to action will have a different background. Let's see if this is going to work fine. Yes, why not? And yes, it's a little bit intense, but it can work. Yeah, we can also go with something maybe like this. Oh, this is going to work fine, actually. But just to change here the color of our call to action, it works very well, you see. Okay, and we're going, if you want, you can also link your image and your text to the same page of the shop. But in my case, I will just keep the button linked. Now I can change also the spacing between the mega menu and the rest of the header, because it's a little bit weird. You see here, it's not very well done. And in order also to make my mega menu stand out a little bit more, I can assign to my main container here a box shadow if I want, or a border, or even just a background color, as you prefer. In my case, I will try using a background color. I will go here and use the light one. So I will use the background light, okay? And I'm going to separate it from the rest. So I'm going to select our menu here. I'm going to the Style tab here. And when I scroll down, I see that there is a distance from content. So if I enable this, I will see that if I edit this, you see it will just separate the mega menu from the rest of the header. And I can just really be careful to use a tiny weeny, voila, 18 pixel works perfect for me. And it is exactly what I wanted. And I can even go back to my container here and add a separator to the top. So I can go to the Style tab and to the border. I can assign as a border type solid. I can go 0, okay? Then I can unlink all the values. I can go and assign my global variables, and I will place it only to the top. And this is going to be my variable that is controlling the thickness of all my different borders that I'm applying throughout my website. Okay. So now if I have a preview, it's going to work very well like this, but I need to change the color of the separator, and I will use my border light. Let's publish now and go and have a preview on the website directly. Now when I open up my mega menu, it's going to look like this. Very nice. You see, we have this call to action here. We have this list of different categories that we can insert here. And most of all, the menu is working very well, you see. So we have this subtle separator that comes up when I open up the menu. If I want, I can also add a box shadow to the bottom of this menu to make it separate a little bit better from the content beneath. Let's go and do it together. We select the main container of our mega menu. We go to the border settings, and we enable the box shadow. And in this case, we do not want it to be also to the top. We just want it to be to the bottom. So we try to work using the vertical, you see here, settings to be maybe 20. We can decrease a little bit. We can increase this to be 20, and we can decrease the spread like this. And or actually, we can keep it like this, the spread to 0, and we can simply go and work with this here to be a little bit more subtle. Yeah, maybe 0.2 is going to work fine. Publish. Let's go now and see how this is working in the front end. I'm going to reload my page, and this is working very well, you see, so that I have the perception that this is a mega menu and this is separate from the content beneath, you see. I can also add a subtle animation when the menu is triggered. Otherwise it's too, yes, you see, it's too fast. I do not like it very much like this. So to do so, I need to go back to my menu here, okay? And in the Style tab or in the content, I don't remember very well. Where is this? I think in the content. Let's go down. This should be the drop-down effect. Okay, perfect. I can choose if I want to open this on hover or only on click. This changes the way that I can trigger my mega menu. You see that now when I hover here, nothing happens, but only if I click this element is going to open up the mega menu. I will leave it on hover actually, and I will leave the animation on fade in, and I will place the animation duration on 300 milliseconds. Let's publish and see how this is going to behave in the front end. When I hover here, you see that now it is not very instantaneous, but it's just, yes, the fade out is instantaneous, yes, but when the menu is launched, it is a little bit more subtle, you see? Yes, a little bit less aggressive. Now we can change also the icon of the drop-down. To do so, we just need to go back to the layout settings and in the categories here. I think that here we can change the icon. Let me check if, oh no, sorry, this is the icon that you can assign to the element, but you can change the icon of the drop-down just here in the drop-down indicator, you see? We can go here in the icon library. Actually, I prefer this one. Yes, it's a little bit too big, that one. Let's change it with this one here, okay? And I can change it also here when it is active, okay? So that it will look like, I prefer it, yes, it's a little bit better, you see? Very nice. And you can change also the position of the icon if you want to, just by going to the Style tab and scrolling down until you find the settings of the icon. Actually, this is the drop-down indicator, and you can change the size here, you see? You can change the color, positions, and so on. I will keep it a little bit, 20 pixels is okay for me, actually. And I believe that this is the standard dimension, so we'll leave it like this. I can change the spacing, but it's okay for me like this. I can change the color if you want to make it look a little bit different if you prefer. But in my case, actually, I like it like this, and I will keep it as it is. So I will get rid of this color here by clearing it like this. Let's publish. Now we have the beautiful mega menu in place. It is styled correctly, and we can finish by entering inside here all the elements that we want. I'm going to show you how you can do it. It's pretty easy. You just go inside here. I have used the icon list widget, which is pretty flexible if you want to insert some link to different pages on your website. But if you prefer, if you have many different categories, you can place inside here just some WordPress menus. As I showed you when we were creating the mobile menu. In fact, here we used a widget, which is a WordPress menu here, because it's easy for you to manage all the categories of your shop and all the different elements. And I'm going to show you the difference right now. So if you have not a lot of links here to insert in your mega menu, you can stay with the simple list like this, and you can enter here all the category name. For example, let's say that you have the shirt category. Let's see if you can link the categories from here. We can go on site, internal URL here, okay? And we can select the taxonomy. And here we can go and select, for example, shirts. Voila, product categories, clothing, shirts. Perfect. Now it's selected correctly. Here you can go on by connecting, for example, accessories. We can go here, dynamic tags, internal URL, and we go on accessories, taxonomy, accessories. Okay. Then we can add a last category. Let's say that we want to add, we say jackets, dynamic tag, internal URL, go here, and taxonomy, jackets. Okay, so now we have an example of how you can link all your categories using a simple icon list. And as I was mentioning before, if you have many different many different categories, for example, and you just struggle, you can create a more complex menu just by using the default menu builder provided by WordPress. So you can go here, you scroll on appearance from your dashboard, you go on menus, and you create a new menu. You can go and create a new menu clicking here. Okay, this is going to be, for example, our category menus. Okay, create. And then here we can add all our categories. Okay, here we do not see the WooCommerce categories. If you do not see them, you can go on the screen options here. And there are many different things that you can show. For example, you can link to products. And you see here that we have direct link to products if you want to. We can also have direct link to tags, brands, and product categories and product tags. I will use product categories in my case. Okay, so that now I can see them here correctly. And I will use the clothing category, the shirts, accessories, web shirts, jackets, and so on. Okay, and if you want, you can also have some drop downs. For example, if you want to have some categories as a drop down like this, you can do it. You can save it. And now that we have this menu, okay, we can go back to our main header and we can insert a menu here, menu widget. This is not going to be the simple menu widget, but it's going to be the WordPress menu widget. Let's drag and drop here the menu widget. And when I publish and reload the page, I will see now that that specific menu is being uploaded, is going to be appearing there. Okay, let's open up again our mega menu. Okay, let's go back here and I can choose here my categories menu. Now I just need to go back to go to the layout and choose the vertical. But if you choose the vertical, you remember that the drop down is not going to work very well. So you can choose the drop down. Then you can scroll down, and in the toggle button, this is very important, you just select none, so that your menu is going to appear like this, and it's going to work very well. So if you have a lot of categories, I will suggest you to go like this, because it is easier for you to insert a lot of different categories and to make a more complex navigation. And or otherwise, you can go with this one, with the icon list. Up to you to choose how you want to yes, make the people reach all your different categories and elements. In this case, you need to style it, of course. You just need to go back here. You change the styling here. You have a little bit of a work to do here. You change the text color. You make it text. On hover, you can use the primary hover. On active, you can use the primary. And the background color should be, in this case, global white, or you can use a transparent global color. Yes, let's see if, oh, sorry, we are inactive. We go back to the normal, we go to the background color and we make it transparent, okay? We go and do the same now into the hover color and we make it transparent, okay? Just to be sure not to have a global transparent background color. Then we can change the border radius, box shadow, and so on. But here I need to change the horizontal padding to be 0. And the vertical padding, maybe you can place it to 10, or something like this. We can change also the typography, actually. We go here to the normal status and we change the typography to be our buttons and navigations. Perfect. And we can do the same actually also here to the text. We go to the style, text, and we can use the button and navigation. Okay, so we have the same styling. And then we can also remove the top padding by going here to the distance and place it to 0. Okay, or maybe to something less, -10. Is going to work fine. And so that the padding you see that is going to be removed correctly. Okay. And basically that's it. So we have all our menu accessible like this and it's pretty cool and it works fine. We can publish here. So you have the examples of how you can proceed there. Of course, if you use the icon list, you can change a little bit more stuff. You can also add some icons here. For example, on shirts, you can see if there is a shirt icon here. Yes, yes, there is. So you can be more creative maybe when you are linking to your different categories. Accessories, we can use, I don't know, maybe this one here. We can go to jackets. I don't know if there is a jacket icon. You can use this one and you can get creative here, you see. And you can also change easily the styling, of course. So we can change the styling of your icon. For example, we can assign some colors there. We can change the color on hover. We can make it like this. We can change also the text on hover. For example, we can make it more like this so that we have this effect here and we can publish then. Okay, so these are two examples of how you can manage your mega menu. Now let's see if it's working fine. Yes, it is. And when we are here, you see that we have different elements like this. So this one looks better, in my opinion, because you can get more, it doesn't look better, but it can get more granular and you can link to all your different categories in an easier way, I think, if you have a lot of them. If you have just a few categories, you can easily go like this and it's going to work fine. So up to you to choose how you manage your mega menu content. And that's it. Now we're going to customize the cart page and create something beautiful and user-friendly, and most of all, respecting all the design system that we are creating. So let's go to the cart page. Here are some examples, of course. And in this case, if you are starting from scratch, like I'm doing, when you add a product to the cart, and then you go and visit the cart and you click on view cart, you will see that you're going to have something like this. This is the cart provided by default by WooCommerce, and it doesn't work very well right now with Elementor and Hello Elementor theme. So we're going to take control of this page completely using Elementor. In order to enable Elementor, we're going to click on Edit Page here on the administration bar, okay? And then we're going to launch Edit with Elementor, okay? Now, when we are in Elementor, we can get rid of this page here. We just delete this container and we add a new container, Flexbox. And we insert inside here left to right, advanced. We're going to use our custom classes. It's going to be vertical spacing M. And here we're going to write, for example, cart. Okay, just keep it simple like this. This is going to be an H1 title because it's the main title of our page. And below, we're going to insert all the rest of the content. But the background here, we're going to make it with a style of gradient. And we're going to use the light background gradient mixed up with a simple global white, so that this is going to look very nice. Down here, we can insert our Flexbox container from top to bottom. And inside here, we're going to insert our cart. Okay, you see that here we have the cart page, is this one. Okay, and this is our cart. We can also add a padding to the bottom if we want to do so. We can select the container here, we go to the advanced tab, we unlink values, we go here to the rem values, and we insert as many padding as we want. I will insert 2 or even 3 rem. Yes, 3 is better. And let's go and publish this page now. When I go and preview the cart page, it's going to look much better, you see? Okay, now I just need to change the styling here of each and every element. It's going to be a little bit boring because they didn't work very well here, I must say, in Elementor. But at least we can change almost everything we see here. So any color, any font, any shape, we can change everything. Let's go and see how to do so together. We select the cart here. We see that we can choose the layout. So between 2 columns and 1 column, the difference is this one. Basically, I would suggest you to keep it on 2 columns, and you can keep also the right column sticky if you want. This is gonna work like this, you see, with the right column sticky on the right, and you can also have an offset. In my case, I will keep it not sticky, and I'm going to start, you see, creating, this is the order summary, the coupon, the totals, and the additional options. Basically, the order summary is this one. The coupon section is this one, and the totals section is this one. Let's go and see what we can change here. We can change some text, for example, this one. We can change the alignment of the update cart button. We can change the coupon text here. We can just go with apply. It's going to be easier. We can decide if you want to show or not this coupon code field on the cart, because if you want, you can also show it only at checkout, for example. But in my case, I will leave it also here. And let me check here. What else can I do? Okay, this doesn't work. Totals. We can go and change cart totals, update, and proceed to checkout. If you want to do so, you can do it here. Additional options, we have the update cart automatically. This means that if someone updates the number of products, for example, here, and they don't need to click on update cart, but it will be updated automatically. I would suggest you to keep this enabled because it will make your cart more light and easy to use. And you can also customize the empty cart page, and you can do it by creating a separate template. We're going to do it later, so just keep it like this for now. We're going to the style, and we're just going to concentrate on the styling right now. You can change the background color of the whole sections. So if I go here, for example, and I choose this one, you're going to see that it's going to change the background color of the whole cart. I strongly recommend you not to do so. So in this case, I will keep it global white, and you can have a box shadow if you want, but I'm not using it in my design system, so I won't do it. And you can change the border type. Here we can go with a solid border type. We can work with our variables. And if you access my resources, you already know that we have many different variables. And in this case, we're going to use this one for the thickness of the borders. Okay. Sorry, this is my cart. Okay. And yes, it's going to be this one. Okay, perfect. We're going to change the color to be the border light color, or we can also go with the global border dark color. Yes, maybe we're going to keep the dark one now. And we can change also the border radius to be globally respecting our global radius. So in my case, into my settings here, I have this variable for my global border radius. Let's go here and paste it. Beautiful. And then let's go, if you want, you can change the padding, but in my case, I like it like this, and the margin, but it's okay like this. Typography, this is all global typography for titles. We can change the color of titles. You see here that now is going to change only the titles here on my totals. I don't know why it is not applied globally. This is how it is. We can make it text. We can change the typography. I will go with something like this. Then we can change the spacing. We can change the text shadow and so on. Descriptions. Let's see here what's... It doesn't change nothing here, descriptions, but we can have a description of light text gray, okay? I believe that this is going to be applied to some descriptions of products when there are some variables maybe or stuff like this. So yeah, we're going to use this soft gray color, and the typography, we're going to use a text base, okay? We're going to use also a style for our links. We're going to assign the primary link. You see, this is the link that is going to be assigned here, and we're going to change this one to be like this. Okay, so this is my link and it's working fine. Then I can change the radio buttons behavior. If I have some radio buttons in my cart, which can appear sometimes in the cart totals when you have to choose, for example, some shipping details and so on. So we can keep them very normal, like text here. Okay, typography is going to be normal text base. Let me go and check. Okay, I think that everything is okay here. Okay, we can go on forms now, finally, perfect. And we can change the row gap. Let me see here what happens. If I go like this, nothing changes. In the field, the typography, we can go and see what happens. Okay, the field is this one, you see in this form, in this case, is just a simple coupon form. In focus, we can change the color, the background type, and so on, but I will leave it as simple as possible. And the border type is going to be solid. I'm going to use the same variables that I was using before. So this is the variables for my thickness. Okay, and this is the variable for my border radius. Let me go and check this out. I think it is already applied by default. In fact, it is the case. I can change the color if I want to. I can make it dark or light. You see here the difference. In my case, I will keep it dark. Okay. And I will go on by applying also a custom typography to my buttons. I'm going to apply the same effect here. I'm going to change the text color and make it white. I'm going to change the background type here and make it primary. Perfect. I'm going to change actually here the border, or I can keep it solid, and I can use my global variables, the same thickness. Okay, and I'm going to change the color. I'm going to use the border dark color. It's going to work fine. Border radius, I'm going to do the same here, and I'm going to apply it right here. And I'm going to, yeah, you see here the hover settings. I have to change them. The text color is going to be this one, and this color is going to be the secondary color, so that it is just respecting my all the rest of my design elements. This is going to be dark. Okay, perfect. And I'm going to change a little bit of the padding here. When I go down here, the top and the bottom padding, you see, I need them to be a little bit less intrusive. Like this is perfect. Okay. So now everything is fine. As you see here, I do not know why it is not connected, all the elements. I should expect here my form to be connected to this one, my button to be connected to this one, but they're not globally connected. And so we have to edit everything by hand. It's a little bit tedious, but once you finish, it's going to be perfect. Look here, you can change the row gap between the different products. You see here. Let me show you how this works. I'm going to publish now. I'm going to add it to add a few more products to my cart so that you can see how this is going to work. I'm going to add this and this. Okay, let's go back to our cart page. Perfect. You see here, now I was editing that part. So let's go back to edit with Elementor. Let's edit our cart. We were editing the order summary. Okay. And basically here, this is the row gap. Okay, let's keep it, let's say 20 pixels. This is okay. Then you can change the titles here. I will keep something similar to what we have in this section here. So I will keep the text like this. The typography is going to be extra small, and yeah, it works fine. And that's okay. And maybe I will leave it like this. Spacing, let me check here. Yes, I can change the spacing here. Let's keep it 10 pixels. The items color here, let me check the difference. If I go like this, okay, you see the items is the color that controls here all the elements. I will make it with my text soft gray. Okay, now the typography is going to be the text base. Perfect. And maybe we can also go with the text small text here. Actually, yes, it works fine too. And then the variations, we're going to use the same light color. Typography for variations, we're going to use small text. Okay, product link. We can change actually here the color that we used before if we want. And I will leave it like this. Okay. Okay. Let's go on. Remove icon. I will use this color here, soft gray. Okay. And on hover, I will go with the primary color like this. Okay, it doesn't work here. Totals. So this is gonna be okay. Here in the totals, I can go here. Totals rows gap. You see here now I'm changing the row gap here. Let's make it to 20. Titles and totals. Let me check a different color here. Maybe this one is too light, so we go with this one. And we're going to change the typography to be just the text extra large. No, it's too much. Text base. Perfect. Then we can change the color here of, I don't know what, divider total. Okay, divider. Okay, there's a divider here. We can place it here like this and use a light border. Okay, looks fine to me. Okay, checkout button. And finally, we can customize it. And we can use, as always, our global settings here. Yes, like this. The background type. Okay, it's going to be primary. We're going to use a solid border. I'm going to use my variables here. And this is going to be thickness. Then I'm going to assign a color to my border. Okay. And I'm going to assign a border radius and also a padding. And we're going to change also the hover. Text color is going to be dark. And background type is going to be secondary color. Beautiful. And also the border color is going to be the border dark. And the animation is going to be 300 milliseconds. Voila. Perfect. Okay, that's it. We can publish. Let's go and have a preview of our cart. It looks very nice, you see, very modern. And we can even add a subtle difference here to the coupon code section. If we go here, for example, you can customize some single section separately. So we can apply customize. We can choose if you want to change something about the order summary, the coupon, or the totals. I don't know why they did so, but it is all separated like this. And let's customize further the coupon section, for example. We'll see it appearing here. We can change the background color of this single section. And we can also change the border type to be, for example, dashed like this. You see? And we can change also the color, maybe to be a border light, like this. So we have like this. It looks like a coupon code stuff. Pretty nice, right? Okay. We can publish now. And basically we have customized our cart page right here. When we are on mobile, let's see how this is going to behave. It's going to be perfect. Okay, that's great. Now that we have customized our cart, let's go and proceed to the checkout page. And let's go and change it and customize it using Elementor. So we're going to edit this page. And when we edit this page, we can enable edit with Elementor. And as we did for the cart, we just need to get rid of the content that has been created automatically by WooCommerce. And we're going to place inside here the Elementor cart content. So let's get rid of this. We click on the plus icon, Flexbox container. We can create a section for the title here of the page. To the advanced tab, we go and we use our spacing. And then we insert our title here, which is going to be the cart, the checkout. Okay, let's go and change the background into the style tab, gradient. It's going to be a subtle gradient as we did before. Okay. Now here I can place inside another Flexbox container my checkout by typing checkout. It's going to be this one. And I can change here the columns if I prefer. You see, as we were able to do also with the cart, but in my case, I will leave it on 2 columns. And you can also keep the right column sticky if you prefer. In my case, this is not the case. Billing details and so on. So basically here we can do the same as we were doing before in the cart page. We can change a little bit of the elements here, for example. Then here we can go to the additional information and change the order notes. In this case, for example, sometimes it is not, it's not useful to have this section, so we can also remove it if you want. We can change also your order here, title, and also the coupon here, settings, you can change it. Then we have the payment section here that we can change if you want. I have read and agree to the website, terms and conditions. Perfect. Let's go now to the style tab and let's continue styling. So we're going to have a background color if you want. In my case, I do not want to add it. I will change my borders to be solid and I will give my variable width, which is going to be this one. I will give also the border radius, the global one. Let's try with the border light. Okay, we'll keep all the value linked together. Okay, let me give a quick preview. It is working fine, okay. And then I'm going to have some padding no, margin no, typography. Okay, the color here is going to be, you see here, is going to be this one. Then we have the typography here to be extra small titles, perfect. Spacing, we will leave it like this. Secondary titles, we will try to see where this is going to be applied there, for example. And we're going to place it on text, typography, a little bit bigger. Let's say extra small title, okay. Typography, okay, preferred. Spacing, it's okay. Descriptions, let's say, let's see where this is going to be applied. Here, for example, when there are some descriptions, and we can use here our soft gray color, perfect. Typography, we can change it to be text base or even text small, maybe. Yes, it's going to work fine. Then we can go to the color of the message and we can change it to be text normal, okay. Typography of the message is going to be not this one, but the text base, why not? Okay. Or maybe something less big. Okay, let's go here, full screen. And it's going to be typography of the messages like this. Okay, now it works fine, perfect. Checkboxes color is going to be the same here. Typography is going to be just the text is small. Radio buttons the same. We're going to be like this. And typography is small. Okay. Links color. Let's go and see where this is going to be applied. We're going to use the primary color for our links. And on hover, we're going to use maybe the secondary. Yeah, why not? Okay. Let's go back to forms now. Okay. So here we have a different color that we can apply to the fields, or let's start here for the column gaps. Look, this is the column gap. Let's keep it 20 pixels maybe, or even something less. Okay, we can keep it like this. Rows gap, let's make it 5 pixels here. And colors of the labels, we're going to use the text soft gray. Okay. Actually, here we can even go with a little bit more. Yes. And typography is going to be the small text. Okay. We can change the spacing between the label and the content and the input, but no, let's keep it like this. Typography of the fields, we're going to use extra small text. Okay. The color inside the fields is going to be this one, but we can also change it maybe. Okay, let's keep it like this. Focus, we can also change it if you want, but in my case, it will be the same. Perfect. Okay, then transition duration, I will use 300 milliseconds. Background type, I will change the background color actually here to be global white. Oh, not only on focus, but also on normal status. Okay, perfect. I now need to change the border. Let's go with solid. Let's go here and apply our thickness. Okay, And we will change this to border light, and we will change also the border radius to be global. Okay, beautiful. Look how beautiful it's coming up. We can change the padding maybe to be a little bit less intrusive. Let's say to the top and to the bottom we want like this. Left and right we want something less, maybe. Actually, we can do 10 everywhere, maybe. Yes, it can work, 10 everywhere. Okay, I like it, you see. And then we can go here to the button, typography. We're going to use this one. We're going to use also a custom text color and text background of the button. Okay, then we're going to use a border type and so on, as always. Basically here we're going to do the same things that we were doing also in the other elements in the cart and so on. Okay, color of the borders is going to be this one. Then we're going to go with the border radius here and so on. Okay, padding is going to be here. Let's try 10. Yeah, but left and right, we're going to leave it as they are. Or maybe something more, 50 left and 50 right. So too much, 50 is too much. Let's go with 20, okay. And that's okay. Oh, actually here the color should be the dark one. And then on hover, I should change it to secondary and text. No, sorry, here secondary and the text is going to be like this. Okay, works fine. Perfect. Okay, great. Then we have the last section, which is the order summary here. We can change the rows gap. Okay, it is this one actually. The rows gap here is going to be 20 or even something less. Let's say 10. Okay, we can change the color of the items. It's going to be, yeah, it's going to be this one here, soft gray. Perfect. And then we're going to have the variation colors. We're going to use the same text soft gray. Dividers, they should be border light and weight of 1. Titles and totals, let's check it out. Okay, they're going to be just the text global color. Divider total, I will leave it like this without anything. Yes. And then purchase button, let's change it here. Typography is going to be different. We're going to use this one, okay, to make it stand out a little bit more. We're going to change the text color to be this one, background type to be this one, and on hover we're going to have here the text color, and here we're going to have the secondary color. Beautiful. And we're going also to work with our border color, which is going to be solid, and we're going to use here our variables, and voila, this looks beautiful. All right, it just needs to be on hover, the same color, background dark. Okay, so we have everything in place. You see here now into our checkout, and if you publish, you can go and visit in the front end. Let me go back here. Okay, and this is our beautiful checkout page. Okay, and if I try to place an order here, there are some errors highlighted like this, and it works very well. Perfect. All right, let's optimize now the checkout page. As you can see here, this is already a page, a checkout page that can work fine into an e-commerce, but we can further optimize it if we want by changing some of the fields here. For example, the phone number, if you are not going to collect it, you can remove it. And also here, the second street address field, we can remove it in order to make our checkout a little bit more flexible. I'm going to show you how you can do so. For example, you can open up the customizer. So you click on customize in the administration bar, and you will see that in the WooCommerce settings here, we have the checkout settings, and we can change a lot of different stuff here. For example, if we need to show a company name field, we can make it optional, for example, and it's going to show exactly here, company name, you see. We can change the address line number 2 field. We can make it hidden, for example, this one here, and it will be hidden. We can go with the phone field, for example, and we can hide it. We can choose if you want to highlight or not the required field with the asterisk. In this case, I would recommend to do so. And you can link here the privacy policy page and the terms and condition page. Let me check here if we have a page. Yes, let's say that this is our privacy policy page, for example, and that this one is the same page also for our terms and conditions. This is just to make you an example. Of course, you will have to create a separate privacy policy page and a terms and condition page, of course. This is just to show you how you can connect them here. And these pages are going to be shown here. You see, there's going to be a link to the privacy policy page here, and also a checkbox that will let you agree to the terms and conditions. So this is pretty important. You can change the sentence here, and you can change the second sentence right here. Pretty easy, right? We can publish now, and we see that our checkout has the new features here. We see the company name here. We have all the rest here, postcodes, town, province, and so on. Depending on the country that you're selling from, you will have some mandatory fields that are demanded. In my case, for example, if I sell from Italy, I will have the street address, the postcode, the town, province that will be mandatory and required. And yes, that's it. So this is our checkout. And we can also change the page here. So for example, we can create another design like this one, where we are not seeing the header and the footer of our page, but there is a complete focus on the checkout page, on the checkout form. How to do so? We can just go and design our page without header and footer. So we can enable Elementor on the checkout page right now, and we can say that we want to get rid of the header and the footer in the page settings, and we can go here and go and hide our header and footer by clicking on Elementor canvas. And basically now we can control everything in this page without having header and footer in the middle. So for example, we can go and change the title alignment. We can place it to the center. Okay, if it doesn't work, we can just go to the container here and place everything to the center. And we can add a sentence, we can add some badges, some testimonials, whatever you want. Let me show you here quickly how you can proceed. Let's create a grid, for example, that will be placed to the top. So let's place this like this vertically. And in this grid, I will have just 3 columns and just 1 row. And I will create 3 different badges using containers. Okay, the first badge will be, for example, quick shipping times, for example. Let's go and create it. This is going to be the widget icon box. I will change the icon here, shipping, insert. Then I will go to the style tab and I will place it like this on the left. I will also make sure that everything is aligned in the middle, and I will change the content, of course. So let's go here. Okay, so here I have my sentence. I can change now the design, and of course here maybe I would just need an H4 HTML tag for the card, or even just an H5. Okay, and I'm going to change the style here. The icon spacing I will leave like this. The content spacing, it will be a little bit yeah, something like 0, it's okay. Then here I can change the icon color if I want to, and I can change the content color, so my typography from the title and so on. For example, here, the text color would be a little bit different. No, sorry, the description color will be a little bit different. I will use this one. Okay, then to create a more card effect, I will just go inside here and change and I will add some padding. I will use rem. I will use 1 rem, okay? And I will add also as a style, a background color. This is gonna be a very light color. Okay, this one. And I'm going to use also a border. Okay, solid. This is gonna be using my variables. Okay, let's do the same here for the border radius, global radius. And I'm going to change also the color of this border to be light. Okay, it's looking fine, you see. Maybe we can also get rid of the background color, otherwise it's going to be a little bit too much highlighted. And we can duplicate this actually 2 times so that we can just go inside here and change. Let's say that we want this one. It's going to be just secure payment. Okay, and the last one is going to be the return policy. It's going to be this one, a handshake. Okay. And here I'm just writing here, for example, okay, now I publish. I go and have a preview. This is going to be my checkout without the annoying header and footer. So the user, it can be focused on the checkout process. And I have these badges that create more security about what's going to happen during the checkout and about the transaction in general. So some information about the transaction. I can change, of course, also the dimension of the icons and the text and so on. I will go here and add also a back to the cart button, because sometimes we need, of course, a quick link to go back to the carts if we want to go and change something and so on. So this button will be very important, and let's create it together. So it's going to be a back to cart button. It's going to be added here as a simple button. So we're going to search for a button, okay, button, and we're going to place it here in the first container. Then we're going to the advanced tab and we're going to place it using the absolute positioning. Okay. And now we're going to style it. You see, the button is going to be here. We're going to style it. So we're going to, maybe make the typography small. We're going to also have a padding that is going to be smaller. Let's say that we want, for example, let's say 5 to the top and 5 to the bottom, and to the right and left we go 20 here, like this. Okay, and this is going to be, the content is going to be back to the cart. Okay, and I'm going to use inside here a simple symbol. You can also use an icon actually here. It's going to be arrow, and we can use this arrow here, and voila, pretty easy, right? We can also space it a little bit more, 10 pixels, and let's see if we can go to the style tab and change something. The position of the buttons should be like this. Okay, the rest, it's okay for me, okay. And then I can go and change the background. Maybe we can go and have a transparent background. We can change also the text color to be maybe this one here. And we can try to have a transparent background to see how this is going to behave. Okay, then we can remove also the border. Okay, and we can have also a hover color, which is going to be a little bit different, like this, for example. Okay, and in my opinion, it's perfect. I can go here with milliseconds, 300. Okay, so that it's kind of the same as all the other elements. And I just need now to link this button here to the actual cart page. So I'm going to link it to the cart, so that the user needs to modify the cart elements or something like this. They can do it pretty easily. You see that? So now I have my back to the cart link. I can proceed to the checkout, and now my checkout looks like this. Really, really professional and beautiful. You can add here some sentences. You can add here some more social proof or more reassuring call to actions. Like, for example, here, the payment methods. You can go and download some payment methods logos from the web, and then you can upload here just a sentence that says, that shows all the payment methods that you accept, for example, on your store. This is something that creates something that is going to reassure your clients, your customers, that that they are on a professional e-commerce. Let's add another container here. Okay, we can actually also, okay, perfect. And we can insert here a sentence with a text editor and also an image, which is going to be, for example, the credit cards. I have my credit cards logos. I can use here a medium image, okay, and I can also make it way more small. So, for example, 200 pixels, or maybe even something less. 150 pixel is gonna be all right. Actually, here I want to change the dimension to custom, and it's gonna be just 200 pixels width, and I apply. Okay, now it looks fine. We can go here and place the items direction to be horizontal. Okay, perfect. And we can also decrease the dimension of this element of this container here. We can actually use the same settings that we have on the other containers here. So I can copy my container style here and paste it here. Okay, perfect. And actually I was copying the whole container. I would just need to paste style here. Okay. And I will go back to my direction horizontal and I will make it, yes, shorter. So I will align everything to the center. I will make my container a little bit shorter. Let's say that I want to use a pixel value. And for me, it's going to be 400 pixels. Okay. Maybe it's too, yeah, but I make this image grow. So I go to the advanced tab on the image and I make it grow. And I go here to the text and I change the style to be small. It's going to be a smaller text, and it's going to be also of this different color. It's going to be this color here. Okay, and I'm going to place all the elements here to the center. Let's see if we can align them like this. Looks great, right? So yes, publish. Let's go and have a preview of our checkout. Perfect. Looks very cool, right? And we can even put this at the place of this one, for example, or yes, so that we can have just 3 badges here and then the checkout. As you wish, these are just some ideas that I wanted to share with you. And then if you want, you can go on by adding some testimonials to the bottom of the checkout. This is also something good to do when someone is going to click on the buy now button to read some of the best testimonials that you have on your e-commerce store, for example. Now I have made some adjustments and I really like it like this. It's pretty simple and efficient. Okay, now I've just refined a few settings and as you can see, the checkout looks very professional and engaging. You can add also here a footer with some of the data about your business if you want. And as I was mentioning before, also with some testimonials if you want to do so. Let's go now and optimize our checkout from mobile. We just need to go and open up Elementor here on our checkout. Okay. And now to optimize here also for mobile, we just need to go and select the first one because all these badges here and also this one will look a little bit weird on tablet, you see here, and also on mobile. They should not take up all the space. So let's go on desktop now and let's select the first one. And let's go to the style tab and change, for example, the icon size should be a little bit smaller, 20 or maybe something like, let me say 25, for example. Like this is going to work fine. We're going also to change the content typography of the title. Let me use something a little bit smaller. This is going to work fine. And also the description is going to have a different, maybe the text space not, but the text extra small. This is going to work fine. We're going to apply actually the same elements also to the others. So paste style and paste style. Okay, so they're still very visible, but a little bit less intrusive, okay? And actually I see here that there is a little bit of padding top, I don't know why. So I will just try to remove it by using a negative margin to the top, -10, -5. Okay, I think this is gonna work fine. Copy, paste style, and paste style. Okay. Now when I go on tablet, they're going to look much better. Okay, it is perfect. And on mobile, I just need to change the direction here of the whole settings here, of the whole system. So, and here I simply go and select the first one and I go to the style tab and I place it left. And I do the same also with the others. You see that they take up less space like this and they do not distract from the checkout, which is the main things that the user need to do right here, you see? So this is basically working fine. We can also go and tweak around a little bit all the other things if we need to do so. But I think that in my case, I'm pretty okay with this. I like how it is working. And I can also center this from mobile. So I go to the sentence here, to the style tab, and I center it. And also I can also remove this gap here. So I go to the layout of the container and I go with a gap of 5 pixels. And I should increase a little bit more the padding on the top. So I go to the advanced tab and the padding top should be, let me unlink all the values. Let me left and right, there's going to be 20. And the bottom, I'm going to leave it like this. And the top is going to be just 10. Okay. So look how it looks. Perfect. Let's just have a preview, publish, and let's have a real preview. Okay, let's open up everything from mobile now. Okay. And basically, now this is working very nicely. Very nice. Okay. This is a very highly professional checkout. Okay, here it is not correctly aligned, so I also need to select the container, go to the layout and align everything to the center. It is already the case. Let's try like this. Okay, like this is gonna work fine. Column vertical when we are on mobile, publish, and now everything is correctly aligned. Now that we have our shop page, our product page, our checkout, and our cart page in place, let's go and edit our mini cart. Let's go and see here how you can change a little bit the styling of this widget just by editing our main header in my case. Okay, and we open up the settings for our mini cart. Okay, this is going to be the mini cart. Don't worry if you see the style like this in the back end. I would suggest you here to not use a custom icon because I saw that there are some errors when you use a custom icon. Just choose one of these icons and it will work very well. I'm going to use in my case the cart solid. You can use the different items indicator if you want. You can have it plain like this, just the number of elements as a number, as a bubble, or as a none. In this case, I will use the bubble. I can go now to the cart and I can change whatever I want here too. And I have some additional options. For example, I can automatically open up the cart when someone adds a product to the cart. In my case, I will leave it like this. And I'll go to the style tab now. I'm going to open up here my content and I'm going to change a little bit of some elements here. For example, in the menu icon, okay, I will leave everything like this as it is because I do not need to change this, but inside the cart, actually here, I can change whatever I want. For example, I can go here and have a different background color. Let's say that I want this light background. This works fine for me. The border type, I can assign a solid border to my cart to make it stand out a little bit more if I want. I can give this border a width as always, and as always I use my variables, okay? And I can also go and give it a color, and I can give it also a border radius. Let's go here. This is gonna be my border radius. Let's go and have a quick preview of what we are doing right now. So let's preview. Let's go, for example, to my shop page and open up the cart. And if you do not see it, we just empty the cache and we reopen the mini cart. Okay, works fine, you see. It is very subtle, but there is this border here and the border radius, we can see it down here, for example. Okay, let's go on by editing some other stuff here. So we have the background color, the border. We can add a box shadow, actually, if you want to make your card stand out a little bit more. Why not? I will leave it enable. You can increase or decrease the padding. Let me check here what this means. Okay, you see, I will leave it like this. We can go and change also the close cart icon size and color. I will change the color to match my text gray color throughout my website. And when someone hovers, I will change it to primary like this. Okay. The remove icon item size, I will leave it like this. The color is going to match also the text soft gray. And I'm going the same here with the total and so on. So you see here, actually the subtotal should be a little bit more visible. Okay, but we have the typography that we can change. Let's make it as titles. Okay. We can again go and change the alignment, but I will leave it like this. Divider style, it will be like this, and the color of the dividers is going to be a specific color. Then here into the products, you can go and change the product title. Okay, let me go and use, for example, a text base. Okay, a little bit bigger. It's too big, so I can go with a small text. Like this is better. I can go and change the color of the link. I will keep it text like this, normal. Then I can go and change the variation color. I will add a text soft gray. Typography is going to be extra small text. Product price, I'm going to increase a little bit more the contrast by using this color here, okay. Oh, yes, typography, I'm going to leave it like this. Quantity, I'm going to leave it like this. I'm going to use the same color actually here. Typography is going to be okay. Divider, okay. Color of the dividers, I'm going to use border light, okay. Spacing, let's see if I can just go with something more. Yes, let's say 15 pixels. Publish, and the buttons now, if you want, you can change here the color of the buttons. You can also change if you want them to show inline or stacked. for example, like this. And then you can also change all about the buttons, the view cart typography and so on, and also the checkout typography and so on. And the messages, when the cart is empty, you can change the typography. You can center, for example, change the message color, let's say like this, and change the typography. Let's use this one, which is pretty cool. Let's go and publish now. We go back to the shop page. We empty the cache. And when we open up the cart, we're going to see all our settings in place. You see? It looks very, very nice, I must say. Let's add a few more elements just to see how they behave when there are more elements here on the cart. They work fine, perfect. If I try to delete one, it's gonna work well. And I have my two buttons stacked one by one above the other, okay. I can view the cart easily and I can go and view the checkout very easily, okay. It works fine. And when I empty my cart, I'm going to see in this sentence, no products in the cart. Awesome. All right. Now we have been working on the cart, on the checkout, and of course on the single product and on the product archive pages. And what we need to do right now is to work on the thank you page. So the page that the clients, the customers will see when they proceed and finalize their purchase. This is a very important page and we need to change it. We need to take control of this page. And if you do not do so, WooCommerce is going to create a page right inside the checkout page and it's going to output here all the data about your confirmed order. But it is best practice to create a different page and let's do it together. We're just going to create a template using Elementor right now. So we go to templates, we go to create new, add new templates. And this template is going to be a simple page template. So page. And here we're going to call this page thank you page. And let's create this template. We can get inside here as creative as you want, of course. We go to the page settings and we use Elementor canvas. I would suggest you here to use a page where it's going to be just all the elements that are regarding the order, the purchase. And we go and insert a Flexbox container. It's going to be top to bottom, and we're going to place inside here a title. So we're going to use a heading, an H1, okay. Perfect. We can go to the style tab, place to the top, to the center, and we can go also and add a few spacing here, advanced, vertical spacing, okay. Then we can go to the background color, okay, here, and we're using the gradient that we're using throughout the whole website, from the gradient like this, okay. And we can also insert some sentences or whatever you want. We can also add a personalization. For example, we go and insert a text editor, and we go here into the dynamic tags, and we use the user name, first name. This is going to be the user info. You see here, we find this in the site section, user info. And here we can change and select just the first name of the user. Okay. In the advanced tab, we go before and we say, hi, comma, we really appreciate or glad to welcome you on board, Pascal. And then here we can change the styling. For example, we can make it a little bit bigger. And then, of course, we can add the details of the purchase. So we can add a new Flexbox container. This time we will use a 2 columns container, okay? And in the left column, we're going to place all the details of the purchase. So we're going just to say here, we're just going to type summary, and we're going to see this purchase summary, which is exactly as we want, what we wanted, okay? And in this case, there is no preview. So yes, we're going to test this out as soon as we're going to make our first test order. And then here you can change all the things you need to change regarding the content. So basically here you have all the titles of the different sections and all the different, titles of the elements of the items. You can change this, you can change this, you can change all the different labels as you wish. You can also style it differently. As you see here, you can change the typography settings throughout the whole form, which is something very important to do. So I invite you to do it as soon as you're going to place the first order, and so on. Now here on the right, it is very important to use a clear call to action for the user to go to their account and to see the list of their orders, maybe also the shipping information, or to download invoices or whatever they need to do in their account. And to do so, you can go here and use a heading. Okay, we can change here the H title. We can leave it on H2. Actually, we can go to the style tab and we can change it. We will use a small title. We will place it to the center, and we can go here and insert also a description. And then we can go here and insert some social media links. For example, this is a pretty cool solution if you want to drive traffic to your social media icons, to your social media platforms. As soon as someone is buying from you, of course, this is pretty important. Pretty powerful. We can change here the other color to be black, okay? And we can go and insert also, this is very important, a button to the My Account page. Okay, this is going to be My Account. Okay, let's go here and give this a link, dashboard, or My Account, actually. Okay, My Account. And here you say go to your account. Okay, we can make this button also full width by going here. Okay, perfect. And we can also give this element here a spacing, and maybe we can go and assign also a card class. So we can go here. You can choose to use a manual padding or and so on, but in my case, I will use a class called card number 1, card-1, so that I have already in place my card like this. And I will also separate, you see here the content. So I will go in this first container to the layout tab, and I will use a 40 pixels separation. Okay, perfect. So basically here, the user will be will see all the summary of their order. And here they have a call to action to on their account and so on. Perfect. Let's publish. And let's go and make a first test order. Now, if you're happy with this template here, you can transform it into a page by simply going and creating a new page. So you can go in new page, and we can call this page thank you page, or for example, thank you for the purchase, whatever you want, or purchase confirmation. Okay, we can edit this page with Elementor, and now we will find our template inside the saved templates. So we can change here the page settings to be just Elementor Canvas. And we can go here to the folder icon. We go to our templates, and we can see that we can also search for our thank you. And there it is, thank you page. Insert, apply. And so now this is our custom thank you page. Perfect. We can publish this page now. And how we can assign this page to WooCommerce to tell WooCommerce that it needs to show this page when someone finalizes a purchase after the checkout. We need to go here to the site settings, and we need to assign it as a WooCommerce page. You see here, when we click on WooCommerce, basically, we can assign all the different pages, and we are looking in this case for the purchase summary. We can go here and select our purchase confirmation. Voila. There's the page. But before connecting this page, I will show you how this is going to work if you're not going to connect the page. And so we see the difference between the two solutions. So let's go now to our website and let's make a quick test. Let's go and make a purchase test now. We go to the shop page. We select a few products, let's say like this. Then we need to go to the checkout. But in this case, if you go to the checkout and you try to buy, you will see that there is no way to buy. So how to do a test to see how everything is going to work? We just need to go back to our dashboard, and we need to enable here a payment method. So we go to WooCommerce Payments, and basically from here you can just go here to take offline payments, and we can enable them. We can enable, for example, direct bank transfer or check payments or cash on delivery. Okay, let's enable them all. Perfect. So basically now when we are on our checkout, if we reload the page, we see that we have all these methods here available to be chosen by our customers. So this is just going to be for test purposes, of course. So you need to choose if you want to keep them running later or not. We will dedicate a part of this tutorial, of course, to setting up all the payment methods. And in this case, this is just a test. So let's fill the form here. Okay, so now I can go and click on the direct bank transfer. Okay, and I need to accept the terms and conditions. In fact, here, if I do not accept this and I try to place the order, it's going to tell me that there is a problem. Please read and accept the terms and conditions to proceed with your order. You see, okay, so let's do it. And let's click on place order. Now, if you're not creating a custom thank you page, as I showed you in the step before, you see that it's going to keep the user in the same page, which is going to be the checkout page, and it's going to show this. So this is something a little bit, you see, awkward. So the user might get lost here in this page because they do not know what to do. But we have created a beautiful purchase confirmation page. So basically, now if we connect this page, let's do it. So we are here in the site settings, we go to WooCommerce, and then here to the pages, so we connect our purchase confirmation. Okay, this one. Basically now when someone places an order, when they place an order, they won't see the checkout page, but they will see the confirmation page as we set up right here. So let's go and check it out. Okay, we go back to the shop and we try to make another purchase. Okay, we go here, add to cart, add to cart. We go to the checkout directly. We fill all the checkout details. We select here the payment method. We place order. And now we're seeing our beautiful confirmation page. Look at it. Thank you for your purchase. Glad to welcome you on board, Pascal. What to do now? You can go to your account, and basically here the user can see, of course, their orders, their downloads, their addresses, their account details, and so on. And of course, we're going to customize all this page together in a few seconds. But the most important thing is that now they can see this page and they're no more lost after they completed the purchase. And they can see all the contact details here. Actually, here there is an error. You see that this card is applied to the whole to the whole length here. So to avoid this, we can go back to our page here. We can reload it actually, so we can also see a preview. We can have a preview of the content here. You see, and let's go and edit this page. Okay, perfect. So now we need here to apply the class to a different element, not to the container here. So we're going to the advanced. We are removing this class here from the container, and we're adding a second container actually here, which is going to be on top. Okay, and we're placing all the elements right inside here, and we're actually giving the class to this container, class 1. Okay, so that now is going to stay there. Okay, let's go here like this. Perfect. And on the left, as I was mentioning to you, you can change all the content, of course, but you can also, yes, for example, here's a summary of your order. Perfect. You can even choose to show or hide all the elements. Here you can change all the different elements here if you want. You can change the bank details. For example, in my case, I was using a payment method by bank, of course. You can change the text here. You can change the download text here if you're selling also some downloads, and all the other elements here. We can go to the style tab now and change, for example, the background color or whatever I want. Let's use a white background color. Okay, and let's also select here all this element here and add a simple padding. This is going to be just 10 pixels padding, and I'm going to use also a border. So it's going to be a border, a solid one. I'm going to use my variables here to define all the elements. I'm going to assign a light color, and the border width is going to be a variable. Okay, and this one, border radius, is going to be also a variable. Look at it, global radius. Beautiful. Okay, now it's looking fine. Let's increase a little bit the padding, and let's go and use, for example, 1 rem, which works fine always. And let's change the style about the titles of the different sections. Let's change the spacing. Maybe 5 is going to be okay. Maybe something more. 15 pixels. We go to the typography here and we change all the different elements. Titles. Typography here should be a little bit smaller, I think. Yeah, something like this is going to be fine. Perfect. Also, the confirmation message, I'm going to use the same typography here. Perfect. And also the same color. So that it's going to look the same, okay, of course. And let's use the extra small titled. Okay, perfect. We can decrease here the spacing, and actually I will keep also here to 15 pixels. Perfect. Okay. Here I will change also the payment details, and if you see here, we can change the structure basically, and we can also change the spacing between the elements here. Let's make it 5 pixels here and 10 pixels here. Okay. We can change the color, we can change the typography. Let's make it even smaller. Oh, this is actually bigger than I was expecting, so I will just go back as it was. Perfect. The dividers, I can also use delete them, or if I make them solid, I can change the width here, the color, and yeah, I will make it none. Or I can use also the dotted or dashed actually. So width 1 pixel. Okay, I like this one. Bank details, space between. There are no bank details here, but you can change all the details here. And the product details, I will just change the color of the items. Okay. And also the titles, of course. No, I will keep the titles like this. The variation, okay, yes, of course, the product link. The variations, this should be this one, text soft gray, and the color of the product link is going to be my primary color, or my text color is going to be okay like this. Perfect. And on hover, I'm going to use this color here. Okay. So here I can go maybe like this. Perfect. And I can decide if I want also to get rid of the dividers. Okay. And if I have some buttons here, I can change the look and feel of all the buttons also. Let's go and do it. Even if there are no buttons here, I can change the typography to be my buttons typography. And also my text color should be the global white, and the background color should be my primary one. And on hover, I should have a text color here and a secondary color here. So this is going to be the style of my buttons. My transition duration is going to be this one. Border color is going to be the dark border. Okay. And on hover, my border type is going to be solid. Just my variable here. Okay. My color is going to be this one. And the border radius is going to be also my variable border radius. So basically here you do not see a preview here, but sometimes when you have some downloads or some other buttons that are going to appear here on the summary details, and you're going to see them like this. So basically I'm going to use here my global radius. Okay. And then I'm going to publish. Look now how beautiful this page has become. We have a confirmation order page that looks very professional and clean and easy to read for our customers. They have a preview of their order here, and here you can insert whatever you want. For example, you can insert information about shipping, or just a simple link to the account page, which is something very important, and also some link to the social media that you want to increase your followers, for example. And here we can go to our account that we're going to manage now. We're going to customize the whole page right in a few seconds. Now that we have a beautiful thank you page, a purchase confirmation page like this one, we are ready to go and customize the My Account page. So basically this page should be already there for you. If you go to your dashboard and you visit your pages, if you installed correctly WooCommerce, you will see your My Account page right here. If you do not see it, you just need to create a page and put inside this page the My Account widget like you see here. But in our case, we're going to also enable Elementor. So basically, if you are going to create a new page, okay, you're going to call it My Account, and you're going to edit this page with Elementor. But if you already have this page in place, you just proceed as I'm doing right now. So you see here, I'm basically going to, edit this page with Elementor, okay? And then I'm going to do a few things. The first and the most important one is to add, of course, all the content. So the first content should be the title of the page. In this case, it's going to be the heading. And I'm going to call this My Account. Okay, I'm going to add my styling here as always. So I will change the heading to be an H1, not an H2. And I will change the style of my container here to match all the other containers that I am using throughout the website. I can go here to the style tab and I can change the background. I will use also, as always, a gradient as I'm using throughout the whole website. And I will also use a spacing using my class, which is my vertical spacing medium. Perfect. Now I'm ready to add a second container here, which will contain all the elements that I need to show in my account. So I click on the plus icon here, and in this case, it's going to be account, and it's going to be this one. You see, the widget is the My Account widget. So now we have the My Account widget in place. We can add a padding to the bottom. So we can go here to the second container, to the advanced tab. We can unlink values. We go on rem here and we add, for example, 2 rem to the bottom. I can go and publish now and have a quick preview of this page. And it's going to already look very nice, you see. Now I just need to customize it. So we can go on here by customizing the design and the content of this page. We will be able also to create a custom dashboard like this one, you see, where I'm using a custom message, a custom sentence, a link to my social media, also a carousel here with some offers to my recently on sale product, for example. And you can place here coupons for your clients, for your customers, whatever you want. You can do whatever you want in this page. You can create a custom template. And of course, we can also have a perfectly aligned design, as you can see here, with everything respecting the global design of your website. And this is exactly where we're going to start from. So let's customize the design. And then I'm going to show you how you can customize this dashboard here to show whatever you want. So basically, we're going to start from here and we're going to arrive like this. Beautiful, right? Let's get started. So now let's start from the design. We're going to open up here our page where we are inserting our My Account widget, and we select the My Account widget. So here, the first thing we can choose is the layout. So we can place it vertical or horizontal, depending on the design that we want to assign. And then we can also choose the spacing between all the elements, all the items, and the rest of the dashboard. I will place it in my case to 40, okay? And then here I can change the title for my different elements. So here I have orders, downloads, address, and so on. For example, if I want to change it to my orders, I can go like this, for example. Downloads, addresses, account details, and so on. Perfect. Now I can also change the alignment here if I prefer. I will keep it to the center, or maybe even just, yeah, to the center, why not? And then I'm going to the additional options. Basically here you can create a template and assign it directly here to this first dashboard content, exactly as I was showing you before, you see. So basically this is a completely customized template. Instead of seeing the default sentence here that is output by WooCommerce, you can create a template. We will do it at the end of this part of the tutorial. So let's start styling, and then we're going to create a custom dashboard tab. The styling here is, as always, a little bit tedious because it's not global. I do not know why Elementor does not organize this globally. I hope that it will do this in the future, but now you have to style it with your, of course, using your global styling, but tab by tab and section by section, you see. So it's a little bit long. Let's go into the tabs typography and let's see what is going to change. So basically here we see that we're going to change the typography here. We're going to place it buttons and navigation. Yes, a little bit too much. We're going to place them as extra small text and it's going to work fine. And we're going to change the background type and so on. Let me show you here. I have this beautiful effect and I want to use the same. So I'm going to have a normal status of a background white. Okay. And a hover status using a background of my primary color. So I will go here. Sorry, I need to put it full screen. Okay, primary is going to be like this. Perfect. So when I hover, and also when the tab is going to be active, is going to be primary color. Okay. And the text is going to be different. We're going to change the text color. And I don't know, where is the text color actually here? Why there's no text color here? Normal, we have, okay, maybe it's later. Oh yes, this is the color maybe. Now this is the border color actually. The color is going to be this one. Let me check it out. Yes, this is the text color. Perfect. You see? So this is the basic text color. When we hover, the text color is going to be, I think white is going to work fine. Okay. And when the tab is active, the text color is going to be white. I don't know why they put the color here. You see that they worked a little bit too fast when they were creating all this WooCommerce customization widgets. Then the border type is going to be solid, and it's going to be also with a variable width. In my case, you can also place it at 1 pixel, 2 pixel, as you wish. If you do not want to use variables, feel free to do so, of course. I'm using my own variables that you can also use if you are using my file. Okay. In case you're asking yourself, where are the variables? Well, they are on my free resources page where you can subscribe for free. And of course, you find the link down below, and then you can simply copy and paste the variables that I have created for you right here. For example, now I want to assign a global radius here as a variable, and I'm going to do it here to my normal status tabs. And I'm going to use the variable for my thickness of my border, which is going to be solid, and the color is going to be also the border light. And I'm going to use a border radius, and I'm going to apply this kind of border radius. Okay. So basically here, I'm using the variables, and you see here they're being applied correctly throughout the whole elements, and they look fine, you see, very nice, very, very simple. And let me check the other design here just to see if, yeah, maybe we can separate them a little bit more, let's say 10 pixels, and it's gonna look a little bit more tidy up like this, okay. Now we're going to assign, let me check here the padding. We can decrease it if you want. Let me show you here, you see. But in my case, I think that I will make it 5 or maybe even just 10. 10 is, it is already 10 maybe. Yeah, 10 is a little bit smaller, and it looks fine in my case. So I will leave it like this. And the color of the dividers, in my case, I'm not using dividers, but if you want, you can use dividers. You see here between the different elements. And in my case, I won't use them. Sections, let me show you here the section background color. Let me see what happens. It's going to assign a color, a background color to the sections here. And in my case, I'm using a global white color, so I'm sure that it's going to work fine. If I want, I can also enable a box shadow, but I won't do it. The border type is going to be a solid border, and I'm going to use basically all, as always, my variables. As I was mentioning, this is a little bit tedious, but once you finish editing this, is going to work very, very, very seamlessly. Okay, thickness. Okay, so basically when I'm using my variables, if I decide to change my border radius, my thickness of all the borders that I'm using on the website and so on, they're going to be, yeah, related to my variables. So I just need to change them in my global CSS, in my custom CSS, and the color is going to be, and the color and the changes are going to be assigned correctly. The padding here, maybe I should increase it a little bit. Let's use rem, and let's use 2 rem of padding, okay? And to the typography now, we can go here and change the section titles. For example, here in, let me check this one, section titles, look, I can change the color, you see, or I can change the typography. I will use a small titles typography because it's better and it's gonna be more tidy. And I can change also the general text. Let me show you here what happens. You see, this is all the general text used in the different places, and I'm going to use a different typography. Actually, I'm going to use my base text. Okay, so that is going to use the typography that I'm using here and there. This is the login message. What is this? I'm going to show you now what is this. Look, when you are here on this page and you log out, let me show you how this works. Actually, here I want to log out. Okay, you can customize actually the way that user can log in, or they can also register to your website and access to their account, you see. So basically here you can change the login message here, the buttons, and whatever you want, just by customizing everything you see here. Login message, checkboxes, radio buttons, links, and so on. So basically here we're changing the color of the login message. We're using title, global. Typography is going to be as title in my case. Then we're going to use checkboxes. We're going to change the color of our checkboxes just to be like this. Typography is going to be the small text, extra small. And the radio buttons, we're going to do the same. Text extra small, and color is going to be just a text color. Okay. Links, now we're going to assign a special, the primary color to our links, you see here. And the hover color of our links, we can use the gradient primary like this. So that is going to show like this, or we can also use our secondary color. Depending on our design system, we can enable different solutions here. And in my case, I will keep it like this. And I can change also the forms. In fact, here, when I go to the account details, you see that I have a form. Also here in the address, if I click on edit billing address, I will see a form. So basically, how can I change this? I can go and open up the account details, and I can change the design of my forms. The column gap, I will place it at 40 pixels. Oh, too much. Let's keep it like this, okay. Rows gap, yeah, we can keep them like this. Labels, let's change the color of my labels to use the global text color. Typography is going to be small text, perfect. Fields, we're going to change the typography to be normal base text, okay. And then we're going to change also the spacing between the label and the input. Is going to be 5 pixels, okay. Then here we're going to change also the color of our text. Perfect. Then we're going to change also the background. The background, actually, I'm going to use a white background. So it's going to be a global white. And I'm going to apply now a border. So a border type solid. And I'm going to apply a border with my variables. I love to use variables. I don't know if the thickness one is very, very useful, but I think so, because if I decide to change my thickness throughout the website, sorry, thick, I will be able to do it in a very easy way. So now here I'm using a variable also for my border radius. This one is very useful, of course. And I'm going to apply the border color. I'm going to apply the border light color. This is going to work fine in my case, okay. And let me check also the padding, because this is a little bit too much. I'm going to start from 0 to see what I'm doing. And I'm going to unlink values. The top and the bottom, I just want 5 pixels, top and bottom. This is going to be enough. And the left and right, I'm going with 10 pixels left and 10 pixels right. This is going to be perfect for me. Maybe, yeah, top and bottom, maybe I can go 10. But I didn't want to do, yeah, actually I can go 10 everywhere. This is better, okay. Typography of my buttons. So here you see that I have some buttons here in my forms, and I can change the typography. Actually, if I want, I can also change the focus color and background and box and so on. But in my case, I will keep it like this, as always. And I'm just going to change here my typography of my buttons. So typography is going to be buttons and navigation. Text color is going to be white. And the background type is going to be, in my case, primary color. Beautiful. Then I'm going to use a hover color using black text and a secondary like this, as I'm doing throughout the whole website. Go back to normal here, and I go to the border type, solid, and I'm going to apply my border, as always. Border width, beautiful, global thickness. Okay, border color is going to be, in this case, the dark one. Okay, and then I'm gonna have the border radius. Look, look, look. Here I am, border radius. Perfect. So here my buttons are going to work exactly as they're working throughout the whole website. And this is also for my orders, for example. I'm going to change it also there, because I'm going to change the order details. You see what I mean? They could have easily, yeah, just synchronized all the buttons throughout the whole dashboard, but it is not the case. So I need to go to the order details now and change, for example, here, the different settings. So the titles, let me go and see what happens here. You see are the titles of my table. They're going to be just black. Typography, I'm going to use an extra small title. So that is a little bit too, no, maybe it's too much. I'm just going to use buttons and navigation. Yeah, it's almost the same. Let me check if I can use extra small text. Okay, this is going to work fine in my case. Great. Then I'm going to change the items color here. Let me go and check. Okay, it is a little bit too much. I'm going to use this one. And the typography here is going to be text extra small. Okay, beautiful. It looks very nice like this, and very, very organized. Variations, I'm going to use just a text soft gray color for variations. Typography of my variations, I'm going to use the same. No, I'm going to leave them like this. Product link. I'm going to use primary, and on hover, I'm going to use my secondary so that the user knows that if they click here, they're going to visit the order page. Perfect. Dividers, I can change the color to be, let me check that, like this, color to be the border light color, okay. And buttons typography, finally, I have to change it also here. I'm going to use it, maybe in this case, I'm going to change the typography to be like this. Yeah, since I can do it, I will just make a good choice. Text color is going to be white. Background color is going to be this one, primary. Beautiful. Then I'm going to have the hover solution. So it is going to be text like this, text like this. Okay, by the way, if you want, you can give me a thumbs up to this video if you are liking it and enjoying it right now, and you can comment which kind of e-commerce are you creating following this video. Let me know. Border color is going to be border dark. Beautiful. But also on normal, it's going to be solid, and it's going to be dark, border dark. And as always, here I have my global variables. Ta-da-da-da-da. Thickness. Okay, border radius. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. It's gonna be global radius. Beautiful. Now they work exactly as all the other buttons throughout the website, and I can publish actually, and I can have a preview because basically here I have edited everything. Look, yes. Okay, let's go and see. Look at the beautiful dashboard that we have right now. We started with a very, very ugly dashboard, and now we have a beautiful dashboard. So exactly as the one that we saw at the beginning of the video, of this part of the video. But let me go and check a little bit all the elements here. We have my orders. If I go and view the orders, they're going to look like this. Beautiful. They look fine. Okay. In the download section, I see there is an error here, so I can try to replace this error. Then I have the addresses here. If I edit my billing test here, beautiful. The buttons work fine. Account details here, everything is working fine. Logout, everything is working fine. And look how beautiful is the login page now. We have a beautiful login page. So if a user try to log into their account, they will see a login page like this. So they can just access here, and they can get access to their orders, for example, to their recent orders, to their downloads, addresses, and so on. And now here, why do I see this? This is kind of weird. And if you want to get rid of this styling problem, to avoid that error, I just noticed that it is a bit weird, but instead of, you see here that there is this problem here. You can resolve this using custom CSS, of course, but you can also go and do a very simple thing. You just click here on the plus icon and you add a widget, and this is going to be the WooCommerce notices, and you place this above the dashboard. Then we can go to the advanced tab, and we can just make sure that there's going to be just a -20 pixels to the bottom here, and let's publish. And basically here what happens is that when we are on our downloads page, you see that there is going to be this message, and the button here is going to work fine. I don't know why this is happening, but it is as it is, the mysterious ways of WooCommerce and Elementor. And this is a link to the shop page. So basically, if you are selling downloads and you have this problem, you know that you can resolve it like this. And when you go back to all the other elements, you see them correctly here, you see. Addresses, account details, login, logout, and so on. Perfect. Okay, so now we have a beautifully customized dashboard we can publish, and we just need, if you want, to create a custom dashboard here in the first page of the My Account, exactly as you saw right here. So you can place here a latest products, or you can place a custom message or links to your social media, whatever you want. Let's do it together. Okay, now to create a custom dashboard, as you can see here with some custom content, we just need to create a template. So we go to our website, we go on new template, and we're going to create a dashboard template or my account template. Okay, we're going to edit this with Elementor. Okay. And let's go and work a little bit clearer by clicking here Elementor Canvas. Okay, so that we are working without header and footer, and we can add inside here a container. Okay, and we can use some spacing, advanced tab in my case, but in my case I will keep it simple. I will just use a simple container like this, and I'm using a grid or no, actually I can insert here 2 containers. Add new container, duplicate, so I'll just have 2 containers, and then I will go to the layout of the first main container, and then I'm going to put them horizontally. So basically here we have 1 container, then we have the first one and the second one contained into the first one. Okay, here we're going to place some content. A heading is going to be an H3 heading, and I'm going to change a little bit here the styling to be a little bit less, maybe just a small title. Okay, then I'm going to add a paragraph, maybe to say welcome or to say something about our latest promotions or whatever you want. Social media icons so that our customers can follow us on social media very easily. I'm just going to change here the over color to be with a text like this. Beautiful. And then here on the right, I can place a loop carousel. Okay, by providing all the latest products that I am sponsoring on my e-commerce, for example. So I can go here, products, and I can type here card number 1, 2, whatever I want. Let me see this one, if it's gonna work fine. Number of slides is gonna be just 3 slides. Number of slides to display just 1 by 1. And slides to scroll 1. Equalize height, yes. Query is gonna be just, I can choose latest products, or in my case, I just want to show products that are on sale. So I will use on sale, but I can also use featured. I can use the selection that I prefer here. In my case, I will use sale. Okay. Perfect. I can also include or exclude. I can even pick by hand, handpick some specific products if I prefer. You just need to go and click on manual selection, but in my case, I will just filter by sale, products that are on sale. And settings here, I will use autoplay, scroll speed like this, everything as we all also saw into the other loop carousel that we set up previously. Then I will use navigation here. I will keep it like this, but I will also change a little bit the positioning of the arrows. And basically I want them to be external. How you can do it into the paginate, no, into the navigation settings. I will go to the style and navigation. I want them to be positioned outside. Okay, so that is going to be easier for the user to see them, and the color is going to be a little bit different. We're going to use this color, or maybe you can also use this color here. And the hover color is going to be like this. Okay, perfect. Publish. Let's go and have a preview of my dashboard. Looks very nice. You see here we have our latest offers. Perfect. And I just need to style it a little bit differently. So for example, the second container here, which has all the offers, I want to change the styling to give it a background, a specific background color. Let me go with this one here. Okay. Then I will go and apply a padding to the advanced tab. I will use rem, and I will use a padding that is going to be of 2 rem, too much, let's say 1 rem. And I'm going to apply also a border radius and a border. So as always, when I apply borders, I go here, solid, and I apply my borders. Okay, it's going to be like this. And then it's going to be like this here. Variable all over the place. Let's really keep it light in this case. Okay. Beautiful. You see that it looks fine. But I just need to make this content here a little bit less wide, a little bit, yes, because otherwise it's going to be too wide, I think, in my opinion. So when I'm on this container, I go to the layout. No, maybe I just go to the loop carousel itself, and I want to change my dimensioning into the advanced tab. I will go with a custom width, and I will place it at maximum of 300 pixels. Let me have a check here. Okay, there is a problem here. No problem. It should be just a caching problem. And I'm just going to have a preview here. Okay, actually it's too short. 300 pixels is not enough, so I will change it to maybe 450. Okay, let me go and check this out. Okay, now it looks great. And I will place it to the center, maybe just using, sorry, I was here. I will go 400 and I will place it to the center. And then I will also insert here a call to action. So, okay, I will keep it on simple paragraph. I go to the style, make it to the center. change the typography to something different. Okay, why not this one? Text color is going to be like this. And let's see how this is going to look like. You see, it is kind of catchy. It grabs the attention. And I can also change the background here of my cards, actually, if I want. And to do so, I need to edit my product card number 2 that I have in my theme builder, my loop item card number 2. And I'm going to assign here a background color. In my style tab, I go to background type and I assign a global white background. And I'm also going to assign a border, just a global border radius in my case, not a border thickness. So just a radius. Publish. When I go back to my account here, I will see the beautiful effect that I have. Okay. It is going to work fine. And I have all my elements in place. Perfect. Looks fine. Now, how to assign this content here to my dashboard? I can just go back to my account page. Maybe I'm just going to reload this. Okay. And I'm going to the content here. Okay, let me check this. I'm going to the content here. Okay. And I'm going to scroll down to additional options, customize dashboard. And I'm going to choose as a template my account. Where is it? Here, dashboard. Voila. Look how beautiful it is. Publish, and when I go and have a preview of my account page, it's going to look like this right now. Beautiful, right? So we have our checkout offers here. It works very well. Yes, they can. The client here, the customer can click on the product and land here and buy it if they want. And I can also add a custom sentence here, and I have all the other elements in place as always. In my case here in the dashboard, if I want, I can also add a border and the padding as all the other elements, for example, as my orders and so on. If you want to do so, you just need to go back here and to apply it to your element there. So you just go back to your dashboard, you select the container and you just simply go to the advanced tab and you add a padding. In my case, it's going to be a rem padding of 2 rem. And then you can add a style and a border. It's going to be maybe a solid one. It's going to be a border width of global thickness, as always. I'm going to use here a global variable. Then I'm going to do the same here with this one, border radius, and then I'm going to the border color and I'm going to assign the border light so that when I go back now to my account, it's going to be like this. So it's going to be basically treated as all the other elements you see, orders and my account page and so on. Beautiful. It looks very nice. And yes, I'm just going to show you now how you can customize this and then that's it. So when you want to customize this message and you want to say hello, name of the customer, like in this case, you just need to use dynamic data basically. So you go here and back here, sorry, you can select your sentence and you go to the content and you apply the dynamic tags. So in this case, it's going to be user info. And we're going to use just the simple name of the customer, first name. We go to the advanced tab and we say hello. Then we can go and place an emoji after, for example, this one. Okay. Okay, and then here we can add a simple sentence to welcome our customers, to say them, just shop with our exclusive deals. You can even place inside here a coupon for all your first-time customers or to reward your high-spending customers. You can just create a coupon section and you can show it right here. You can get creative here. Okay, now this is going to be our beautiful My Account page. Look, it looks very nice, you see. And then I have my social media icons so that people can follow my e-commerce on social media. They can see my latest, my latest offers, and they can shop, add to cart, and so on. And my account is going to be beautiful like this. Record for the record. This goes here. Okay. Now we are ready to create a beautiful homepage for our e-commerce. We will be able to create an hero section like this one with some call to actions if you want. And you can use images here. You can use videos, wherever you want to welcome your visitors to your e-commerce. Then you can showcase all your latest arrivals in your e-commerce or your best-selling products. and you can also have some call to actions to go to the main shop page. This is in Italian, but don't worry, we're going to create everything in English, of course. And here we can also create some carousel call to actions, as you can see here, to highlight some specific kind of products. Then we have this call to action like this. We can get creative actually using different designs for our call to actions. We can also use testimonials here, and we can also link to the specific categories of our e-commerce by using different kind of designs. And so this is just an example, but we can of course go and choose many different kind of designs. And I'm going to show you also some interactions like the one that you see here. We can get creative, and yes, we will do it together. So let's get started. The first thing we need to go do is to go to the home page. In my case, I do not have an home page, so I'll go and I'll simply go and create one. I click on New Page, and I will call this page Home. Okay, this is my home page. I can click now on Edit with Elementor, and I can start designing it. And before doing so, let's go just and add a simple element. Let's say that we want to add a flexbox container. It's going to be from left to right, and we're going to insert inside here two others containers. So I can click on the right click of the mouse, and I can just add a new container, and I can duplicate it. Okay, let's duplicate it. Perfect. Now let's add just a placeholder content. It's going to be just a heading and a text editor in my case, and the button is going to be like this. Okay, and this heading should be an H1 because it's going to be the title of my homepage, the main title of my homepage. Then when I go and publish, what happens if I go and visit my website right now, and if I go to the homepage, you see that this page is not assigned as the homepage of the website, but it is still a page that works separately. In fact, if I go now on my pages list and I click on my homepage and I go and visit this page, I will see that my URL will look something like this: name of my website /home. So to avoid this and to make this page actually be the real homepage, so the URL of my website, to assign it to the URL of my website, I need to go to the settings, and there are many ways to do so, but the easiest is to go in the settings. You go here in the settings here, and then you go on the reading settings. You go here. Then you click on static page. Your home page shows a static page, and you select the page that you want to show as a home page. It's gonna be this one. Save changes. Okay. Perfect. Now you go and visit the website, and this is magically your homepage. Now we can go on designing this homepage. So let's go back here and simply click on Edit with Elementor. Okay, we're going to keep all the others open like this. Perfect. And basically the structure you see is the same that we have here, and it is also similar to this one. So we have this title here, and then we have all the content. Let's go and do the same here. We're just going to use the same sentence. Let's say this one. This is an awesome e-commerce. And we can go and change the style actually, and go and see here if I can apply a 3XL title. Okay, it's a huge title. Then I can make sure that I have an H1 here. And if I want to change the color of some of the words inside here, I can use the code that I have provided to you in my free resources. And when you scroll down here, you see that at some point, you have some generic code snippets, and there is one which is called highlight this word. You see here? So you just need to copy the part where I have the word highlighted, actually, which is this one. Perfect. And I can paste this part here where I want to highlight the word. Let's say I want to highlight the word awesome. Okay, you see? And instead of word, I will write inside here awesome. And in this case, I'm using the primary color. But if you want, you can go and change the code here, and you can use any other global color. You can use also the secondary. Okay, and this is going to pick the colors directly from your Elementor global colors, you see? And actually here I'm using the primary because it's going to work better. Okay, beautiful. Now we can go and assign a spacing to this container. So I select the container, go to the advanced tab. I can give the spacing using padding, using pixels or a rem, but in my case I will just use my class, which is called vertical spacing, and I will try with an M value. Okay, maybe something with an L value is going to be better here. And I'm also going to assign a style to my background. I will use a gradient and I will start with a background light and I will go towards a white, a global white color. Okay, this is very subtle, but I really like this effect. And so I'm going to use it. Here, I'm going to assign now an image. Let's go here and type image. And in my case, it's going to be a simple image. Let's go here. I'm going to select this one. Okay, pretty cool. And I'm going to apply a styling to my bottom, to the bottom of this section here, because I want to create this effect here, the same that I have here. You see, this is a kind of, how do you say, a kind of, yeah, ungulated, inclinated. I don't know how to say it in English. And yeah, I want to apply this. So let me show you how this works. You select the section, you select the container, you go to the style tab, and then you scroll down until you find shape divider. So basically here you can apply some shape effects. I will use the tilt effect, this one, and you can assign also a color. In this case, look, I'm going to show you how you can do it. Sorry, here I'm on the top divider, but I just want it to be on the bottom one. Okay, so let's use the tilt. Let's assign a color, and this is going to be like this, you see? This is going to be the effect. So if you want to assign it differently, we can flip like this, and we can also make it to the front, and we can also increase the height like this. So basically this is going to be the beginning of our second section, you see? So this is something very nice, I think, and sometimes it can kind of give some movement to your design if you want to try something new. Yes, okay, let's keep it like this now. And let's go and assign, you can also play around with different shapes if you prefer. You have many different shapes here and you can go and play around as you wish. And yeah, maybe this one is also cool. We can keep it like this. And in my case, I will use a different color actually here. Let me play around with different colors to see what works the best. I think that I will use a light background like this. Pretty simple. Okay. So let's go now and create the second section. Okay, it's going to be a Flexbox container from top to bottom. And I'm going to insert inside here two elements. The first one, it will be a heading. We can align this to the center, and we can go and insert, for example, a grid where we can showcase the main categories of our e-commerce. In my case, I will keep it simple. I will use a grid with, you can choose 4 columns, for example, and 1 row. Or if you have more categories that you want to link here, you can choose a more complex grid, of course. But in this case, I will keep it simple. I will use maybe even just three columns. So in the first column, I will place a container, and I will assign to this container in the Advanced tab a class. In my case, I'm using a really simple CSS framework with some basic classes. And if you're using my free resources here and you have uploaded your global settings and the global style guide, you are using the same, so you can apply the same classes. And as you can see here, the simple class will create a card like this one where I can insert all my content. And in my case, I will change a little bit nothing, just I will just insert some content. I will use a heading and an image. Okay. And in my case, the heading should be an H3. Okay. And if you want, you can also add a paragraph, whatever you want down here. And I'm going to insert some element to represent my categories. The first category, it will be my latest news or latest arrivals. Maybe let's use this one. Okay. I will make all my images here, let's say squared. So I will use, for example, medium 300 pixels. In the style tab, I will go here and use a specific width, which is going to be 100%. And I'm going to use also a specific height. In this case, it's going to be just 200 pixels. Okay. Well, yeah, actually here we can do the same. I can use 200 pixels here. And no, but this is a little bit too, yes, let's stay here with like this. Perfect. I'll go to the Advanced tab now, and I'm just going to assign a full width here. And I'm going back to the Style tab, and I'm going to assign here to my height, to my object fit, cover. Okay, cover, center. Oh, the width here should be 100%. Great. Center, or even just top center. This looks cool. And then I can assign a simple shape. Let's say that this is just... okay, let's go and place it like this. I can assign here a shape I was mentioning, and you can select the image. You go to the Advanced tab, and you can scroll down until you find mask. Okay, and basically here you can assign different kind of masks. You see, you can have different shapes, and this is pretty cool. And you can also create some custom masks. This works if you want to upload a CSV. I'm sorry, an SVG file. Okay, let's do it. For example, this is an SVG image, and if I select this, you see that it's going to work like this. And this is pretty cool because I'm using my logo here actually to showcase and to mix it up with some images. But in my case, I will change, I will just use a simple mask like this one. By the way, you find this mask in the free resources, so you can just log in my free resources and you go to the dedicated Drive folder. You find all the placeholder images, the shop images, and you find inside here also the mask. You see, it is here. So you can use it on your e-commerce if you want to do so. So we're here. Let's look at the effect that we achieve. It is pretty cool, you see. And you can go and choose no repeat, center, center. Even here, you see here, you can place the mask whatever you prefer to place it. It's going to be the center, in this case, center, center. And you can change, fill, fit, whatever you want. In this case, I will choose fit. And I can play around also with the style of my image to make it look a little bit different. If I want to increase the height here like this is better. And yeah, 270 works very, very well. Okay. I'm okay with this. I like it. And it's similar to what we have here, you see. Let's continue styling here a little bit more. So in my case, I will also change my border and I will make it of a different color actually. So I need to select here solid, and I can go here and change the color of my border. Let's go and check it out. Okay, I like it. And I can also assign a background color to the whole section. So let's go to the whole section, style, and I'll go here and assign a specific color. Let's see if this one works fine. Okay, it's gonna be nice. And I will also assign a specific background color here to my cards. In my case, I will try with a dark one. This is gonna be interesting, I think, but I can also go with a simple white. Okay, white is gonna work well too, okay. We can then duplicate this. And basically here we can showcase all our different categories. Let's say that here we have man or woman and or many different accessories or whatever we are selling. Okay, let's change the image here. It's going to be this one, and the woman one is going to be this one. Okay, perfect. Beautiful, you see? And now we have a simple interaction movement because we are using my card number 1 that has this interaction inside. And we can also get creative by creating this kind of styling here. Okay, let's do it. Let's publish now. Okay, and this is actually pretty simple to apply. In my free resources, you will find a specific CSS called rotating effect on over, you see? You just copy it, and then you will need to assign some classes to your elements of the card. So the first thing we need to do here is to go on the main card, let's say this one, okay, where we want to apply the effect. And we go to the Advanced tab, and we simply go here, and or maybe actually it is going to be even better if you do like this, okay. So the first thing we need to do here is to click on the plus icon and add an HTML code module. We can place it wherever we want in this section here. And inside here, we just paste the code, but we're going to be careful here because we need to create a tag called style like this. You see, you type style, then you go and type style, but you also close it like this. So basically we're opening and closing the style, okay? And inside here, you copy the CSS code that I've just showed you here in my free resources. So this is going to be the code. You see here, so basically we have this code now in place, and we can go and assign the class of the card, so WPR-card-1 to the specific card. So it's going to be this one. Okay, let's assign a second class, so we can space and assign a second class. So we have 2 classes here, and nothing changes right now because we need to apply also some other classes to the elements. In this case, we need to go to the title here, to the Advanced tab, and we need to assign another class here, which is going to be the same, but we will also add dash title. Look like this. So look, it's going to be WPR-card-1-title. It's going to be this one. And as you can see here, as soon as I hover here, there's going to be this effect applied to the card. So if I want to apply the same effect also to the other cards, I need to assign the same classes. And I can also assign the same effect to the image if I want. So I go to the image, I go to the advanced tab and assign CSS classes WPR card-1-image. And look, beautiful, right? Let's do the same also for all the other cards. We're going to the advanced tab here and we're going to assign the class. This one is the title and this one is the image. Class image. Okay. And we do the same here, but instead of doing like this, we just, it is faster to duplicate this one. So we'll go in here. We're going to assign also to the main container here, the class that will activate this CSS. So it's going to be this one, WPR-card-1. And now it's going to work fine. Okay. And we're going to duplicate this and create our last container here. And it works fine. Okay, perfect. Publish. Now you can assign the link to your images. For example, you can go to the image here and you can assign the link. Or if you prefer, you can link the whole card. You can go to the card here. You can go to the layout and you go to additional options and you transform the whole card in a link. This is not a really best practice in terms of accessibility, but it can work. It is not a major error. But yeah, up to you to choose if you want to assign the link like this, or if you prefer assign the link to the title and to the image, which is better in the terms of accessibility in general. So in my case, I will just proceed like this because I prefer in this case. So it's going to be a simple link to the shop page, this one. Okay. Perfect. And I'm going to publish and have a quick preview of what's happening here. Beautiful. And as you can see here, my whole card now is linked. So if someone clicks whatever the customer will click, they will land in this case to the shop page. Perfect. Okay. Then if I want to link also the other two cards, I can go here and do the same. So I will select layout, additional options, and a link. I use a dynamic tag here. And yeah, I can assign links to my dynamic tags even here if I use, where is it already here? Internal URL, okay. But the internal URL, you can link to whatever taxonomy or media or content you want. In my case, it's going to be taxonomy and it's going to be, let's say, clothes. I do not have a man taxonomy, so it's just going to be an example like this. And I'm going to do the same here for my woman, okay. Layout, additional options, default, link. And then dynamic tag is going to be internal URL. And then here I'm going to assign an taxonomy. And this is going to be simply, let's say, shirts. Just to show you how this is going to work. Okay. Publish. Now, when I'm back here, all my cards are being linked. This one is going to link me to the shop page. This one to the clothing taxonomy. And this one to the shirts taxonomy. Okay. They work fine. And I can change also the design here. You can use whatever kind of approach that you prefer to assign to your different boxes. And as I was showing you at the beginning of the video, you can also create some cards like those here, you see. And let's do it together. So if you want to obtain a different design, you just need to go here and to add another, let's add another grid. Just down here, let's duplicate actually this grid here. We can do it by opening up the structure and we duplicate our grid perfectly. Okay, and I'm going to show you an alternative design. So we can just get rid of the image here, delete, delete, and delete. And if you want to achieve a different design like this one here, it is just very simple because you can just assign a background image to the container, to the box here, to the container, and go to the style and choose a background image. In our case, it's going to be, for example, this one. Okay, then you can, of course, change the image resolution, let's say 300, and then we can also change here the repeat, no repeat. Position is going to be center, center. Then we're going to use display size cover. Okay, perfect. And we're going to also, sorry, here I was using this. Yes, I just need to apply now a background overlay. Perfect. So let's keep it like this. Let's go to background overlay, and we can use a gradient. We can use, for example, a global background light, and in this case, as a secondary color, let's choose something like white, or maybe the primary is gonna look interesting. This is gonna look nice. And then we can also change the opacity. So we go here and we play with the opacity, you see. Latest arrivals, let's say 0.80 is gonna be interesting. And we can apply the same principle also to the others. So let's go and copy and paste the style here. Okay, you see, perfect. Paste the style here. And we can just change here of course, the image and the link, because you need to change the link also. Here we go into the style tab, we change the image. It's gonna be this one. In my case, this one, yeah, it works fine. And I'm going to change the resolution to be 300, of course. And also this one here, I'm going to change the image here, background image. I'm going to use this one, and I'm going to change the resolution to 300. So it's gonna be optimized. Publish, okay. Now look, you see you have different designs here. You can choose which will fit the best your specific e-commerce. Make sure to check all the links and to be sure that all your cards or elements are going to link correctly to the specific parts of your e-commerce. Okay, now to finish this design, let's get rid of the class, the specific class card number 1, so we can change also the interactions and some other stuff here. So we get rid of the card number 1 here, we'll do the same here. Okay, we get rid of the card number 1, okay. And we do the same here, and we get rid of the card number 1 class. Okay, so basically we're using a different approach here. We go to the container, let's go to the central one, okay, and we can add some padding, rem 1, okay, perfect. We're going to apply the same also to the others, so copy and paste style. Oh, sorry, if I paste style here, it's going to be a little bit of a mess, so I'm going to do it by hand. Rem 1, I'm going to do it the same here. Actually, I cannot select it. I'm going to the OK here, and I'm going to use rem 1. All right, perfect. Now I can assign also a style here, and I can go and change the border. I can make it solid. I can just keep it 1 width, 1 pixel width, or even just using my global variables. Of course, you can do as you prefer here. And here I can assign also a specific border radius. It's going to be a global radius. Okay, let's see if this is going to work fine. It works beautifully, okay. Actually here I'm going to copy and paste the styles because it's going to be better. Even if I need to change again the image, no problem. Okay, perfect. This one I'm going to make it like this. Actually here they can work even better like this, WooCommerce single, okay. I can go and change the background image here. And I can use this version here. And I can go and change the last one. Okay. And it's going to be a 600 pixels. Okay. Publish. Now I can also change the interactions. For example, I can go in the first one and I can say in the advanced tab that I want a different transformation effect on hover. I can rotate a little bit. I can use a rotation of just 3 degrees, for example, very subtle. Pretty cool, right? And I can do the same also in the others. And I can actually change the rotation direction and effect. If I go in the second one, for example, I can go and hover and rotate a little bit differently, let's say -3, so the opposite. So we have this one, you see, and they work like this. And the last one, I can just go back to 3, for example. Advanced, transform, hover, rotate 3 degrees. Look how nice it is like this. Publish. Let's go back to our homepage. We see that we have the first design and the second design. Look, beautiful, right? So you can get creative and you will obtain the design that you need. And then, of course, remember also to check in the different device how everything is going to look. For example, in this case, we see that there is this design that becomes like this. And maybe we need to align everything to the center. We can do it by simply going here to the first container. And we can apply a align center. We can do the same here to the second one. And you see that everything is going to be aligned to the center if you want to. And you can do the same here also with the other cards. You select the container here and you can align everything to the center if you prefer, you see? So even if the heights, they're going to be different heights, you can still keep everything aligned correctly like this. Of course, you need to do the same also with the first one, layout, align to the center. Okay, and then you can also change the number of, how do you say it, of rows of columns. So for example, I can select the grid, the first grid, and maybe on tablet, I just want two grids, two columns to show. So I can change the value here. And I can also go here in my last one, or in my first one, I can choose it and I can make it bigger. Or for example, let's go in the first one. I want my latest arrivals when I'm on tablet to be more visible. So I will just make this specific container here, the first one. In the advanced tab, I will change the column span to be 2 columns. So you see that it's going to occupy the 2 columns and the others 2, they're going to be there. And there is a problem here regarding the image. Let's see if I can solve this. I'm just going to change the height and I can even make it bigger like this. So it's going to be even more visible on tablets, you see. So we have this, and we have all the other categories like this. Then we can also go and check how they're going to look on mobile. And from mobile, I want to change here this effects. So the column span from mobile is going to be just default. And if it doesn't work, I go back to 1. Okay. So now it's going to work fine, perfectly. And of course, I need to change the height here to make it back to what it was, 270. I'm going to do the same here, 270, perfect. And then I go and publish. Look, this is beautiful. Oh, look, there is a problem. Let's reload the page, okay. Let's go and inspect, open up here. And this is gonna look really, really nice also from mobile. Look, beautiful. We have all our cards, and also here you can choose whatever you prefer as a design, and that's it. Beautiful, right? Now let's go and continue working on the other sections. And let's say that you want to create a section where you have some latest arrivals, for example. Let's say that we want to create a section like this one, for example. Okay, let's do it together. It's going to be pretty easy because we just need to go back to our home page now. We're going to edit this page with Elementor. Okay. And we're going to insert here a simple second section. And to create the second section, actually, we're going to use some padding here in the second container. Let's open up here the container. So this one is going to be the hero section. Then we're going to have here the categories. Okay, I'm just renaming them to keep things organized, and we can have actually here. I think we can just go on and dragging here the second section. So it's going to be like this from top to bottom. I'm going to insert here a heading. Okay, it's going to be like this. An H2, and I'm going to place it to the center. Now I'm going to use in this container, which is going to be just, let's say, best selling. Okay, a padding. So I'm going to use a class. Go to the advanced tab, vertical spacing. Okay, in my case, I'm going large here in the home page, and I'm going to use also a separator. So I'll go to the style tab and a divider. Let's go here and use the top one. It's going to be like this. And the color is going to be the one, the background light. Okay. It is very subtle, you see, but it creates some movement to my design, so I like it. And I can improve a little bit, I think, the height here. Or I can just add some padding, I think. So let's see if this works fine. Okay. Yeah, I think that I can improve a little bit more my padding. Yes, let's do it here. For example, so the height here of this element can be like this. So we can flip it. We can bring it to the front. Yes. And we can make sure that we have a little bit more of padding in the previous section. So here we're going to use an advanced tab. We're going to unlink values and use rem. And the padding bottom should be at least 3 rem. So that is going to look a little bit higher, even 4 rem. Okay. Publish. Let's have a quick preview. This looks very nice, you see. So I have my categories here, and then I have my best selling section. And this section looks very, very nice like this. Okay, I like it. Let's go on. And to insert this section here by providing all the best-selling products, for example, or the latest arrivals and so on, we can click on the plus icon and go and add a loop grid. Easy as that, loop grid. Then here we choose products. We choose the type of card that we want to show. In my case, the number 1. And I will go and use 4 products. It's better. And I will go and equalize the height. And I can change the query. So my query in this case will be, for example, the latest products, or products that are on sale, products that are featured, a manual selection of my best-selling products, or that's it. Pretty it. That's pretty it. We can say in this case featured. Okay. And I'm going to show you how you can make your products feature. So I publish here, and when I go to the home page, I'm going to see that the products that are going to show here are the products that are featured. How you can go and make a product feature? You go back to your dashboard, you click on products, all products, and you simply need to enable the star. Let's say that you want to feature this one. You see that there is a star here. We can enable it, okay? And we can do the same also on the other products. Let's say that you want to enable here. You want to enable this one, and you want to enable maybe also this one. So we are enabling different products, and even when you are inside a product, you see that there is a tag. Where is it? Which is here, category visibility. You can add it, and you can make it featured. This is a featured product, but the easiest way is to go to your products list and just enable the star, of course. Let's go and see in the front end now. If I go and visit my homepage, I will see that all the products that I have featured, they will appear here. Let's make also a specific selection and a specific number of products. So we go back to the editor now, and we're going to say that we want to show just the last four best-selling products. Okay, so items per page, I'm just going to choose 4. Perfect. And that's it. Because of pagination, I do not need it. And the additional options, I do not need it. Okay, this is pretty simple. I can increase or decrease gaps between columns in this case, but I will leave it like this. And I do not need nothing in the advanced tab, except the fact that if I want, I can add some margin to the top. Let's go here and add, for example, 40. And this is going to work very well like this. Look. Okay, beautiful. And we see our best-selling products here. Great. Now let's go and have a preview on tablet. Okay, here it works fine. And on mobile, it works perfectly. Okay. Now to finish our homepage, we can create a final call to action. Let's do it. Let's create a Flexbox container from top to the bottom. And this is going to use also a specific padding. We're going to the advanced tab, vertical padding, vertical spacing L, and we're going to change the color actually here. We're going to change it into the style tab, and we're going to make it a very, very, very dark color. Okay, not the borders, but the background dark, this one. Okay, so that here we can create a beautiful custom call to action. We can proceed in different ways, and in my case, I will get creative by using an image. And I'm going to use actually here my logo, which is going to be this one. Okay, no, sorry, is this one. And I'm going to use it as a mask. So actually here I'm going to change the image. I want to use, let's say, this image here, okay? And I'm going to use the logo as a mask. So here the image size is going to be just, let's say, yeah, full. Okay, then I'm going to the style tab and I'm changing the width to be 100%. And I'm going to have to the advanced tab a mask. So I will go here to mask, enable, and I'm going to upload my custom mask, okay, which is going to be my logo, this one. Select. Look what happens, you see? Now I'm going to place the logo here to the top. So I will make it top center, like this. And I'm going to remove all the spacing down below here. How to do so? We can go to the style tab and we can change here the height actually of the image, which is going to be in my case just 100 pixels, okay? And default here, we use cover. Okay, beautiful. We can change here until we find the solution that we prefer. Okay, let's say center, and let's change a little bit the height to see if we can create a beautiful call to action. This one looks nice. We can change the image. Let's see if it works better with other images. Actually, I like it like this. And okay, we can go on and we can create a title, for example, with a heading. Okay, we can go and we can leave it H2. We can go to the style tab and make it center, change the text color to see it. And we can change also the typography to play around and see what works the best. And then we can also create a call to action, so a button, for example. Or we can place inside here a subscription box, whatever you want. Okay, let's place the button to the center. And we're going to make it a little bit bigger, changing the typography to be L title and changing also the padding to be a little bit bigger. Let's say like this. Okay, let's go and publish. Let's see our e-commerce. Okay, so I hope that all the ideas that I am providing you are helping you create a beautiful e-commerce. And please let me know in the comment section below if you are enjoying this tutorial. Actually, here I can use this combination of colors. Yes, I can select the button here, go to the text color, make it like this, change the background color to be like this, and I will invert it. So here the text is going to be white and the global background color is going to be primary. Beautiful. Let's now have a quick view of the mobile. So we go on tablet, for example, and we see that this image here, it is not, to the bottom. And we want this image to be stuck to the bottom, to be here on the bottom. Otherwise, we're going to see that it is cutted. And to create this effect here, we can go to the style tab. And actually, we can go to the container here and we can change the positioning of the elements. So in my case, items is going to be just to the end. You see here? So the image is going to be just fitting like this and it's going to work fine. We can go here and see if this is maybe too big for us. So we can change it in the style tab. In this case, we're changing it for all our views, also for desktop. And I think that this is going to work better also on desktop, you see. If you want, or if you want to change it, if you want to keep it huge like this, we just need to make sure that it's going to look fine on all different devices, maybe by changing also the words that are inside the title. Shop works very, very well in this case. Perfect. In this case also, I'm going to change the dimension here of my text. I'm going back to desktop, and in the style tab, I'm making sure here to change the typography to extra large text. And I'm going also to change here the content of my button. I can, for example, select the shop page here, or I can simply make the user scroll to the second section. I can select the second section and give it an ID. Call it, for example, categories. And then I copy this ID and I place it inside the button here by keeping also the dash icon. How do you call this? Okay, categories. Then here we can go and click explore. We can also make this button a little bit bigger. Style, typography, let's make it like this. Let's increase also the padding. Okay, it's gonna be just the top and the bottom a little bit less. Let's say 20. Okay, publish. Let's go back to the home. Okay, look, beautiful. We see here that we have everything in place. We have our beautiful call to action like this. Okay, looks awesome. We can also play a little bit more with this green color. And to do so, we can also copy and paste the styling from our button here. Copy, paste style. Okay, we can change just the direction here is going to be left, and also the background, the border color is going to be just our border dark. Perfect, works fine like this. Publish. Okay, and now it looks very, very nice. Okay, beautiful. Let's finish by checking our mobile. Okay, this is fine. And we have the image here working fine. We have all the different section here in place. Perfect. Then we have our call to action. We just need here to change, you see, the height. So we can select the image and we can go to the style tab and change the height here. It's a little bit too much. We can place it like this. And of course, if you want to change the position of the image, you can simply go here and align it differently. Okay. Okay. Publish. And our beautiful e-commerce is working perfectly. And this is our beautiful e-commerce homepage. Let's go and visit this into an incognito mode. Oh, we can't. Let's appreciate our work together. If you want to give me a thumbs up, you can do it right now. So we have our beautiful hero section. We have this section with all the categories, okay, with the beautiful over effects. We have two different kind of designs that you can apply. These are just some ideas, but I show you, of course, that you can achieve whatever design you want. Here I have my best-selling products. You can use it to showcase your latest products or whatever you prefer. Then we have the call to action to go and shop into our shop, or you can place inside here whatever call to action you prefer. Maybe a coupon call to action or a subscribe now call to action, whatever you prefer. And then we have the footer. Great. Now, if you want to disable maintenance mode, you just need to go here and disable it. Let's say that you want to show the homepage progress and the whole website progress to your clients. You can go here and the website is going to be visible in the front end. So you can just take the time to show all the progress to your clients, and then you can re-enable the coming soon mode. This is beautiful. Wow, looks very nice. It is a very modern design. And when you are okay, you can go back to Elementor, Tools, Maintenance mode, and you enable again your coming soon mode. And it's going to be enabled like this. Pretty cool, right? Okay, let me show you here what happens when you want to change something here. Since we are working globally, it is pretty cool because when you go here and open up the Elementor editor and you go and change, let me say, for example, that you want to change the border radius of all the elements throughout the whole website, the buttons, the cards, and so on. Since we're using the same class, which is a global class, we can go here in the site settings, in the CSS, custom CSS, and look what happens. We can go here, we have the global radius, which is this one, which is controlling all the different radius throughout the website, and we can change the value. Let's say that we want, for example, even a more radius, some more radius, we can go 1.5, and look, all the elements throughout the whole website will adapt to our new design. Look how easy it is. This is pretty awesome, right? So we have all the elements just in one click. You see here, just in one click, this happens. If you want, you can even go 0 and look, all the elements are now 0. How beautiful is this? You can test whatever you want in terms of design and you will be very happy. In my case, I will keep it 0.5 because I like it. And you can go on also with the thickness. Let's say that you want to experiment with a different thickness for your borders. We can go 2 pixels. We can go 3 pixels. Look, and it's going to apply this design system here throughout the whole website. Look, this is so cool, right? In my case, I will keep it 1. Okay, great, save changes. And so you can also go and change the card settings. If you decide that all your cards need to be different, you can go here and just change the variables for your cards. Let's say that you want a little bit more spacing. You can go here, space S, let's change it with space M. You see? Let's change it with space L, and the spacing is going to increase. Let's change it with space S again. Okay, let's keep it like this. Save changes, and so on. So this is regarding the CSS, but we can also easily change global colors. In my case, I'm just going to reload the page because it loses the styling sometimes. This is just a caching problem, don't worry. And we can change the colors. Global colors. I do not want this primary color here. I will change it to something different. Let's say that I want, for example, experiment with something more bluish. I can go like this, or like this, or like this. Very nice. And then I can play around with different shades of my colors. And also I can go and change the secondary color. Let's go and change it like this. And the colors will be updated throughout the whole website. So I can easily change them and see the results. And I can easily experiment with all this. Look, beautiful. Now let me show you how you can get creative with design here by using AI and some custom CSS. Basically, you can enable AI inside Elementor when you are editing your pages in a simple way, just by clicking on Edit with AI. Let's say, for example, that we want to apply a floating effect to this image to make it more alive. We can select the image now. We can, by the way, here we can also reduce a little bit the dimensions here to make it more light. We just can see that this image is 500 pixels, so the 600 pixels will work fine, okay? And then here we're going to the Style tab, we go to the Advanced tab, sorry. We're scrolling down and we see the Custom CSS. We can click on Edit with AI inside here, and the first time that you click on this is going to ask you to approve here the Terms of Service and Privacy Policy. If you want, you can go and check them out, and then you can click on Get Started, okay? So basically here we can describe what we want. For example, in this case, we want this image to float and in an infinite animation. Let's generate the code. This is going to generate a simple CSS code that is going to be applied only to this image. And we're going to have a quick preview. You see here, the image is already floating like this. It is pretty nice, you see? Very simple, and it's going to work fine. And this is going to give something, a little bit of movement to our homepage. We can do the same here to buttons, to whatever you want. Of course, be careful not to apply too many animations all over the place. But in this case, I was happy to apply this animation here. And you can basically go on and apply not only animations, you can apply interactions, basically whatever you want to do and you cannot achieve it by your own mean of knowledge. You can ask AI here and it will provide you here a simple line of CSS or even just scripts that you can apply to your pages to make them more effective and optimize it. Okay, let's publish now. Great. And let me show you here how you can use AI, how you can leverage AI if you want to improve some of the elements that you have here. Let's go to the shop page and let's go to a specific product. And we see that we have some elements that we cannot modify and edit when we are using the widgets of Elementor. In this case, you see this 42 in stock. We cannot use a specific color to modify it. So this is a bit frustrating. And if you want to change the dimension here, or if you want to simply hide it, if you want to change the color, you need to use custom CSS. So we can go here to the single product template in our case, and we can change here the code. So we see that this is part of the button. And when I go here, I can see that I cannot access the 42 in stock styling. How can I edit this 42 in stock? So we need to just go to the Advanced tab, we scroll down until we find Custom CSS, and we ask AI here to generate a specific code to change the color and if you want also the dimension, or if you want to hide just the stock. Okay, so now I have my prompt ready. Add a code to change the WooCommerce stock information text color to this, which is the variable which is used by Elementor to handle the primary color, so var and so on. So this is the structure that you can use if you want to apply the same, or you can even just go and paste a specific color code that you're using. For example, if you're using this color code here, you can paste it and so on. In my case, I'm going to use a global one. Generate the code. Let's see if this color here is going to change. And if it doesn't work, let's click on insert and let's try to use important. And with the important is working, okay. And actually here it is not working because this is applying to the whole stock system, but there are many different classes. If the product, for example, is in stock or out of stock, or is getting closer to be out of stock. In my case, I will just want to change the color that is going to apply when the color is actually in stock, when the product is actually in stock. So I will add here the class in stock, which is used by WooCommerce to deal with it. And I'm going to just make it like this. So you see, this code specifically is going to change the color here of the number of products in stock. And I can use this also if I want to change the font size, or if I want to increase or decrease the spacing from the button and so on. Or even if I want to hide it. If I simply want to hide it, I can go here and I can go display none. But in this case, be careful. But even if the product is running out of stock, no, actually here, I think that this is going to hide only the product when it is in stock. Yes, so it can work a little bit it can work better. Okay, it can work fine actually. But in my case, I will just keep it like this. And to finish, let's see how you can apply an animation here, like the one that you see here, for example, with a kind of a flashing effect here when you have some sale badges. And I'm going to provide you the resource here on my free resources. So you're going to find this CSS code called Animated Color Background Effect. And you simply go and copy it, and you can paste it in your custom CSS, in this case on the sale badge, advanced tab, and custom CSS. So you go here, perfect. And as you can see, this effect is immediately active and is working fine already. If you want to change the colors, you can just go here. In my case, I'm using the global colors provided by Elementor, so normally you should not need to change them. But if you want to change them, you need to change this one, which is the first color, and this one, which is the second color. So for example, if I want to change the second color and make it different, maybe use the primary, I can use and type primary. And look what happens here. You see, the color is going to change from the secondary to the primary color. And in the middle, there's going to be this white lighting effect, which is provided by this FFF color here. So don't change this. And if you want, you can also change completely here the colors by using your own color codes. In my case, if I go like this, for example, you see that there is this gray color here. You can do whatever you want. And in my case, I will keep both of them with a variable color number second, number 2, like this. So it's going to look like this. Let me show you how you can publish now and have a preview. And this is how my product page is going to look like. And actually, I can apply the same styling also to the badges that are throughout the whole website. For example, into my shop page here, into the same badge, and so on. If I want to do so, I can apply simply the same CSS to the different elements, or I can copy and paste the CSS in the custom CSS global. Let me show you here. If I go to the product car number 1, for example, I can simply go here, okay, to my sale badge, and I can go to the advanced tab and I can insert the custom CSS inside here. Let's copy it. Let's go back here, in my case, to my product card. And voila, it's going to be applied automatically. Let's go and see how this is going to work in the front end. And now, voila, my badges, my sale badges are being animated like this. Beautiful. Let me show you another example of things that you can change if they work not as expected. For example, here in the account details, I have this sentence here. I should inspect it and see what is ruling this element. It has an ID actually, so I can copy this ID here and I can tell AI, or I can just write my own CSS to change it. Let's go and edit this page. I will place the CSS, the custom CSS inside this module here. And I'm going just to open up the account details, advanced tab, custom CSS. I know that there is an ID here, so I can also write my CSS on my own, but I can also provide AI with a prompt. So I can ask, okay, generate code. I just ask it to change the settings for the selector that has the specific ID. And here, in order to make it work a little bit better, I need also to provide EM selector. So this is the code that will change, you see here, this specific sentence. And now it is working fine, so perfect. Just by prompting AI, we can go and adjust a little bit things here and there, or we can just write our own CSS, of course. Now we are heading towards the second part of the video. It is very important because here I'm going to show you all the different settings that are available in WooCommerce. We're going to start by seeing how you can create different kind of products, physical, digital, variable, simple, and so on. And then we will dive in the settings about taxes, shipping, email marketing with Omnisend integration, managing reviews, coupons, creating a wishlist functionality, and all the different stuff that you need when you're managing a professional e-commerce nowadays. Let me know if you have any feedback in the comment section below, and thank you in advance if you want to like this video if you haven't done it yet. If you already have liked the video, you can comment down below to let me know that you have watched this video till this part. You can comment by saying hello from and the name of your city. I will comment hello from Paris. Thank you in advance, and now we are ready to go on with the video. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Now that we have created the main design of our website and the structure, we are ready to go and dive deep into the settings. So we can go into the dashboard and we can click on WooCommerce, and we see that we have many different items here. And the most important now from which we're going to start is the settings. So we go on WooCommerce Settings, and we start from the General tab here. We need to provide the correct store address. This is very important. So most of all, the line number 1, you have to provide here the physical address of your store, even if you're not selling physically, of course, but the physical address of your business is very important. The city, the country, state, the postcode, and so on. And you have to provide also the general options. So I invite you here to fill all the details. The number 2 is not mandatory, of course. You just go with the fields that you need to fill here. Then the general options, it's important because you can choose where do you want to sell in the world. You can sell to all countries, or you can sell to specific countries, or you can sell to all countries except some specific countries. So you can choose here what you want to do in your case. And you can also choose if you want to ship to specific locations. So for example, ship to all the countries that you sell to. This is the basic and default one. But you can also decide to disable shipping, and if you're just selling, for example, digital products, you can disable shipping, or you can decide to ship only to a specific country or ship to all countries. In this case, I will keep it like this. And you can also set here the default customer location when they are filling the checkout. In this case, if you're selling to one specific country, for example, you can go and use your shop country. Let's say that you're selling just in Italy or France or United States or India. You can choose here the country, and you can select here, sorry, where was we? Here, and you can select your shop country region. Or you can also select no location by default so that the customer will just fill the details manually. Or you can use geolocation or geolocation with page caching support. If you enable geolocation, you will need to set up in the integration settings here, let me show you, the MaxMind integration. This is an integration with a service that will provide a geolocation system database to geolocate automatically the customers when they visit your checkout page. So this is also very important to do, and we will see how to do so in the next steps. And here you can set, so let's say that here we will just use no location by default, or maybe we just use the shop country. Here we can go and enable taxes. This enables you to calculate tax rates for your transactions. So this is very important if you need to do so. This can be the option that you need if you want to enable coupons, and you want also to choose how to calculate them, and if someone uses multiple coupons. And this setting here, if you want to enable it, it will just change the calculation method when someone applies multiple coupons to a checkout. This means that if you enable this, for example, when someone applies a first coupon and applies then a second coupon, the second coupon discount will be applied to the discounted price and not to the original price. If you do not use this, the discount will be applied to the multiple discounts will be applied all being calculated to the main price, to the original price. So in my case, I will keep it enabled. Okay, now you have the currency options here. So you can change the currency of your shop. You can change also the currency position, the thousand separator, decimal separator, and the number of decimals. Okay, let's save changes. Then I will show you quickly here all the other settings here, and we are going to see them step by step, one by one, when we are working on different aspects of the e-commerce. So now I'm just going to provide you a quick overview, and then we're going to dive deep step by step. This is the products tab, where you can just manage everything about your products. So you see here general. You can set up your shop page here. You can connect it with your WordPress pages. In this case, we just saw how to do so in the previous steps. You can change the cart behavior. We will see how this works in the next steps. You can change here the measurements and so on. As you can see here, you can also change reviews, product ratings, and so on. We will see all this. You can manage the inventory. You can manage your downloadable products, approve download directories, and go to the advanced tab if you want to manage advanced settings. Then we have the tax management stuff here, which will allow you to create different tax rates. For example, if you go here, you see that you can create a table where you can enter, for example, or the VAT tax rates if you need to collect VAT, and many other different tax as you wish. You can also create specific rates for specific tax rates variations, and this can be very granular and advanced if you want to. Then you can go here to shipping to set up all the shipping methods that you provide in the countries that you're selling to. For example, here you can create different zones based on the countries that you want to sell to and ship to. And if you're selling physical products, this is very important. You can create a zone for United States, a zone for Europe, a zone for, I don't know, maybe Brazil, a zone for India, a zone for China, and so on. And then you can provide for each different zone different payment, different shipping methods. And then you can also go to the shipping settings if you want to set up something more advanced in shippings. We will see this in the shipping part of this tutorial. And here you can create shipping classes. These are very useful if you want to group specific kind of products, maybe very heavy products or very light products, and offer it. And you can offer different rates based on these classes, basically. So I'm going to show you how you can do so. And when you create different classes, you can apply them to different shipping zones. Now, it sounds maybe a little bit overwhelming and difficult, but it is not. So I will show you step by step how you can proceed when you create this. And you can even choose to use advanced plugins to manage your shipping if you need to do so. There are many plugins that let you calculate shipping costs based on the weight of your objects, for example, and many other plugins. So I will show you all this in the next steps. Here we will go when we will set up payment methods in the next steps. You can choose the WooCommerce Standard, the WooCommerce app here that will let you provide all those payment methods, which is pretty complete. But there are here many fees. You have to check all the different fees that the WooCommerce app, the WooCommerce plugin will apply. And personally, I prefer to use in this case just PayPal payments, this one, and Stripe payments. They are both official plugins developed by WooCommerce, and I feel that they are more. I feel that you have less fees. Instead of using just the WooCommerce payments. So I will show you how to set up PayPal and how to set up Stripe. And you can accept when you use Stripe also Apple Pay, Alipay, and many other different payment methods. So it will be pretty complete as a solution. Then you can go and manage the way that users create their account and also the privacy, how you manage the privacy of your users here. You have many different settings that we will see later on. Here we can go to set up all the different the different transactional emails that will arrive to you as a store manager or to your collaborators or to your customers, to your clients. So you can set up everything here. You can also change the design and the color and the settings of the emails, as you can see here. And you can test the emails right here and also have a preview from mobile and from desktop. This is pretty cool. And then we can go on by choosing, well, here, as I was telling you, this is the geolocation integration if we need to do so, and I will show you how to do it. It is pretty useful actually for any kind of e-commerce, except if you're just selling to one single country. So this is not useful, but if you're selling to multiple countries, it is quite useful. Site visibility, we just saw it in the previous steps. You can choose to hide in the coming soon mode all the store pages, for example, the shop and all the other store-related pages. If you do not do so, your site will be completely hidden if you enable this coming soon mode. But we are using the Elementor coming soon in this case, so this is kind of useless. But if you want, you should know that you can also use this if you do not want to use the Elementor one. So you can basically hide your store, and you can also apply this option here, not to the whole site, but only to specific store pages. And here with this option here, you can decide to have a link that you can share with your customer, with your clients, to make them see the website, even if the website is hidden from the front end. But in this case, this is quite tricky, I think, and I prefer to use this in live mode and to enable the coming soon mode directly with Elementor, as we did together in the previous steps. This is just if you're selling also your products physically in a physical location, and so you're using the point of sale. And you can set up here everything regarding your point of sale. And here you have the advanced tab where you can set up anything about your advanced features in WooCommerce. The most interesting part here is the first one here, where you can set up many things. You can connect to all your pages, and we already saw how this works. You can also use this to disable downloads if you're not selling digital products. I will show you how to do so in the next steps. And then you will have the feature settings. This is quite interesting also, and you have many different features that you can enable or disable based on your needs here. Okay, let's go back to the general tab. So this was the panoramic view of all the settings that you have in WooCommerce when you are setting up your store. And then we will see step by step all the different tabs and settings when we will configure all different aspects of your store. Now let's go and see all the different kind of products that you can create when you use WooCommerce. So we're going to also see all the settings that you can enable or disable here from the product tab. And let's dive into the products. To start, we're going to products, we're going to all products. And now here you see that you can click on add new product, or you can import and export your products. If you want to add a new product, you will see this screen. This is perfect if you're creating a few products by hand and you want to manage them from here. So the first thing you need to provide is the name of your product here. And this is the name that will appear here. So this is going to be basically the title of your single product page. And let me show you how this works. Let's create a new product. Cotton t-shirt power. We will see here that we have the product description, and this is a pretty important place that you can use to provide all the information about your product. You can even add more images, you can add whatever you want inside here, links, or you can style your text and do whatever you want. Let me show you how this works. And this is the part that will be provided here in the description box you see here. So basically we are writing the description here. Let's go and see how this works. We will see a great t-shirt for your summers. And here we can change this to be heading number 3, for example. And here we can have a description, okay? You can have additional images if you want. Let's say this one, okay? And then you can also go and add whatever you want. You can add links, style your, create a bullet point list, whatever you want. Now we can also see that when we scroll down, we have the most important part of the product, which is this one, where you can select the kind of product. And we will come here in a few seconds. And then you have the product short description. So basically here you can provide all the things that will be shown here. This is a short description to basically also to sell the product, to pitch and sell the product. So you can go here, and also here, if you want, you can add media. Okay, so now I can go back here to my product data, and I can see that I can change the product type. So this is the simple product, which means that this is perfect if you do not have variation of this product. Let's say that you're just selling a simple one-size t-shirt, just a M t-shirt, for example. You can go here and use a simple product. If you're grouping this product, so if you're creating a group of products all together, you can use grouped product. Or if you're selling external products through just a simple affiliate link, you can choose this one. Or the variable product is the one of the most, powerful, because you can sell into a single product here many different variables. So let's say that in our case, this is a t-shirt, so you can have different sides, different colors, and you can mix and match them together. You can have also a variable product gallery, where you can show all the different variations of your t-shirt, different colors, for example, and so on. But let's start with a simple product. So here, what you can do is to choose if this product is a virtual product. Let's say that this is just, maybe just one-to-one consultation online, and you're selling this via your e-commerce. You can do, this is just a virtual product. And as you see here, it just removes the shipping, because you do not need it if you're just selling online courses or anything that do not require the shipping, of course. You can make it virtual. If you have also some files associated, you can also choose downloadable. And this is going to create this section here dedicated to your downloadable files. If you want to associate to this product a specific file, let's say that you're selling PDFs, or you're selling videos, or you're selling whatever it's sellable through a downloadable file, you can add it here, and you can choose all the different settings dedicated to your file. We will see this in a moment, but now let's keep it up with a simple physical product. So we just keep here simple product. We go with a regular price. So this is going to be the main price of our product. Let's say $99. Maybe this is too much for a t-shirt. Let's say $49, because it is a very special t-shirt. You can change the sale price if you are planning to make a sale, and you can also schedule this to be active only into between specific dates range of time. And in my case, I'll show you how this works when I provide a sale price, let's say $39. Then you can enable here taxes. We will talk about this in a moment. And you can go on by managing the inventory here. Basically, when you go to the inventory, you can change all the different settings of your inventory if you need to do so directly for your WooCommerce settings. And when you are on products, you can click on inventory. You can change how you manage here your inventory, basically. So you have many different settings. Let's say that here we have to keep stock keeping units, and we want to use it here, or we have to insert here another kind of code. We can do it. You see here. So you have many different ways to manage your catalog here, and you can change the stock management. If you enable this, basically you can manage the quantity of this product that you have in your stock. Let's say that you have 10 of these t-shirts, and you can choose what happens when someone tries to order this and they are no more in stock. You can decide not to allow back orders. So basically when you finish the stock, people would not be able to order your product anymore. You can allow, but you should notify the customer that the product is no more in stock. So basically you are recreating your stock, or you can simply allow and do not mind if someone buys and you are not having this product in your stock. Here you can change this low stock threshold, which is basically by default on 2. As it says here, 2. And this is a store-wide threshold. Oh, sorry. The store-wide threshold is basically set up here. You see, this is the store-wide threshold. And you can change if you want to override it. If you want to manage it globally, so basically when you have 4 items of each and every product that you're selling, there's going to be a notification of low stock threshold, or you can change to 2. Let's see what happens if I have just 2 of these elements here on my stock, and then we can change. We can choose if we want to limit purchase to this item to 1 per order. This is going to limit the number of items that the customer can add to their cart, and in this case to just 1 per order. But in this case, I will keep it like this. Okay, now let's go on. We have shipping here. We will see how you can manage this in the next steps. And we can change here if you want to, if it is important for you, you can choose to put on the weight of your product here. This is in kilograms, so you can go 0. Or 0, 500, maybe the t-shirt is just 300 grams, okay, 300 grams. And then we can change also the dimensions. If this is important for your shipping or in general for your products to show the dimensions, you can go here like this. I'm going just like this just to have an example. And then we can go here and choose if we have some linked products. This is pretty cool because you can go with some upsells. Let's say that you have, in this case, in this example, you have a nicer t-shirt with some improved features, like for example, waterproof or something else. You can place it here. And then here you can have also cross-sells. In our case, cross-sells are being shown in the cart, and upsells are generally shown in the product page. You can choose to show them up into your product template. Let's say that you want to have a specific upsell of one product that you're selling better than this one, and you want your customers to choose instead of this one. Let's say that this is another great t-shirt is my upsell. And as a cross, of course, you can choose more than one if you want to. And as a cross-sell, we can put here, let's say, the hat, for example. If someone buys a t-shirt, we suppose that they also want to buy a hat. Okay? And then that's it. So this is I'm going to show you how this works in the next steps, but I'm just setting it up for the next steps. Here you can specify some attributes for your product, and attributes are just basic whatever can define your product. For example, colors, size, or whatever you need to specify about your product. And here you can choose if you want to use these attributes also as variables when you are creating a variable product. But if this is not a variable product, these are just going to be shown in the front end into a tab called additional information. So basically, if you are creating some attributes, they're all going to be shown here. Let me show you how this is going to work. Let's say, for example, that you want to provide information about the material. You can go here, cotton. Then you can add a new attribute. And you can go here, for example, eco-friendly, waterproof, and so on. Okay, let's say save attributes. And we're going to see all these attributes in the front end in a few seconds. Then you can also change them, remove them, or replace the order if you prefer. As you can see, you can just drag and drop like this, drag and drop. And the advanced tab here, you can change, you can choose if you want to have a purchase note about this product. This is going to be shown to the customer after the purchase. And then you can change the menu order. And this says that you can change the custom ordering position in the menus if you're using this product in menus. And you can enable or disable reviews. And keep in mind that reviews are enabled only if you have them enabled in your settings here, okay? When you are in products and you scroll down and you see that there is a section dedicated to reviews. Okay, so now let's go back to our product and let's go to the right part of the screen. We see that here we have everything about the publishing of the product and the visibility of the product. We'll see this when we're going to publish it. We have the product image and the product gallery. We have the product categories. We can also use product tags if you want to organize differently our products. And we can use also product brands. Let's say that we are selling products from different brands in our e-commerce and that this t-shirt is from a specific organic brand called Organica, for example. So we created this brand here. Then we have product tags, let's say waterproof. And let's say that we also have eco-friendly. Okay. Then we can have also the product category. In my case, this is a t-shirt and the main category is clothing, t-shirt. And that's it. So I have assigned all the different elements. As you can see here, we can also add new categories directly from here. And you can add some new tags just by simply typing them and adding them right here. Okay. And here, the same for brands. And you can also have parent brands, you see. This is pretty advanced. So let's go on by adding some images now. We set the product image. I have created my images using Nano Banana and ChatGPT, and they are ready here. Actually, let me show you something here while we are speaking about images. Okay, to be sure that your images will be optimized, I invite you also to process them through TinyPNG or through any plugin that compresses images. For example, when you go to TinyPNG, it is a free website where you can upload your images here and reduce drastically the dimension of the images. And if you want, you can also convert them to WebP format. Let me show you how this works. I'm going to upload this image here. You see that this image is 2 megabytes and look what happens. It becomes just 355 kilobytes. So minus 81% of weight for this image. I'll do the same with my other image here. Okay. And I'll also do the same with this other image, which is the main one, the white t-shirt. Okay, perfect. So my images are being optimized here. I just can download them. Okay, I also invite you to change the titles, the naming of your files. Let me show you how this works. Basically here, as you can see, the name of the file is not very SEO friendly. What you should do is to change it to something that, of course, that describes the product and that also contains the name of your e-commerce store. Let me show you an example here. If my e-commerce store is called Shopee, let me show you the difference here. So this is a not optimized image. And as you can see, it is very heavy. It is 2 megabytes and the name of the file, it is not optimized. While this other image that I am uploading right now, it will be optimized and the name of the file, as you can see here, is this one. So it contains all my SEO words, in this case, organic, eco-friendly t-shirt, white, Shopee store, online, you see? So this is the name of my store, for example, and this is and these are all the keywords that people might search to reach products that I am selling. Now I'm going to use this one, which is the white t-shirt. Set product image. And let's go back here. Actually, we can also use an alt text. We can actually copy and paste the same here. Okay. Because it describes, of course, the content of our image in this case. And for the rest, it's okay. Set product image. Now, if we have a product gallery, we can enable this, but it is not our case because this is a simple product and we just have one variation and we do not need to have different gallery images. But in the case that in the eventuality that you have them, you can click here. And let's say that we have this second image here as a product gallery. We can enable it here. Okay, now we are ready to publish this product. If you want, you can publish it immediately or you can schedule it right here if you prefer. You can also change the visibility if you want to make it private or password protected. And you can also change the catalog visibility. You see here, you can choose, for example, if you want to publish this product, but you do not want to show it in your shop page, for example, and you do not want to show it in search results. You can, for example, show only on shop, show only on search results, or keep it hidden. You can also choose if you want to make this product as a featured product, as we saw also in the previous steps. In my case, I will publish this in the shop and in the search results because I want it to be public everywhere on my website, and I want to publish it immediately. So I keep it like this, public, okay, and I go and publish. Okay, now if I want to see my product in the front end, I can click on View Product or I can click on the permalink here, or I can click on view product here. It's the same thing. And this is how my product will look like in the front end. So look, we have this badge because the product is on sale. We have 39 euros and 49 euros is the main price. We have the title of our product. We have our breadcrumbs because we assigned the clothing and shirts categories. Then we have the add to cart. Of course, we have 2 in stock. So we are finishing our stock. And we have the description here. As you see, we have all the elements that I have decided to keep here in the description. We have the additional information with the weight, dimensions, informations, and material. These are the attributes, and these are the settings that I have set up in the shipping part of my product. And these are the reviews. In my case, there are no reviews yet. Okay. And then down here, I have my related products, which are the products that are belonging to the same category. And this is the gallery. As you can see here, I can see all the different pictures of my product. And it works pretty well. Okay, and if I click on the image here, I can see it clearly, like this, and I can scroll my gallery. This is the short description, and that's it. So this is my main product creation process. Now, let me show you what happens when you want to create digital products. So you go to New, Product, okay, here, and you can create a digital product. Let's say that this is just coaching. This is just an e-commerce coaching session, and we can describe the product here. Okay, then we can set up all the settings here. So let's say that this is just $199, and we have a sale, and it's $99 for our launch. And we can also schedule this sale to be a specific rate, date range. And most of all, we are going to keep this product simple, and we're going to make it virtual because it's just online. And if you want, you can also associate a downloadable file. In my case, I will keep it virtual just. The inventory here, if you want to manage the inventory for this product, you can do it as we saw before. But in my case, this is not mandatory. You can limit the purchase of this item to 1 per order if you want your customers to be able to buy just one coaching by purchase session. Then we can link some products. We can have some upsells or cross-sells. As we saw before, we can have some attributes where you can just provide some schematic information about your product. In this case, it is not useful. And then we have the advanced tab when we have some purchase note. For example, here you can provide some information about how the session will take place. We can enable or disable reviews, and we can also provide a product short description. Let's say that the short description is going to be just this one. Okay, remember that the short description is going to be very important as the title for SEO purposes, and also, of course, here the product description. Then we can go and provide a product image. Okay, let's say that this is our image. It is already optimized. As you can see here, it is pretty lightweight. And here we can, okay, perfect. Let's go and set the product image. If you want, you can have also product gallery, and we can create a new category, which is going to be just coaching, or this is just going to be digital products, for example. You can create as you want, of course. And here, this is going to be the product tag. Let's say coaching sessions or just e-commerce. Okay. And then if you have some brands, you can provide them here. That's it. I can publish this. And if I want, I can also decide not to show this in the search results or in the shop page. And I can create a separate page where I am going to promote this, which is going to be just the product page. Let me show you how this works. Basically, you can hide this. And we can keep it on OK, publish. And when I go now into my shop page, look what happens. When I visit my store, okay, I will see that that specific product is not present here, okay? But you can see that all the other products that we have created are present, like the one that we created a few seconds ago, the cotton t-shirt is here. And if we search also for the coaching, we do not see it here, you see? And even here, you do not see it. Oh, actually here you see it. Actually, when we use the Elementor widget, it is not respecting the WooCommerce setting that we are not going to show. We do not want to show this in the search results. If you want to do so, you just need to go to your search widget here, and in the query settings, Of course, be sure to select only products in this case. And you can exclude specific products by using a manual selection. In this case, we can search just for our coaching so that you are sure that this is not going to be shown elsewhere except the product page itself. As you can see here now, if I search again for coaching, oh, let me just reload the page. You see that it seems that nothing can be found. Perfect. So it is working fine, but you have to do it by hand, manually. And if you search for something else, just shirt, it's gonna work fine. Perfect. Okay, that's great. Now, when we want to show this product, we go back to our products. Okay. And our e-commerce coaching session, we can just show it whatever we want into our website just by sharing this link. Let me, for example, if you want to share this into your homepage or into your contact page or into a sales page, you can copy this link and you can use it to promote this specific product here. As you can see, this is a digital product, so you do not have all the different settings about your about your shipping and all the rest. You can add to cart this product. As you can see, you can only add one to cart for the specific session. If I try to add it to cart again, it says that we cannot add to cart again this product. And you can go and view the cart. You will see it here, e-commerce coaching session. You see here you cannot change the quantity, and you can proceed to checkout. And you're buying also a digital product right now. Okay, that's great. And so this is your digital product. And if you want to hide the related product sections just for this specific product, you can decide, for example, to create a specific template only for this kind of products, for digital products where you do not use, for example, related products, or you can just hide it for this specific product. You just go inside the single product template and you use a dynamic condition. So basically you select your related product section, here, this one. So in this case, this is the section. And you decide to hide it when the title of the page is the e-commerce coaching session. So let's do it. We are inside here, the main container of the related products. We go to the advanced tab and we select our display conditions. We add a condition. In this case, we should select here down dynamic tag and we keep it on title. And we say is not, and inside here, or even does not contain, okay, e-commerce, so that we are sure that our e-commerce product will be excluded. We publish, and now when we go and visit our e-commerce product, you see that the related product here is not present, while if we go and visit any other product, like this one, for example, we will see the related products correctly. So this works fine. Now let me show you how you can create a digital product where you are selling a specific file. So not only, for example, in this case, a coaching session that you will provide later on virtually to your customers, but also a digital file. So let's add a new product. In this case, it will be an ebook, for example. Okay, we will use a product description. Okay, and here I will choose simple product. I will make it virtual since I'm not managing shipping here, and I will make it also downloadable. As you see here, as soon as I enable downloadable, I will see all the different elements that I can use to manage my file. Let's say that I have a PDF file. I can give this file a name, and I can choose a file. This is my PDF file. I insert this file. Okay, perfect. I can choose a download limit if I want to be sure that my customers will be able to download this file only a specific number of times if I need to do it. I can also set up an expiration date of my file, for example, so that after, I don't know, maybe after 1 year, 365 days, the download link will expire, for example. If we leave it blank, it will be unlimited. Okay, so here we have our file. We can go and manage the inventory if we want. We can link some products in the upsells and cross-sells. We can also add some attributes if we want to do so. And we can go to the advanced tab if you want to insert a purchase note or a menu order. In this case, I can just go and set up my product image. It will be this one. And I will also go here and set up a category, which is going to be the digital product. Okay, and I can change here to be e-commerce. And I can also use my e-commerce tag. Perfect. Let's go now and publish my digital product. And let's go and see what happens when someone buys it. So Okay, here we are. Okay, we can exclude also the related products here if we want to do so. And to do it, as I was showing you before, you can go inside the single product template, and you can just enable a dynamic solution, a dynamic visibility solution. So for example, you go here, you select the whole container, go to the advanced tab, and you see that we are just enabled dynamic visibility. And here in the conditions, we just click on and we use also, again, dynamic tags. Title does not contain, and we insert in this case ebook, so that we can save and close, publish, and when we go and reload our ebook guide page, we will see that the related products will not be shown here. Okay, that's perfect. Let's see what happens when I add this product to the cart. Okay, I can go and view my cart. I can go and proceed to check out. Even here, I can also avoid the customers to be able to buy multiple times. If I want to do it, I need to go back to my product page, in this case, and edit this specific product, and also limit, in this case, the number of purchase in the inventory. Limit purchase to 1 item per order. Update. Okay, let's go back here to our cart. We will see that now we are no more able to change the quantity. We can proceed to checkout. Great. Okay. I will have just I will make just a test order. I will place it here. And now I'm on my thank you page. Look what happens when I go to my account now. If I go to downloads, I do not see my download available yet because there is a little bit of a problem here. This means that the order needs to be approved and marked as fulfilled before showing to the customer the downloadable file. How can I change this? I can go back to my backend, and if I go to my orders, WooCommerce orders, I see that my order is on hold here, you see? So this is the order I just placed, and when I go inside my order, I see that this is the ebook guide. There is a downloadable file associated to this. And here, if I change the status of my order here to completed, I will see that my customer will be able to see the downloadable file in their account. In fact, here, when I go down here, I see that there is this specific file that the user can access, which is the PDF of my ebook. And when I reload the page here into the downloads, I will see that I can access my ebook. You see here, WooCommerce ebook guide, and I can click here and I will be able to download it directly. But why this is happening? Because in my case, I have choose to use. But why this is happening? Because in my case, at checkout, I have choose a manual payment method. So basically, the order was put on hold instead of being put on processing. In fact, when on your shop, you will enable standard payments like PayPal or Stripe and so on, your digital product order will be not on hold, but will be put on processing. And if you go on your product settings, so you go on WooCommerce Settings, you go on Products, and you click on Downloadable Products, you see that basically there is just an option which is already enabled by default, which says that you can grant access to downloadable products right after payment when your order is put in processing. So basically, your customers will immediately obtain access to their downloadable files, even if you do not go inside and approve their order and mark them as completed. Now, if you do not need to sell downloadable products, you can also go to the Advanced tab here, okay? And you can simply go and remove the downloads endpoint, which is this one. Downloads, you can just simply go here and remove it, and you save, and you will see that the downloads endpoint will be removed from your account. In fact, here, if I go to my account again and I reload the page, I will see that the downloads endpoint is no more there. If you need to re-enable it because you're starting again to selling digital products and downloads, you go back to your Advanced tab, Page Setup, you scroll down here, and you write again inside here, Downloads. When I save changes right now, I can go back to my account, I reload the page, and I will see again the downloads settings. Perfect. Now let's go and see the other kind of products that you can create, the other types of products. So we go on products, all products, we have all our product list here, and we add a new product manually. And as you can see here in the product data, we can change it to grouped product and also external or affiliate product. Let's see this one because it's pretty easy. Actually, when you select this, you will be able to insert here a custom URL where you want to redirect your users, your customers. Let's say that we want to redirect them to my WPROADS website, okay? And to my tools page. And here you can, yes, just write a custom text for the button, for the call to action. So it's going to be buy on WPROADS. And then this product is going to be my affiliate products. Okay, here you can describe. We can have a price here. Let's say that it will start from 99. Okay, and then we have the taxable, and so on. Inventory. Okay, you see here that is all very limited because we are actually doing a redirect to an external website, but you can set up everything here as you wish. Okay, let's give this product an image. Okay, this is my image. I will set this product image. And of course here I need to, if I want, I can provide all the information about my affiliate product or external product. And here, of course, you have to link your product URL. It should be your affiliate product URL or simply the external product URL, depending on your strategy. Here I can also assign like a category, and I can also assign a tag if I want, and so on. And I can also have a product gallery of images. Let's publish now. And I can choose if I want to show this product on my shop page or not, as always. In this case, we're going to show it in the shop page. Okay. And now when my customers will click on this button, will be redirected to my affiliate marketing website. And if you're using this kind of structure, I will also invite you to open up this product into a new tab. If you want to, you can just go into the plugins. You go to plugins, add plugin, and you will search for external product, new tab. Okay. You will see a simple free plugin that will let you open the external products of WooCommerce into a separate tab. Install now. Okay, let's activate this. And now when we are into our external product, let's go and see it in our shop page, for example. We see that it is here, my affiliate product. When I click on the Buy Now button, it will open up into a separate tab, you see, and it will let also my main website page still open, which is very important. Let me see if this works also from this page. Yes, it works also from here. Perfect. Now let's go and see how it works when you want to create grouped products together. And let me show you how this works. You go on Products, Add New Product. Okay. You can give it a description here, and you can go and select grouped products. What happens here is that you can link together some products, and you can go here and let's say hat. Then we have the cotton t-shirt. Then we have the jacket. Okay. And then we can choose attributes or go to the advanced tab and change something if we want. In my case, I will keep it like this. We assign the clothing category. We set up a product image. Okay, and then I'm going to publish this. Let's go and see how this looks like in the front end. We'll see that we have all these products here, right here to be selected. And we can simply make the users select the number of products that they want, and they can add them to the cart immediately like this. So they have a table here where they can mix and match all the different products. And this can be very handy and useful in many different cases. And we can add to cart. And basically, the product will be all added to the cart at the same time. Let's go now and create a variable product. Variable products are very powerful. And in order to see how you can create them, let's go and just go and modify this one, the cotton t-shirt power. Let's say that in our case, we do not want this product to be a simple product, but we want to transform it into a variable product. Okay. Perfect. You need to start adding attributes. You see here, it says that attributes like size, color for customers to choose from on the product page. We will use them to generate product variations. Okay, each variation will be just one kind of product. Let me show you how this works. We can go to the variations, to the attributes, sorry, and we can create some custom attributes that we're going to use into our variations. Or we can actually keep these attributes. We do not need to use them in variations. And we're going to create some new attributes and use them for our variations. If you want to see if you have already created some attributes, you can go and open up here the attributes tab into a new window. And as you can see here, by default, when we upload the placeholder products, as we saw in the previous steps, you will have the color and size attributes. You can also just create new attributes here. Like if you're selling the same product of different materials, you can create the materials attributes. and so on. But in this case, I will just go on with the simple color insights. And you can go inside the attributes and create different, in this case, colors or different sizes. So we have beige, green, blue. You see that I also have a color associated here with my different attributes because I'm using a plugin called Anything Filter, which is this one, which lets me select colors to my and add them to my attributes in this case, and also images. In my case, I will keep the colors like this, but I also need some new colors. Let's say that I also selling yellow t-shirts or yellow stuff. I use the yellow attribute. Oh, yes, in the yellow attribute, I'm changing the color to be yellow, maybe a little bit darker. It's gonna be yes, like this. Then I can add new color. Perfect. This is gonna be my yellow color, and that's it. Oh yes, maybe I will also white. Let's say white. Add new color. Perfect. You see that I have my colors here in place now. And if I want, I can also go back to the attributes and change the size attributes. I have large, medium, small, and I can add extra large or whatever I need to add here as an attribute. And it's going to be applied here. Pretty cool, right? Okay. If I want to change the way that I'm managing attributes, I can also go to this free plugin that I have installed, which is called Anything or Everything Filter. And basically you see here that in the settings, if you go to experimental, you will see that you can apply color swatches for filters and you can also make them rounded. And you see here, in my case, I have applied this only to product colors. In fact, if I go now and I open up the attributes, I see that if I go on sites, if I go on color, I see that if I click on sites and I try to edit some sizes, like large, for example, in this, you do not see any color or image that you can associate with this specific attribute because I do not need it. It's just a size. Okay. Now that I have my attributes in place, I have created some colors and some sizes. I can go back here to my product. I just go and update this and reload the page. Okay. And I will create some attributes. See here that I can see my existing attributes. I can even create a new one from here, but in my case, I will just select my existing one, color. In my case, I plan to add some colors to this product. I have a green t-shirt, and I also have a white t-shirt, and I also have a yellow one, okay? And I'm going to use this for variations. And I can also choose if I want to make them visible on the product page. This means that this information will be shown here. I'll show you where this will be shown in the tab called additional information. You see, basically here, if you decide to show also the color information, it will be shown also here. It is not mandatory, so you can also choose only to use this as variation and not to make them visible in the product page. And let's add also some sites now, okay? And in this case, we will select as values just let's say small and medium. Let's say we just have two sizes of this t-shirt, and then we can save the attributes. Remember, of course, to use this for variations. In fact, when you save this, you will see that when you go on variations, it will ask you to generate, if you want to generate variations automatically, or if you want to add them manually. I will generate them automatically. Okay, I will click on OK. And now you have all your different variations. So you have the green t-shirt in medium size, the green t-shirt in small size, the white one in medium, the white in small, and so on, you see. And if, let's say that you do not have the white in medium, you just remove it, for example, or you keep it like this and you say that in your stock you have 0 elements of this. You can manage the stock separately for each and every element, for example. You see, let's say that you have 0 in stock from this one. And basically, yes, you have all your variations here. Or you can even remove if you do not keep in your stock white small or white medium, you can just remove them. Let's say that you do not have white small, you will remove this. Okay, perfect. And then we can also add a bulk price. So we can click on add price here. This is very important, otherwise it's not going to work. We're going to use $29. Of course, you can also assign a different price to each different variation. So if, for example, the green medium, it's a little bit more expensive, you can go here and change it, 39. But in my case, they will all have the same price. And we also have some more bulk actions. As you can see here, if you want to manage in bulk all these different elements, you can set sales prices, for example. Let's say that we are selling all these different variations with a sale price of $19. you will see that the sale price is going to be applied correctly here. You see? Perfect. That's awesome. And then you can also assign, this is very important, a different image to each different variation. In this case, this is the green t-shirt. So I'm going to assign the green image. And I can also change, of course, the different elements of my variation if I need to do so, the weight, the dimensions, the pricing, of course. If I need to manage my stock separately, I can do it like this. Let's say that I have just 10 t-shirts, 10 green medium t-shirts. I can change the stock keeping unit and all the other codes here. And I can also change the description for this specific product here if I need to do so. And I can go on to the next one. Let's say that this is still the green one. Okay. And I have just 5 of these sites in my stock. I'll go with the white one here. Okay. And I have a stock of 0 here because I have, well, let's say of 1 here. Then here I have my yellow one. So this is my yellow t-shirt medium. And I have a stock of 5. And then I have my last one, which is the yellow small t-shirt. And I have a stock of, let's say, 7. Okay. Save changes. Now I can also choose which of these variations should be selected by default. Okay, so for example, if I go here, I have a default form values, and this is quite useful because if you do not select this, what happens when you go and visit the product? Basically, you will have to select by hand, you see here, before being able to add to cart the product. So you choose, of course, what is the best for you. In this case, if I go here and I select an option green and medium, for example, you will see that the image is going to change, and I can finally add this to the cart, and I see also the stock units that are available. And I can also go and make a pre-selection, as I was mentioning to you here. Sorry, here. I can go and select, for example, the white and medium as a pre-selected default value, and I can save changes. And I can also add to the gallery the other images. So the green and the yellow one. Sorry, this is not the correct one. So we have the green and yellow. Okay, add to gallery. I can remove this one. I do not need it. I can save my product right now, and I can go here and see what happens, what changes. Okay, as you can see, I have all my different variations here. And when I go and change here the t-shirt, you see that the image is going to change. You see, we have green, yellow, we have also white in the medium size, and so on. And here I can add to cart. Perfect. So this is being added correctly to my cart. So this is how you create variable products in WooCommerce. Let me show you quickly how you can proceed if you want to import a large number of products using CSV. You can do it by going to your products. Okay, you go to products, all products, and you click on import here. Basically here you can choose how you want to import your products using a CSV file. And in my case, I will leave you the link to my free resources where you have the access to my dedicated Drive folder. And here you will see this file called WooCommerce Dummy Products. And you can see the structure of the CSV file if you want to upload a large number of products without having to do it manually. You see here, you can keep track of the stock numbers. You can basically go and insert a sale price, a regular price, categories, tags, and even images if you are managing them into your server, for example, and you have all your image URLs, you can connect them here and they will be connected to your product. So this is the structure of the file, and you can easily go and download this file into your computer, then go here into your products and choose this file to upload it. Okay, now it is uploaded. You can choose if you want to update or not existing products. Like this, existing products that match by ED or SKU will be updated. Products that do not exist will be skipped. You also have some advanced options if you want here. So here I can hide this and I can click on continue. Perfect. And now if everything works fine, you should see all the different columns here and you can match them to the different map field. Okay. And then if everything is matching correctly, you can go here and you can run the importer. Okay. Now I'm importing, I think 11 products. And the only thing that I need to do at the end, okay, 10 products, perfect. I can view the products and they are all here. I just need to map the images now. And this is the most tricky part. If you want to do it by hand, it's pretty simple because you can just go inside here and link by hand your images. So you just upload them like this. And if you want, you can use the same images I'm using in the tutorial just by going to the Drive folder here, dedicated Drive folder. It is, as always, in my free resources. You can go on placeholder images, and then you can go on products number 2 here, and you will find all the images that I am using right now. You can download them all. Okay. And then when they are downloaded, you can go and upload them here. So here I can select this one, for example, and I can update, and I can go and associate all my images to my different products. If I need to do it automatically, I can use some dedicated plugins that let you handle this, or I can simply upload all my images into the website here and simply go and match the URLs that will be created with the CSV file. In fact, in your CSV file, if you go and see it, you will find that there is a place, a table here dedicated to the images URL. So basically, if you insert inside here the images URL, they will be associated with your product. And so now we can see on our shop all the uploaded products. This is quite useful if you want to upload in bulk, for example, some pricing or some other elements of your products without having to do it manually. So this is quite a powerful way to upload a whole set of products into your website. When you are customizing your products and you are creating them, you can choose if you want to show some additional information. And in this tab, basically, you will see the shipping information if you are just filling them. And you can also choose to show all the attributes information. So basically, the attributes can be just simple attributes like this. For example, these are just simple attributes, or they can be also used in variations like the color and size here, you see. So I have them here, but I also have them here. How you can manage this? Basically, when you are editing the product and you are in the attributes tab here, you can choose if you want to use your attributes to be visible on the product page. So basically, as we just saw a few seconds ago, or if you want to use them for variations or both together. For example, here, if I decide to unlink, not to show color and size on my product page, when I save my attributes, let me go back to my shop page here. That was the cotton t-shirt. Okay. This is the cotton t-shirt. Okay. And you will see that basically here in the additional informations, I do not have anymore my color and my size. If you want, you can also, hide all the others. You just need to go back here into your product details. You go here and you do not make them visible. So you can do it like this. You can keep them still in your link to your product, but not visible in the front end. And that's it. So when I reload the page here, I will see that now I have just the weights and dimensions. Now let's go and work on the filters on our shop page. We already saw how you can create a filter by price, a search bar like this one, a filter by color in the previous steps. But now I want to show you how you can add sites and product categories. You just need to go to your plugin, which is the free Filter Everything plugin, okay, which is a free one. We already create our filter set that we are using in the shop page, and we can go on by creating our other filters. So we have the search bar, we have the filter by price and filter by color. As you see here, these are the filters that we have here. And let's add another one. Like now, let's add a filter by sites. In this case, we're going to use this product sites. Perfect. We're going to call this filter by sites. Okay. And we're going to use a name here called sites. Okay. We're going to use this as a checkbox or radio buttons. It depends on what you want to do. And now I'm going to save, update. Okay, let's see what happens now if I reload here the page. I will see that I can easily filter all my products by size. So if I want to, in this case, I just have one product that has large. I have just one product that has medium, I think. Yeah, I have this one with medium. And I have also one product that has small, well, two products actually. Yes, those two products. That's working very well. So this is exactly what I wanted to do. And basically here, this is going to filter only the product that has the specific attributes associated with. So if you are selling variable products, they're going to become very useful for your users. And you can also filter with both elements, you see, green or yellow, for example, and so on. If I unlink green, I will see only this one because it's the only one that has yellow and small products associated with, and so on. Okay, that's awesome. So let's go back here now, and we can see how you can also add your product categories if you want to. So we can go and add that here, add filter. This is going to be category, but not the simple categories, but just the product categories. Okay. And filter title will be just categories. Okay. And I will use here cat. Okay, like this. And I can use checkboxers or anything else, even just a label list or a drop down. And let's see the label list, how it will work. Let's go and update. And if there is some error like this, it's most likely here. Okay, so let's change prod cat like this. Let's see if it will work fine like this. Okay, perfect. And when we go back to our shop page and we reload it, we see that we have all the categories like this. That is quite useful. This is quite nice, you see. So instead of having just a checkbox here, we can just filter by clicking this labels. And I like it. You can choose whatever you want, of course, depending on the design style that you are applying to your website. And we can actually put the categories before the color and sites. Okay, so we can update. Let's see here how this is going to work. Visit my store, my shop page. Pretty nice, right? We can easily filter everything like this. And we see all the applied filter up here, as we saw when we were creating the template for our shop page. This is pretty cool, right? If you do not have any other filters matching, you will see this because color and sites, there are nothing connected to your accessories. But if you select, for example, shirts, in this case, you will see that you can still filter here because our shirts, they have some attributes, the green one and so on, you see? This is working very well, actually. Now, if you want to create an upsell section where you want to promote some products that are linked to the main product, like in this case, in this example, and maybe they are better and you want to push them and you want your users to see them if they are visiting this specific product. So basically upsells, of course, you can promote them like this, you see? So basically in the single product template, we can show this related product. We can link them, of course, into each and every product. And then we will see them like this. Let me show you what happens when you link some products like this. It is pretty simple. I'm going to show you just an example so you understand what I'm talking about here. I'm going to the shop page. I'm going to visit a simple product like this one. And in this case, it has nothing here. You see, no other products are recommended at the bottom of this product. While if I go into another product like this one or this one, we see that there is a new section called You Might Also Like, and it has some other products. And these products are upsells. In fact, you can manage them when you edit a single product, and you are into the linked product section here, and you are into upsells. Basically here you can choose which products you want to upsell when someone is seeing this specific product, and maybe there are products that has better value, better specifics, better variables, and so on. So we should make an example here. We can enter a hat, we can enter socks. This is just an example like this. We can make here a jacket, this one, and so on. So let's see how this is going to work. We're going to view this product now, and we're going to have some upsells. This jacket here and this hat. So that maybe when someone is visiting this one, they also see this and they see, oh yeah, maybe this one is better. Let's add this one to the cart, okay, and so on. How you can manage this section here, it is pretty simple. Let's go to our website now, and let's go to the shop page and to the single product template. Okay, let's select this product here, for example, and we just have simple related products, but we do not have an upsells section here. And to create one, we just need to go and edit our single product template, and we need to create an upsell section very easily. So we add a new section below here. Okay, we scroll down, and before the related products, or even after, as you prefer, we can create a new section. We can use a container, a flexbox from top to bottom. We can use a style if you want. You can apply, for example, a background color like this one. And we can insert here a title, a heading. It's going to be like this, a heading. And You Might Also Like. Okay. Now we're going to insert also a spacing into the advanced tab. We're going to use, in my case, the class, the vertical spacing M class, okay? And then I will change a little bit also here, I will make it H3, okay? And I will use, in my case, a loop grid. I can use a loop carousel or a loop grid. In my case, I will use a loop grid. And I will go here with the query products. and I will use the card number 1 in my case, okay? And I go and choose to have just 3 products per template, and I equalize the height. And I go to the query. This is the most important part. Instead of using latest products, I just use upsells. Okay. So basically, this is going to work only if that specific product has some upsells. Okay. Let's go now and publish, and let's go and see how this is going to work in the front end. We're going to the shop page, and we're going to select, for example, this product here. And we're going to see that there is this new section here. And if it is empty, we're going to learn how to hide it dynamically. But if we go on a product that has actually an upsell, let me see if we have one here. I think that this one should have some upsells. We see that they're going to appear right here very, very well. Perfect. Let's also add a background to our card. I go to my product card number 1 that I'm using in my shop page and in my upsells and so on. And I'm going to assign to it also a background color into the style tab. I go here and I assign a global white background color so that I'm sure that when we are on our page here, it's going to show out correctly. Let me go and write here cotton. Okay, this is going to be our cotton t-shirt. And now we have this beautiful background and it's going to work perfectly. What happens now if I want to hide this section if the product has no upsells? We're going to see it in a moment. But before doing so, let's go and try to make some quick tests also with other products. For example, this black leather jacket. Let's go and edit this product and add a few upsells. We go to link products, upsells, and we say that we want to link other kind of jackets that maybe are have best value. Or let me see if I have a hoodie. No, I do not have one. Oh, jeans. Okay, blue jeans, perfect. So let's say that these are products that I want to upsell when someone is visiting this one. Okay, because maybe they are more expensive or better. This is just an example, of course. And as you can see, it's working perfectly. So my upsells are being outputted here perfectly. What happens now in the products where I do not have upsells, for example? So let me say this one, it doesn't have upsells and I still see this section, but I need to hide it. I can use a very, very powerful and free plugin called Dynamic Visibility for Elementor. Let's go and install this. We go to plugins, add new plugin. And we type here for dynamic visibility. We just write like this, dynamic visibility, and we're going to see it right here. Look, dynamic visibility for Elementor. Let's install this. It has more than 50,000 active installations. Activate now. Okay. And now that we have this plugin installed, we can simply go here and see that we have new options in Elementor. Basically, we can save our single template, we reload the page, and when we reload the page after installing the Dynamic Visibility plugin, we see that there is a new setting into our Elementor options. In fact, if I scroll down now, and I select here my container, the whole container, it's very important, okay? I see that I have this new icon called Visibility here. I select this, I can enable the visibility, okay? I can scroll down and I see that I have a post page settings section. I open up here, I scroll down, and I simply fill the multiple metas field by simply entering upsell. Okay, I select upsell IDs, and basically now this is gonna be a very powerful solution to show or hide this element, because what happens here? It sees that if the upsell IDs, it is not empty, it will show up the section, but if the upsell IDs, it is empty, it will hide the section. Let's see if it works fine. We go on the front end now. Let's go, for example, to the shop page, and let's visit now my great t-shirt. I see that I do not have the section. Okay, that's awesome. And if I go, for example, to this one, which should contain some upsells, I see them perfectly. Wow, this is great, you see? So when a product has no upsells, that section is not shown. But when a product has some upsells, it will be shown like this. Perfect. So the dynamic visibility is working fine, and that plugin is very, very, very powerful. And here, for example, another product which has no upsells and the section is not showing up. While if I go into this specific product here and I decide to associate some upsells, okay, I can update here. I have associated one upsell. And when I go and visit the product, I will finally see this new section appearing like this. Beautiful. Wow. Works very well. We can also get more creative here with upsells and place them near the add to cart button, for example, if we want to really to push maybe one or two products instead of the one that the visitors are visiting. Let me show you now how we can do it. We can proceed in the same way. So we can use here the edit with Elementor, and we edit the single product. And instead of placing them into a section, like we saw here, so basically we have created this section here, we can also create a simple container below the button here, which will have this call to action. So let's go and do it. Let's create a container here. Okay. We will place it here. This is just an idea, of course. I wanted to show you how you can get creative and granular when you want to customize completely your e-commerce. And here we're going to use a loop grid, and we're just going to use a single product. In this case, it's going to be the card number 2. So it's the small one in my case. Column, 1 column, and items per page, just 1. So basically we're just going to show one product, you see. And as a query here, we're going to use the upsells. So basically we're going to see the same products that we have also down here, but we're going to place them in a more strategic place like this one. Okay. So this is the product. And let me go now and style a little bit more here, this section. So I'm going to insert here a call to action. I'm going to change it to be just a paragraph. I'm going to change a little bit of styling here. I'm going to the advanced tab. I'm just using here as custom padding, rem, 1 rem. And I'm going to assign a style here to the background. I'm going to use a light background. Okay. And I'm going to use also a border, a specific border styling here. I'm going to place it dashed like this, with a border width using my variable in this case. Okay. Okay. And I'm going to use the same variable also for my border radius. It's going to be, as always, the same global radius. And I'm also going to change the color of my border, which is going to be this one. Or maybe I can use, let's say, this one here. Why not? Okay, looks fine, you see? So we have a very subtle call to action here, and it's going to be placed right here. And we can also choose to hide or show this call to action only if there are actually some products, some upsell products. So I'm going to select the container, go into the visibility, I enable this, and I scroll down to the post and page, and I scroll down until I find the multiple metas, and I simply write here upsell, and I click on the upsell meta. Voila. I publish now, and when I go and visit my shop, okay, let's go here. Let's go to my cotton t-shirt. Okay, here it is. I see that when I scroll down, I see this call to action here that invites me to consider another product instead. Beautiful. This works very well, you see. And of course, I should be careful to which products I am upselling to what. I need to have a strategy because in this case, you see, I have these products here, and into this one I have the other one. So it is kind of a little bit, not strategic. But when I'm into other products that they do not have upsells, for example, let's say this one it has it, maybe no, this one it does not upsells. You see that that section is hidden. And when I go back to products that has upsells, I see them here. Perfect. This works very well. You see? Great. So this is just a solution that you can consider if you want to implement a strategy of upsells, and it can work very, very well. Let's go and implement a security badge like this one, for example, into our single product template. How you can do so if you want to do it, you just can go to your single product template here. Let's see that this is the right one for us. Okay. We open up our single product template here, and we choose where we want to put this, this badge. And let's say that we want to put it under the description here, the description box, and before the related products here, or just after the description. We click on the plus icon and we type for the container. Okay. And we can place it, let's say here, before the description, actually. Okay, we can copy and paste the style of the first one, the first container here. Let's copy and paste the style here. Okay, let's just be careful that the visibility is not being pasted. Of course, it was pasted, so let's disable the visibility in this case. So this is just a container with a custom styling, as you can see here. Perfect. It is empty right now, and I can change a little bit of the styling now. I can change, for example, the background color if I want, or I can change, yeah, whatever I want. I will keep it global white in my case to keep it simple, and I will change the border to be a different color. In my case, I will keep it a border dark, and I will use, in my case here, also my content now. So I will place inside here a heading. Okay, and I will transform this into a simple paragraph, and I will write here secure encrypted payment. I will also use an emoji like this. Okay, and I will change also the styling here of my typography. I will make it a little bit smaller like this, and I will place it to the center, and I will also add now an image. It's gonna be below here, and I can use my credit cards logos, and I can make it a little bit smaller. Let's say that I'm using a 300 pixel. No, this one is not going to work fine. I'm going to just use, yes, a custom. Okay, I'm going to use a 250 pixels, apply. Okay, and then into the style tab, I'm going to change here to 200 pixels. Okay, maybe even something less, 150 or 30. 140. Okay, look how beautiful it is. And then here on the main container, I go to the layout, and I make here the spacing a little bit less. Let's say like this, and also the RAM spacing that I have around the container, I will go in pixels, and I will go and make it 5 pixels or even 10 pixels. Okay. This is good. And here, since I have some spacing to the bottom, I'll just go to the advanced tab and make it with a negative margin button minus something like this, -5. Okay. And let's have a preview. This is going to be my beautiful badge. And I'm going to change, of course, the border because this is dashed and I do not need to dash the border. Okay. Let's go to the style border. And I'm just going to use a simple groove. It's too much, I think. I'm going to use just a solid border, and maybe also a double border. Okay, but actually I cannot. Let's keep it solid, and let's go borders light. Okay. So you see here, I have added a beautiful badge, very, very delicate, that will enhance the, kind of the reassure our customers that we accept many different payment methods. But we can also use the same technique also to showcase some testimonials or a simple sentence, an instruction that we need to do, we need to give to our customers. Whatever you want, you can place it here, of course. Let's publish now, and let's go and visit our products. Okay. Let's go and find our cotton t-shirt, and we see that this is the page. It works very well. We see we have a beautiful design. Okay. And now when we go down here, we see all the different variations watches. We see the upsell, and we see this reassuring, secure, encrypted payment sentence. Beautiful. It looks very nice. Actually, when we were editing our single product template, I made a mistake. You see here that this badge here is not it's kind of scrolling away from our from our view, and this should not happen. In fact, here, basically, when you're editing your single template, instead of making your image in the advanced tab and in the motion effects sticky to the top, we just deactivate this, and we apply the sticky to the top to the whole container on the left. So we select the container on the left, we go to the advanced tab. All right, we click on motion effects, and you select top. This is very important. So look how this is going to behave like this. You see that when you go on mobile, it's going to behave like this. Let's go back to desktop. So let's disable this from mobile. Very important. We keep it like this. And we also have an offset now from the top if you want. For example, an offset of 20 or something more, as you wish. In my case, 20 is going to work fine. All right, and you also need to select stay in column. This is very important. Otherwise, it's going to just superpose to all the other elements. So we select stay in column, and the entrance animation is going to be default, so we do not need it right now. All right, we just keep it like this. Publish. Oh yes. We can also decrease the spacing here between the image and all the rest of the elements just by going to work into the first container here, into the layout tab, just removing the margin to the button, or we can go and work using the main container spacing settings. In fact, here where we go to the layout, we see that we have 50 pixels of gap, and we can change it to 20. And here I will make it 20. Okay, all right. I will publish now. Let's have a quick preview in the front end. And when I go to a single product page, I'll just go and test it out from mobile. Let's go and inspect this one. We just enabled the mobile view. All right. And this is working very well. It looks good. When I add a product to the cart, I'm going to see also the message here is going to work fine. Perfect. And all the rest is working very well. Great. Now I'm going to show you an advanced feature which is called cross sells. And basically using cross sells, you can suggest some products based on the products that someone has in the cart. Let's say that you know that when someone goes and buy this product here, in my example, a polo t-shirt, you know that most likely they also would like to buy a hat, for example, or I don't know, maybe an accessory that goes well with this product. You can go and edit this product, and basically here you can create a cross-sell by going to linked products, and you link here a cross-sell product. Cross-sell products are going to be shown only in the cart page as a suggestion to be added to the cart together with, in this case, this specific product here. So let's say that I want to associate with this product as a cross-sell a hat. Because let's say that I know that often people that buys this kind of t-shirt, they also buy hats. This is just an example, of course. And let's say how this works. We update. Now we're going to empty our cart. So we do the add into cart from scratch. Okay, we go to the shop page, and we add to the cart something that hasn't related to the cross sells. So for example, this one. Let me see if. Okay, you see, in this case, this product, it has not cross-sells related, so I do not see nothing. I do not see any new call to action. But if I add to the cart this specific product, in my case, the casual polo t-shirt, when I go and view the cart, I see some call to actions. You might also like this one, the hat, and also down here. Don't miss these fantastic products. Or I can say, for example, they're often buy together with the products that you have on your cart. You can be creative here with your call to actions, of course. But the most important thing is that you can help your clients or yourself or your business get more customers and get more, in this case, get more sale revenue. So for example, I can easily go from here and add to cart this product, you see? So basically, just by having this call to action here or down here, I can go with a click, I can add a new product to my cart. This can help increase the cart revenue. And then I can proceed to the checkout, of course. So this is a pretty smart way to proceed. And then if I go back to the cart, I will see it like this. Perfect. And if I try to remove my cross-sell, when I reload the page, I see again the suggestion here. So this is very powerful. Let's see how you can create this together. I have applied two different methods. The first one, which is this one down here, it is pretty simple and we can achieve it without installing any other plugin. And the second one, it's a little bit more complex if you want to have more control of the design and of the disposition of the elements when you are using cross-sells. I will show you a solution using a code snippet. You do not need to know how to code, of course, but you just need to install a plugin to manage your code snippets. Of course, you will be able to choose both solutions, the one that will fit the best for your e-commerce. And let's get started. Let's head to our website and let's create now a new loop item. So we go and open up the theme builder and we're going to create a loop item to suggest some products when we are on the cart. So to create some cross sells. Let's go to loop item. We're going to click on add new and we're going to call this loop item just cross sells. Okay. Let's get rid of this. Let's open up this loop item settings. And this is going to be the cross sells item. Okay. Or card, even just card. Okay, and we're going to use this as a way to promote products, and we are going to have as a query products. So let's apply. Okay, and let's start adding some content here. The first content will be a Flexbox container from top to bottom, and it will be full width. Okay, we're going to use inside here a simple image, so the featured image of the product. Then we're going to place inside here also the title of the product title, okay, the product price, okay, and the add to cart button. So very simple and minimalistic. Okay, so these are the elements that we need to have into our product suggestion, and the result that we want to achieve is something similar to this one, you see. So that is going to be a simple card that is going to invite our customers to add more products to the cart. Okay, let's go and do it together. So we were here, okay, and in this case we're going to move all the elements from left to right. So I'm going to select the main container, and I'm going to go to the items direction like this. Perfect. Now I'm going to place a container here after the image. So I'm going to the plus icon, and I'm going to container, okay? And I'm going to place all the content here inside this container. And this container should be from top to bottom, vertical. Okay, let's go and insert all the content. We have this one, we have this one, and so on. Okay, perfect. And now we're going to change the dimension of the image. And let's give to this image another dimensioning. So we're going to select it. First thing, the image resolution should be the smallest one. In this case, not 50, but 100 is okay. If you have this one. If you do not, yes, this one is okay. WooCommerce Gallery Thumbnail, 100. Okay. We're also going to the Style tab, and we're going to change the width. In pixels, we're going to use something less. Let's say 80 pixels, okay? And then we're going to change here all the different styling of these elements. Let's place the title here above, okay? If the drag and drop does give some problems, you can always use the structure here, the structure panel. And we should change here this one, the title, not to be H1, but in this case it's okay, H4 or H5. And then we can go to the Style tab and change the typography. In my case, I want it to be a little bit smaller. I will use this one. And I will use here also a different typography. I will use something like text base. No, this one is not enough. Text small, perfect. And I'm going inside here. I do not want it to be underlined, so I'm going to transform here. Sorry, I'm going to the decoration here, and I'm going to put none. And if it doesn't work, I'm going to do the same here in the typography for the sale price. Actually, yes, I just need to leave this to text extra small, and I'm going to change this one, typography decoration none. Okay, now it's working fine. I can change the color of the product pricing if they are on sale. Yes, to make it more visible. And I will also go to the button now and change something about the quantity here. I do not want to show the quantities. Okay. And the button should be very, very small. So I'm going to change the typography here to be text small. Okay, let's open up here in full screen. I'm going to use text extra small, and I'm going to change also the padding of the button here to be 10 pixels. Oh, actually it was already 10 pixels. Let's say 5. Okay. And let's, in my case, go right and left about 10. Okay. Yes, then it's okay. Perfect. And I think it's going to work fine like this. I'm just going to change now the styling. So the text color will be my white color. Background, I'm going to use this one. And I'm going to use on hover this effect here as I'm using it throughout the website. Okay, perfect. And I can also use my border as always, if I want to do so. It's going to be the border dark, and it's going to be a border. Where is the border? Actually, I cannot control here the border. Yes, there it is. Okay, border is going to be solid. Okay, and I'm going to use here my global values. Okay, variables. Okay, global thickness. And then I have also the global border radius. There we are. Okay. Perfect. So I have my button in place now. It looks perfect. This is the structure of my card. I need now to adjust the spacing here. As you can see below the pricing here, there is a problem because there is a spacing that is being applied automatically. I go to the advanced tab, I unlink the margin values, and I go to the bottom and just make sure that this margin is not going to affect us. Okay, like this is perfect. In fact, when I go and watch it, it's well organized. And I can go to the container here and I will make it full width. And I will also make it with a layout here of a different gap setting here for example, 5 or 10. 10, it's better actually. Okay. Now it is pretty cool. We can go and select the main container now and apply all the elements that we want to apply. For example, in my case, I will go to the advanced tab and I'll try to see if my CSS class card1 will look fine. Card1. And I think it's a little bit too much of padding. So in my case, I will proceed manually. So I will create here a padding value. I'm going to use just a 10 pixel value. Okay. And I'm going to use also a style for my background. It's going to be just a simple global white color. And I'm going to use a border. In my case, it's going to be the same here, solid. Okay, no, not solid. In this case, I'm going to use dashed. Okay. And I'm going to use here my global values. So this one, the color of my border will be this one. And sorry, the border radius is going to be this one. Okay. Let's have a check. Oh, sorry. The thickness actually should be, the global radius should be radius. Okay. So now we have created a card. It is pretty simple and cool, I think. And we can apply it for our cross sells. Okay. Now we need to create another one. So let's go back to the theme builder here, okay? And we're going to create another loop item, which is going to be just a call to action. Let me show you this call to action here, you see. So basically we're going to insert into our loop grid this call to action that will say, for example, you could also like this kind of products. Please add also these products to the cart because they go very well with the other products that you have already in your cart and so on. You can write whatever you want there, of course. Let's go and create another loop item. And in this loop item, we're going to give it a name, of course, as always. It's going to be cross sells CTA. And we're going to use, in this case, no need to set up the preview and the query, no need. We're just going to start by using a flexbox and from left to right, okay? And we're going to use full width, okay. Now we're going to place inside here a heading and a few icons. Let's say 2 icons, why not? Yes, duplicate this one, okay. We're going to move the heading here at the top, at the beginning, and we're going to change the heading to be just a simple H4, okay. We're going to change also the style of our heading to be a little bit less impressive. Let's say an S title is going to be good. And here we can write, for example, don't miss these fantastic products if you want, or whatever you want to write oh, sorry, here this is quite okay, there's a problem here. History, let's go back here. Okay, now we are okay. Perfect. So here inside I will just copy the sentence, which is going to be this one: don't miss these fantastic products. Okay, perfect. And I'm going to make a different styling for my icons. The first one will be a cart, and the second one would be a simple arrow. Okay, great. Now I need to change the styling. So the first one I change, sorry, the color. Okay. I'll go here. We'll go now to the arrow, okay. And it's gonna be the text soft gray. Beautiful. Now I'm going to add also some padding, advanced. I'm going to use a rem padding here of 1, maybe also 2 in this case. Yes, 2 is gonna work well. And I'm going to be sure to align everything to the middle. So I'm selecting here the main container layout, and I'm going to align everything to the center vertically. Great. And okay, I'm also going to have a little bit of a touch here that I love to do sometimes in my designs. I go with a span style equal. You open up this, you do color, colon, and then you go with a variable. In this case, we're using the Elementor global color primary. And then we close the span after the word fantastic. Span closed. Look, don't miss these fantastic products. Beautiful. Okay. So basically this is going to be the call to action, but I also want to give it a little bit of more highlighting. So I select the container here, I go to the style tab and I choose to have a gradient background. Okay. I use the background light and I use the, let me check if we can use something interesting here. No, this is not very nice. I'll keep it just global white like this. So it's going to be very subtle, but I like it. And I'm going to change the direction of my gradient to be just 90 degrees. Okay, perfect. And I'm going to use also a background, a border. So let's go to the border. It's going to be a solid one and it's going to be very light. So we're going to use the border light. We're going to use also our variables here for the width, which is going to be the global thickness. And then we're going to use the same value here for our border radius, which is going to be global radius. Okay, so now we have this beautiful call to action, very nice, and we can publish. All right, now we are ready to go into the cart page. So let's go and visit the cart page in our e-commerce. Let's go to the cart. It's going to be the cart page. There we are. And we add it with Elementor. Okay. If you want, you can already add some products to the cart. Maybe also some products that has already associated some cross sales. So let's do it together. Let's go and make sure to have some products with some cross sales. For example, I go to my hat, or to my yeah, let's say the hat here. Okay, and I'm going to add a cross sell to this product here. So the hat is going to have as a cross sell, let's say the socks. Okay, socks, perfect. And also maybe the t-shirt gray. Okay, perfect. So this is going to be the cross sell. Let's update now. Okay, let's go and check our cart. What do we have in our cart? We have the hat, the jacket, and the cotton t-shirt. Perfect. So basically, when we go to our cart here, let's reload the page. Okay. We can create a section, whatever we want. Let's also call this your cart. I prefer to call your cart. It's more personal, your cart. Okay. And we can place this section basically, if we want to, right after the title here, or even better, maybe just below the cart. And just let's make a first test and place this section here below the cart. We're going to add a new section, or just place this section under the cart. So we go here, we choose a loop item. Here loop grid in this case. Okay, and I'm going to choose here products. It's going to be our cross sells. In this case, we select the cross sells card, not the CTA, okay, just the card. We select the number of columns and the number of items that we want to show into our page. In my case, I will say, let's go with 3 items, and just 3 columns. Yes, perfect. Let's go and equalize the height, okay, and let's change the query. This is super important. We have to change the source of our query, because we're looking for cross sells. Fortunately, Elementor has a simple solution for this, cross sells. So when we decide to use cross sells, we see that in this case, we have into our cart here some products. We have the hat, jacket, and cotton t-shirt, but the only one that has cross sells is the hat. And in fact, we just selected together the socks and the t-shirt gray, and it works fine. You see, they are being proposed here in the cart to upgrade the cart content. Great. Then we can have a pagination, additional options, and so on, but we do not need it right now. Okay. We just need now to go back to the layout, and we need to apply an alternate template to make more clear for the user that this is a call to action to add more products to the cart. So we apply an alternate template. Okay. We go here and open up this section, and we choose our card CTA, loop item CTA. Cross sells, sorry, CTA. I have to stop to say sorry. Sorry, I'm sorry to say sorry. Positioning grid is going to be 1. And look, okay, we're going to change maybe something about the design here because it's not looking very, very nice, but it's there. And I think we have to see if here, yes, this is quite interesting, but I think we're going to keep it 3. Maybe we can go like this. Yeah, we can go like this, or no, let's keep 3 actually. Okay, publish. Let's now go and visit our cart page. So let's go and view the cart, and we're going to see this beautiful new section appearing down here. Don't miss this fantastic products. And if we add them to the cart, we see that it's going to be immediate. You see, this is awesome. This is beautiful. And if there are no cart to suggest them, like in this example, and here we see that even if we added to our cart the, where is it? Yes, the t-shirt gray that was proposed here, we still see this call to action, which has no sense because it is empty here. How you can avoid this? Basically, this is pretty simple because we can go here in the cart and make sure to have a static item position selected. Okay, so like this is we're going to be sure that first we're going to see all the different related cross-sells products, which is very important. And we are also being sure that if we reload the cart page again, we are not going to see just the call to action without any suggestion. So this is very important. Now, when we reload the page, we see that we can choose, for example, to add the second product that we were associating to the hat as a cross-sell. And if I go here and add also this product to the cart, we'll see that in my cart now, the call to action is no more there because there are no other products to suggest because I have not set up any other cross sells. If I go to my t-shirt gray, for example, and I decide to have to add to this t-shirt gray another cross sell, I can go here to the link products. Let's say that I want my cotton t-shirt to be associated to this one. Okay, perfect. I'm going to save now, update, and when I go back to my cart, let's go to the cart. Let's view the cart. Actually, in my cart, the cotton t-shirt is already there, but it is a variation. You see here, it is just white medium. So it's going to suggest again the variation number 1. This is a little bit more complex called case, but let's keep it more simple. Let's say that we do not have this one here. We just go here and add this to the cart, and that's it. And if we reload the page here, we're going to see that there's not going to be a suggestion here because the specific product here is already in the cart. In this case, I was seeing it even if I had the cotton t-shirt, the beige one, the white one, because I was using as a cross-sell the green small because it's the default one, you see. Anyway, you just need to be very careful about all the products that you pick as a cross-sell, and then you associate them well to create a strategy to enhance your cart value and to make your customers spend more, of course, and buy more of your products. Now, what happens if you want to create a more advanced design for your cross-sells like this one? For example, in this case, you see that the design is a little bit different because we can wrap everything inside this call to action. And instead of having this design that we apply together, even if this one, it works very well. So if you want, you can stay like this and it's okay. I just wanted to show you an alternative solution if you want to be more powerful in this case, and we can place this section here and make them see or hide based on the conditional logic, of course, because if we add this product to the cart, for example, and then we reload the page, this section, as you can see here, has completely disappeared. Now, in order to be able to achieve this solution, we need to use a code snippets plugin. If you go on plugins, okay, and you search for a plugin, a code snippet plugin, you will type inside here code snippet. You can install any code snippet plugin proposed here. There is this one, there is this one, there is this one, and they basically work very well. You can use the one that you prefer. And in my case, I will suggest you to use WP Codebox. WP Codebox is a paid plugin, so there is no free version for this one. You can try it for free if you want. There is a demo version here if you want. But then if you decide to use this one, which is a highly professional plugin, you need to pay a license. I prefer to use this plugin here instead of the free solutions because there are many advanced features that are not available in the free solutions. And it works very well if you want to create many websites also for your clients, for example. So if you are a freelancer or if you are an agency, I strongly recommend you to to go and check it out, WP Codebox, because not only you can manage all your different kind of code snippets into a very advanced way, but you can also save all your favorite code snippets to the cloud and reuse them into your different clients' websites. This is very, very useful if you do not want to copy and paste manually the code snippets each time you create a new project. By the way, when you go here and you choose a license, you will see that there is a single site, an unlimited sites, or there is also a license here that includes unlimited sites and also cloud storage. The cloud storage, in my opinion, is one of the most interesting values of this plugin, so I would suggest you to go with this license here, or you can choose a lifetime license and then subscribe to the cloud storage separately. You can choose what you prefer to do. Once you click here, you can go on and proceed with a checkout. Then you will be able to log into your account, download the plugin, and install it into your website. Let's go and do it together. Cloud snippets. Okay, now in my case, I just need to go to downloads, and I'm going to download my plugin, which is this one. Great. I go to the API key manager, and I also going to copy this API key. Perfect. Of course, you can go on with your free version of different code snippets plugin if you prefer, but in my case, I will use WP Codebox. I will upload it here. All right, and then I will install it. Activate plugin. Let's go and see what happens. We have this new plugin available right here, WP Codebox. We can go to the settings page, and I will just enter here my API key to be sure to receive all the updates. I will go and save my settings, and then I'm ready to create my code snippet. Let's create a new snippet. It's going to be a PHP snippet. Of course, here the interface is going to depend on the plugin that you're using, but it's going to be more or less the same thing. So we create a new snippet. It's going to be a PHP. We give it a name. Basically, this snippet is going to allow us to show or hide this specific section if there are or not some cross-sell products related to the products in the cart. Okay, so let's go and copy and paste the code. You can head to my free resources, and you can just scroll down until you find the WooCommerce code snippets section, and you will find this code snippets. It's a PHP snippet, which is called toggle a custom Elementor section on the cart based on cross sells. Copy. Okay. Let's go back here. Let's go back here and let's create our snippet. Okay. All right. Just make sure not to have two PHP tags at the beginning. Just have one, and perfect. When we are ready, we can save it. We'll see our code snippets appearing here, and we can enable this. All right. How does it work? We just need to use this ID, which is called WPROADS, WPRR, dash cross dash sales dash section. So this one, we copy it, and we're going to paste it inside the section that we want to show or hide based on cross sales. It's more easy to show you that than to explain. So let's save and enable the snippet, and let's also copy this into our Control C. Then we go back to our cart, and we go and create a new section up here to the right. Okay, we're just going to add a new container. All right, and inside this container, we're going to create our call to action. We're going to use a heading, and we're going to use a loop grid. The loop grid, as always, is going to be based on cross-sells, so products. We're going to use our cross-sell item. Okay. And we're going to use, in this case, just, let's say, 2 columns and 2 items. No more, because otherwise it's going to be a little bit complicated. We equalize the height, and we leave it on query cross-sells. This is, of course, very important. All right. As you can see here now, it says that there are no cross-sells. Okay, We can go and go to the title here and be sure to the advanced tab to make it grow so that the title is going to show up correctly. Then here on the on your heading, we can change it to be just a simple H5. Okay. We can write our call to action. We can place it to the center. And let's make sure that everything actually is aligned to the center. So we go to the style tab of our container, a layout, and we align everything to the center. Great. And then also we're going to change the dimensioning of this element here to be just 40%. And then here we're going to play this at width, into the advanced tab. Width, we're going to use custom and let's make it 60%. All right. So that is going to be 60-40. Great. And here we can style the call to action here to make it a little bit more appealing. We can change the border, the background color. Okay, let's change it here to be, let's use a dark one. Why not? We can change the text here to be white. Then we can give this element here a border. Just the border radius in this case. Okay, it's going to be our variable radius. All right. And it's going to be also, we're going to need also some padding here. We can use a very small padding of 10 pixels. And we're going to change also the layout here on the main container to be just with a gap of not 20, but 10 pixels. Okay. Let's go and publish and see how this is going to work in the front end now. So we're going to open up our cart page. Okay, view cart, and this is going to work like this. There are no products to add to the cart, as you can see here. So this section is still showing up. So this is a problem because even if there are no cross sells, this is showing up. And this is exactly why we need this specific code snippets. And let's go and remove all the products here so that we can see some of the proposed cross sells. So we reload the page now. Okay, and we see that there is actually here a cross-sell which is proposed, and let's see if there are two of them. What happens? Okay, there are two cross-sells like this. Great, and this is working fine actually. So we have the cart page here, and we can easily go and add to cart some new products, and we can go now and be sure to show this section only if there are actually some products to add to the cart, some cross sells. In fact, here when I add the first one and I reload the page, I will see it like this. I will add this one and I reload the page. All right, and I will go and add this one to the cart like this, and I reload the page, and I'm going to see it like this. So the other call to action has disappeared correctly, but this one is still there. How to hide it? We just need to go back to our cart and assign to this specific container an ID. So we go to the advanced tab and we copy our ID here in the CSS ID input. This input here needs to be filled with this specific ID, the one that we have into our code snippet. So we copy it. Let's copy. Okay. And let's go back to our cart page and we paste here the CSS ID. Look, now when I publish, what happens is that if I reload the page, that section is going to be disappeared. It's going to disappear. Beautiful. While if I, let's say, remove this one and I reload the page, that section is going to be again visible. Beautiful. And if I add this to the cart and if I reload the page, it's going to disappear. Perfect. Let's optimize now our elements for the cart, for the mobile cart. So we go back to our cart. We added this page with Elementor, and we make sure that on each and every device we're seeing something interesting and well organized. So we can go here to the tablet portrait and we see that there is a problem. We can just go here and make this element, the title, grow infinitely. No, I saw I was kidding. We just go here to the container and we change the column direction not to be horizontal but to be vertical. Okay, then here we choose this one to be just 100% here. It's going to be full width 100%, and we're going to do the same here also with the second container. It's going to be 100%. Let's go and select percentage here and 100%. So this is going to work fine. We're also going to align to the center everything inside here. So we select this container specifically, and we make sure that it's going to be aligned to the center. Why this is not working? Oh, because we have another container here. Yes, we have. And we have to keep it like this actually. Okay. So let's go and keep everything like this. Perfect. Maybe we can align this to the left, the title here. So actually here we can align everything to the left if we want. Just up to your design system. And we can go here and make sure also that the other elements here are going to work fine. And that's the case right now. But let's look what happens when we are on mobile. This is going to work fine. Okay, there is a beautiful call to action to add more products to the cart. Okay, then we can scroll down here and we have everything in place, but this is a problem here because the icon, you see, it is not correctly, pointing to the down to the other products. To change this, it is actually quite easy. Let's go and publish. We need to go directly to our cross sells CTA loop item, and we just need to change the rotation of this icon here when we are on mobile. So we select the icon and we go to the advanced settings, to the content settings, to the style settings, okay? And we rotate when we are on mobile. So we select mobile and we rotate this 90 degrees and it's gonna be perfect. Look, publish. All right. So now when we reload the page here, we see that the icon here is gonna point down. Okay, let's click here and view from mobile. Perfect. So we have two different ways to create the same kind of call to action for our cross-sales products. The first one is the easiest one, is this one, and it works very well, and you can place it wherever you want, above or below the cart. And the second one is a little bit more advanced. We're using here a code snippets plugin, and it is it gives you a little bit more of flexibility on how to manage the section. But you can proceed as you wish. Another little detail that you can apply when you want to refine your cart is this one. Look, we can keep the proceed to checkout call to action on the right, and we can keep it sticky like this. To do it, we just need to go into our cart, okay? And we select the cart here, okay? And we make sure to make it sticky right column like this. We can also choose to have an offset from the top. For example, if you're using a sticky header, this is going to be very important. And in my case, I'm not using it, so I can keep it like this, or I can just adjust here to be like, let's say 20 pixels. And look, it's going to be sticky, but with an offset of 20 pixels, and it's going to work fine. Let's see if we can also change the color of this call to action here on the right to make it a little bit more standing out. We're going to use the style tab now, and we're going to change the background color of the cart totals. Let's see if we can go and customize the cart totals. Okay, and when we open up the totals here, we should see also a background color. There it is. We can use a background light, so that is going to stand out a little bit more, and that's it. So if we have many different products into our cart, we will see that it's going to be easier, yes, to keep the call to action here visible. Okay. We can actually also change the color of the button if we want to do so. And we can also remove the coupon code section if we prefer to have it only at checkout, for example. We can go here and say that, for example, the checkout, the coupon part, we want to hide it. And to do it, we can go on content here, coupon, and we can disable this part here. Okay. And when you reload the page, you will have a different checkout, a different cart you see here. We do not have the coupon section, but we have all the other call to actions. So now I have made a few adjustments, and as you can see here, this is a beautiful, well-optimized cart page that works well on each and every device. You see? Of course, this is just for a purpose of teaching, but you should choose if you prefer to have this call to action down here for the cross sells, or if you prefer to have it just up here. All right. Now let's configure the payment methods. This is a very important part of the tutorial because, of course, it is vital for any e-commerce to have a great setup of payment methods. So let's go and see how you can proceed when you're using WooCommerce. Let's head to our dashboard and let's go to WooCommerce and to settings. When you're here, you see that there is a setting that is all about payments. It is this one. So let's go and check it out. You should see something similar to this. So different payment providers that are suggested by WooCommerce. The first one is the one developed by the same team that develops WooCommerce. So it is WooCommerce Payments, WooPayments. And as you can see here, this is an official extension. If you want to learn more, you can go here, click on WooPayments, and simply scroll here to see all the different details about this specific payment methods. For example, all the countries where it is available, or all the different benefits that you have when you install and use this payment method. And yeah, basically this it is one of the most pushed payment methods by WooCommerce. It is very easy to set up, and it can work fine if you have a basic or semi-advanced store. And in general, I would suggest you, yes, maybe to test the different payment methods in the beginning and to see which one works the best for you and for your specific business, because each payment method has some pros and cons, of course. So this one, it's pretty cool because it allows you to accept payment in different countries and in different currencies also. It has a multi-currency built in. And it is pretty advanced, but it doesn't have PayPal. So if PayPal it is vital for your business, you should also choose to install this alongside with WooCommerce Payments. So I would suggest you to install this one, and then if you want, you can also go and check out Stripe, because this is also a good payment method. If you prefer, there are also many other different payment methods that you can install. There is Molly here, Airwallex, and many others. So you can go and make a research for you. In this case, I will show you how to set up this one, PayPal, and also Stripe, so you can choose which will work the best for you. Let's start with WooCommerce Payments and click on Install. Okay, if you want to learn more about fees and yeah, basically transaction fees, you can just close here before installing, and you can click on See Pricing and Fees. You see, basically here you will see all the different fees that this specific plugin applies. You have to go here, okay? Perfect. You have to do many clicks before go. Okay, and then here you see the fees per country. You see, so each and every country has a different set of fees, of course, and you can check the one that will apply in your case. And yes, do your considerations, of course, here. Let's go back here. When you're ready, you can click on Complete Setup. And basically here you can choose the payment methods that you want to enable in your website when you install WooPayments. And here you click on See More, and you see that there are many others. If you decide to activate, let's say, Klarna, for example, or Bank Contact, APS, EPS, Ideal, you can just go here and enable them. And when you are okay, when you finish here, you can click on Continue. Okay. Now, in order to make WooCommerce Payments work, we need to create an account on WordPress.com. And it says you'll be briefly redirected to connect your store to your WordPress.com account and unlock the full features and functionality of WooPayments. Okay, WooPayments, let's connect. And here you have to create or use your existing account. In my case, you see I already have an account. You can choose to create a new one if you prefer. And then when you create an account, you can connect to WordPress.com and you can start your e-commerce. Start accepting payments with WooPayments. Okay. Let's wait a few seconds now. Okay. And then here you can choose if you want to start immediately accepting real payments or if you want first enable test payments. In this case, we will start accepting payments to see what happens. Perfect. And here you need to set up everything about your store, you see? So basically you need to choose the country and so on. Perfect. Then here you have to provide some information about your business, and based on the type of business that you run, of course, you will be asked to provide different kind of information. Then you can continue. You will have to set up all the data about your business, of course. Okay. Here, since WooPayments is partnering with Stripe to accept credit card and other payments, you need to add information also in your Stripe account. We'll create one for you if you do not have one yet, or you can simply go here and insert your Stripe email to submit your information. So it's up to you here if you want to create a new Stripe account or if you already have one. If you already have one, just provide the mail that you use to log into your Stripe account and it will be connected automatically. Here it will recognize that you already have an account and it will ask you to log into your Stripe account. Otherwise, you can create a new one from scratch and you will be able to provide all your business information. Okay. And after the setup process here, you will be able to log in. All right. And then here you will be able to select the business that is connected with your Stripe account and that you want to link with this specific website, with the specific e-commerce. If you prefer, you can even scroll down and just create a new business from scratch, and then you can continue. Of course, if you create a new business, you will be asked to provide all the different information, the address, some documentation about your business, some registration documents, and many other stuff. Just double check here that the correct bank account is linked with your account and is linked with your WooCommerce payment, and then you can agree and submit. Okay, we are ready to accept payments. Great news, your WooCommerce payments account has been activated. You can now start accepting payments on your store. Right, go to Payments Overview. When we go here, we have the Payments Overview, when we can see everything that's going on in our payments. So you see here the total balance. If you go here, it says that it combines both pending funds, transaction under processing, and available funds ready to pay for payout. Then you can see here available funds have completed processing and are ready to be dispatched to your bank account. Awesome. And then you see here kind of panoramic view of the status of your account. Payments enabled and payouts are automatically sending to your bank account. That's awesome, right? If you need to change them here, you can edit your details and it will just open up the Stripe details that you can modify, of course. As you can see here, in fact, it connects you with the Stripe account. So basically you will be able to choose the account that you're using linked to your website, and then you can basically go here and change your data. And if you want, you can also enable multi-currency. If you want to do it, you can click on Setup Now. And basically here you will be able to add a multi-currency feature to your website. You can choose all the different currencies that you want to enable on your website. Then you can add them. You can review the store settings and you can say these settings can be changed at any time by visiting the multi-currency settings. Automatically switch customers to their local currency if it has been enabled. Okay, let's do it. Continue. And then you can complete setup. Okay, back to home. Basically, now that you have enabled multi-currency, when you go on WooCommerce and you click on settings, you will see a new item here called multi-currency. Okay, and here you can manage your currencies. Basically, you can manage each and every currency. You can delete them. You can add or remove, and you can choose if you want to automatically switch the user to their preferred currency if it is enabled. Yes, save changes. Great. If it is detected, of course. And so this is the multi-currency, and it is only available thanks to WooCommerce Payments in this case. And you can go back to Payments now, and you will see that in your payment list, you have active WooCommerce Payments, official, and this is awesome, right? If you want to enable a test setting to test payments without having to process real life payments, you can click on Manage here. You can go and enable test mode, and you will be able to do it very, very easily, you see. And when you enable test mode, remember that you have to scroll down and you have to click on, sorry, this is, we do not see, okay. You have to click on Save Changes, otherwise it won't be enabled. So don't make the mistake that I made a few seconds ago. Just go here, test mode, enable this, you click on OK, and then you save changes. In this way, when you go in your e-commerce, let's make a test together now. We visit our store page. We add to cart some products. Okay. We go to the cart. Okay. We add also this one, a cross-sell. Beautiful. Proceed to checkout. And as you were seeing here, there was also the Pay Now button, which is in Google Pay or Apple Pay, automatically recognizing the device that you are in. And you can also pay quickly like this, or you can go and proceed to the checkout like this. Okay. All right. We have the credit card here. As you can see here, we can use a test card if you want. Perfect. We can copy and paste here the test number. We can insert here any data that we want. Then we can decide to save it if we want. And then we can go and process the order. You see here we have also the quick buy button. We'll see in a moment how you can configure this also if you want to change the settings, and we can place this order. So this is a first test order. As you can see now, it's processing. Let's see if everything will be finalized correctly. And if it works fine, it means that when you enable, yes, it works fine, perfect. When you will enable live mode payments, they will work fine, and they will immediately go to your Stripe account and be send it to your bank account later. So when I go back to my account here, I can see in my orders that I have my recent order here. I can view it. All right. It has been paid with my Visa credit card. It is a test card, but it is working, of course. I have all my products here. And basically that's it. It is working fine. And you see that now here I have a new item called payment methods. Okay. And if I click on it, I can see my saved payment methods. And I can even add new ones if I want. If I want, I can delete them, or as I was mentioning, you can add new payment methods. It's pretty easy. You click here and you will see just this form to submit the payment methods that you want to save. And you can click on add it to add it easily to your account. This is, of course, from the customer point of view. Okay, now let's go and continue exploring all the different settings that you have available when you use WooCommerce payments. We can go back to WooCommerce, we can go back to settings, all right, and we can click on payments here, and we can go and manage here our payment methods. Perfect. Okay, it says WooCommerce payments is in test mode. All transactions are simulated. You can test card numbers to simulate various types of transactions. Great. Now we can disable test mode if you want. Remember just to save changes. All right. We reload the page. And we see that here it says Express checkout Apple Pay domain verification failed. Please check the logs for more details on this issue. Debug loss must be enabled under advanced settings. Okay, this is just something about Apple payments. WooPayments, let's see here. You can decide to enable the payment methods. In this case, yes, we keep it enabled. We just saw how you can enable test mode. And here you can choose which payment you want to accept on checkout. In this case, you see credit card is enabled by default, and it explains here to you the different fees that you pay when you're using this. Then you can go here and enable all the other payment methods that you want to enable. You see there is Klarna here, okay. There is Apple Pay and Google Pay that we can customize. Then we have the transaction preferences. We can enable payments via saved cards. This is pretty cool if you want to do it. We can enable manual capture. This says that charge must be captured on the order details screen within 7 days of authorization. Otherwise, the authorization on order will be canceled. This is pretty cool if you want to enable, for example, how do you say, kind of a test period. If you are selling subscriptions or maybe some services that you want your customers to test before buy, but you want to collect immediately their payment methods and charge them later, for example, you can do it. Here you can change the bank statement if you want to change how this will appear on the account of your customers, on the bank account of your customers. Okay. In my case, I will go like this. All right. Since this is just a tutorial. Here you can provide your support email and your support phone number, which is mandatory. And this will be visible on receipts, invoices, and automatic emails from your store. Then we can scroll down and see the payout schedule, which is controlled in this case by Stripe. When you first set up your account, generally it takes about between 1 and 2 weeks to be processed and to be transferred to your bank account, all the funds. You can manage your bank account, of course, in Stripe. Here you can choose which kind of fraud protection you want to enable. We already saw how you can enable multi-currency, of course. And if you want to enable debug mode because you are receiving some errors, you can go here and log all the error messages. Okay, let's save changes. And now let's go and see how you can configure if you want express checkouts. If you click on customize here, you see that Apple Pay and Google Pay are enabled here. You can change the settings. You can change the call to action, only the icon, or you can go and select buy with, for example. You can change the button size. You can change the theme, dark or light, or even outline. Okay, all right. And you can change the border radius. That's great, actually. And since we are using a variable, we cannot use a variable here, but we can use the same value that we are using in the variable in this case. I think it was around 8 pixels. Yes, I think it's this one. And then we can save changes. You can also decide where you want to show them, these buttons. In this case, I will just show them, yes, you can decide, for example, on the product page, on the cart page, and on the checkout page. If you leave everything enabled, when you go on your pages, and you go here, for example, the shop page. All right. Let me check the single product. All right. You see that this button here will appear. So basically, the user will be able to select the add to cart, the simple one, or to pay immediately here using Google Pay. This is pretty cool, right? So they will be redirected to their payment methods using Google Pay or Apple Pay, of course, and they can pay directly from here. And as you saw before, we are also using this in the cart and in the checkout page, of course. So when you go here and you view the cart, you will see that the button to pay immediately here will be provided. This is also provided by Klarna. So because we are enabling Klarna also, and if the customer wants, they can simply go and pay with Apple Pay or Google Pay directly from the cart. Or when you go here to the checkout, as we saw before, you have the payment method available up here before the cart, the checkout. This is great also. And the Klarna is here. So if they prefer, they can also pay with Klarna. All right. All right, so this is just an error message, and I think it's due to the fact that I'm using this domain for a tutorial, so it is not connected in my Stripe account or anywhere else. And I think this is the reason why this is failing, because normally if you're setting up everything correctly also on the Stripe side and so on, you will see this, you won't see this message basically, because WooCommerce Payments handles automatically also the domain verification for Apple Pay. And yeah, so don't worry about this. Anyway, if it happens to you too, you just need to contact support to ask some questions about it, and they will be able to answer to you and to resolve the issue, I hope. Then here you see that we basically saw everything that we needed to check out in this payment methods called WooPayments. And if you want, you can keep an eye on your payments here, and you will have the overview that we already saw together. You have also the payouts table. Basically here you will keep an eye on all the payouts that you will receive on your bank account, and you will be able to see them here as they happens. Here you will take an eye on all the transactions happening on your store. So this is awesome. It is a very powerful way to keep an eye on everything that's happening on your store. You can easily go here and search them. And this is quite useful because you do not need to log into Stripe or onto other external services. You just have all your transactions here in place in one single table. And you can also decide which elements to display into columns here. And this is very useful. When you manage huge e-commerce stores, this is kind of mandatory to make your life easier. You can go here and you can also see all the blocked transactions if there are some problems about accepting some payment methods or some transactions. And then you can go here and keep an eye on all the disputes that may occur into your e-commerce website. Here you have all the documents. Okay, all right. I think that here there are some documents that you need to upload maybe, or to store into your website, or maybe something about invoices and stuff like this. And when you go back to settings and when you go to payment settings, basically it is a quick link to go back to WooCommerce and settings and payments. So it will redirect you here to WooCommerce payments, and you can decide if you want to enable other payment methods or continue configuring and tweaking around all different stuff here. Now in my case, I will keep enable the test mode so we can process also some transactions together and keep testing up our store. And that's it. So we configured the first payment method, which is WooPayments. Now let's see how we can enable PayPal payments. Just go to WooCommerce settings and you click on payments. And here we're going to enable PayPal payments. Let's go and install this. All right. We'll just wait a few seconds. If you already have a PayPal account, you will be able to connect this. If you do not have one, you can create one just by clicking here on complete setup. Let's go and see what happens here. All right. I complete the setup and I see that here I have different information that I can go and check. If I want, I can also enable some advanced options. For example, if I want to enable this, this is a sandbox that we can create and connect to enable test mode also with PayPal, which is a little bit more tricky than with Stripe and WooPayments. But yeah, it will allow you to test your payments with PayPal if you want to. But before doing that, we can also go here and activate PayPal. So we choose the kind of account that we have. In my case, this is a business account. I will go and continue. I'll choose here the kind of products that I'm selling. And it says that if you want to enable subscriptions, you need the WooCommerce the WooCommerce subscriptions plugin. And this is not mandatory because, of course, you can also choose other plugins to sell subscriptions, not only this one, but this is the official one. And so if you want to sell subscriptions with WooCommerce, you should consider using this one, or maybe buying some external plugin like Yeet WooCommerce subscriptions. Let's go here and click on continue. You can connect to your PayPal account, or you can create one, it's the same. If you want to create one, just start by providing an email address and the country in which your business is based. In my case, I will use an existing one. Let's see if it will work fine. I will select my country and I'll go here. Sorry about the language, which will be changed. You need to connect to your account. If everything works well, you will see something like this, okay? Basically, this screen is gonna be the screen provided to you if you are connecting an existing account. If you are creating a new account, you will be asked to provide all the different details about your account and about your business, of course. And if you want, if you prefer, you can also just go to the paypal.com website and you can sign up from here. You choose business, you get started, and basically all the information that you will be asked to provide here are the same that you will be asked to provide if you decide to proceed directly here from this screen. So you choose what you prefer to do, and when you finish the setup, when you provided all the different information, you can go back to your website here, and you will see basically all the settings about PayPal on your store. All right, you see we have the overview, payment methods, settings, and styling basically. Okay, let's keep this page open here and let's see what happens when we go and visit our website now that we have PayPal enabled. All right, we have connected our new account. We can go to the cart and we can see what happens in the cart page, for example. All right, we have also here the PayPal button. Okay, it is showing up that PayPal is enabled. We can proceed to the checkout. Let's see how this is going to show up in the checkout. All right, we have this one. Perfect. It means that we can pay in multiple steps using PayPal, and we have PayPal right here, right? And the customer can click here and pay with PayPal if they want. That is working fine, okay? We have so credit cards, Klarna, and PayPal, all right? And to set up how PayPal is behaving throughout the whole website, we can just go back to the settings here and just go and check out all the different settings. So this is the things to do next. Complete this task to keep your store updated with the latest products and services. So basically here we can go and check out all the messages, and in this case we just get rid of this. And we go here and check all the different features. Alternative payment methods. This is active. Basically, if you configure this, okay, you will see that it will be possible using just PayPal to accept also all different kind of payment methods that are provided here, like bank contact, Blink, APS, and so on. But in this case, these are the same payment methods that we have also on WooPayments. So in our case, we just want to keep enable PayPal. We can also use Pay Later if you want to provide this functionality to your customers. And if we click here on the settings, you will be able to change the checkout page title when you use PayPal if you want to do it, and you can enable also the logo if you want to do it. When you save changes and we save here, when we go back to the checkout and we see here, when we reload the page here, you will see also the PayPal logo here. So basically that was what we did right now. You see? It was pretty easy. When you enable Pay Later feature, basically you will receive the funds immediately, but your customers will be able to pay them in different installments. So this is awesome. And in fact, when I enable this and I click Save, you see that in the checkout here, you have this new button, which is the first one is Pay with PayPal, yes, in a standard way. And the second one is Pay in 4 times, for example. So basically you have it there. Then we have all the different payment methods down here, and you can also go to settings here to change the connection status and the common settings. Okay, the connection status is basically what you can see about your connection with your PayPal account. Down here we have the common settings, so you can change the invoice prefix. You can write here something that makes sense to your business and to your customers. You can change here the order intent if you need to do it. And you can decide if you want to store payment methods of your customers to let them simplify the checkout steps, of course. If you want to do so, you just click here and it will be enabled. If you enable this, keep in mind that it will disable the Pay Later payment methods on your site, so you decide which one you want to keep enabled. The Pay Now experience, this will let PayPal customers skip the order review page by selecting shipping options directly within PayPal. So if you want to allow this, you can keep this enabled. In my case, I will disallow this, okay? And then we can go on styling here and we can change all the button styling basically. Okay, let's choose, for example, all the different locations. For example, here we are on the single product page and we see that those buttons are enabled. We can see that the same buttons are enabled also on the cart page and of course on the checkout page. You see here the cart page sees those buttons there. If you want to change this, you can just go here and select the different location. For example, let's say the cart page, and let's say that this is the cart page and we want to disable the Pay Later on the cart page. If we save and then we reload the cart page, we'll see that Pay Later won't be available in the cart. You see? This is great. So we just keep the simple PayPal button. If you want to disable it completely on the cart page, we just keep this disabled like this and we save. And when we go on the cart page, we won't see the PayPal button, okay? And if we go back here to our settings, we can go on with all the other different pages. So we click on classic checkout, for example. Let's open up the checkout here. All right. And we see that we have the buttons here. Okay, perfect. And if we go and try to disable them at the checkout and we save, basically, I think that when we reload the page here, we won't be able to see PayPal buttons. You see here, we just will be able to see the simple checkout button that says that we are going to be redirected to PayPal. So if you want to keep things simpler and you just want to use your own styling here for your button, you should go here and disable the classic checkout buttons like this. I prefer like this because it will still, of course, make PayPal work because I have it here as a payment method, but it will use my design for the button in this case. I click here and I will be redirected to PayPal. The only difference here, if you disable those payment buttons, is the fact that in the checkout, when you click on proceed to PayPal, you won't see a modal appearing, but you will be redirected to the PayPal screen. So this is something you need to know. The customer will be redirected here to process all their PayPal information, of course, and then they will be redirected to the page, to the e-commerce when they finish their payment process, of course. But if you prefer to use the modal, you should keep those buttons enabled. So when they are enabled, basically we can save and we can see the difference here at checkout. When we select PayPal, we see that here by clicking on this, we have this modal appearing. And yeah, this can be quite, in some cases better, in some other cases not. So you choose based on your different setup, of course. And of course, you can choose if you want to keep Pay Later available at checkout or not. And if you want to disable completely, you can just go back here and you disable Pay Later and you save it. All right, let's go back to the styling now. And we see that we can change the button layout, horizontal or vertical, if you prefer. And if you use it horizontal, you can also choose to use a tagline. Okay, I will choose to leave vertical. You can change the shape. Yes, unfortunately here you cannot define precisely the border radius, and you can change the button color, for example, like this, and of course also the sentence. All right, let's keep it like this and save. When we go to the checkout now and we reload, when we select PayPal, we will see this button here and we will be able to buy directly with PayPal. And here I also want to change the design on the product page. Of course, make sure to check all the different parts of your website where you are showing all these buttons, because you need to update them in each and every part. And in this case, in the product page, I just want to disable them. Perfect. So I save. When I go back to my product page, I just want to keep Google and Apple Pay. All right, but I do not want to show PayPal. All right, so when you finish set up everything about your methods, settings, and styling, you can go back to the overview page here, and you can see that also you have here a settings regarding features. Based on the features that you have enabled here, you can see some different quick actions to continue and further set up and configure your different options. If you need some help, you can go to the Help Center or see all the support options. Now, when we go back to our payments in WooCommerce, we see that we have enabled WooCommerce payments in test mode and we have PayPal in active mode. If you want to enable test mode in PayPal, you just need to go and manage. You click on settings and you disconnect your account and you go and connect a sandbox account. Then when you start receiving all your payments, you will go to paypal.com and you will log into your account to make all the different settings that you need to connect your bank account and to see all the different funds, to move them and to process them correctly, of course. Now let's see how you can set up another payment method, an alternative to WooPayments, and you just go to settings, to payments, and you look for Stripe. So you go here, other payment methods, and there is one called Stripe, which is still an official extension. You can install it from here. All right, it will be installed in a few seconds, and then you can click on complete setup. Basically here, when you enable Stripe, you will be able to create a new account or to connect a new one, or you can directly go in test mode if you prefer to go and start in testing mode, and you will be able to link or to create a new account in Stripe. This is pretty simple. You see here, you just provide your information and you submit. If you're creating a new account, of course, keep in mind that you will be asked to provide many different details about yourself and your business. And when you finish setting up your account, you will be redirected to WooCommerce directly, to your WooCommerce store. There we are. So here we have all our settings you see in place. We are linking to our account. We have the general settings where we can enable Stripe, or if you want to also enable test mode. Then we can go and change our account connection details. Then we have the payments and transaction settings. We can enable saved cards. We can enable also this to enable other methods like Ideal or similars. If you enable this, users will be able to pay with Ideal or bank contact and save the method SEPA, direct debit method. We have also some advanced preferences. This is the bank statement that is available on Stripe account, so you can change it from Stripe directly. You can also decide to add a customer order number to the bank statement if you prefer. And then we have the advanced settings right here. And then we can save changes. When we go and click now on payment methods, we see that we have all the different payment methods that we can enable. Basically, more or less as we saw in the other plugin, which is called WooPayments, of course. And this is the same thing. And here we can also configure express checkouts. We have Apple Pay and Google Pay, but we also have Link by Stripe, which is another setting that we can enable if you want to provide your customers with a faster checkout setting. And in the Apple and the Google Pay, we can go and customize them. Keep in mind here that if you are enabling Stripe, you should also disable completely WooCommerce payments, because they are offering the same payment methods basically. So you go back to payments, and just keep in mind, if you want to use Stripe, to go to WooPayments, click on manage and go and disable it. So we disable this, we click on disable. All right, save changes. Perfect. So now we can go back to our payment methods, and we can also reorganize them here to show them differently into our checkout. For example, if I keep them like this, the user will see PayPal, offline payments, and then Stripe. Let me show you what happens here. If I go to my checkout page and I reload it, you will see the user will see PayPal, all the direct payment methods, and then they will see Stripe here. All right. If you want to provide a different way to see them, you just, for example, let's say that you want credit or debit card as a preferred payment methods at the beginning. You go here and you change the positioning like this. For example, this one, we are disabling it, so we keep it here. And maybe offline payment methods, we just keep one. We're going to keep just this one. Okay, so we disable this. And then we have just direct bank transfer as a manual payment method. When we are here now, we see that when we load the checkout page, we will have credit card at the beginning, right? Here we see that we have still Klarna because it's connected to Stripe. In fact, when we go back to payments and we click on Stripe and we manage, we see that in this case, we are also offering Klarna. You see here, if you do not want to use it, you remove it from here, and we can go and save changes. Basically, when we reload the page, we will just have credit or debit card here. All right, perfect. And we will have PayPal and direct bank transfer. Basically, all the different methods that we have here. Stripe, PayPal, and direct bank transfer, right? And now when we check here, we have Apple Pay, Google Pay, and we have also Pay with Link. And all those buttons here are provided thanks to Stripe in this case, because we disabled WooPayments. And when you go back here and you click on payments and you go on Stripe and you manage, we already saw that these payment methods are down here. Apple and Google Pay, you can customize them, and you can change, for example, the different positioning if you want them to appear on the checkout, on the product, or the cart, or all of them. You can change the call to action and the appearance here, and the theme, of course. And when you finish configuring them, you can go here and save changes. So basically now when we go on the shop page and we visit a single product like this one, we will see that we have the quick buy buttons. So we have Apple Pay, Google Pay, and Pay with Link. And then I have this sentence provided by PayPal. And in fact, this is just a bug in my case, because I have removed Pay Later. So we do not have this feature enabled by PayPal, and it still keeps me this enabled. So this is just a bug, but you should be able to change this when you go into your settings page, WooCommerce, Settings, Payments. All right, we click on PayPal now. All right, so you see that you have a sentence called pay later messaging, which is active right now, and you should be able to configure this. Right now, it is not working because this is a bug of this version of the plugin. I believe that in the next versions, this will work fine. So you can go here and configure that sentence and be able to remove it or change it as you wish, of course. So don't worry about it. Anyway, this sentence should appear only if you're using PayPal payment methods pay later. So in this case, you see I have disabled this and the sentence is still there. So it is kind of a little bug of the PayPal plugin. And regarding Stripe, you can change this payment methods buttons. You can also remove them or place them wherever you want just by going to the settings, payments, Stripe, manage. And as you saw before, we just need to go to the payment methods and scroll down here and change here the Apple Pay and Google Pay settings. In fact, here you see that they are enabled on the checkout, on the product, and on the cart page. Let me show you here the cart. They're going to be shown like this. Looks pretty nice. And then we have them at the checkout, at the top of the checkout before paying. So the customers can choose if they want to pay directly with those methods or if they want to fill all the details about the in the checkout. And now, in order to be able to test also our checkout process, we're going to Stripe, click on Manage, and we're going to enable in Settings the test payment methods. So we're going to enable the test mode, and we're going to save changes. All right, now when you are on test mode, you will see here test mode enabled. And when you go on the checkout, we reload the page. And basically, when we are using Stripe here, we are in test mode. So we see that we have this sentence here that says we can test this bus just by using this card number here, providing any value here, and then we can go here and place the order, right? All right, so now we have configured all different payment methods and you're ready to accept them on your e-commerce and start selling. Now that we have enabled different payment methods, let's go and modify the way that we are seeing them right here and enhance the design here. So we open up Elementor in the checkout page, and we refine a little bit the design here of different elements. Okay, let's scroll down here to the checkout part. We select the checkout. We go to the style and we scroll here to have a preview. We will open up now here the customize part, and we're going to select here the payment section. All right. We can click here on customize payment. All right, we can change the background color. Let's see if it will work fine like this. Why not? All right. We can change the border type, we can change the border width and so on. But in my case, I just want to change here a little bit of the info box and descriptions. So the info box background type, let's go and see what happens if we change the color here to be white. All right, it is already white. So we can go and make it, yes, white. We be sure that this is going to show up like this. We can change the description color and typography. In my case, I will change a little bit the typography to be, oh, actually, I will go everywhere with the text space. So everything will be more visible. The message here, maybe I can try a different color. No, this is not so visible. Let's keep text. All right. And the link color, I will keep it as it is. All right. Now we'll publish and I'll go back here to my checkout page. All right. It is working fine. Perfect. I have all my settings in place here. Okay. I will just need to provide a little bit of a spacing down here. You see that the button, for example, the PayPal button, it's too, there's no spacing. So let's go and do it. In my case, I will select the container that has the checkout inside. I'll go to the advanced tab and I'll use a bottom padding or a bottom margin. In my case, I will go with padding. I unlink values and I assign here a rem value of 5 to the bottom. All right, so that is going to breathe a little bit. And now at the checkout page, when we have PayPal selected, you see that there is some space here that makes everything work a little bit better. All right. Let's go and check now how you can enable tax collection, like in this case here, the VAT, for your products based, of course, on your needs. In this case, we can go to the dashboard, we go to WooCommerce and Settings, as always, and here we see that there is a tax label, and to enable this, we just need to go to General and make sure to enable taxes here. In my case, I have enabled this, I have saved, and I have here this tax label, and I can click here and see all the different tax options. I can decide, for example, if I want to use all the pricing on my website to be inclusive of taxes or to be exclusive of taxes. In my case here, for example, I have selected no, I will enter prices exclusive of tax. Then you can decide how taxes are being calculated. In this case, for example, based on the shipping address of your customers, based on the building address, based on the shop base address. Depending on your needs, you can change here the configuration. You can change also the shipping tax class. For example, if you're applying taxes also to your shipping methods, you can decide here how this should be done. You can also decide how to round the taxes in this case. And also if you need some additional tax classes. In this case here, the tax classes are the standard rates, which is the one which is available by default. And here WooCommerce adds also a reduced rates and also a zero rates. If you want, you can disable those, or you can create custom ones just by typing here custom tax rate. And when you save changes, you will see that this custom tax rate will be here, and you can provide all the different information about tax rates on different countries. Okay, now let's go back to tax options. We scroll down and we see how we can choose here how we can display prices in the shop and in the cart and checkout. In my case, excluding tax. If you want to display including tax, let me show you here the difference. For example, if I will display pricing including tax, for example, in the shop page, and I save changes here, when I go and visit my shop page right now, it will show all the pricing including taxes. You see here. So basically, this is going to be the price including tax. And when I go to my cart, I will see the price still including tax like this. In my case, I will keep this pricing here excluding tax, and it is better because I am actually treating prices here excluding taxes. So this is better to keep things organized and more clear for your customers. While if you provide, for example, pricing inclusive of tax, you might also here change this and simply go and display your pricing including taxes in the shop page and in the cart page. If you want, you can also display here a suffix after the pricing plus VAT. For example, if you're selling from Europe, and you can display tax totals itemized or as a single total. So let's save changes and let's keep them itemized. When we go now to our cart page, all right, we add a few products. Let's go to the shop page and let's add a few products. We see that here we have the plus VAT suffix. All right. We add a few products to the cart. Let's go in this one. We'll add to cart this one. We'll also add this one. And then when we go to the cart page, we will see the VAT calculation here. When we go to the checkout page, we will see the VAT calculation here too, which is great. Let me show you now how you can set up the VAT or any other tax that you need to collect in your store. In my case, I'm using some standard rates since I am selling from Europe and I need to collect VAT. And you can see here, I have applied all the different standard tax rates that I can apply in different European countries. How you can create this table? It is pretty simple, actually. Let me show you from scratch how you can enable this. I remove all these rows and I save changes. And if you do not have taxes applied here in this rates, and let me show you what happens now. Now that I have disabled all my different rates and they are all empty basically, even if I have enabled my tax options, when I go and visit my store, I won't see any tax. I will just see the plus VAT sentence, but actually this would not work because when I'm in the checkout here, I won't see any VAT, you see, because basically I'm not collecting it because I am not providing any tax rate. So now I will go to standard rates and I will insert all the different rates of different taxes that I need to collect based on the country that I'm selling to. And in my case, I will insert here all the different rates that are applied right now in Europe. So in the official website of European Union, I go and simply go and collect all those rates here. I ask ChatGPT to create a CSV file using the same format that I have here. So by just exporting an empty CSV, I will upload it here to ChatGPT and tell him to create a file using all those rates. All right. Then I have my file here. All right. And I can simply go and import my CSV file. Choose file, open. Upload file and import. I have 27 countries in Europe. And when I click on view tax rates, and then I click on standard rates, I will be able to see all the different tax rates, you see. In this case, there is the correct rate and there is the correct tax name beside here, right? When I save my changes, I will be able to see them applied in my store. Let me show you what happens if you want to add manually some tax rates. So let's go to this one, for example. All right, we insert the row and we choose the country code. Let's say like this, and it will suggest all the different countries. Let's say this one. You can also collect per state or per postcode and so on. In my case, it will keep the country. The rate here, you should do the rate. The tax name, okay, you can give it here. You can change the priority in the eventuality that you have different classes and rates that are applying to a single country, for example. And then you can go to compound here, which means that you can choose whether or not to compound a rate. Compound tax rates are applied on top of other tax rates. And then you can go and decide if you want to apply this specific rate also to shipping. In this case, we'll disable this. So basically you can save changes, and this is going to be a tax rate available on your store. In my case, I will remove this one and go back to the standard tax rates. All right, it wasn't removed correctly. Yes, it was. All right. And then if I decide here not to apply this to shipping, I just need to go like this. And those tax rates will be applied only to products and not to shipping. Let's save changes. And voila. Now, when I go back to my store and if I try to buy something, I will see that tax rates will be applied correctly. You see here. Now I'm applying the tax rate here based on the billing and shipping country of my customers. And if I want to change how this is being collected, I can go back to my settings. I can go back to my tax settings. And I can change here the way I'm calculating taxes. For example, I can change it to the shop-based address. And if my address is based on France, like in my case, I will see that the calculation now will be in TVA, which is the VAT specifically applied for France, which is different. You see here. And when I proceed to checkout, instead of seeing IVA, which is the Italian one, which is the one which is selected in the checkout, I will see the TVA, which is the French one. So based on your needs, you can change the way you are collecting your tax rates, your taxes, just by going here into the tax options. All right. Let me show you now what happens if you want to enable some custom tax rates for some specific products. When you enable tax collection and you go into a product, you will scroll down to the product data, and into the general tab, you will see a section here dedicated to taxes. You see the tax status is taxable. If you want, you can disable tax status for this specific product, for example, or enable taxes only for shipping connected to this product, or just keep it on taxable. You will also have all the explanations here if you prefer to, yes, to dive deeper into all different settings. And here you can decide to assign a specific tax class. Let's say that you keep standard, and let me show you how this will work. I'm going to see this product now, and I'm going to actually empty my cart. Okay. And I'm going just to add to cart this specific product. Okay. I'm going to view my cart, and you see that now I'm applying the tax based on my selling country. So from France, this is the TVA from France, and it's 15 euros. Let's say that in my country, I need to apply a different tax rate to ebooks. Let's say this is just an example. I'll go back to my book here, and I will decide to assign another tax rate. For example, my custom tax rate. Okay. Or my reduced tax rate, as you want. I will choose the reduced rate. I will go and update. And now when I go back to my checkout, if I reload the page, nothing is going to be applied. Why this? Because my country right now, it has no setup the reduced tax rate. So I go back to my tax settings. I go to the reduced rate. All right. I insert here the country code France. Okay. State code, I don't need it. I just need my reduced rate. The France one is 20%, and let's say that this is 10% for books. And I won't apply this to shipping. I just want to apply this to the product. And then I will go and save changes. Okay. Now, if I reload my cart page, I will see that the 10% taxes will be applied. Look, 7.90 is being applied like this. And this also is happening because in my tax options, I said that I want to calculate tax based on my shop-based address. While if I'm calculating them on the customer shipping or billing address like this, let me show you what happens. Nothing will appear here because I do not have a tax base from Italy, for example, which is the tax country which is a field here on the checkout. Let me show you how this is going to work. I go to my reduced rates, and I insert the Italy row. When I sell to Italy from a reduced rate, I will place it to, let's say that in Italy it's 7%. Tax name is reduce like this. Let's say that the tax name is the books VAT. Save changes. And when I reload my checkout here, I will see the books VAT applied here. You see? That's pretty cool, right? Okay. Now let's go and set up shipping methods for your products and for your sales. Of course, this is going to be useful only if you are selling physical products. Let's go and see how this works. We go to our dashboard, we go to WooCommerce, and we go to settings. Okay. And we see that here we can select if you want to enable or not shipping. In fact, here, if you want, you can disable shipping and shipping calculations all over your store if you do not need it, of course. In my case, I will ship to all the countries that I'm selling to, and I will sell to all countries. So I will keep it simple. Let's go now to shipping. You see, we have this label here. We can see that we have shipping zones, shipping settings, and shipping classes. Shipping zones are all the countries that you are selling to, and you can provide some shipping methods for each shipping zone. Let me show you what happens here. We will add a zone. Okay, the zone name will be just, let's say that I'm selling to Europe, and I have a flat fee that I want to apply to all my shipping to Europe. I'm going to start typing here Europe, okay, and I can select all the European countries, or if I want, I can select just some of these countries. In my case, I will select all of those countries and I will save changes, and then I will go and add some shipping methods for all the countries, for all the customers that are buying from Europe. This is just to keep it simple, of course, and to show you how this works. Let's add a shipping method. We can add free shipping, flat rate, or local pickup. In my case, I will use a flat rate to get started, and I will click on continue. And I can give it this flat rate a name, European shipping. Okay. Then I can go here and decide if I want to make this shipping method taxable or not. And this is up to you, of course. I will keep it taxable. And the cost here, I will provide a specific cost. All right, we can go here and say that we want to apply, for example, 10 euros for all our shipping to Europe. And this is going to be 10 euros for all our shipping to Europe. And here, if you go and hover, it says that you can also use some custom formulas to calculate the cost of your shippings. For example, if you want, you can apply the same cost for each item in the cart. Let me show you how this works. You can provide 10 euros for each item by doing like this and typing QTY like this. You see? So this is the formula that you can use if you want to apply the same cost to all the different items inside the cart. You can also use more complex formulas, as you can see down here, by applying some percentage values. And you can also use cost to use in your formulas the total cost of the items. And you can also set a minimum fee and a maximum fee value. If you want, you can also add some shipping class costs, and this is great because you can provide some additional shipping rates based on different products variables. For example, if you have heavy products or if you have lighter products, you can create some separate classes that you can assign to them. I will show you this in the next steps. Now let's just create and save this, all right? And we see that this is the first available shipping method for Europe, and let's see how this is going to work. Okay. Let's make a quick test now and buy a physical product. Let's say this one, a t-shirt. We're going to add this to the cart. All right. Let me clean this. I'm going to view the cart. And I see that basically here I have the shipping address, which is calculated here based on the data they have provided at checkout. Of course, because I have already filled the checkout. Otherwise, I won't see this. And I see, of course, the EU shipping method appearing here. Let me go and proceed to the checkout. Okay, and I see this applied here. I have the subtotal of my item, I have the shipping, and then here I have the VAT. And now, as you can see here, the tax is being calculated only on the item and not on the shipping method, you see? So basically, we are not collecting tax on the shipping flat fee, but we're just collecting taxes here on the book, on the product itself. If you want to calculate taxes also on the shipping methods, you just need to go back to your settings, your tax settings in this case, and you see that when you go on the rates that you are applying, you have a setting here which is called shipping, and you can enable this. Let's say that for shipping to Italy, I want to collect tax also on the shipping fees. So I can enable this, I can save my changes, and when I go and reload my checkout, I should see a different value here, and instead of seeing 4.84, in fact, I see 7.04 because I'm applying taxes also to my shipping flat fee. You see? So basically, you just need to adjust all your setting based on your needs in this case, and this is how shipping works. When you go back to your settings, let's go back to shipping. All right, let's say that you want to provide a different shipping method for Europe. We can edit here and we can add another shipping method. Let's say that we want to provide free shipping. We can click on continue, and free shipping is great because you can use different solutions when you want to provide free shipping. You can have no requirement. You can have a valid free shipping coupon, for example. We will see this when I will show you how you can create coupons in WooCommerce. Then you can also base this on a minimum order amount, or on a minimum order or coupon, or on a minimum order and coupon. So based on these settings, you can provide your free shipping rules. In my case, I will just use a minimum order amount, which will be, in my case, 60 euros. So for all carts above 60 euros, I will provide free shipping. If I'm using this also in combination with some coupon promotions, I can choose here if I want to apply the minimum order rule before applying the coupon discount or after. In my case, I will keep it like this, so I'm sure that people will spend at least 60 euros, all right? And if I want, I can also add some separated classes, but we will see this later. Create and save. Basically now, if someone spends more than 60 euros on my store, they will be able to select free shipping. I will also provide this as a preference if it is available, so I will place it at the top, and I will save changes. All right, let's go and see now what happens. I'm at checkout here. When I reload the page, since I'm just spending here 22 euros, nothing will happen. But if I go and add some more products to my cart, let's say that I increase here the number of products to 3. All right, so now I'm spending 66 euros. I see that free shipping is now pre-selected, right? That's awesome. We can click now on proceed to checkout, and we see that basically we are using free shipping. All right. And we can go here and pay with PayPal. If you want, you can also hide all the other shipping methods when free shipping is available. We just need to go back to our dashboard. We go to WooCommerce Settings. We go to Shipping, and we go to Shipping Settings. Basically here there is an option that will let you hide shipping rates when free shipping is available. Let's click it here. Let's save changes. And when we go back to our checkout, since now free shipping is available for this specific cart, we will reload the page and we will just see free shipping. This is better because it might be confusing if you're still offering paid solutions when actually a free solution is available, of course. Let me go on now here by showing you how you can also add a local pickup method, and this will basically allow customers to pick up orders themselves. By default, when using a local pickup store, base taxes will apply regardless of customer address. Continue. All right, we can change, we can also choose to make this local pickup free, or if we want, like by typing 0 here, or we can just go and apply a flat fee like this one, let's say 10 euros. And you can change if you want to make it taxable or not. And you can change also the name here. Create and save. All right, we can change, of course, also the ordering here. Let's put it here. And we will see now when we reload the checkout, local pickup will still be available, of course, because it is not a fee. It is just a different service that you are providing to your customers. And when I choose local pickup, since it's based on my country, you see here the tax also is changing because it's applying the French taxes instead of applying here the Italian one, which is the one which is calculated in my cart here in my checkout. This is awesome. You see, so based on your needs here, you can really become very detailed on the solutions that you want to apply to your shipping and taxes, of course. And in my case, I will leave it like this. Perfect. Let's go back to our shipping zones here. I'm going to Europe here. I'm going to edit this. And I just wanted to tell you that if you are providing, for example, some shipping costs like this one and you choose taxable, this is going to be enabled only if you actually have enabled some tax rates for shipping. In fact, here when I am on taxes and I go to standard rates, I see that I need to enable them here if I want to apply them to shipping rates. In my case, for example, for Italy, I have applied them. And if you want, you can enable this also for other countries if you prefer. And when you start having more than one tax rate for the same country, for example, you can choose which one should have the priority here using compound and also using priority here. By using priority, you can define multiple tax rates for a single area and you can prioritize them here. And if you have multiple tax rates in the same cart, you can choose also to assign a specific tax rate to be a compound rate using this setting here. So basically this is going to be the one that will take priority on the others. Let's go back to shipping now and let's see how shipping settings works. Basically here in shipping settings, you can change the calculations. For example, you can enable the shipping calculator on the cart page, and we already saw this in action when we are in the cart page. Basically, this is going to give a preview of the shipping calculation here, where you can also go and change your address to have a quick preview of the pricing and the free and the shipping methods that you have available. And if you prefer to keep the cart simple and to make it less crowded, you can go here and disable this. And basically here in the cart, I will still see the shipping methods and available settings, but I won't be able to have the calculator as I showed you before. So when I enable the calculator and I save changes, I will be able here to change my address and update and see a preview of the available shipping methods. While if I disable this, I just be able to keep the cart cleaner and not to have this change address call to action, you see? So up to you, what do you prefer to do? Then I can also decide to hide shipping costs until an address is entered. Save changes. Now, since I have entered my address in my checkout, this will be visible here. But if I go in the front end from here, let me show you what happens. Okay, I'm going to add some products to the shop, to the cart. Okay, and when I'm at the cart here, we'll see that the shipping and shipping methods are not available. And when I'm proceeding to the checkout, I won't see all the shipping methods here until I submit an address. Let's go and see how this works. All right, now that I have provided my address, I will see here all the different shipping methods that are available here for me. All right, I see the EU shipping flat rate and I see the local pickup rate. Great. We already saw how this works. So this basically hides other shipping rates when you have free shipping in the cart available. Then you can change the shipping destination here. You see, default to customer shipping address or default to customer billing address, which is the default selected by WooCommerce, or you can force shipping to the customer billing address. This controls which shipping address is used by default, of course. And then you can enable debug mode if you need to do so. Let's now go and see how classes work. You can use classes to group together products for which you need a separate fee. For example, if you need to apply a fee for lighter products that costs you less to ship, you can add a shipping class called light products or light objects, for example, or just light class. And here you can give it a description, for example, light objects under 300 grams. Let's create this. And we can also assign another class for heavy objects, heavy items between 2 and 5 kilograms. Let's create. All right. And now we have two classes that we can assign to our products based on their characteristics. Let's go and see what happens in our products now when we go to all products. And let's say that we have one product which is light and one other product that is heavy. And then we want to assign this specific class to apply a different fee when we are shipping it. Let's say that this jacket, it's a little bit heavy for us. It's maybe 2 kilograms. We can go to shipping here and we can assign a shipping class, you see. Basically, we can choose heavy or light. In this case, we choose heavy and we update. We go to all products. All right, we go to our socks. Let's scroll down here until we find our socks. And we will apply here another class. Okay, in the shipping. And this is going to be the light class. Let's update. Okay. Now we can assign those classes to all the products that we need to assign them to. And if you need to do that in bulk, you just need to select all the products. Let's say that we want to apply the light class also to the summer shorts and to this casual polo shirt. You can go on bulk actions, you can edit, you can apply, and you can see that here basically you can change a lot of different elements, including also the shipping classes. Look here. We're going to assign here the light shipping class. Pretty easy, right? So now we have assigned in bulk this class, and you can do the same also with the light class and all other classes that you are creating and assigning. But now where we can assign a specific fee to these classes, we need to go back to WooCommerce, to settings, and to our shipping settings. In fact, now when we open up our flat fee here in our zone, let's go and edit this EU shipping flat fee. We will see that we will have, instead of having just the basic part here, we will have all this, you see? We will have the first class, the second class, and here you will see it like this. You will see what happens when no shipping class cost is assigned. So keep in mind that now we are assigning 10 euros per each product in our example. So since this is going to be summed with all the cost of my classes, I'm going to remove now this and put it to 0. And I'm going to control everything directly here using classes and no classes. Let me show you what I mean here. My heavy shipping class cost will be 15 euros per each item, like this. My light shipping class cost will be 5 euros per each item. All right. And my no shipping class cost, it means when a product has no shipping class assigned, it will be my flat rate, 10 euros per quantity. This is pretty simple, you see. And I will decide the calculation type to be per class. It means that this will charge shipping for each shipping class individually instead of per order, because per order, it will charge shipping for the most expensive shipping class in the cart. In my case, I will leave it per class. Let's save, and let's see what happens when we go and add to the cart some of those products. Let's go to the shop, and in my case the first product is this one and it has no class assigned. So when I go and add to the cart, I will see that the cost, it will be 10 euros. And that's it, perfect. EU shipping 10 euros. Let's go now and add to cart another product that will have a shipping class. In my case the black leather jacket, which has a heavy product shipping cart. Let's view the cart. All right, we have also free shipping, but you see that 15 euros plus has been added here, and now I have 25 euros to pay, because there is this one, which is 10 euros, and this other one, which is 15 euros. Let me go and show you what happens if I add my socks now. Okay, let's go and select the options. Let's add them to the cart. Let's go and view the cart. We will have now all the different rates, you see, because this one is 10 euros, this one is 15 euros, and this one is just 5 euros. And so basically we have 30 euros in total here. So this is the calculation since I have set up like this in the classes here. And you can play around and choose the way that works the best for you. If you decide to assign a cost here, it will be the basic cost assigned to each and every item. If you, for example, assign it like this, QTE. Or if you prefer, you can also assign it as a basic cost for your shippings. For example, let's say 2.50 euros, because this is, I don't know, maybe the tax that you are collecting for your shipping or whatever you want to assign as a basic fee. And then all these other fees are going to be applied on the top of it. So if I save here and I go and reload the cart page, I will see that 2.50 euros more will be assigned here. You see, 32 and 50. So this is an example of how you can set up all your classes and make them work with all your shipping structure. If your e-commerce needs something like this one, a weight-based shipping solution, there are many plugins that do so. And this is a good solution if, yes, you plan to sell many different items in your e-commerce, and it makes sense in your case to calculate shipping just based on the weight of your objects, of your items. And yeah, I will show you how this works. Actually, it is a pretty good one. You can install this. There is a free version, and if I'm correct, there is also a pro version. You see here if you need more features. And this is widely used. It has over 60,000 active installations. And it is a perfect solution if you need to sell items and calculate shipping based on the weight. So let me go here and see how you can install this. Show you how you can install this. You go to Add Plugin. Okay, and you simply type here weight-based shipping like this for WooCommerce. All right. Now, when you search for this, you will find this plugin, which is here. You see 60,000 active installations, frequent updates, and compatible with your version of WordPress. Let's install it and see how this works. Basically, when you activate this, you will see a new section in your shipping in WooCommerce. So let's activate it. All right. All right, then we go on WooCommerce, we click on settings, and then we go in shipping. All right, we see here there is a new setting which is called weight-based shipping, and we can create all our different rules here. It says here you define a global shipping method, a method that is not tied to a specific shipping zone. You can go with the global or zone-specific methods or both, but if unsure, start with shipping zones. Find more details about how shipping works in WooCommerce in the following documentation article. So here, depending on the structure that you are assigning on your shipping methods in WooCommerce, you can decide this one or this one. This is recommended, so let's go and see what happens. It will send you back to shipping zones, and you will be able to click on edit, and now you have new rules. Basically, when you go here, add shipping methods, you will see weight-based shipping and the legacy one, but it is better to choose this one because it's the most recent one. And then you can go and click on continue. It says, lets you define a flat, progressive, and free shipping options based on cart weight, price, and contents. Let's go and check it out. All right. When we are here, we can go and define all different kind of weight-based shipping rates. Now you can turn off or on the whole weight-based condition if you want. And you have some starting points here. You can select, for example, the first one you see here, and you have all the different rules. We have the title, we can keep it like this. Destination here, we can choose which destination we want to assign this weight-based shipping rate, you see. We can then go on and decide if we want to apply this to specific products or not, you see. We can apply this only to specific range of weight, from 0 to 2 kilograms. Then we can set up here a value. So the total price should be included between 0 and 100. Then here we have the shipping fee, and when we click on each and different item, we can customize it, of course, here. You can see here you can become very specific in how you want to tie your weight-based shipping to your different items. And then you can add notes to remind yourself what this rule is all about, of course. You see here, this is pretty cool because you can see exactly how you can set up everything. And I think it's one of the best solutions if you want to sell and ship and charge a fee based on the weight of your elements on your cart. Of course, if you're using this, you should also set up all the different product weights. You will need to go back to your products and in the product data settings, you will need to go to the shipping part and set up here the weight, you see. If you want, you can also set up the dimensions, but in this case, it is very important to set up the weight. And this is going to be reflected, of course, in your shipping methods. Let's do a quick example. Let's say that this is going to weigh 0.500 kilograms. Actually, I need to use comma here. All right. And I will save this and I will add it to my cart. Okay. And I'll see now if I have a new shipping method, which is available based on the weight. So actually here, you just need to go and give a title to your all your different shipping weight-based shipping methods, and then you save. So let's go and do it here. I'm going to give it a title, a specific one, weight-based range number 1, for example. And then when you save and you go to add to your products a specific product that has a weight associated, you will see it. You will see this specific weight-based shipping method appearing here, you see. In my case, I have my one that I have created one. I have the local pickup, and I have also the weight-based shipping. Of course, if I'm using this, I should disable all the others because they won't be relevant and no more if I'm using this kind of structure. And this is pretty cool. You see, you can really go on here and become very detailed about all the solution and structure that you are applying to your weight-based shipping. And using all these different ranges and data, you can apply your rules. And of course, remember that if you need more from this plugin, you can always upgrade to the premium version. You just go here. For example, if you see that there are some rules that you cannot use, it means that they are in the premium version, and you can go here and see all the different solutions that you have when you want to upgrade to the premium version. You click here and you buy it. It is a very used plugin. It is very appreciated from the community, so you can go and rely on it if you need to weight-base your shipping rates. Let me show you now how you can proceed if you want to enable order tracking on your shipping. For example, when you ship products, you want to be able to share with your customers the tracking order code so that they can follow up each and every step of the shipping. Let me show you how you can do it. There is a free plugin to do so. You can go to the plugins. You can click on Add Plugin, and you simply search for YIT shipping tracking, Yeet shipping tracking. All right, this is the plugin. We install it, we activate the plugin, and now we see that if we scroll to the Yeet section, we have the order, shipment, and tracking section. All right, here we can change the default carrier. If we're using, for example, DHL, we can do like this, and we can of course change it as we wish. If we are using the premium version, we can also upload a full list of all the most used carriers in the world. Down here we have all the users options. This is the text that is going to be shown to the users in their own account page. So your order has been picked up by carrier name on pickup date. Your tracking code is track code. Live tracking code on carrier link. All right, you can choose to position this top before the products list or bottom after the products list. Choose the position, and this is great. And you can also use this shortcodes if you want to change some information provided inside here. Save options. All right, and we can go and see into our website now what happens. When I receive an order and I go and open it up, for example, this one, processing order, I will see that now I have a new section dedicated to the carrier. By scrolling down, I will see the order tracking section. All right, I can say that the order has been picked up by the carrier, for example. I can provide the code. Let's say that this is the code. I can give the carrier name. If I do not enter the name, it's going to use the default one. All right. And then I can insert here the pickup date. And then here I can go and insert the carrier website link to let the user track the shipping. All right, let's update now. And we will also assign this order as completed. Update. All right, now the order is marked as completed. The user has received the notification that the order has been shipped. I can also provide some more information here if I want to. Unfortunately, I cannot do it automatically because I'm using the free version of this plugin. In the premium version, you can also add here all the data about your shipping tracking code. But in this case, we are just using the free version. So basically here we can change the notification by providing some information, telling maybe the customers that they can find more info about their tracking and shipping code order directly into their account. And if we want to see how they're going to see all the information that we provided here, we can just switch and log in as if we were our customers. So we go to plugins, add plugin, and there is a very useful plugin called User Switch, all right, that will let you switch your users and yes, put yourself in the place of your customers and see how they are seeing the website. It is user switching. This is the free plugin that I am talking about. We activate this plugin, and when we go now to our customers, to our users list, all right, we will see that there are all our customers here. Of course, in my case, I'm using a test with a new customer, which is this one, and I will click on switch to. You see, when I hover with the mouse, I can switch as I was seeing the website like this customer, and I can go on my orders, and I can basically go and click track, you see here, and I can go and track here my shipping. As you can see here, there are all the informations that I've provided here by me in the backend. And if I open up the order, I can see all the details also here, tracking info. This is pretty cool, right? And now once I checked how my clients will see the website, I can go back and switch to my administration account. And I'm back in my account. As you can see here, I see again my administration bar, and I can go and administrate my website. Now let's go and customize all the different emails that we receive when we buy something on our store. Most of all, our clients, of course, emails. Because we will receive a notification, of course, of someone buying on our store, but also our clients, they will receive some transactional emails about all the details about their purchase. Let me go and show you how this can be set up. We can go on settings, and we can see that there is a setting here regarding just emails. When we click on emails, we see that there are many different emails that are automatically set up for us and sent to us and to our customers. In fact, here in the recipients column, you see that some of these emails are just directed to the administrator of the website, and other emails are just directed to the customer when they do something in our store, when they buy something, when they do upgrade something about their account and so on. So let me show you here how all this works. You can, first of all, you can scroll down until you find the end of the page and you see the email sender options. Here you can change the from name, for example. You can change it to your brand name or yourself, whatever works the best for you. Then here, I will go like this. All right, WooCommerce tutorial. And here I will change the from address email if I need to do so. Here I can change the logo that I'm going to display in my emails, and I can change also the logo width. I will use, in my case, my logo here, which is this one, all right? And I will also go here and change the width. No, I will keep it like this, the width. I have the alignment of my header on the left. I can change also the accent color, actually, and I will do it right now. I will use this color here as an accent color. Okay. And I will change here the font family if I want. You see here you have a quick preview of everything. Let's say that I want Arial. Here we can change also the footer text if you want to do so. Yuppie, like this. And all right, you can even sync your color palette with your theme. I never tried this one. I do not know if it works very well. And yes, we can test it out actually. We can save here now changes. And we can test out this synchronization with my theme palette. Okay, it doesn't work. Undo changes. And here you can have a preview. So basically, these are all the emails that you can preview. Let's say that you will want to preview this new order email or this completed order email, for example. And you will see that the design of the email is going to be something like this, you see? So this is the footer that we customized together. Yippee! And then we can save changes when we are ready. When we go and scroll down here, we can also have a quick preview from mobile to see if everything works fine. It is pretty cool, modern, and good looking. And you also can send a test email if you want to do so. Let's do it together so we can see how the emails that we will receive and that our customers will receive, they're going to be, how they're going to look like in the real life examples. All right, let's send this test email. Now let's open up our email reader. Now this is the email that I received. You see here there is the object, there is my name, my from email, okay, and then this is the content of the email. It works pretty well, and yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with it. And you can go on by customizing it all over here, you see? So basically, this is the basic settings. Now, when you want to change a specific notification, you have to go inside here and click on Manage or click on the title of the notification. This notifications, the first three notifications, are the one that are sent, you see here, to the website administrator. And you can actually go and change here some of these elements. You can enable or disable this specific notification. You can change the recipients, for example. You can even add more recipients with just by separating them with a comma. You can change the subject. You can change the email heading and the additional content down here, you see. You can change also the email type, and you can also provide some some copies, emails that will receive the same message, and you can have a preview of the message down here. So it's pretty well done. This, if you also have, if you are a developer, you can go here and use directly the HTML template. And that's it. You can go back to emails now, and we can see the emails that our customers will receive. And this one is the most common one because if you're selling physical products, this is the mail that is going to go out for first, because it will tell your customers that the purchase has been completed, but that the order is in processing status, because the administrator need to go, of course, approve the order and send the item before marking the order as processed and sent and shipped, of course. So now let's see how this notification will work like. You see, thank you for your order. Hi, just to let you know we have received your order and it's now being processed. Here's a reminder of what we ordered, and that's it. You see, very easy and pretty easy. Here you can also change the additional content if you need to do so. You see that this additional content will be added right down here at the end of the email, and you can change it if you want to, if you need to do so, of course. And if you're happy, then you can save changes. Let's go back to emails. When you scroll down and you see the completed order, this, of course, is one of the most important emails because it says that it tells the client that your order has finished processing, and of course that if you are selling physical products, you will send maybe a tracking code or anything that is related with the shipping, of course. And that's it. So basically, this is the email that your clients will receive when the orders are marked as completed. In fact, when you receive some orders, we will see it in a few seconds, you will be able, you generally receive them as a processing status. Then when you finish working on this order, you can go here and put it on completed, you see? So that when you update, the customer will receive the completed order email and they will know that their order has been shipped, for example. You see? Pretty simple. All right. So these are the basic settings regarding emails, and I invite you to go and check them out. In the eventuality that you need to customize them even further, you can jump inside each and every notification and decide if you want to keep it active, if you want to disable it, and if you want to customize it, of course, as we saw that you can do. And regarding emails, you will notice that you have one which is called Notes. Let me show you where is this one. Look, there it is, customer note. When you open up this email, you see that this is a kind of notification that you can send to your customers when you have to communicate something specific about your order. So, for example, if you're selling physical products where you have the need of a shipping code, of a tracking code, for example, you can add this as a note if you want. It is not the only solution if you want to share shipping codes with your clients. Of course, there are dedicated plugins, but this is one of the easiest way if you do not want to install a third-party plugin. You can go, in fact, on your orders, and you see that each time you receive a new order, when you are inside the order notes, we will see also in a moment how you can manage all this stuff here. You will have also the ability to send a note to the customer. You see here in the right side, you have the order notes, and if you decide to add a note, you can go here and share your tracking code, for example. For example, you can share this kind of note. Hi there, this is your tracking code, and you share the tracking code. And of course, you have to leave this note to the customer. And when you add this note, all right, you will have it here in your notes, and you will also see that this has been sent to the customer because it's been highlighted now like this. Let's go and see how this works in the email notification. As you can see here, I have my note here with my tracking code, and that's it. So if you need to share some information, some additional information with your clients, you can do it like this. When you have an e-commerce store to set up, it is very important, it is vital that your emails will go through and will avoid to finish in spam folders. So a very important best practice to do is to install an SMTP plugin. This is pretty cool, and because there are many different free solutions. When you go in plugins and you type SMTP, okay, you go on add plugin, you type here SMTP, all right, and you will see many different free solutions will be suggested here. You have this one, which has 4 million plus active installations. Then you have many other different solutions. You see here, this is pretty cool, right? Okay, in my case, I will suggest you to use the Fluent SMTP provider, this one, because it's free and it has many installations and it is pretty powerful out of the box. So let's install this one, Fluent SMTP. And of course, the business which is providing this plugin is a very active and huge business. So we are sure that this plugin will be maintained in the future, and we can go and configure Fluent SMTP right now. So this will avoid us to finish in spam when we are sending transactional emails like order confirmation emails, or I don't know, even just password reset emails and any other emails that is coming out from your website. You will be sure that they're going to work perfectly. If you're not using any of these other services, I will suggest you to set up other SMTP, this one. And if you're using a hosting provider that also offers you email and domain settings, this is the perfect solution. Let me show you how this works. I go in the sender settings and I choose the from email. In my case, it will be info at all right. And here I have my custom name, make your e-commerce. Okay. All right. I can choose to force the from email and also choose to set the return path to match the form email. Okay, I will keep it like this. And I can also choose to force the sender name. So basically each email that will, come outside from my website will be shown as sent from Make Your E-commerce as a sender name. Then here I have to provide the SMTP host and the SMTP port. These are all information that you can find on your hosting solution. In my case, I'm using Hostinger, so I will be able now to connect my SMTP host directly using Hostinger. Let's go and do it together. I will create a free email account in Hostinger just by going here and claiming my free email. My domain will be makeyourecommerce.com. I'll click on confirm. All right, and I will get started with my free email. All right, let's proceed. And here I can create my email inbox. I will go with this, info@makeyourecommerce.com. I will enter a password here. All right. And then I will go here and simply create this account. Great. Okay. Then if I skip here, I will see all the different details when I go into my account. I will go on connect app and devices. All right, and I can see all the different settings. This is, for example, our server SMTP is the one that we need now, hostinger.com. The port is 465. Let's go and insert this data right here. Okay, 465. Then we have the encryption. We can choose, for example, SSL. Let me check if this is if it is the yes SSL. It's active here. And then let's see what else it's asked here. Use auto TLS. Okay, all right. And then here we will use our username and password. Let's see if this works. Save connection settings. All right. Then we go and click on email test. All right. And let's do it. Send test email. We also have an email log. Okay, test email has been successfully sent. This is great, right? And no, we do not want to subscribe to updates. We just need to go and check out if we received the email. And actually, I've received it. I'm going to take a screenshot and show it to you. Look here, what's happening. That's it. This is my email, my test email. I have my subject here. I have my sender name and sender email. This is perfect. And here, all the different content of my test email. This is huge. And then I have an email log. This is very important when you have an e-commerce because we can see very clearly which email has been sent to who. And you can also resend them if you see that there are some problems, for example. And you can see also all the successful and failed emails. This is very important because if you see, for example, that a client, a customer of yours has not received a confirmation order and because it's in the failed folder, you will be able to resend it very easily like this, and you will be sure that that specific customer will be notified that, for example, the order has been shipped, let's say. And this is a very powerful free plugin that I invite you to install and configure as we did together right now. Let's go and set up now a simple solution to geolocate your customers automatically when they visit your website. This is, has some advantages because one, it's free, and second, it will let you pre-configure some details on the checkout based on the location of your customers. So let's go and do it together. We go to WooCommerce and Settings. All right, we're going here to our settings, and we're going to visit, in this case, the advanced integration. So it is just the integration tab, this one. We see that this one is called MaxMind Geolocation. They might also change the position of this one because I feel weird that it is the only integration that is right here. But by the way, it is as it is. And it is called MaxMind License Key. We have to create one together. As I was saying before, it is free. Let's click here by opening this into a new tab. All right. And let's go and create one by clicking here on WooCommerce integrates with MaxMind GeoLite 2 Geolocation. We scroll down here, we see that we need to create a MaxMind account by visiting this page, which is exactly this one. And here we can sign up by creating our account. Let's go and do it. Okay, so I filled all the data here, you see. I just specified a few details about my business. And then I specified here what platform software integration will use MaxMind with. And I specified WooCommerce, and for which you should use is going to be just WooCommerce customization. I agree to the terms and conditions and I create my account. All right. Now I will receive an email with instructions on how to access the database. This is the email that I have received. All right. The first thing is to click on the first link and create a password. All right. And we create one. Let's save here. All right. I will try like this. And it is perfect. We just need to confirm the authentication with a two-factor authentication. This is the code. And now I can verify my account. All right. To comply with data privacy regulations, please monitor our Do Not Sell My Personal Information request page. All right. So if you want, you can open it up and we can see what it's all about. Then we can close here. And then here we have all the resources, you see? Perfect. Let's go and see back to the documentation. It says that we have a setting called Manage License Keys. Okay, let's go back into our account. And we have this, Manage License Keys, exactly. All right. We can click now on Generate New License Key. Okay, and we give this key a name. In my case, it will be WooCommerce Tutorial. I can confirm here, okay. And then you says that my new license key has been created. This license key is stored in a hashed format for security purposes. It may take up 5 minutes for this new key to be activated. So we can might need to wait a little bit before it works. And this will be the only time this key is displayed to you in full. Please copy the key to a safe location for your future reference. This is very important. So we copy the key, we save it into a note or into a file, someone very secure for us. Then we can go back to our integration, maximize geolocation, and finally here we can paste our secret key. Save changes. All right, now it says that the maximize license key is invalid. If you have recently created this key, you might need to wait for it to become active. So don't worry, we just come back here in a few minutes and we try to save changes again. Let's go and try again after a few minutes. And perfect, your setting has been saved. Now, before going and visit my website from the front end into an incognito tab, I go to my general settings in WooCommerce and I scroll down until I find default customer location. And here I can finally use geolocation. And this is exactly what I'm going to enable right now. All right, save changes. So basically this setting, it will identify the country that my customer is connecting from, and it will assign that specific country to the checkout. Not only that, this is going to be used also for any other settings that require geolocation, like for example, multi-currency. All right, let's go and see how the checkout will behave in the front end now from an incognito mode. Don't worry if you see this sentence here, it is most likely produced by the plugin WooCommerce Payments, and it is also false because I'm not connecting from United States. So I will just dismiss this, all right? And I will go now to my shop page. I will go here, add to cart, view cart. All right, here I can see that I can go to the checkout, and here my country will be assigned automatically. Now I'm in France, so I will see it like this, but if I will use a VPN and connect from Italy, for example, or from any other country in the world, it will be recognized by MaxMind, and it will be assigned automatically here in my country region settings. And this is great because not only it shows like this in the checkout, but it will also influence the way that I'm seeing taxes, for example, or the way that I'm seeing shipping methods and so on. If you're also seeing this banner here in the top part of the website, of the homepage, this is a banner produced by the plugin WooCommerce Payments when you enable the multi-currency feature here. And basically, this is the responsible for that banner. If you disable this and you save changes, you go back to your homepage and you reload the page. It shouldn't be visible anymore. Let's also empty the caching. All right, you see that the banner has disappeared. And if you want to disable, of course, all the multi-currency section here, you can just go to your WooCommerce Payments settings. All right, let's leave here. And you will just need to scroll to the bottom of this page and disable the multi-currency solution. All right, save changes. Let's go up here again. Now, if I try to visit the multi-currency page, it shouldn't be working. All right, in fact, I'm back to my general tab. Great. Now let's go and check out the checkout process of our e-commerce. We will open up the website into an incognito mode, so be sure to disable any kind of coming soon mode. In fact, if I am in Elementor, if I go to settings page, or even better to the tools page in my case, all right, I just make sure that in maintenance mode, I do not have enabled the coming soon or the maintenance mode. In my case, it is disabled. And also in WooCommerce, when you click on live here, you see that you have this link to the site visibility, and make sure to have it on live so that now we can test it out in the front end. Let's open up the website into an incognito mode, and we can go here and go to the shop page and simply go and add to cart a few products and proceed with the checkout. So as you can see here, the process is pretty simple. We can visit our products, If we go and choose to visit the product page, we just click on the image or on the title, and we can see all the details of this product. We see that when we scroll here, we have a sticky image on the left. We have a related product section here, and an upsell product section and a related product section here. Then we have a different bunch of data here on the right. So the title here, the breadcrumbs, the how do you call this, the reviews. We will talk about this later. And then we can add to cart, and we can also pay with Apple Pay or Google Pay. We also have this beautiful call to action here, which is great. We can go and read the product reviews here. All right, and that's it. So we can go and add to cart. And when we add to cart a product, we see this message here, WooCommerce notification, that, by the way, you can customize if you want, just by opening up the settings into your e-commerce. You go here, you open up the Elementor settings, and you see that there is a section dedicated to WooCommerce where you can customize all the different WooCommerce notifications, including the product added to cart. So you feel here, WooCommerce. You see that you can go and modify all the different notices. You see here, you have the basic one here. Then you can enable error, message, or info. That was an info or a message. I think it was a message or notification, that one, which is this one, you see. And we can change, for example, the buttons when we hover them. Let me go and check it out. Button, hover. I want to change the text color to this one, for example. And I want to do the same also for the others. So I'll go in the info notice, and I go to the button on hover. I want to change the text color to this one. All right, and that's it. So let's save changes. When I go back now onto my incognito mode, if I reload the page here and I try to add to cart a product, I will see that when I hover the message here, the button will behave like this. Great. Let's go and view the cart now. We have 2 products. Let's go and put it back to 1. All right, the cart is going to be updated automatically. Let's proceed to the checkout. And now we can fill here our billing details, or we can also pay with Apple Pay or with Google Pay. In my case, I will just go and fill the form here with billing details. Let me go and check it out how this is going to behave on mobile. All right, just to be sure that everything is clear and perfect. I think it is pretty cool, right? You see, we can just fill the checkout data here. And we see also that we can, yes, just fill here the information about our payment, and we can place the order. It looks good, so let's do it. Of course, we are in test mode right now. All right, now I have filled the form here with all my details. I can also subscribe to the news and offers. This is connected to Omnisend, and it is a great solution if you want to keep contact with your customers and also maybe send some upsells and increase your revenue. I will show you how you can customize even better all this part in the next steps. And now you can also choose if you want to ship to a different address. This is not my case. And I can go here and check this out. If I have a coupon code, I can insert it here. All right, I can choose the shipping method and so on. And then I can go and just make a test payment. It's going to be very fast, you see. We have all the credit card details here that we can fill up in a very easy way. Then we can scroll down. We just need to read and agree to the terms and conditions of the website. And then we can place the order. Let's go and do it. We should see now a confirmation page. It's going to be the thank you page that we created together using Elementor. And that's it. Thank you for your purchase. Thank you, your order has been received. Here we have all the details about our order, and we can go directly to our account to have an eye on what's happening. Here, we should also be, log into our account. But in our case, you saw that we were not creating an account while we were buying our products. So we will just have an email. We will just have received an email with all the data about the purchase. And this is the email that the customer will receive. You see, we have thank you for your order. Just to let you know, we have received your order and it's being processed. Here is a reminder of what you ordered. It has a very clean and modern design, and it looks very nice. We already saw how you can customize the design of this email in the previous steps. And as a store owner, I will receive this one. You've got a new order with the number of the order here and all the different details about this order, and a quick link also to go and process it. Let's go and click here. Basically, this is going to make me land into my orders page, into my single order that I need to process. I can also do the same by going to WooCommerce orders, and by going here, I see that there is an order made by a test customer, which is me. And I can see all the details about this order here. basically all the products that are in the cart, the shipping methods that has been selected. And I can also process a refund here if I need to do so. And here, if I have some downloadable products, I can give access there. And I have a bunch of new data down here. Here, I can also provide a note if I wanted to inform my customer about something, about, for example, tracking code for my shipping or anything else. And I can go and send this note to the customer if I want to. And then I have all the different data about my order here on the top. So the payment notification link, the ID, the billing and the shipping address and so on. Let's go here and see what happens when I process my order. Basically, when I go here and I ship my order and it's completed, I can go and do completed. All right. The customer, as you can see here, is just a guest because it doesn't have an account. They do not have an account on the website. I will show you later how you can let your customers create automatically an account on the website. And then let's update the order. Basically, when I have marked the order as complete and I have updated, I will be able to see it in my order list as completed. But most of all, my customer will receive an email that confirms about the order being shipped. And this is the email that they will receive. Your order from Make Your Commerce is on its way. Good things are heading your way. We have finished processing your order. Here's a reminder of what you've ordered. Of course, you can change these sentences when you go to the email notifications settings in WooCommerce, as we saw together. And let's go back now to the website and let's see now how a customer that buys on our website can also have its own account. We just need to go on WooCommerce Settings, and we go on accounts and privacy. This is a very important part of your store. So basically here we can choose the behavior at checkout. We can enable guest checkout, which is the one that we already tested out together now, where the user basically can buy on your website without creating an account, or we can enable login during checkout. Or we can decide to disable this. So basically you choose what you want to do right now. If you prefer that all your clients will be forced to create an account on your website, or if you want also to allow guest checkouts. In my case, let me show you what happens if you do not allow them. All right, we can enable users to log in during checkout. So if they already have an account on our website, they will be able to log in at checkout. Then you can go here and choose the account creation process. Allow customers to create an account during checkout. And this is very important because otherwise they won't be able to buy, since we also disabled guest checkout. And you can also decide to allow a customer to create a free account directly from My Account page. So depending on the structure of your e-commerce, you can enable this. And before enabling this, let me show you the difference. So I'll go down here and save changes. And I'll show you now what happens if I go on my website and try to visit my account page. I see just a simple login form, but I cannot create an account. If you want to let users the ability to create an account from this page directly, you just need to go here and enable on my account page under the allow customers to create an account settings. Now, when I save changes and I go back to my account page and reload the page, I will see two forms. The first one will be to log in, and the second one will be to register to your e-commerce store and to create a free account. And you will also see the link to your privacy policy here. So basically, the customer can fill the email address here and they can register. They will just need to confirm their email and to create a password, and then they will be able to log into your website and have their own account created. And here, if you want to change the text here, how do you see anything about buttons or designing this page, you just need to go here into your dashboard page. You open up Elementor, you go to the dashboard widget, which is this one. And basically into the style tab, you go to the typography and you see that there is a section, there is a setting which is all about into the login. You see here, for example, you have login messages. And you go in typography here. In my case, I want to change here the elements. I want them to be a little bit smaller. All right. And when I publish and go and reload my account page from the front end, I will see that this text, for example, is now a little bit smaller. I can also change the color or whatever I want. And that's it. So if you want to leave this enabled, you can do it by leaving this checkbox enabled, and you can go and set up now the account creation options. You can send the password setup link, this is recommended, and you can use email address as an account login. This is also recommended because it will also shorten the checkout process, since it won't ask users to create their own usernames. So let me show you what happens now when I save changes and I go to the checkout. I'm on my shop page here and I add to cart a few products. Then I go to the checkout. I will see that now basically I can log in if I am a returning customer. So this is cool if I have already bought him on this website. Or I can simply go and create an account by filling the form here. You see? Basically here I'm not even aware of the fact that I'm creating an account. I can specify this, for example, here if I want. And I can go and make a test, and now it's going to behave a little bit different from the first one because we're going to be able to log in actually to our website automatically. Look, so here we're buying on the website. We can decide to subscribe also to Omnisend newsletter, to our Omnisend account newsletter, and then we can place the order. Let's go and see how this is going to behave. All right, thank you for your purchase. Now we have all our details here, but what happens if I go to my account page now? I will be automatically logged in. This is beautiful, you see, so basically we can keep an eye on our orders, on our downloads, on our addresses, payment methods, account details, and so on. And we can also, of course, go and see our offers and so on. This is my name, since my name is Test, client is going to call me Test, and it is working fine, you see. It says also that our account is using a temporary password, and we received an email to change our password. In fact, this is the mail that I have received, and it says that I can go here and set a new password. This is awesome. So this is working well, and is one of the best ways that you can proceed if you want to set up an e-commerce with a correct buying process in place. And as we were seeing here in the accounts and privacy process, you can also decide to enable a guest checkout. Like this, if you save changes and you go and visit again your checkout from an incognito mode, let's go and log out now. Okay, let's go to the shop page. We will add just this product here and we'll go and visit the checkout. We'll see that we can also decide or not if you want to create an account. So basically this is going to be decided by the customer if they want to do it. So here, depending on this setting here, it's going to be a little bit different. So be careful and choose the right solution in your case. Down here, you also have all the account erasers, requests, behavior. You can choose how to behave when someone requests, of course, to delete their account data. And then here you can change all the sentence regarding privacy policy in registration and checkout pages. And here you can also choose a specific period for personal data retention. So basically, this is all you need to know about the setup of the account and privacy of your customers when they're going to buy on your e-commerce store. Now, as you certainly know, an email marketing solution is mandatory when you run an e-commerce. If it is for your business or for your clients, you can offer this solution, which is Omnisend, and you can start for free. You can collect up to 250 contacts, and you can also upgrade with a 30% discount if you want to do so. If you followed my step-by-step solution that I provided you at the beginning of the video to create a coming soon page like this one, and you integrated your form with Omnisend, you should already have a free account created. If it is not the case, you just can head to my affiliate link down below, you click on it, and you click on sign up now. You will be able to create a free account, for example, just by signing up with your email. Then you can head over plugins, add plugin, you type for Omnisend, all right, and you install the version dedicated to WooCommerce, email marketing for WooCommerce by Omnisend. You just install this free plugin, which has over 80,000 active installations and a lot of positive reviews. And when you install and activate it, you can connect it to your account in a few clicks. You just need to click here on Connect Your Store to Omnisend, or you can just go here to the plugin link and decide if you want to create your new account from here or if you want to connect your existing account. Once you finish the connection process, you will see this screen here with a badge that says Connected to Omnisend, and you will see this General, Sync, and Logs tabs. The first setting here will let you collect email subscribers at checkout, and if this checkbox is checked, and if this text also is filled and you save it, you will see this appearing at checkout. In fact, now when I'm at checkout, I will see that I can collect emails of my new customers just by making them check this simple checkbox. And if I want, I can also improve here the text of this checkbox. I just need to go here and change it. Let's save this new text. And now when we reload the checkout page, we will see a different sentence. Be sure to receive special offers and updates about our products by subscribing to our newsletter. You can also decide to pre-select this opt-in checkbox in the checkout page Be careful that this might incur in some GDPR compliance problems, so make it only if you really know what you're doing and if you offer different kind of opt-in and opt-out to your customers, of course. Down here, you can also enable SMS opt-in if you prefer to contact your customers not only through email but also through SMS marketing. And you can create a separate text here. If you want, you can also assign a special tag to your imported contacts when they are subscribed through the checkout. In my case, I have created a new tag called Who25 and I have saved it. Now, when I finish saving here, I can go to the synchronization tab and make sure to see that everything is successfully synchronized. If you see that something is pending, you can resync or sync out contacts. All right, now I just need to synchronize my contacts since 2 are pending. I will click on resync all contacts and it has successfully synchronized them. In fact, here, when you go on your contacts, on your users list, you will see that I have just 2 contacts and that they are successfully synchronized now with my Omnisend account. That's awesome. I have also my orders, my products and my categories synchronized so that I can send some automatic emails, for example, to my contacts based on all these variables. In the logs, you can also check all the different actions that are occurring in the synchronization between Omnisend and WooCommerce. So if you need to keep an eye on this, you can do it from here. Now let's go to the Omnisend dashboard. You will see this welcome page here with some goals that you need to follow if you want to complete the step-by-step configuration. And you can go and head, for example, to your audience and see all your contacts. Right now I have 4 contacts, 3 of those are email subscribers. And in fact here I see that I have a few contacts. This is the test customer that I used to make some purchase on my website. And here I can see some data about my customer. I can see the total revenue, the number of placed orders, the revenue per place order, and also a predicted customer lifetime value. This is very nice. As you can see, all those data are very well crafted for people that needs to manage an e-commerce successfully. You can see the customer location, you can see the date that this customer has been added, and you can also see the lifecycle stage. This is awesome, you see. And this is also great if you want to send some customized campaigns only, for example, to customers that have recently purchased in your store. Let me scroll down here. We see the channels that this customer is subscribed, in my case, just email. We see the contact activity here on the right, and this is great because you can see in a very detailed way what the customer is doing on your store. You see, started checkout, viewed page, added a specific product to the checkout. You can even click and see the specific product that the customer has added to the checkout. You can also see when an order is submitted and also the total amount of the order and also the ID of the order that is connected to WooCommerce and all the other data. Then here you can see the details of this customer and you can see the tags that has been added. In this case, I have selected the Who25 tag to all the customers that are subscribing when they fill the checkout form and they check this checkbox. And this is working fine, you see. And I have set up this into the general tab of Omnisend. Right below here. It is working perfectly. So let's make another test now. I will fill this checkout with some other data. Let's say that I'm a new customer now and I'm buying for the first time. Okay, now I have filled all my data here and I'm checking this checkbox to be sure to receive special offers and updates about our products by subscribing to our newsletter. Great. I will go on and fill the form here. All right. I also decide to create an account and here is going to be very easy. This is just a test and I can agree to the website terms and conditions. Place order. Now my customer data is new customer and the email is pascal@pascalclaro.com. And let's go and check out if everything has been correctly saved and passed through Omnisend. I'll go back now to my audience, contacts, and I see that now I have 5 contacts. 4 of those are email subscribers. And in fact, here I have a new customer, Pascal@pascalclaro.com. Just subscribe right now. It is immediate, you see. And now inside here, I can see all the different data about this customer, the revenue that it generates, the number of orders, and also the revenue per place order value. I can see here all the different steps that this customer took on my website. I can scroll down and see also the tags that are here. In my case, you see, I have the Woo25 tag and I have also as a source WooCommerce. Works like a charm. Now I will show you how you can create an automation to send an email to customers that abandons a checkout. Let's go and click on automation and we will create a new workflow. We see that here we have some suggestions and we have also the abandoned cart and abandoned checkout. Let's create an abandoned checkout, clicking on customize workflow. And here we see the trigger is this one. Customers enter the workflow when they start their checkout. Customers exit the workflow when they place an order. Very basic, very easy. Trigger filters. Start the workflow after starter checkout wasn't updated for 1 hour. So if the customer starts at checkout and fills the email and so on, and after 1 hour has not yet purchased, this workflow will trigger. The email will be sent to subscribed and non-subscribed contacts. All right, let's go here. Items in your cart are selling out fast. So this is the first email. You see, this is the subject line. You can change it, of course. You can also ask AI to change it if you prefer. And here, this is the pre-header. There are items in your cart that can sell out fast. Get them before they're gone. And this is the sender name. You can change it, of course. This is the sender email address, which is the shared Omnisend email. And you can decide here to receive replies to a different email address if you want to do so. So you can choose which email address you want to, receive your replies. Let's say this one. Okay, this is the email. I can edit the content, of course, and I can change it completely. And then I can also test this email like this. The language, I can change it here. And here I can decide if I want to pass the not opted in contact to next workflow step, pass a contact who hasn't opted in for this channel to the next available workflow step. If left unchecked, the contact will exit the workflow. All right, let's update now. We see that we wait for 11 hours and then a second mail is sent if the customer has not yet purchased. And then we wait for 12 hours and we send another email here with a coupon code. Of course, if you want to adopt this strategy, you should create a coupon code in WooCommerce, and I will show you how to do so in the next steps. And you can enter here the special coupon right inside this email. Okay, let's update this and let's see if this workflow will work correctly. But we're going to change the trigger because we are going to test it immediately. Let's open up here. Instead of using this as a trigger 1 hour, we're going to use just minutes. And in this case, we're going to use 1 minute. All right, let's update so that the workflow will start immediately as soon as a customer fills the checkout and leave it like this for 1 minute. Start workflow. All right, we share the feedback here. Okay. And our automation now, it's working. You see that we have the abandoned checkout number 2 and it is enabled and it is starting right now. And it is already working. So let's go and see and check it out. Okay, let's say that I'm a customer. I see a product. Oh, this sounds nice. Yeah, I will add to my cart. Let's view the cart. Great. I will proceed to the checkout. And I would use also an email here. So let's go and fill the checkout. This is going to be my first name. All right. I will use John Doe. And I will fill the details. Yes, I'm saying, oh, this is quite great. I will use this email here and I will decide if I want to receive special offer or not. But this should work even if the customer has not yet subscribed. So if the customer has just filled the details here, but it has even yet subscribed, this automation should work immediately. Let's see if this is the case. We will leave the checkout like this and we will not complete it. We'll say that, oh, actually, I'm not really sure because I don't know, maybe the shipping cost, it's too much, or yes, I will abandon this checkout. Let's leave it abandoned like this. And we will see that now in a few seconds, the email will start. The automation will start. Look, this was very fast. Items in your cart are selling fast. Look. And look how powerful the system is. It has just captured the email you see here. It is, of course, non-subscribed because I didn't check the checkbox here. All right, but it can receive now, in this case, the email that we just created. In fact, if I go now into the contact history here, I click here on the no name. All right, I can see that there is also a message sent, email automation, abandoned cart checkout number 2. And if I go to my automation, I can click here and see that there are 2 emails that has been sent already. And I can see also the open rate, click rate, and revenue. And this is working very well. Let me show you now in my email. So this is the email. You see items in your cart are selling out fast. You see what happened. We will notice you left some items in your cart. These items could soon be gone, so grab them while you can. Complete your order. And here I have my product and my all the product specification. This is very powerful, you see, and it's all automated. That's great. And if I click now on complete your order, it will send me directly to my cart, and I can click on proceed to checkout. And I can continue filling all my details and buy. Let's do it. All right, and now that I have purchased through the abandoned cart email, when I go back to Omnisend, I will soon see all the data appearing here. I will also see that my contact is now subscribed, you see, John Doe, and it is subscribed. And if I click here, I will see all the history of this contact. You see here, started checkout. Then it was sent a message, the email automation abandoned cart. It started again the checkout. He opted in the channel email. He placed the order, and that's beautiful. Great. All the data about my customer are correctly saved here, and I have also my tag here, Who25. As you can see, Omnisend email marketing and the integration with WooCommerce is very advanced. When I go back here, if I want to change something about my emails, I can go inside here and I can see all the different details. Let me click on edit content. I can change, of course, all the copywriting here. As you can see, this button here has a dynamic link, which is the checkout URL. In my case, I saw that it will redirect the customers to the cart page, which is quite good, in fact. And you will also show here the products that are added into the cart so that the customer can see them and can go back to the cart page, of course. As you can see here, these are all dynamic data about the products. And for the abandoned products here that will be shown to the customers, you can change the layout if you want, the number of products to show, the number of columns. And you also got here some advanced options if you want to dive deeper. When you finish, you can test the email or you can finish editing just like this. Now you can do all this for free. And you can collect up to 250 contacts and send up to 500 emails per month. In fact, here in your free plan, you will see all the different statistics. I have 500 emails left and my refill will start in 15 days. But what happens if you start increasing your traffic and maybe also sending out a lot of automations to increase your revenue? Well, you might hit limits very fast. And the best thing you can do now is upgrade to the standard plan. Let me show you what happens now. When you upgrade to the standard plan, you will reach up to 500 contacts if you want to, and you will be able to send up to 6,000 emails per month, and you will have no more the Omnisend branding to the bottom of your emails. And this is going to make your messages look more professional. In fact, here, for example, in my abandoned cart emails, I will be able to hide this Omnisend logo to the bottom. You will be able to try for free SMS marketing, and of course, you will access priority support. Let's go and see what happens when you choose this plan. You can either choose to apply the 30% discount provided by Omnisend, but you will need to pay 3 months upfront, or you can go and choose this plan and use my coupon. And here, before starting the checkout, I just need to scroll down and see that there is this tiny box here, discount code. In my case, the code is WPROADS. WPROADS, and if you redeem this code, you will have a 30% off even if you decide to pay monthly. Let's redeem the code. All right. And when you scroll up here, you will see that even if you do not pay 3 months up front, you will still have 30% off. Let's choose this billing plan. You will have the discount applied here, and you can continue to billing information. And here, when you're ready, you can click on confirm and pay. You will be able to use the standard features immediately in your account when you finish your purchase. Now let's go and see how you can create and manage coupons in WooCommerce. Before starting, make sure to enable coupons by going to WooCommerce, Settings, General, and scrolling down until you find Enable Coupons. If you do not enable coupons, you won't be able to create and manage them, of course. When you enable them, you can also decide how you want to calculate coupons discount sequentially if there are some multiple coupons in the same cart. When you apply this choice here, when there are multiple coupons in the same cart, the first coupon will be applied to the full price and the second one to the discounted price and so on. So I would suggest you to enable this like this. Let's save changes. And now we're ready to go on. Let's go into marketing. You see here we have the coupons sections, which is right here, and we can go and manage all our coupons. Let me show you how you can do so. You click on add new coupon. All right. And you have many different solutions to create special discounts. You can generate a coupon code, or you can give this coupon code a name, personalized. For example, 30% off new customers, or new 25, let me say like this. And then you can give it a description. The description is going to be used just for internal purposes, for you to remember what this coupon is all about. A special discount for all new customers in 2025. And then you can go and manage the coupon data. You have the general, usage restriction, and usage limits. Let me show you how this works. In the general area, you can decide the discount type. You can decide, for example, if this should be just a fixed cart discount, or a percentage discount, or a fixed product discount. Let me show you the difference. If you apply a percentage discount, you can say that this coupon is going to be 30% of the cart, and you can publish, or you can go and use a fixed cart discount. In this case, I'm using euros on my store, so it's going to be just 30 euros off. Or you can also apply this to a fixed product discount. When you choose a fixed product discount, basically it will apply a specific discount amount to each product in the cart. For example, if I decide this one, when I add 3 products in the cart, it will apply a discount of 60 euros, for example, and so on. Let's go and keep it simple now. We will use a percentage discount like we indicated here in the coupon itself, and it's going to be just a 30% discount. Here, we can also decide if we want this coupon to provide also free shipping. Basically, when we check this checkbox, the coupon will grant free shipping, but this should be also linked in the free shipping method. In fact, now if I want to enable free shipping linked to this specific coupon, I need to go to WooCommerce Settings. All right, I check now my shipping settings, and then I'll go and check my zone where I want this coupon to be applied. In my case, in my Euro zone, I see that I have a free shipping here. I can edit this, and I can see that in the free shipping requires, I can set up here a minimum order amount or a coupon, for example. So this is the one that I need now if I want to enable a special coupon. And then here I can go and save. So now when I will apply that specific coupon that I'm creating at checkout, not only I will have 30% off, but I will also have included free shipping. Here I can also set an expiration date for my coupon. For example, if I want this coupon to be valid until September 30, I can do like this. Let's now go on by clicking on the usage restriction. Here we can choose if this coupon can be valid only with a minimum amount spent on the cart, let's say 30 euros, and we can also set a maximum spend in the cart in order for this coupon to be valid, let's say 300 euros. Here we can also say if this coupon must be used individually, so not in combination with other coupons. And we can also choose to exclude sale items. So basically, if in the cart there will be some sale items, the coupon won't apply to those specific items. So if someone adds to the cart only items that are on sale, of course, this coupon won't work. And if someone tries to use some coupons in combination and I have this checkbox enabled, the coupon won't work. In my case, I will keep it like this. Here you can also specify the products or the categories or the brands where you want this coupon to be applied, or you can also exclude specific products, categories, or brands, and you can also choose to allow only specific email addresses to be able to retrieve this coupon. Here it will explain also to you that you can also use an asterisk to match part of the email. For example, allow this coupon to be used only by Gmail users. Of course, this is interesting if you have a promotion that is for users that have an email account on your website, for example. And so you can match and customize this as you wish. Now let's go on and click on the usage limits. Here you can choose to have a usage limit per coupon. So here you can set up the limit of this coupon. For example, you can say that you only allow 100 people to use it, and that's it. You can also limit the usage for number of items, and this is applied only if you're using a product discount type. So in my case, I will leave it disabled. And then here you can also choose to have a limit per user. So for example, if a user redeems a coupon once and you want to avoid that the same user use the same coupon multiple times, you can just keep 1. Or if you want to allow users to use it just 2 times, you can use 2 and so on. In my case, I will keep it on 1. When you're ready with your coupon, you can publish it. And when you go and share this specific coupon here with your customers, they will be able to get a 30% off in their cart. And in my case, I've also enabled free shipping. Let me go and show you how this works. Now I am on the checkout. I click on the enter coupon code. I insert my coupon code. I apply it. And I see that there is a minimum spend. In fact, I set up this coupon to be active only if the minimum spend in the cart is above 30 euros. So let's go and add another product to our cart or just duplicate this one. Now when I proceed to the checkout, I will be able to apply this specific coupon code. Let's go and check it out. Awesome. Coupon 30% off. And in fact, here I have the amount of the discount applied by this coupon. And when I insert my address here, I see that there is free shipping too. Now, if you followed my previous steps with Omnisend, you can go into your automations and you can change the coupon codes that you have in your workflows. For example, in my welcome email series, I have a coupon code that I'm sending to my new leads, and I can get inside here in my email and change the content and simply paste here my coupon code. There it is. Finish. And my email will be updated with my new coupon code. And in my abandoned checkout workflow, If I want to provide a coupon code for the people that received the third email, I can go inside here. I can change, for example, this to 30%. All right. I will be able to change also the content. All right. And then here, I will place my discount code. There it is. Finish editing, update, and close. And my workflow has been updated. Now let's see how you can manage reviews for your products. You just need to go on WooCommerce Settings, and then you have to click on Products. Here you have to make sure to enable reviews just by scrolling down here and click on Enable Product Reviews. You will be able also to show a verified owner label on customer reviews. Here you can also choose if reviews can only be left by verified owners. Verified owners means customers that are logged into your website and that have purchased that specific product that they want to review. So this is of course important. And then you can also manage the product ratings. You can choose if you want to enable star rating on reviews and if star ratings should be required and not optional. Let's save changes. Now, when you enable all this and you go to products, you will see a new section called reviews. And if you start collecting reviews, you will see them like this: the rating, the review text, and the product that has been reviewed with the date and the user. In the front end, in the single product page and into our catalog, we saw how you can enable the review settings just by adding the review widget, the product rating widget. And you will be able to show the reviews on your product page just by inserting here the product data tabs. In fact, here, as you can see, I have my product reviews exactly like this. And I will see that now in my single product template, I have this widget. And when I click on the number of reviews, I will be able to read them right away. If you want now, I want to show you how you can add some custom CSS to modify the colors here and the different aspect of this widget and also the button and make it look more like the rest of your website. Just to go into my free resources and copy the code that is called style CSS to customize the review style, which is under the WooCommerce code snippets. So you can go here and copy it and just paste it here into your single product page by selecting the tab data here as a widget, and you copy to the custom CSS here. And when you copy and paste my code, you will see it like this. So basically you will have a new styling applied to your review system here, following the global settings that we have followed throughout the whole tutorial. If you need to customize this CSS, you can go here and change the colors, change the border radius, or change whatever you need to change. When you will start receiving all your reviews, you will have them right inside your WooCommerce settings into products, reviews, and you will see them here and you will be able to approve them, reply to them, edit them, or trash them. Look what happens when I reply. I hit reply here, and when I go and visit my product, I will see the reply directly inside here. You see, I have the review here and the reply like this. If you want to ask a customer to leave a review on your product, you will just need to copy the link, which is this one. You select the link of your product and then you attach reviews, just like this. So when you attach this to your product URL, you will be able to link directly to the review section. Let me show you what happens when the user clicks on that link. They will be redirected to the review section so that they can easily submit their review. Now I'm going to show you how to install and set up a plugin to create a wishlist functionality, like the one that you see here. If I see a product that I like and I want to create a customized list of my wish list, yes, I can do it like this, you see. I just click on the heart and my product is going to be added to my wish list here. And even if I'm not logged in, I can have my wish list page here and throughout my session here, my browser session, this will be saved. And if I do not create an account, of course, it will be lost, but it will last until I have my cookies and my browser open here. And I can also add to cart all my elements of my wish list if I want. I can decide what is going to be the behavior of my elements when I add them to the cart. For example, I can remove them automatically, or I can keep them in the wish list as it is right now, as you can see. I can style the wish list as I want, and I can also create this widget to see to have a quick view of my wish list, you see. And also in the single product page, I will be able to create a smart button like this one that I can use to add or remove products from the wish list, you see. I can remove or add products easily like this to my wish list. Okay, let me show you how this works. It is a free plugin. It is one of the best plugins to manage wishlist in WordPress for free. And now let's go and set this plugin up. We're going to plugins, add new, add plugin, and we type inside here wishlist. All right. And we see that there are dozens of plugins that provides this kind of functionality for WooCommerce. But in our case, one is going to be our choice, which is this one. Sorry, not this one, but this one. More convert wishlist for WooCommerce. You see, this is it has 9,000 active installations. All the reviews, pretty much every review is positive, and it has frequent updates. So this is very important, and we can go and install it. It is one of the most generous wishlist plugin that are provided for free in the WordPress plugins repository. We can activate this, and we will most likely see a step-by-step configuration now. Okay, this screen. And here, let's click on Let's Go. All right. And you see that you can easily set up the page that is going to contain the wish list, and you can give this page a name, and you can decide if you want to display the wish list to all users or only to logged in users. So this is up to you. I will leave on all users, and I will go on continue. All right. Here you can choose if you're using a standard loop to provide how do you say, your products in WooCommerce. You will have the wishlist heart or icon into your product images, and you can see it like this. But you will see that if you're using a custom template, like it is the case for us, this is not going to work. In general, since we are using Elementor and we are customizing everything by hand, step by step, I would suggest you here to choose by shortcode, look, so that we are able to provide, to place this kind of element where we want, exactly as we want. And we do the same here. We click on use shortcode. So basically, be sure to use shortcode in both cases, in the product page and in the listing page, so that we are able to provide afterwards our customization to insert the icon of the wishlist exactly where we want. So be sure to make shortcode and shortcode. Let's go on, continue. Here you can choose how to behave when the add to wishlist button is going to be clicked. You can have no reaction, just add to wishlist, or you can show a pop-up message, or you can go directly to the wishlist page. I will leave on no reaction. On the second click action, basically when someone clicks again on the plugin, you can remove the plugin, the product from the wishlist, or you can go to the wishlist page, or you can display product already in wishlist alert. You can choose here. I will leave on removed from the wishlist. Oh, maybe no. I will go to the wishlist page in this case. List products auto removal. Basically, this is going to be the behavior of the products that are in your wishlist. And if a product is already in your wish list and then you add it to the cart, you can choose if you want to keep it in the wish list, if you want to remove it only after the user has completed the order or after the order is processing. In my case, I will keep it on remove product after adding to the cart, and I will continue. All right, I will choose remove product and I will continue. Now I can decide to display some sharing icons on the wishlist page so that the user can easily share its wishlist if he wants to do it. And I will keep it enabled, and I will just disable a few elements to keep it clean. And yeah, in my case, I will keep it just like this. Continue. Here I can choose if I want to upgrade to the premium version of this plugin, but we are using the starter version, the free one. It is pretty generous and it has everything you need to set up your wishlist. Let's continue. And here we just need to disable this, all right. And we also disable this, all right. We just keep the cache protection here, all right. Continue. And now we are ready to use the plugin. The UI of the backend, it's nice, but a little bit difficult to understand regarding all the settings. So in fact, here, when you go to the dashboard, you click on go to the dashboard, you will see that the user interface of the settings of this plugin are pretty overwhelming, you see. We have a lot of different menus here. We have this here. We even have an email setting, an email automation feature that will let you send email notifications to the users that has created some wish list on your website. It is pretty cool and advanced. In our case, we will keep it simple. We will just enable the settings here. We leave it like this actually, and we go on the front end to see if something has changed. So this is the front end and nothing has changed. If you're using correctly shortcode in both image, product image and the single product, you shouldn't see nothing right now. So you should see something like this, perfect. And now we have to do three things. The first one is add the add to wishlist button here on the product page, for example, under the price or whatever you prefer. Then we have to add a wishlist icon here so that the user can easily reach its own wishlist. And then we have to add the wishlist icon on the shop page. So on our product item, loop item, this one here. So for example, a little heart here to the top left of the image. So let's go and start from the single product. We're going to go here and enable our product card number 1, the loop item that we're using on the shop page in my case. And I'm going to add now my add to wish list icon. It's going to be perfect and beautiful, and it's going to work very well. Okay, and as you can see here, I have the more convert widgets that are already available here. And the main one is add to wish list, which is exactly what I want to add here to my product. I can place it to the top, and then I will go to the advanced tab and make it absolute. So I'll scroll down here, position, absolute. All right, you see that it is going to be in the top left of the image, and we're going to have an offset of 10 and 10 in my case. So my design is going to work very well like this, and the heart is going to show up like this. Now I can go, as always, to the style tab and change the text color, the icon color, and so on. I will go with a text color using this one, but my text is not displayed right now, but I will use this one. The icon color is going to be a little bit different. Let me go with a secondary one. Actually, if I use also a background color, it will look like this, a little bit too aggressive. All right, so I will keep transparent, this one. All right, and I will go with a different color here. I will choose the primary one. All right. Now it's looking good. Perfect. You see that I have my heart here. And on hover, I want to be this color secondary, or why not? But it's going to be maybe a little bit difficult to see. I will change it to text, and I will place this one also to text. So that is going to behave like this. All right. Looking good for me. All right. So our icon is there, and it is already working. So let's save now. Publish. All right, and if I go now into my shop page, for example, I visit my store page, I will see that all my products will have this new icon, and voila, it's gonna work fine. All right, great, you see? And of course, I didn't show you, but you can also change the icon if you want in the icon settings, and you can customize everything as you want. But in my case, I will keep it like this because I like it. If you want to change it, you will be able to do it directly from the widget into the content settings. Now I will go and add the same functionality directly inside the single product template. So I open up here my single product template. I search for the more convert widgets, and I will add in this case also the same button, the add to wishlist button, but I also use a text in my case here. So I will use the add to wish list. In my case, I want to place it below the pricing, below the price. By the way, I want to remove here the underline. All right. And as you can see here, it's going to create this button, and I can change the content here by using icon only, text only, or icon and text. Look what happens here. I will have this icon plus text, add to wish list. And I can also decide to separate them if I want, but in my case, I will keep them connected together. And I can change also the button and tooltip custom text if I want to change all the sentences that are connected to this widget. Now that I have choose my button here, I also leave that, yes, it is a product single page, this one. I'll go to the style tab and I will change the text color and the icon color. I will keep it like this, and my icon is going to be the primary color. All right, and on hover, I'm going to leave the text as it is, and I'm going to change here on like this. All right, add to wish list. I can also use a border and a background. Let me check the border light color, and also, oh, this is hover, but it's going to be on hover, but also in normal. Borders light. So basically I'm creating a button, and then I will add also a background color. It's going to be this one, and when I hover, I will keep it on white. So that is going to be like this. Look. All right. Let me have a preview. This is going to be my add to wish list button. Pretty cool. And I'm going to change also the border radius. Unfortunately, here I cannot use my variables, so I will just use the value that I'm using throughout the website manually, unfortunately. The border width also, I cannot use a variable, so, oh yes, here I can use it. Okay. All right, at least here I can use it. And the button height, I will keep it on 35, a little bit smaller. And my button width type, I will keep it like this, and margins, I will keep them like this. All right. I will just change now the global typography to be a little bit smaller, like this. And the font size of my icon, I can change it. And in my case, I'm using 16 pixels. All right. And I'm going to publish. Look now, a preview here. This is my add to wishlist button. It is pretty cool, right? And I will keep it like this. Of course, you can place it whatever you prefer inside the product template. In my case, I think here it works fine. You can, if you prefer, you can also place it below or above the button, whatever you feel comfortable and whatever you like the most. All right. So now we just needed to add to the header a quick link to the wishlist page and a quick wishlist widget. Let's go and do it. Let's enable our header customizer. Okay, and now we are going to add also, in this case, not the button, not the wishlist table, but the mini wishlist and the counter. So we place this, let's say, after my account here. All right, it's gonna work fine. And inside here, we can use the mini wishlist only, the counter only, or the counter plus mini wishlist on hover, or the counter plus mini wishlist on click. Look what happens if I choose to use this one, for example. You can also change the settings here. You can show the icon. You can show the counter icon. You can change. You can even use a custom icon if you want to, and you will have access to Elementor icons if you prefer to do like this. But in my case, I will use just the heart. Yes, number 2. It's a little bit better. And you can show the counter text. You can no, if you show the counter text, it says, for example, wishlist. In my case, do not want to show the text. I just want the icon to be there, and all right, you can keep it like this. The mini wishlist basically is the wishlist that is going to appear when I'm going to click on that button. If I click on the button, I'm going to see the mini wishlist, but at the moment I do not have products in my wishlist, so it is not working. And let's keep it like this. All right. Okay. Style, we can change the font size of our icon. It's going to be, in my case, I will keep it 16. All right. Then the icon color can be changed. Okay, but I will keep it like this. Mini wish list, product list. This is regarding the mini wish list. And this is the button of our mini wish list. So in my case, I will use the same values that I'm using throughout the website. And I will keep it like this. All right. The background color is going to be my primary color. The border color is going to be, in this case, the dark. The text color is going to be white. And on hover is going to be like this. Text like this. Border like this, and background color is going to be this one. All right, let's publish. Now when we go and visit our website, let's go into the shop page, for example. When I add some product to the wish list, I'm going to see them appearing here immediately, you see. So I add a second one, for example. And when I click here on the icon, I will be able to see the mini wish list, and then I can go to the wish list from here. And I can easily remove products or just go and view my wish list. And if I'm logged into the website, I will see it inside my WooCommerce account, inside my shop account. You see, there is this new setting here, this new tab called My Wishlist. And I can easily go and add to cart the products. I can add them all to the cart if I want to, or I can remove them like this, or I can even perform some actions, for example. All right. So this is my wish list. If I am not logged into my website, but I'm just visiting as an external visitor, I will see them like this. Look, I'm going to the shop page. I will add a few products to the wish list. I can also do the same and do a quick test also from this button here. And this is working fine. You see that I have a quick link to my wish list now. All right. And if I go and visit my wish list, I will see it like this. I can also customize this message here. I can remove it if I want. And this is my wish list. And I can also easily copy the link. I can, how do you say, I can share this wish list with my friends or family and so on. And I can even print it or download a PDF or send them Telegram or Facebook or whatever I want, of course. And that's it. So this is how it is going to work in general. Now let me show you a few things. If you want to customize, for example, the design of your wishlist page and of the buttons and all the rest, you can go to your plugin settings. So in my case, you will see it is this one, MC Wishlist, and you can go to the wishlist settings. From here, you can go to the wishlist page and you can try to see if there is something about styling. There we are, you see, wishlist page appearance. All right, in my case, I'm using the style, a different style for the text of my buttons. All right, I'm going to use a white color for the text. And when I hover, I will use a dark color. Font size, I will keep it like this. My background of the buttons is going to be my main color that I'm using throughout the website, which is this one. All right, perfect. And the background on hover is going to be our green, our flash green, this one, flashy green, yellowish green. All right. Border color is going to be our dark color. And in my case, let me check if I can just pick it from here, right? Oh, it was actually this one. Yes, I'm going to use this one. And on hover, I'm going to keep it like this. All right. Now my border radius is going to be 8 pixels. Okay. And the height of my button is going to be 36. I think this is all. This is everything. So I save my settings. And now if I go back to my wishlist page, I will see that my new settings are going to be applied correctly. Look. All right, let's add a few products to the wish list. Let's go to the wish list. And 3, 2, 1. Here we are, you see. So now my design is going to behave exactly as the rest of my website. Perfect. And I can continue styling here. If I go, I can see, for example, I will remove this altogether action button, which is this one. I do not want to show it because it is not useful. And I will save settings. All right. I can decide if I want to remove or show anything inside the wish list. I can select if I want to use a grid or a list. All right. And I can change my social share settings. I can also change the appearance here, you see. All right. For example, here also I can change the border color actually of my whole table. And I can use the border color that I'm using throughout the website. And I can change also the border radius and the items background color, the separator color, and so on. I can go on like this. Actually, I will use this as a different color. I will use the color that I'm using for my light borders so that you see this is different. I do not want it to be different. So, oh, that was easy. D1, D1, D1. All right. Thumbnail background color is going to be maybe like this, the same. Item background color, item background. Okay, perfect. Oh, actually, here I want to use a white background. Okay. Perfect. 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 All right. This here you can change the content of the page when the wish list is empty. And actually, you can also remove the login message. Let me show you where this is. Login notice. You see here, we just removed this. And now we are going to be sure not to see the login notice when someone is not logged in. All right. Settings saved. Let me go and reload my page here. All right. Now I'm using a grid style, you see, and I'm also using the same settings for the borders and also the border radius, and it's working very well. All right. So I can easily go and select some products or can add them to the cart, or I can decide to add them all to the cart and so on. Actually, I see that my grid view is not very, it's nice, but I think it's better to use a list view. Let's save settings. Let's go back here to the wish list And this is working very well. I like it. Perfect. Now let's go and make a quick test also from the front end. All right. I'm going to add a product to the wish list, and then I'm going to maybe two. Then I'm going to visit the wishlist page. All right. And I'm going to see it like this. I can easily customize this page if I want. And let's go and do it. In fact, if you go in your pages list, you will see that there is a new page called Wishlist, which has been created by the plugin. So let's go to Pages, All Pages, and we'll see here my wishlist page. Let's go and view it. All right, and I can easily change the settings, so the template. I can go here and edit this page with WordPress, and I will enable Elementor if I want. I can easily also get rid of this actually, and I can enable just Elementor, leave. I didn't save, so I think that I'm going to find again, yes, all right. I can delete here and I can add again some content. I will use this one. The first one is going to be just the title of the page, so the heading. I will use an H1 and it's going to be my wish list. All right. And you can place it differently, maybe to the center. Let's go to the advanced tab and use in the container, in the advanced tab in the container, our vertical spacing M. Then we can also add a sentence. Let's say that we want to tell the customers, this is your wish list. Be sure to create an account. Be sure to create an account if you want to save this list. Pretty cool, right? We're going to place this text to the center, and we're going to link this sentence, create an account, to the actual account page, my account page. In fact, in the settings that we saw before, in the previous steps, we saw how you can configure this page to provide the user with the ability to create a free account. Let me show you here. You see here, the user can easily register for free and they can create a new account. So now I can complete this page using also a styling here, as always. So I'm using a gradient. This is going to be my gradient color combination. And then I'm using here the table. So I will use Flexbox from top to bottom. I will just use a spacing to the bottom, and it's going to be rem, and it's going to be 5 rem to the bottom. And to the top, I will keep it like this. And I will insert inside here the wishlist widget provided by More Convert. All right. Beautiful. If I want, I can also customize this widget directly from here, and I can then publish. Let me go and see now how this is going to work. Beautiful. So this is my wishlist page and it's working fine. And if I'm logged in, into the website, of course, I will see it directly inside my account page. So it's going to be this one. All right. And now if I go and add to cart a product from the wishlist, it's going to be removed, you see, and it's going to say product added to cart successfully. And if I want, I can also remove products from here, or I can decide to add all the products that I have in the wish list directly into the cart. If you want to change some of the behaviors here, you just go on functions and you go on, for example, wishlist button actions, for example, and you can change all the actions that are linked to your wishlist buttons on the product listing, on the Gutenberg listing, or on the single product page, and so on the wishlist page also, of course. For example, when I'm here, I can decide if I want to keep the product in the list, even if someone adds it added to the cart, or if I want to remove it only on specific actions, for example. In my case, I will keep it like this. And if you want to explore further, you can also go to email automations, and you see that you can create automations for people that has active products in the wish list, and you can set them up easily like this here. So now we have a beautiful wish list setting enabled on the website, and we're ready to go on to the next step. Thank you very much for following this tutorial. If you are here right now and you're watching this part of the video, you can comment by telling me if you enjoyed this video and if you have created a great e-commerce. I am really happy to read all the feedbacks of my students, and so I'm looking forward to read yours. Now, if you want to continue to enhance your website, you can follow my other videos and tutorials on WPROADS YouTube channel. If you haven't subscribed yet, you can do it right now and you can leave me a thumbs up. I wish you all the best with your e-commerce and hope to see you in one of my next videos. Ciao, ciao!